In the late 11th century, the roads of Western Europe carried more than merchants and messengers. They carried men trained for war, men bound by oaths, and men searching for meaning in a world that seemed both deeply Christian and endlessly violent. A village church might offer the quiet certainty of prayer and ritual, while just beyond its fields, armed riders settled feuds, enforced claims, and raided rivals. This was a society where faith shaped the calendar and the imagination, yet conflict was woven into daily life, as natural to the nobility as the hunt. Power rested in a feudal web of obligations. Lords granted land to vassals, and vassals owed service in return, especially military service. Castles rose across the countryside, not only as homes, but as statements of authority and shelters in uncertain times. Warfare was often local, personal, and constant, a boundary disputed, an inheritance contested, a slight remembered. Knights were admired for courage and skill, but their violence, so often turned against fellow Christians, troubled many churchmen. The Church could not simply end war, but it tried to shape it, setting limits, naming forbidden days for fighting, and urging restraint through movements such as the peace of God and the truce of God. These were not perfect restraints, but they signalled something important. The Church's moral authority was growing, and it was reaching into the habits of the warrior class. At the same time, Western Christianity was changing from within. Reform-minded popes and clergy pressed for higher standards among priests, greater independence from secular rulers, and a clearer, stronger leadership from Rome. Monasteries, especially those connected to reform movements like Cluny, became centres of prayer and discipline, admired by nobles who endowed them in hopes of salvation. Sin and penance were not abstract ideas. They were practical concerns that shaped wills, donations, and choices. In a world where death could come suddenly through illness, accident, or violence, the hope of forgiveness and the fear of judgment felt close. For many, one of the most powerful expressions of devotion was pilgrimage. Christians walked long distances to holy places, seeking healing, forgiveness, or a deeper closeness to God. Some travelled to Rome, where the apostles Peter and Paul were venerated. Others went to Santiago de Compostela in the far west of Iberia. But above all, there was Jerusalem. In the medieval Christian imagination, Jerusalem was not merely a city. It was the centre of sacred history, the place of Christ's death and resurrection, and the destination that seemed to gather all prayers into a single point on the map. The journey to Jerusalem was difficult, expensive, and dangerous. Pilgrims crossed mountains and seas, depended on uncertain hospitality, and risked robbery, hunger, and disease. Yet they went, because pilgrimage carried the promise of transformation. To stand at the sites connected with Jesus' life was to touch the story of salvation itself. Relics, churches, and stories drew the mind eastward, and clergy described the Holy Sepulchre with reverence that made distant listeners feel as if they could almost see it. The Holy Land belonged to the geography of the soul as much as to the geography of the earth. While the Latin West lived with its feudal rivalries and rising papal ambition, the Eastern Mediterranean was shaped by a different imperial tradition. The Byzantine Empire, centred on Constantinople, was the heir of Rome in law, administration, and ceremony. It was Christian, wealthy, and sophisticated, with a long memory of diplomacy and war. For centuries, Byzantium had guarded the frontier between the Christian Mediterranean and the Islamic world, surviving through a careful balance of armies, alliances, and strategic caution. But by the 11th century, that balance was shifting. The Byzantine state had faced internal strains, political instability, disputed successions, and the costly management of a vast territory. More importantly, new forces were pressing in from the east. Turkish peoples, especially the Seljuk Turks, moved into the Islamic world and rose to power with speed. They were skilled warriors and effective leaders, and their expansion altered the strategic map. In 1071, the Byzantine army suffered a devastating defeat at the Battle of Manzikert. The loss itself mattered, but the consequences mattered more. In the years that followed, much of Anatolia, Byzantium's heartland of manpower, grain, and recruitment, slipped out of effective imperial control. Cities changed hands, farmland was disrupted, and the empire's ability to field armies on its traditional scale was weakened. Anatolia was not just a distant frontier. It was the land bridge between Constantinople and the eastern provinces, and its loss opened the way for further threats. Meanwhile, the empire also faced dangers in the west. Norman adventurers had carved out power in southern Italy and looked across the Adriatic with ambition. Byzantium felt pressure from multiple directions, and its leaders were forced to think in terms of survival, negotiation, and careful recovery. Yet Byzantium was not alone in being Christian, and in theory, the Christian world might stand together. In practice, relations between the Latin West and the Greek East were tense. They shared core beliefs, but differed in language, liturgy, and church customs. Latin clergy used Latin. Greek clergy used Greek. Practices around fasting, clerical marriage, and ritual details could become points of suspicion. More deeply, there were disputes about authority. The papacy in Rome asserted a universal leadership that many in the East did not accept in the same way, valuing the ancient prestige of their own patriarchates and their own traditions. These tensions hardened in 1054, when representatives of Rome and Constantinople exchanged acts of excommunication in a bitter conflict, now remembered as the Great Schism. At the time, not everyone understood it as a permanent break, and ordinary believers often continued with life as before. But the rupture mattered because it added distrust to an already complicated relationship. When Latins looked east, some saw strange customs and questioned the faithfulness of Greek Christians. When Greeks looked west, some saw arrogance and a lack of refinement, and they worried about the ambitions of Western warriors. Into this troubled landscape stepped Emperor Alexios the Perskomnenos, who came to the Byzantine throne in 1081. Alexios was an able and determined ruler, trying to stabilize the empire and recover lost ground. He fought Normans, managed internal politics, and sought to rebuild Byzantine strength. But the problems in Anatolia remained severe. The empire needed soldiers, reliable, disciplined forces that could help secure key cities and routes. It also needed time. Alexios did what Byzantine emperors had often done. He turned to diplomacy. He reached out to powers in the west, not seeking a vast popular movement, but requesting military assistance in a controlled form. What Byzantium wanted was help that could be integrated into imperial strategy, contingents of trained fighters, perhaps mercenaries, who would serve under Byzantine direction, help push back Turkish control, and restore the empire's frontier. In the Byzantine view, these would ideally be allies who respected the emperor's authority and returned reclaimed lands to imperial administration. When Alexios's appeals reached the papacy, they arrived in a West already primed for a larger idea. Pope Urban II, elected in 1088, was a product of the reform movement and a confident leader in a time when the papacy was asserting itself against secular rulers. Urban saw more than a chance to assist an embattled Christian empire. He saw an opening to strengthen Rome's moral authority, to mend or at least soften the division between East and West, and to channel the restless violence of knights toward a cause the Church could bless. In the language of the age, war could be more than a grim necessity. Under certain conditions it could be framed as penitential, an act of devotion. If knights could be persuaded that fighting for the faith might cleanse sin, then the energy that fueled feuds and raids might be redirected outward. For a pope trying to shape Christian society, the opportunity was enormous. Unite rival lords under a sacred purpose, reinforce reform, and present the papacy as the guiding voice of Christendom. There was also the pull of Jerusalem itself, a place that lived in sermons and prayers. Aid to Byzantium could be spoken of as defence of fellow Christians, but the wider imagination could be carried further, toward the holy places at the far end of the pilgrimage roads. The idea of armed pilgrimage, of taking the cross not only as a symbol but as a commitment, began to take shape in the minds of clergy and nobles who heard these appeals and felt the deep currents of their age. As the year 1095 approached, the pieces were coming together: Western Europe's warrior culture and spiritual anxiety, Byzantium's urgent need for military help, the fragile relationship between Latin and Greek Christians, and a pope ready to offer direction and meaning. Councils and gatherings became places where decisions could ripple across continents. And in central France, in the town of Clermont, a great assembly was called, one that would give these currents a single, fateful course. At Clermont in November of 1095, Pope Urban II spoke to an audience of bishops, nobles, and crowds drawn by rumour and expectation. The exact words were not recorded on the day, and later writers shaped the speech in different ways, but its central meaning was remembered clearly. Urban called for aid to the Christians of the East and for a great expedition toward the holy places. He described suffering and danger, and he offered a way to turn violence into devotion. Those who went, he said, would do so as an act of penance. The journey itself, undertaken with the right intention, could count as a spiritual remedy. For many listeners, this was the most startling promise, the possibility that a life burdened by sin might be lightened through an armed pilgrimage. Urban's message drew strength from ideas people already understood. Penance was familiar, often difficult, sometimes humiliating. Pilgrimage was admired, but it was long and uncertain. Here was something that combined both, and in a form that spoke directly to a knightly society. The cross could be taken up as a vow, stitched to the clothing as a visible sign, marking a person as set apart for a sacred purpose. The reward was described in the language of forgiveness and salvation, a hope that reached beyond ordinary earthly calculations. And yet the call was not heard only as theology. It landed in the middle of real lives, full of debts, rivalries, ambitions and fears. People joined for many reasons, and rarely for only one. Faith was genuine for a great number of them, shaped by the sermons of their priests and by a world where the next life felt near. Some were driven by the desire to defend fellow Christians, or by devotion to the places where Christ had lived and died. Others saw opportunity. Younger sons, with little inheritance, imagined land or lordship in distant territories. Lords weighed the chance for prestige, for fame that might outlast them, and for a reputation of holiness that could strengthen their standing at home. Families and communities pushed and pulled as well. A man might feel pressure not to be left behind when neighbours took vows. A wife might fear the loss of her household, but also fear for her husband's soul if he refused. Some were simply drawn by the road itself, by the promise of adventure, and a story that would be remembered. The cost was heavy. Weapons, horses, provisions and travel demanded money few had in ready coin. Many mortgaged land, sold rights or borrowed at painful terms. The decision reshaped villages and lordships as property changed hands, as harvest plans were rewritten, and as those who stayed behind prepared for years of absence. Yet the movement kept growing, fueled by preaching and by a contagious sense that history had opened a door and that the faithful should step through it. Not everyone waited for careful planning. In 1096, before the main armies of the nobility were fully organised, a wave of popular enthusiasm surged forward in what later came to be called the People's Crusade. Its leaders included figures like Peter the Hermit, whose preaching could stir crowds to tears and vows. Alongside him travelled knights of lesser rank, but also peasants, craftsmen, women and children, people who understood the call less as strategy than as urgent devotion. They set out with little preparation, trusting that God would provide along the way. The road was brutal, feeding large groups through unfamiliar lands brought hunger and disorder. Where supplies ran short, some turned to plunder. Fear and rumour travelled with them, and so did violence. In parts of the Rhineland, bands of crusaders attacked Jewish communities, committing massacres that shocked even some contemporaries. These were not sanctioned acts of the Church, and they revealed how quickly sacred language could be twisted into a weapon against the vulnerable. By the way, I'm curious, where in the world are you listening from tonight? Let me know in the comments. I always enjoy seeing how far these stories travel. As these early crowds approached Byzantine territory, Emperor Alexios I watched with alarm. He had asked for controlled military help, not an unsteady multitude moving like a storm. The partnership between Byzantium and the Crusaders was uneasy from the beginning. The emperor needed them, but he also feared them. Their leaders were independent, their discipline uncertain, and their appetite for supplies could be dangerous to imperial lands. Still, Alexios offered guidance, markets, and escorts when he could. For the People's Crusade it was not enough. Once ferried across to Asia Minor, many were quickly destroyed by Turkish forces near Nicaea, a hard lesson in what raw enthusiasm could not replace. The main crusading armies arrived in later waves, led by notable nobles, men like Godfrey of Bouillon, Bohemond of Taranto, Raymond of Toulouse, and others, each with their own followers and rivalries. In Constantinople, Alexios required oaths from many of them, promises to return former Byzantine lands that might be recovered. Some swore willingly, some grudgingly, but the moment set the tone, cooperation mixed with suspicion, and a constant question of who truly commanded this expedition. The first major objective in Anatolia was Nicaea, held by the Seljuks and uncomfortably close to the imperial capital. In 1097, the Crusaders besieged it, and here Alexios acted carefully. Byzantine forces and negotiations helped bring about the city's surrender, but the emperor took possession directly, limiting the Crusaders' chance to plunder. It was strategically sensible and politically necessary for him, yet it deepened Western resentment. To men who had endured the siege, the loss of loot felt like betrayal, and trust grew thinner. After Nicaea, the Crusaders marched into the interior of Anatolia, winning a significant battle near Dorylaeum, then pressing onward through heat, thirst, and barren stretches where food was scarce. The hardships of the march became part of the Crusades' spiritual meaning, suffering offered up as proof of devotion. By late 1097 they reached Antioch, a great city with ancient Christian associations and immense strategic value. The siege that followed was long and punishing. Starvation and disease thinned the camps. Supplies arrived fitfully. Desertion and despair haunted the army. When the city was finally taken in 1098 through a mixture of negotiation and stealth, the victory was quickly followed by crisis as a Muslim relief army surrounded Antioch and the Crusaders became the besieged. It was in this desperate moment that claims of divine encouragement, visions, relics, and prophecies helped hold the Crusaders together. They fought their way out and survived, but Antioch also became a point where unity fractured. Bohemond, who had played a central role in securing the city, kept it as his own principality, despite earlier oaths to Alexios. The uneasy partnership with Byzantium suffered a lasting blow. Still, the road to Jerusalem remained the heart of the vow. In 1099, the Crusaders moved south along the Levantine coast, sometimes aided by Italian fleets that brought supplies and tools, sometimes negotiating passage with local rulers who preferred to buy peace. The army that approached Jerusalem was smaller than the one that had left Europe, worn down by battle and hunger, yet hardened by survival. When they reached the Holy City in June, they found it strongly defended. Water was scarce, and the summer heat pressed down as the siege began. They built siege engines and towers, drawing timber from a landscape that did not readily offer it, and on July 15, 1099, they broke into Jerusalem. What followed was a massacre of the city's Muslim and Jewish inhabitants, recorded with grim satisfaction by some chroniclers and with horror by others. In medieval warfare, sacking a city after assault was common. But here it took on a terrible intensity, fueled by exhaustion, fear, and the conviction that sacred victory demanded sacred cleansing. Soon after, the surviving Crusaders went to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, praying in the place that had drawn them across continents, as if devotion might wash away the blood of the streets. Victory did not end the story. It began a new problem. To seize a city was one thing. To hold it, supply it, and defend it against counterattack was another. The Crusaders chose leaders and arranged governance, with Godfrey of Bouillon taking authority in Jerusalem, careful with titles, presenting himself as protector rather than king. Around them, other territories were organized into new Latin Christian lordships, the County of Edessa, the Principality of Antioch, the County of Tripoli, and the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The armed pilgrimage had become something more permanent, tied to walls, fields, taxes, and garrisons. The question now was not only how to reach the Holy Land, but how to live there, how to rule what had been taken, and how to survive in a land where enemies, allies, and daily life would all test the fragile new order. The new Latin states were strung along the eastern Mediterranean, like a chain of guarded outposts. They were born from victory, but they lived on caution. The Kingdom of Jerusalem held the Holy City and a patchwork of towns and countryside reaching toward the coast. Antioch commanded a vital gateway between Anatolia and Syria. Edessa lay farther inland, exposed and difficult to reinforce. Tripoli, formed more gradually, anchored the central coastline. Together they were often called the Crusader states, but they were never a single united realm. Each had its own lord, its own rivalries, and its own urgent need for men, money, and reliable roads. Their greatest weakness was distance. Most settlers and fighting men were still Europeans, and replacements had to come by sea or along long land routes. A harvest failure, a shipwreck, a hostile raid, or a dispute with Byzantium could turn the flow of supplies into a trickle. These states depended on coastal ports, Jaffa, Acre, Tyre and others, where Italian merchants and fleets brought grain, timber, weapons and pilgrims. Inland, the land could be fertile, but it was not theirs by default. It had to be held field by field, village by village, by agreements with local communities and by the constant threat of force. Within their borders lived many peoples. Latin settlers were a minority, concentrated in towns and in the households of the nobility. Most of the rural population remained local. Arabic-speaking Muslims, Eastern Christians of various churches, Greek Orthodox, Syriac, Armenian, and long-established Jewish communities in some places. Crusader rule did not usually aim at mass conversion. It aimed at control, revenue and security. Taxes continued, often resembling those of earlier rulers, though now gathered for new lords and bishops. Local laws and customs could persist in daily matters, especially within communities that managed their own disputes, while Latin courts and officials handled cases involving settlers, landholding and military obligations. Coexistence was practical, and it could be routine. Markets needed farmers, craftsmen and caravan trade. Towns needed bakers, masons, sailors and translators. Yet it was always uneasy, because peace could be broken by rumour, by a harsh governor, by a failed harvest or by war beyond the walls. Raids and counter-raids were a constant language of the frontier. A village might pay one lord this year and another next year, depending on who could protect it. When armies moved, suspicion hardened, and communities could be punished for real or imagined loyalty to the enemy. To hold territory with so few settlers, the Latin states relied on fortifications and on a new kind of institution, the military orders. The first were the Hospitallers, who had begun as caretakers for sick and poor pilgrims in Jerusalem. Over time they took vows like monks, poverty, chastity, obedience, and added a soldier's duty to defend the faithful. The Templars followed, formed to protect travellers on the roads, especially the dangerous route from the coast to Jerusalem. They too lived under a rule, prayed like monks, and fought like professionals. Later came the Teutonic Knights, first known for caring for German pilgrims, and then shaped into an armed order with its own castles and ambitions. These orders became a backbone of Crusader defence because they were permanent. A feudal host might serve for weeks or months and then go home. A pilgrim army might arrive with great noise and vanish just as quickly. But the orders stayed. They garrisoned key castles, patrolled roads, trained for war, and managed estates that funded their work. They answered to their own grand masters and ultimately to the papacy, which gave them a special independence that could be useful in war and troublesome in politics. For ordinary people, life in the Latin East was not an endless crusade, but it was never free of it. Travel was central to the region's rhythm, pilgrims arriving in seasons, merchants moving between ports and inland markets, messengers riding with news of a raid or a truce. Food could be abundant in good years, bread, olives, wine, fruit, fish along the coast, but supply could collapse when fields were burned or roads were cut. Disease moved easily through crowded towns and encamped armies, and unfamiliar illnesses struck newcomers hard. Families formed among settlers, marriages crossed languages and rites at times, and children grew up hearing multiple tongues in the streets. Religion shaped the calendar. Latin churches held their feasts beside older shrines and older Christian traditions, while Muslims continued their prayers and fasts where they were permitted. Yet beneath this ordinary life lay a steady fear. A sudden alarm at night, the sight of smoke on the horizon, the knowledge that captivity was a real end for the unwary. War itself had to adapt to the Levant. The mounted knight remained the elite weapon, armoured, disciplined, terrifying, in a well-timed charge. But horses suffered in heat and scarcity, and heavy armour punished the body under the sun. Infantry mattered more than Western visitors sometimes expected. Spearmen holding lines, crossbowmen and archers trading volleys, light cavalry scouting and harassing. Campaigns were shaped by water sources, by the timing of harvests, and by the speed at which an army could move without starving. Often the goal was not a pitched battle, but a strategic town, a bridge, a pass, or a strong point that controlled a region. That is why sieges dominated the struggle. A castle could command roads and valleys, shelter a garrison and force an enemy to spend time and treasure to dislodge it. The Crusader landscape filled with stone, towers on ridges, walls rebuilt and thickened, great fortresses like Crac des Chevaliers in later decades, designed to endure. But siege warfare was slow, technical work. Timber had to be found or shipped, stone quarried, food stored, engineers hired, trenches dug. Attackers built rams, ladders, siege towers and trebuchets. Defenders countered with fire, sorties and their own engines. Many campaigns ended not with a dramatic storming of walls, but with negotiations, ransom, hunger, and the grinding decision to withdraw or surrender. Even as war pressed on, the region was also a meeting place. Ports linked worlds. Italian merchants carried spices, sugar, cotton, dyes and fine textiles westward, and brought metalwork, wool cloth and coin eastward. Knowledge travelled with goods. Medical ideas, mathematical learning, and practical techniques moved through translation and daily contact, sometimes quietly adopted without fanfare. Words entered languages. Customs shifted in small ways. The Latin states were not simply European colonies dropped onto Eastern soil. They were frontier societies, formed by necessity, borrowing and adapting as they tried to last. Yet their survival always depended on balance, between lord and vassal, town and countryside, Latin and local, faith and pragmatism, sea routes and inland roads. To hold the Holy Land was to live with walls, treaties, taxes and watchtowers, always listening for the next army gathering beyond the horizon, and knowing that a new power could change everything. Beyond the Crusader walls and watchtowers, change was gathering in the Muslim world. In the early years after the First Crusade, Syria and northern Mesopotamia had been divided among competing rulers, and the Latin states had benefited from that disunity. But over time, new leaders began to speak less as local princes and more as builders of a larger order, one that could resist the newcomers and restore lost lands. One of the most important was Imad ad-Din Zengi, Atabeg of Mosul and later Aleppo. He was a hard, capable warlord, and his strength lay not only in battle but in politics. He drew cities and commanders into a tighter network of loyalty and fear, pressuring rivals and presenting himself as a defender of Islam against the Franks. The Crusader frontier had long been a patchwork of raids and truces. Under Zengi, it began to feel like a tightening grip. The moment that proved it came in 1144, when Zengi captured Edessa. Of all the Crusader states, Edessa was the most exposed, far from the sea and cut off by distance and hostile territory. Its fall was more than a local defeat. It was the first major Crusader state to be lost, and the news travelled across the Mediterranean like a cold wind. In the Latin East, it raised the fear that the chain of outposts could be broken one link at a time. In Europe, it was a shock to the idea that Jerusalem's conquest had secured God's favour for good. A new expedition was called the Second Crusade. It drew kings, not just knights and pilgrims. Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany set out with large armies, and with them came hopes of restoring Edessa and strengthening the Holy Land. Yet the long march through Anatolia drained men and horses. Supplies ran short, and misunderstandings with Byzantine guides and officials deepened old suspicions. By the time the armies reached the Levant, they were tired, reduced, and already divided by rivalry. Their strategy also shifted under local pressure. Instead of striking toward Edessa, the crusade turned against Damascus in 1148, a city whose alliances were complex and sometimes useful to Jerusalem. The siege was poorly coordinated, and cooperation broke down quickly between the Western leaders and the barons of the Latin East. Water and food were scarce, positions were disputed, and the defenders held firm. Within days the Crusaders withdrew in confusion. The Second Crusade ended not with a restored frontier, but with weakened confidence and deeper mistrust. After Zengi's death, his son Nur ad-Din carried the struggle forward with steadier purpose. He combined military strength with a reputation for piety and justice, and he pushed toward the ideal of a more united Muslim resistance. Pressure grew around the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem, not as a single sudden blow, but as a patient closing of roads, forts, and alliances. In that tightening world, a new figure rose from the politics of Egypt and Syria, Salah ad-Din, known in the West as Saladin. Beginning as a commander in Egypt under Nur ad-Din's influence, He gained authority step by step until he ruled Egypt himself, and then, after Nur ad-Din's death, moved to bring Syria under his leadership as well. He presented his power as a unifying jihad under one ruler, turning scattered energies into a larger force. For the Crusader states, it meant that the horizon no longer held many small enemies, but the outline of a single growing storm, one that would soon circle closer and closer to Jerusalem. Saladin's growing power did not fall on the Crusader states all at once, but when the blow came, it came with a force they could not absorb. In 1187, the armies of the Kingdom of Jerusalem marched out to meet him near the Horns of Hattin above the Sea of Galilee. Heat, thirst, and poor decisions turned the march into a slow collapse. Surrounded and cut off from water, the Crusader host broke. Many were killed or captured, and with them fell the field army that had long been the kingdom's shield. Fortresses and towns could still resist behind stone, but without a strong army in the open, the map of the Latin East began to fold inward. That autumn, Jerusalem itself surrendered. Saladin entered the city in October 1187, ending nearly 90 years of Latin rule. The fall of Jerusalem did not bring the same massacre that had marked its conquest in 1099. Terms were negotiated, ransoms were paid, and many Christians were allowed to leave. Yet the change was profound. For Christians in Europe, it was a spiritual shock and a political crisis, proof that what had been won could be lost. For Muslims, it was a moment of restoration and legitimacy, a sign that unity and patient pressure had prevailed. In the region, it shifted the balance from inland kingdoms to coastal strongholds, where the Franks could still be supplied by sea. The Third Crusade followed, launched to recover Jerusalem and reassert Christian power. It gathered famous leaders, Frederick Barbarossa of Germany, Philip II of France, and Richard I of England. But it also revealed the limits of crusading even at its height. Frederick died on the journey, and much of his army melted away. The campaign that remained focused on the coast, where ports could be taken, held, and fed by ships. Acre, the great harbour of the kingdom, became the centre of the struggle. After a long, brutal siege, the city fell to the Crusaders in 1191, giving the Latin East a strong foothold again, yet not the one it truly wanted. Richard the Lionheart and Saladin came to embody the conflict, but their relationship was more than simple rivalry. They fought hard along the coastal plain and over key fortresses, neither able to deliver a final, decisive victory. Between battles there were messages, gifts, and negotiations, the language of two commanders who understood what war could and could not achieve. In 1192, they agreed to a treaty. The Crusaders would hold a strip of coast from Tyre to Jaffa, while Jerusalem remained under Muslim control. Christian pilgrims would be allowed access to the holy places. It was a settlement shaped by reality, control of land, access to sacred sites, and the exhaustion of armies far from home. After the Third Crusade, momentum began to fray. The Fourth Crusade, called to strike Egypt as a route to Jerusalem, was diverted by debt, politics, and ambition. In 1204, Crusaders captured and sacked Constantinople, the great Christian city of the Byzantine Empire. Relics and wealth were carried west, and a Latin regime was imposed. The consequences were lasting. Byzantium was weakened and fractured, and the rupture between Eastern and Western Christianity deepened into bitter memory. Later crusades came in waves, some earnest, some poorly planned, many entangled with European rivalries. The so-called Children's Crusade of 1212 belongs partly to legend and partly to a more sobering history. There were movements of the poor and the young, driven by preaching and hope, but not an organised army of children marching to conquer Jerusalem. What is certain is that vulnerable people suffered, and that the story itself became a symbol of longing and misdirection. In the Holy Land, the Crusader states narrowed to a chain of coastal cities, living by trade, diplomacy, and hired soldiers as much as by piety. Over time, new powers rose, and the fragile Latin enclaves could not outlast them. In 1291, Acre fell to the Mamluks, and with it the last major foothold of the Crusader kingdom in the Levant. Nearly 2 centuries of crusading left a complex inheritance: sharper borders of faith and identity, deeper distrust between East and West, and a Mediterranean bound more tightly by war, commerce, and memory. It also left stories of devotion and violence, of endurance and loss, that would echo long after the last walls fell. As you rest with this long history, you might leave a quiet thought in the comments, or simply say where you're listening from tonight and what this distant past makes you feel. In part 1, we followed the bright dramatic arc of crusading in the Eastern Mediterranean, and we ended in a darker place. Acre, the great port city and last strong anchor of the Latin kingdom on the mainland, fell after a brutal siege. With it, the coastal foothold that had once felt permanent began to slip away, year by year, until it was more memory than map. Tonight, in part 2, we're not going to replay the famous opening battles or rush from one crowned leader to the next. Instead, we're going to settle into what crusading looked like when it became routine, when it was held together by towns and laws, trade routes and contracts, by monasteries and military orders, by hard stone castles and the daily work of keeping a fragile society alive. Because the Crusades were never one single war with one clean beginning and one clear ending. They were overlapping campaigns, launched in different decades for different reasons, sometimes aimed at Jerusalem, sometimes at Egypt, sometimes at fellow Christians, sometimes at enemies far from the Holy Land. The word stays the same, but the reality shifts beneath it, like tides along a familiar shore. So let's take a calmer path. We'll use simple definitions, steady pacing, and gentle scene setting. Not to soften what happened, but to understand it without shouting. What did people eat and buy, and fear and pray for inside the Crusader states? What did it mean to be a knight on garrison duty instead of charging in a glorious battle? How did institutions like the Templars and Hospitallers grow powerful, and then, in time, become targets themselves? And before we drift deeper in, I'd love to know where you're listening from tonight. Are you in a city apartment, a quiet house, a long drive on a dark road, maybe even somewhere near a coastline? When you have a moment, leave a comment with your location, or just your time zone. I read them, and it's comforting to imagine this history travelling softly across so many different places. Now, let's step back from the smoke of Acre and walk into the slower world that followed, from the drama of collapse, to the ordinary days in between, and to the long consequences that kept unfolding long after the banners were lowered. If you could unroll a map of the Crusader states at different moments, say in the early 1100s, then again a century later you'd notice something unsettling. The borders don't sit still. They creep, shrink, and sometimes jump, as fortresses change hands and treaties redraw the coastline like a line traced in sand. What people often call the Crusader states were really a set of Latin Christian-ruled territories planted along the eastern Mediterranean after the early conquests: the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the County of Tripoli, the Principality of Antioch, and the County of Edessa, though Edessa was the first to be lost. Over time, the inland spaces became harder to hold, and the states leaned more and more on the ports: Acre, Tyre, Sidon, Beirut, Jaffa, names that mattered because ships could reach them, and because ships could leave. And the politics were fragile. These were not neat, unified kingdoms with endless reserves. They were small, exposed societies trying to survive between powerful neighbours, dependent on alliances, marriages, oaths, and, very often, on money. Even within the Latin leadership, rivalries flared, between kings and barons, between different noble families, between churchmen and secular lords, and later between the military orders and everyone else. But once you step away from the border forts and the councils of nobles, life becomes quieter. You find streets, wells, gardens, fields, and the daily work of feeding people. In the towns, mornings began with movement. Markets set up near gates and crossroads. Vendors sold bread, olives, onions, dried fruit, and fish brought in from the coast. Spices and sugar might pass through the hands of merchants who knew the sea routes and the caravan roads. Cloth was everywhere: plain wool, finer linen, bright dyes when they could be had. You could smell tanneries and cooking fires, and you could hear many languages in the same narrow street. Water shaped the rhythm of the day. In some places it came from cisterns, stored carefully against the dry season. In others from springs and aqueducts, or carried in jars to homes and workshops. Bathing existed, though it was not evenly available. Public baths were known in the region long before the Crusaders arrived, and habits could be adopted, adapted, or avoided, depending on custom and circumstance. But everyone, whatever their faith, understood the same problem. Water was life, and water was work. Outside the towns, the countryside held a different kind of steady labour. Farming did not become European overnight. Much of it relied on local knowledge, how to cultivate in heat, how to irrigate, how to grow what would survive. Wheat and barley were staples, but so were vines, olives, and fruit trees. In good years, the land supported villages and manors. In bad years, drought and raiding could empty a region fast. And always there was the long awareness that harvest time might be interrupted by the rumour of an army. One of the most important things to understand is that society in these states was mixed, not just in theory, but in the practical closeness of shared space. Latin Christians from Western Europe sat on the top of the political structure, but they were a minority in many areas. Alongside them lived Eastern Christians, Greek Orthodox, Armenian, Syriac, and others, each with their own clergy and customs. There were Muslim communities, sometimes under Latin rule, sometimes under shifting arrangements, and Jewish communities as well, especially in towns where trade and skilled work drew people together. And newcomers kept arriving. Pilgrims came to pray and to touch holy places, and some stayed. Merchants came for profit and connections. Knights came for service, land or salvation. Artisans came because towns needed hands. The population was never static. It flowed with the sea, with seasons and with politics. This mix did not mean everyone lived in harmony, and it did not mean constant violence either. Often daily life is made of small negotiations. Who pays what tax? Who can live where? Which courts handle which disputes? Who is allowed to repair a place of worship? What happens when a debt is unpaid or a boundary is contested? People could cooperate out of habit and need, even while distrust and prejudice simmered under the surface. So how did rule actually work? At the top were kings and great lords, counts and princes who held land and rights through conquest, inheritance, and recognition by other elites. They depended on vassals and on castles, but also on paperwork, charters granting privileges, confirming property, defining obligations. Much of what held these states together wasn't a single army marching forever, but agreements written, witnessed, and argued over. Cities could have special arrangements, sometimes with a degree of self-government, especially where trade mattered and where diverse communities needed predictable rules. Local elites, whether Latin, Eastern Christian, or long-established urban families, often remained influential. Even under a new ruler, a town still needed people who knew its streets, its water systems, its fields and its taxes. Practical rulers learned quickly that compromise could be more useful than constant coercion. Courts existed at different levels. Noble disputes might be heard in high courts where the powerful judged the powerful. Everyday cases, property lines, theft, contracts, family matters could be handled in local courts, sometimes using local custom, sometimes using the legal traditions the Latins brought with them. The result wasn't one clean legal system, but overlapping ones, messy, flexible, and often very human. Religion, too, had this layered quality. For Latin Christians, the landscape was thick with meaning. Churches rose in cities and near famous sites. Monasteries marked routes and valleys. Relics were treasured, processions organised, feast days celebrated. Pilgrimage was not an abstract idea. It was feet on stone roads, hands on worn thresholds, prayers spoken in crowded chapels. To be in the Holy Land could feel like living inside a story you'd heard since childhood. Eastern Christian communities continued their own worship as well, tied to older rhythms and older hierarchies. Their churches, saints, and liturgies did not vanish. Sometimes Latin authorities tried to impose control. Sometimes they negotiated, and sometimes they simply tolerated what they couldn't easily change. For Muslims and Jews, life under Latin rule varied widely by time and place. There were moments of tolerance shaped by pragmatism, tax arrangements, protection in exchange for payment, the simple recognition that the economy and the food supply depended on people staying where they were. But there were also moments of tension, restrictions, discrimination, forced moves, and violence, especially when fear rose after raids or when political leadership hardened. The sacredness of the land did not belong to one faith alone, and the closeness of holy sites could turn a shared geography into a charged one. Underneath all this law and religion and local compromise trade was the quiet engine that kept the Crusader states alive longer than their size might suggest. The ports were crucial. Through them came people, grain, horses, weapons, cloth, coin, letters and news. Italian maritime cities, Venice, Genoa, Pisa and others, played an enormous role, not simply as visitors, but as partners with their own interests. They negotiated privileges in key towns, quarters where they could live, store goods, run warehouses, even maintain their own churches and courts. In return, they supplied ships and naval power, and just as important, a link to wider markets. This meant the Crusader states were not isolated outposts. They were nodes in a Mediterranean network. A merchant in Acre could be connected, through contracts and shipping schedules, to Cyprus, to Constantinople, to Sicily, to Alexandria, to southern France. Spices, sugar, glassware, textiles and metals moved along these routes, and so did ideas about law, accounting, architecture and warfare. But this same dependence revealed the weakness at the heart of the Crusader states. They were far from the main population centres of Western Europe, and distance is its own kind of enemy. Reinforcements could take months to arrive, if they arrived at all, and they often came with their own agendas. Manpower was limited, so garrisons could be thin, and rural areas vulnerable. Rivalries within the Latin elite could waste precious strength, and the surrounding powers were not static opponents. They learned, adapted, unified, fractured, and reunited again. Cities like Damascus and Cairo, leaders like Nur al-Din and Saladin, later Mamluk sultans with disciplined armies and clear strategy, these were forces that could bring sustained pressure, not just one dramatic battle. So the Crusader states lived in a kind of permanent balancing act, between fortress and field, between prayer and prophet, between imported rule and local reality, between the sea that connected them and the land that could swallow them. And in that balancing act, the truly revealing story is not only how they fought, but how they tried to live, day after day, inside a society that was always quietly standing on the edge of change. And inside that edge of change world, we can narrow our focus to one person who appears again and again in Crusade stories, the knight. But a Crusader knight wasn't a single identical figure. He might be a high noble with land, banners, and a household that travelled with him like a small moving court. He might be a lesser lord's household knight, skilled, proud, and dependent on his lord for wages, equipment, and place. Or he might be something more temporary, a pilgrim soldier who had taken the cross for a few months or a few years, arriving with a vow, a weapon, and not much else, hoping to serve, survive, and return home with his soul a little lighter. Wherever he stood on that ladder, his day was shaped by routine as much as danger, and by ordinary needs as much as holy purpose. Morning came early, often with the coolness that would not last. In a town, he might wake in a cramped rented room, in a shared hall, or in quarters attached to a fortress or a religious house. In the field, it could be a tent, a lean-to, a cloak on the ground, the hard familiarity of sleep that never fully settles. He would rise to prayer because prayer marked the hours and for many gave shape to the entire enterprise. Some knights were deeply devout, others were distracted or dutiful or superstitious. But the language of the crusade wrapped everyone. Sin, penance, promise, salvation. Even a man half asleep could murmur the words he'd learned long ago. After prayer came the quick inventory of life: water, food, equipment, horse. A knight's horse was not a single animal, but a small system. The best mount. The war horse was precious and guarded, but many also needed pack animals, riding horses and grooms or servants to handle them. Hooves had to be checked, backs rubbed down, girths adjusted, feed measured out. In the Levant, forage could be the difference between mobility and helplessness. The grass might be thin, the fields already harvested, or the land stripped by a passing army. A knight learned to look at the ground the way a sailor looks at the sky, always reading what it could give and what it could not. Then came inspections: leather straps, buckles, stitching, the small failures that become disasters at the wrong moment. A saddle that slips can kill, a frayed thong can lose a weapon, a shield rim can splinter and turn protection into pain. Men checked each other's gear with practical hands, while officers or lords, depending on where you were and whose service you were undertook, note of readiness, discipline, and the slow wearing down that came from heat and marching. If the day held no immediate march or alarm, there might be training, drills with lance and shield, riding practice, sparring with blunted weapons, or simply the repeated motions that kept the body tuned. Many knights had trained since youth, but skill dulls if it isn't used, and confidence drains faster than people admit. In the Crusader states, the enemy was not an abstract figure. Raids could come quickly. Skirmishes could happen within sight of fields and vineyards. A man could wake in routine and end the day in emergency. Meals were plain more often than romantic stories suggest. Bread, porridge, beans, salted meat, if it could be kept, fish near the coast, wine when available, and always the awareness of how quickly stores could vanish. A noble might eat better, with spices or imported foods, and with a table that preserved rank even in hardship. A household knight might eat with other fighting men, close enough to smell sweat and leather, swapping news and complaints. A pilgrim soldier might depend on charity, on a lord's ration, or on what his own purse could manage, until the purse ran thin, and then the armour. In practice, most men did not spend the whole day sealed inside heavy protection. Armour was carried, worn in parts, and put on fully when needed, during a patrol, before a march through dangerous terrain, or when scouts brought worrying reports. Early on, chainmail was common. A mail shirt, often knee-length, with a coif to cover head and neck, worn over a padded garment that absorbed shock and stopped the rings from biting. It was flexible, and it moved with the body, but it was not light. It held heat. It dragged at shoulders. Under the Levant sun, it could feel like labour just to exist inside it. Over time, armour changed. Mail remained important, but plate elements became more common, especially for the limbs and chest, offering stronger protection against certain weapons. Helmets evolved too, from simpler forms to enclosed helms that could turn breathing into a damp, echoing task. A knight learned the intimate discomfort of fighting gear. The way sweat pooled, the way vision narrowed, the way sound turned distant and strange. He also learned the strange comfort of it, the sense of being wrapped in something that might keep him alive for one more moment. Weapons were a tool set, not a single emblem. A lance for the charge when conditions allowed it, a sword as a sidearm, a mace or axe that could strike hard against armour, a dagger for close work and desperate seconds. Shields changed in shape over the centuries, but their purpose stayed steady. Something to interpose between flesh and steel, something you could feel the impact on, like a hard knock against your whole arm, between alarms and duties. Much of the day was management. Knights were not only fighters, they were men embedded in a web of obligations. If he held land, even a small fief, he might need to hear disputes, oversee rents, confirm boundaries, or respond to a messenger with a sealed letter. If he served a lord, he had to maintain that relationship, show up, be counted, follow orders, keep his place. And if he had taken the cross as a vow, that vow hung over him like an invisible contract with God. Money moved through everything. Some knights were paid, especially those in regular service. Others financed themselves, selling property back home, borrowing from relatives, or taking loans that would bite for years. Coin disappeared into fodder, replacement gear, ship passage, and simple survival. Plunder existed. No one should pretend otherwise, but it was uneven and dangerous, and it could rot morale as much as it enriched. Ransoms mattered too. A captured noble might be worth a fortune. A lesser man might be traded, or held, or simply vanish into the silence of captivity. Everyone understood, quietly, that today's victor could be tomorrow's bargaining chip. As the sun climbed, travel days became a slow test of discipline. Heat pressed down. Dust rose from hooves and sandals and stuck to skin. Water had to be rationed, and leaders enforced rules that could feel cruel until the canteens ran dry. Men watched one another for signs of weakness, not always from kindness, but because collapse spread fear through a column. Camps were chosen with care, near water if possible, defensible ground if not, and always with an eye toward supplies. Fires were comfort and risk. Noise carried, smoke carried, so did rumour. Evening, when it came, was often a relief that didn't fully relax anyone. Weapons might be cleaned, mail might be checked for broken links. Blisters were cut and bound. Horses were watered if water existed, and soothed if they were spooked. Servants. When a knight had them, worked late, doing the tasks that made elite warfare possible. Packing, mending, cooking, finding straw, bargaining, pleading, sometimes stealing quietly to keep the household functioning. A knight without servants did the same work himself, just with more exhaustion and less dignity. And through it all ran the inner weather, fear, faith, and the constant effort to keep morale from collapsing. Sermons could steady men, especially before battle. Priests spoke of martyrdom and reward, of saints and examples of the righteousness of endurance. Relics might be carried, kissed, displayed, believed in, with a kind of intense simplicity. Oaths were sworn and renewed in some moments. Faith was a deep comfort. In others, it was a demand that felt impossible to meet. Loss was everywhere. Friends killed, animals dying, letters from home bringing bad news, or no letters at all, which could be worse. Knights coped as humans do, with prayer, with anger, with gallows humour, with drinking when they could, with hardening their hearts until they couldn't feel the next cut. And the world around them was never only Latin. A knight's day often involved people who did not share his language or his church. Interpreters mattered. Men who could turn shouted orders into negotiations, and negotiations into something like trust. Guides mattered too, especially on unfamiliar roads, through passes and wadis and stretches of country where the wrong turn could mean thirst or ambush. Local Christians might serve as neighbours, tenants, allies or rivals. Muslim villagers might be subjects in one decade, and enemies in the next, or simply people trying to harvest their fields while armies passed like storms. Trade created contact even when politics preached separation. A knight might buy grain from a local market, hire a guide who knew the wells, accept medical advice from someone trained in traditions older than his own, and then, later, stand guard against a raid from the same region. It was uneasy coexistence, practical and tense, stitched together by necessity. And when night finally settled, the knight lay down with the day's dust still in his hair, with prayers half finished, and with the quiet knowledge that this land did not belong to his imagination alone. He had come with stories in his head of saints, of sins, of glory, and now he lived among ledgers, fodder, blistered feet, and the long, watchful pause between one alarm and the next. Because in the Crusader states, even a calm day carried a shadow, and the shadow, very often, took the shape of stone walls on the horizon, castles built to hold that edge of change, and to endure whatever came walking out of the heat. Those walls on the horizon were not just scenery, and not just symbols. In the Levant, a castle was a tool, an instrument for holding a land that could not be held by marching alone. Armies came and went with the seasons, but roads stayed, wells stayed, and the narrow passes between coast and inland stayed. If you controlled those, you controlled movement, trade, and survival. This was why castles mattered so much. A stronghold planted above a river crossing could tax and watch the traffic. A fortress near a spring could decide who drank and who rode on thirsty. A line of castles could create safe corridors between strong points, so that messengers, small convoys, and reinforcements could move without being swallowed by raiders. In a place where the distance between safety and danger could be a few miles of scrubland, stone became a kind of map, marking where power reached and where it faded. And these castles were not simple towers with flags. Over time they became layered machines, shaped by experience and by fear. High curtain walls were thickened and angled to make them harder to break. Towers were set at intervals so defenders could shoot along the face of the wall, catching attackers in crossing fire. Gatehouses became elaborate puzzles, narrow entries, sharp turns, heavy doors, portcullises, and murder holes that made a straight rush nearly impossible. Ditches and rock-cut moats forced besiegers to work in the open, slowing them down and tiring them out, and sometimes the bare hillside around a castle was scraped clean so there would be no cover for approach. Inside, the castle was its own little world. There were storerooms for grain and salt meat, cisterns to catch rainwater, stables, chapels, workshops, and cramped sleeping spaces. A fortress was designed not just to fight, but to wait, to live through the weeks when no help came, and to make the attacker pay for every day he stayed. Some sites became famous because they showed just how much labour and money could be poured into endurance. Crac des Chevaliers, held for centuries by the Hospitallers, is often remembered for its massive walls and its layered defences, an outer line and an inner line, like a shell within a shell. It speaks of long planning, of resources that could be shipped, hauled, cut, and fitted with patience. Belvoir, built on a plateau above the Jordan Valley, shows something different, a fortress laid out with a kind of stern geometry, designed to control the surrounding routes and to function efficiently as a defensive platform, and castles like Margat, perched above the coast, remind us that the sea was part of the system too, bringing supplies, pilgrims, and sometimes rescue, and making coastal fortresses both shield and doorway. But for all their strength, castles were not magic. They could be isolated, they could be outmanoeuvred, and when war came, it often arrived not as a glorious clash of cavalry, but as a slow, tightening siege warfare, the patient art of making stone run out of time. A siege began with the most important question: who could feed themselves longer? Attackers tried to cut the roads, seize the fields, and choke the wells. Defenders tried to protect their water, guard their gates, and send messages for help. Sometimes a siege was a hard ring of troops and trenches. Sometimes it was a looser blockade, strengthened and weakened by seasons, politics, and the moods of commanders. There was a rhythm to it, work in the early cool, watchfulness in the heat, tense nights, when a sudden sortie might set machines on fire or drag a careless sentry into the dark. Engines appeared when the attackers had the time and timber. The trebuchet was the most famous, a great arm powered by a counterweight, flinging stones that could crack masonry and shatter roofs. Ballistae and other machines could throw bolts or stones, and archers on both sides turned open ground into a threatened space. Sappers dug, too, mining under a wall or a tower, propping the tunnel with timbers, then burning the supports so the ground collapsed and the stone above it fell with a sickening finality. Defenders listened for that danger, sometimes with bowls of water set on the floor to catch vibrations, and they countermined, digging their own tunnels to meet the enemy underground, where fighting could become blind, close, and terrifying. Fire was used whenever it could be made useful, against wooden hoardings, against siege towers, against supplies. Defenders fought back with wet hides, with sand, with quick repairs, and with whatever materials could be salvaged. A castle under siege was constantly being patched, new stones mortared in place, gaps blocked with timber, shattered crenellations rebuilt while arrows hissed nearby. Even the act of repairing was part of defence, because it told the attacker that time would not be cheap. And then there was negotiation, always hovering over the violence. Terms might be offered: surrender with safe conduct, ransom for a commander, promises to spare civilians, threats meant to break morale. Sometimes a castle held out until relief arrived and the siege melted away. Sometimes politics decided the outcome before hunger did, an ally failing to come, a rival refusing aid, a king needing troops elsewhere, a truce declared far away that forced men to pack up their engines and leave. Inside the walls, life under siege was not heroic in the way songs prefer. It was rationing, counting grain, watering animals less, thinning the soup, measuring each mouthful against an unknown future. It was disease, cramped rooms, bad air, contaminated water, wounds that festered. Morale rose and fell with rumours. A relief army is coming. No, they've turned back. A deal is being discussed. No, it's a trick. Non-combatants mattered here more than stories admit. Women, children, servants, craftsmen and clergy all had roles carrying water, tending the sick, baking bread, hauling stones for repairs, praying loudly when fear got too close. They also added to the burden, because every person inside increased the speed at which supplies vanished. In the end, most sieges were decided less by a single brave moment than by systems. Could the attackers keep their own supply lines open, paying troops, feeding animals, and holding a blockade through heat and sickness? Could the defenders conserve water, maintain walls, and keep hope alive long enough for help, or for the besiegers to run out of patience? A castle was a promise of endurance, but endurance had a price, and the bill was paid in grain, timber, coin, and politics. So when we think of Crusader warfare, it helps to picture less the charge of armoured riders, and more the quiet stubbornness of stone, The long waiting, the careful engineering, the daily arithmetic of survival. Because in the Crusader states, power often belonged to whoever could keep a wall standing, keep a cistern full, and keep a garrison fed, one slow day after another. And if castles were the bones of Crusader power, then garrisons were the muscle that kept them moving. Among those garrisons, one name became famous, spoken with admiration, suspicion, and later with a kind of haunted fascination: the Knights Templar. The Templars began quietly, in the early decades after the Crusaders had carved out footholds in the Levant. Pilgrims were arriving in greater numbers, and the roads between ports and holy sites were dangerous. A small group of knights offered themselves for a new kind of service, to protect travellers, and to do it not as hired soldiers, but as men under religious vows. They were given quarters near what was believed to be the ruins of Solomon's Temple in Jerusalem, and from that detail, temple, Templars, their identity took shape. Their purpose was unusual enough to feel almost contradictory. They were monks, and they were fighters. In practice, their vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience meant something very specific. Poverty did not mean the order would be poor. It meant the individual knight owned nothing personally. Chastity separated them from the family ties and inheritance networks that pulled other nobles into constant private disputes. And obedience created a discipline that could outlast the ambitions of any single man. For a Latin Christian world that feared chaos as much as it feared defeat, this looked like a solution. A permanent professional force, trained for war but anchored in prayer and rule. Over time, the Templars became a machine built for reliability. They had a strict chain of command, running from local commanders up to the Grand Master. Their rule governed daily life with a steady rhythm. Common meals, common dormitories, strict standards for equipment, and punishments for disobedience. On campaign, they were known for cohesion. A charge by a group of heavily armed knights only mattered if it stayed together, and the Templars trained to move as a unit rather than as a crowd of individual heroes. They also filled the less glamorous roles that kept Crusader society alive, holding garrisons in exposed places, guarding roads, policing stretches of frontier, and staying put when other armies had gone home. This is where their reputation for toughness grew. A castle's strength depended on the men inside it, day after day, through heat and boredom and sudden alarm. A Templar was expected to endure that life without turning his post into his personal fief. The order existed to be a tool, ideally, a tool that did not rust. But tools need resources, and the Templars acquired them on a scale few expected. Wealth came first through donation. Lords gave land and rents as acts of piety, or to secure prayers for their souls, or because supporting the defence of the Holy Land felt like supporting the faith itself. Over the decades, the order collected estates across Europe, fields, vineyards, mills, town properties, rights to income, and these were not scattered gifts left to decay. They were organised behind the image of white mantles and red crosses, was an administrative world of stewards, scribes, storehouses, and account books. Local houses managed farms and collected revenues. Regional officials oversaw clusters of properties. Ships moved supplies, letters carried instructions. The Templars were not merely warriors, they were managers of a continent-spanning network that could turn harvests in France or England into coin and equipment in the eastern Mediterranean. From that network grew one of their most lasting contributions: finance. It's easy to exaggerate this into modern banking, but the core idea was real and practical. Travel was dangerous, and carrying large amounts of money made a pilgrim or noble an obvious target. So the Templars offered services that reduced risk. A person could deposit funds at one Templar house, receive a written instrument acknowledging the deposit, and then withdraw equivalent value at another house far away. They could transfer funds between regions, help move crusading taxes, and store valuables in their strong rooms. This worked because of trust and record-keeping. The Order's discipline made fraud less likely, and its international reach made long-distance transfers possible. They also understood something like risk management, spreading resources across many properties, using secure storage, and relying on a reputation that was, for a long time, remarkably strong. Their wealth was not just piles of silver, it was the ability to mobilize resources quickly, to lend, to pay, and to keep accounts when others relied on memory and muscle. As the Holy Land situation worsened, especially after the long decline that ended at Acre, where Part 1 left us, This combination of military importance and financial power became politically dangerous. With fewer Crusader territories to defend, questions grew sharper. What was the role of these orders now, and who controlled their assets? Kings who needed money looked at the Templars and saw a wealthy institution that answered, in theory, to the Pope more than to any crown. Rivals saw influence, debtors saw a way out, and in times of fear, suspicion can be shaped into certainty. The downfall came suddenly, but it was prepared by years of tension. In France, King Philip IV was deeply entangled in debt and determined to strengthen royal authority. The Templars were a tempting target, rich, independent, and increasingly easy to portray as unnecessary. In 1307, arrests began. The accusations were shocking heresy, secret rituals, denial of Christ, obscene acts, charges that played on the darkest anxieties of the age. Trials followed, and they were a grim mixture of politics, pressure, and confession extracted under duress. Some men recanted, some repeated what interrogators wanted to hear, and some tried to resist. Over time, under royal force and heavy persuasion, the papacy moved toward suppression of the order. The Templars were dissolved, their properties largely transferred to the Hospitallers on paper, though in practice local rulers often took what they could. Leaders were imprisoned, and some, including the last Grand Master Jacques de Molay, were executed. It is important here to separate the documented story from the dreamlike one that grew afterward. Documented history gives us a disciplined military order that became wealthy through donations and administration, that provided financial services because it could, and that fell because it stood in the path of royal power, royal debt, and a climate of fear. The evidence for widespread organized heresy is thin and tangled, shaped by coercion and politics. Myth, on the other hand, offers hidden treasure, secret bloodlines, ancient relics, and forbidden knowledge passed down like a torch through the centuries. These stories are compelling partly because the Templars really did have secrecy. Any institution with private chapters and guarded finances does, and partly because their end was dramatic enough to feel like the closing of a locked door. But when historians look for solid ground, they find account books, property lists, papal letters, trial records, and the ordinary machinery of an extraordinary institution. The real Templars are fascinating without any hidden arc or coded gospel. They show how faith, war, money, and administration could bind together in the medieval world until politics cut the knot. And in the quiet aftermath, as the Templars vanished as an order, another brotherhood remained, one that would adapt, survive, and carry the military monastic idea into a new era, the Hospitallers. The Hospitallers began in a way that feels almost gentle, especially after the hard story of the Templars. Before they were famous for galleys and cannon, they were known for beds, bread, and clean water. Their roots reach back to Jerusalem in the 11th century, when a small community associated with a hospital near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre offered care to pilgrims. In that world, a hospital was not only a place for surgery or cures, it was closer to a shelter with a spiritual purpose, a place to receive the exhausted, the injured, the feverish, the poor, and the lost. To be sick was not unusual, and to travel was to accept danger. The Hospitallers made care into a religious duty, and that duty attracted donations. Land, money, grain, ships, and rents flowed in, because giving to the sick was seen as giving to Christ himself. Over time, the order learned how to turn scattered gifts into reliable support. They built a chain of houses and estates across Europe and the Mediterranean. Farms and mills produced income. Storehouses held grain and cloth. Officials tracked supplies, debts, and shipments. In the Holy Land, this meant something practical: food for patients, linens for beds, medicine when it could be found, and trained brothers to keep the daily routine of care moving forward. They treated pilgrims, local Christians, and in many cases anyone in need who reached their doors, because charity was part of their identity, and because a hospital that turned away the desperate would lose the moral authority that made it worth supporting. But the frontier has a way of changing institutions. As Crusader territories became more exposed, it was not enough to heal the injured. Someone had to stand watch so there would still be a hospital to return to. The Hospitallers did not abandon their charitable mission, but they added another layer to it. They became, gradually, a military order, monks with swords, holding castles, escorting travellers, and riding patrols along dangerous roads. In the Latin East, they garrisoned strong points and cooperated with kings, nobles, and other orders when it suited survival. And sometimes they competed. Military orders had their own leaders, their own resources, and their own priorities, and that could create friction. A king might want an army for a campaign. An order might prefer to conserve forces to defend a vital pass or fort. Even among fellow Latin Christians, power was never perfectly shared. Still, in moments of crisis, the Hospitallers were often exactly what the Crusader states needed: disciplined men who could hold a wall when others panicked, and administrators who could keep supplies moving when a siege dragged on. Then came the long narrowing of Latin rule in the Levant, until Acre fell and the mainland was lost. Many institutions collapsed because they were tied to that land. The Hospitallers endured because they were tied not only to territory, but to a rule, a network, and a purpose that could travel. Their headquarters could move. Their estates in Europe still produced income. Their identity, service to the sick, defence of the faith could be reinterpreted for a different map. After withdrawing, they first settled on Cyprus. But Cyprus was crowded with rival interests and limited space. The order needed a base it could control, and it looked out across the sea. In the early 14th century, the Hospitallers took Rhodes. This was not simply a change of address, it was a change of posture. Rhodes made them a maritime frontier power. On Rhodes, the order became a naval force. Ships were not only for transport anymore, they were weapons and walls. The Hospitallers raided, patrolled, and protected shipping lanes, fighting pirates, and also operating as private enemies of the expanding Muslim powers around them, especially the Ottoman Empire. They fortified the island carefully, building defences meant to resist artillery as gunpowder warfare advanced. Their world became one of watchtowers, harbours and stone bastions, where a siege might come not from across a field, but from the horizon. Eventually, even Rhodes could not hold forever. In 1522, after a massive Ottoman siege, the Hospitallers surrendered and departed. For a moment it seemed like the end of the line, an order without a home, carrying its archives and relics like a wandering government. But again, they adapted. In 1530 they were granted Malta, a small island with an outsized strategic position. Malta became their new fortress, and the Hospitallers became the Knights of Malta. Here, the balance between faith, politics and commerce became even more complicated. They remained a religious order, but they also acted like a state, negotiating with European powers, building ports and forts, maintaining a navy and relying heavily on privateering, legalized raiding against enemy shipping, to fund themselves and to wage war at sea. Malta's most famous test came in 1565, when the Ottomans besieged the island. The Hospitallers held on through brutal months, and the victory became a symbol across Europe, proof that the sea frontier could be defended. Yet even in triumph they were never only warriors. Hospitals and charity remained part of their self-image and their recruitment, a moral anchor that helped justify their privileges and sustain support. And that is the heart of why they lasted when others vanished. The Hospitallers were flexible. They could shift from Jerusalem to Cyprus, from Cyprus to Rhodes, from Rhodes to Malta, without losing the legal and financial skeleton that kept them alive. Their European properties and diplomatic ties gave them continuity. Their mission was broad enough to evolve: care for the vulnerable, defence against perceived enemies, protection of pilgrims and trade. When one role became less possible, another could take its place. In a sense, they outlived the Crusader states by turning crusading into something portable. Less a kingdom on a map, more an institution with ships, fortresses, and an identity that could survive the loss of any single shore. And as the eastern Mediterranean changed around them, their story became a bridge from the age of castles in the Holy Land to the age of sea walls and cannon, when the frontier of conflict and contact moved onto the water. And as that frontier moved from the Levant's hills to the sea, it helps to remember something simple. The story of crusading always looked different depending on where you stood. The Latin Christians had their chronicles and prayers, but they were never the only voices in the room. Across the same harbours and roads, Muslims and Byzantines watched, worried, negotiated, and remembered in their own ways. For many Muslims in the early years, The newcomers from the west were not immediately seen as the centre of history. They were often called the Franks, and at first they could look like one more group of rough border raiders, unusual in language and manners, but not automatically the greatest threat in a world that already had civil wars, rival dynasties, and shifting loyalties. Some local rulers treated them like a dangerous nuisance. Others treated them like potential tools, useful allies against a closer Muslim rival, or bargaining pieces in a larger game. Over time, though, the pattern hardened. As Crusader states persisted and more expeditions arrived, the Franks became easier to name as a lasting presence. Muslim writers began to frame the struggle more clearly within the language of jihad, not only as warfare, but as moral revival and political unity. And that word unity was the key tension. Powerful rulers could call for common cause, but the medieval Islamic world was not one single bloc. Cities competed. Dynasties distrusted one another. Commanders fought as much over pride and territory as over faith. That is why Muslim responses to crusading so often mixed high ideals with practical choices. A ruler might speak of holy struggle and still sign a truce when harvests needed protecting, or when a different enemy threatened his rear. Diplomacy was not a betrayal of belief, it was a tool for survival. Treaties set borders, limited raids, arranged safe passage for merchants, and established rules for prisoner exchanges. Sometimes a treaty held for years, sometimes it broke in a season, but the rhythm of war was regularly interrupted by the quieter rhythm of negotiation. On the ground, daily life could be surprisingly ordinary. Trade moved through ports and market towns because prophet did not care as much about religion as preachers did. Spices, sugar, textiles, timber, and metalwork travelled in both directions. Pilgrims and merchants needed escorts, guides, and translators. Captives were taken, and then ransomed back through careful accounting. Even in periods of conflict, a kind of reluctant coexistence could form, made of practical habits. We fight when we must, and we bargain when we can, and alliances could be unsettlingly flexible. Latin lords sometimes made arrangements with Muslim neighbours against other Latin rivals, while Muslim rulers did the same in reverse. It was not that faith was meaningless, it mattered deeply, but politics could bend the lines, especially on a frontier where tomorrow's siege might depend on today's grain shipment. If Muslim rulers looked at crusaders as outsiders who could be fought, managed, or used, the Byzantine Empire saw them through a different lens. Not strangers from another religion, but fellow Christians who still felt unpredictable, hungry, and hard to control. Constantinople wanted something very specific from Western armies. In an ideal world, the Crusaders would help the empire recover lost territory, then hand those places back and go home. That was the theory. The reality was tense. The Byzantines feared that a mass of armed Westerners passing through could turn into a mob or into an invading force with its own ideas about who deserved land. So the empire tried to manage the Crusaders with oaths, escorts, controlled markets, and strict rules about supplies. To the Byzantines, this was basic statecraft. To many Crusaders it felt like suspicion, stinginess, even betrayal. The friction was constant. Who owned a city after it was taken? Who supplied the army? Who had sworn what promise? And what those promises really meant? Both sides believed the other side was slippery. Byzantines remembered earlier moments when Westerners ignored imperial claims. Westerners repeated stories, sometimes fair, often exaggerated, about Byzantine double-dealing. Mutual suspicion became its own tradition. That suspicion reached a breaking point in the Fourth Crusade. The expedition that was meant to strike toward Muslim lands became entangled in debts, politics, and opportunity. Crusaders owed money, needed ships, and became drawn into Byzantine dynastic quarrels, promised payment and support if they intervened. Step by step, the goal shifted, until the unthinkable happened. In 1204, Western Crusaders stormed and sacked Constantinople, the greatest Christian city in the eastern Mediterranean. The trauma ran deeper than the looting itself. Though the looting was immense, relics carried away, churches violated, treasures melted down into coin. What broke was trust. Byzantines saw it as proof that the West's piety could be a mask for greed and conquest. A Latin empire was set up on Byzantine ruins, and even when Byzantine rule returned later, the damage remained. Weakened institutions, fractured territories, and an ache in memory that never quite healed. When different cultures remembered the Crusades afterward, these experiences shaped the stories they told. In much of the Muslim world, crusading became a lesson about the danger of division and the power of unity under strong leaders, but also a reminder that diplomacy and patience could be as decisive as battle. In the Byzantine world, the Crusades were not only about Jerusalem at all, they were also about the shock of being attacked by supposed allies, and about a widening crack between Eastern and Western Christianity. And so, while Latin chronicles might frame crusading as a long pilgrimage of war, other eyes saw something else: a series of intrusions, negotiations, betrayals, and bargains, woven into everyday life, leaving behind not just changed borders, but changed memories that would last for centuries. And if memory was shaped by where you stood, it was also shaped by who you were. Not everyone on crusade wore mail and carried a spear. Women and children were present in ways the old chronicles only partly admit, because many writers simply did not think their daily work was worth recording. Still, when you read between the lines, you can feel them there. In the Crusader states, women ran households and estates when husbands were away or dead, and some did far more than that. Noble women could manage castles, negotiate with neighbours, arrange ransoms, and defend property in court. A few became rulers in their own right, or regents for young heirs, trying to keep a fragile realm together with marriages, alliances, and careful management of coin and grain. In towns, women worked in markets and workshops, and kept families fed in a world where imported food and local harvests could both fail. Women and children also travelled. Some came as part of pilgrim groups, some as members of a lord's entourage, and some because they had no real choice if the household was moving. During sieges, they endured the same hunger and terror as everyone else. They carried water, tended the sick, cooked what could be found, and waited out the long days when walls shook and rumours multiplied. But we should be honest about the limits. The sources rarely give them full voices, and so their lives appear in fragments. An inheritance dispute here, a ransom list there, a brief mention in a letter, small windows into very real human presence. That human presence becomes even clearer when you think about the body. Crusading was not only about battles, it was about injuries, disease, and slow exhaustion. Wounds were common, and even a small cut could turn dangerous. Infection was a constant threat in an age without modern antibiotics. A soldier might survive a sword stroke and still die days later from fever and swelling. Medical knowledge existed: practical surgery, herbal remedies, cauterization, bandaging, but it was limited, and outcomes often depended on luck, cleanliness, and the strength of the patient. Sanitation was one of the quiet forces that decided campaigns. Large armies meant crowded camps, shared water sources, and mountains of waste. Latrines might be dug, but heavy rain could wash filth into streams. Flies and fleas thrived. Dysentery, stomach illnesses, fevers, and respiratory infections spread quickly. And crusading magnified outbreaks because it mixed people from different regions, pushed them through unfamiliar climates, and kept them under stress, half-fed and poorly rested. In that condition, even ordinary sickness became a weapon. Logistics, too, were relentless. Armies needed water more than glory, and water was not always where maps and hope said it would be. Food had to be stored, guarded, and moved. Grain could rot. Salt meat could run out. Horses and pack animals needed fodder. And when animals weakened, the whole army slowed because siege engines, tents, and supplies did not move themselves. Heat could break men down. Cold could do the same. Sometimes the decisive moment was not a charge or a clever ambush, but a simple shortage: no clean water, no grazing, no safe road for wagons, until morale and strength quietly collapsed. And crusading did not stay in the Holy Land. While Part 1 ended with the fall of Acre and the shrinking of the Latin East, the idea of crusade kept travelling. In northern Europe, a different frontier took shape in the Northern Crusades, where military orders and visiting warriors fought to Christianize, and often to colonize regions around the Baltic. Forts rose, towns were planted, local elites were pressured or replaced, and conversion mixed with conquest in ways that looked less like pilgrimage and more like expansion. Crusading could even be turned inward. In southern France, the Albigensian Crusade targeted fellow Christians accused of heresy. Here, the language of holy war served politics as much as theology, breaking local powers and bringing territory under new control. It showed that crusading had become a tool that could be aimed not only across seas, but across borders within Christian Europe. And in Iberia, campaigns against Muslim states, the long Reconquista, interacted with crusading ideals without being identical to them. Local rulers had their own rhythms of war, truces, alliances, and coexistence, shaped by geography and centuries of shared life. Papal support and crusade preaching sometimes amplified these wars, but the motives on the ground were often intensely regional: land, fortresses, taxes, dynastic claims, and the balance between neighbouring kingdoms. All of this changed Europe and the Mediterranean in slow, uneven ways. Maritime routes hardened into habit, and port cities grew richer, moving people and cargo. Commodities, spices, sugar, textiles, metals travelled with new intensity, along with techniques, stories, and anxieties. At the same time, boundaries could harden in minds as well as on maps. Identities sharpened, suspicions deepened, laws and sermons drew clearer lines between communities. The Crusades, in the end, were not only expeditions that went east. They were a long pressure on societies, on families, on bodies, on borders, leaving behind connections that enriched some, wounds that scarred others, and memories that refused to fade. And when those memories refused to fade, they took on a life of their own. After Acre fell, not everything vanished. Institutions endured, the military orders shifted bases and missions. Merchants kept their roots, church courts and papal taxes remembered how to fund distant war. And the idea of crusade kept breathing, sometimes as a real campaign, sometimes as a promise, sometimes as a threat spoken from a pulpit. It also left behind myths that still cling like dust. The Crusades are often told as a simple tale of good and evil, when the reality was tangled, piety mixed with fear, duty with ambition, devotion with the need for land, income, and safety. Numbers are often inflated, as if every army was endless, when many expeditions were smaller, hungry, and fragile. And motives are flattened, as if everyone wanted the same thing, when even people on the same ship could be chasing different hopes. In Europe, crusading helped push new finance, credit, contracts, fundraising, alongside stronger seafaring networks and more organised warfare. It also fueled debates about papal authority, who could command, who should pay, and what happened when holy language served ordinary power. In the Middle East, power centres shifted, frontier politics tightened, and the memory of invasions settled into long awareness of vulnerability and resistance. And that is why the Crusades are still argued over. Modern identities pick favourite chapters, leave others out, and turn the past into a badge or a weapon. But history, when you come close, is also quieter than slogans. It is ordinary people trying to eat, heal, trade, pray, and endure, while great events roll overhead. And with that gentle thought, our journey in part 2 comes to rest. Sleep well. By the late 12th century, the Christian foothold in the eastern Mediterranean was a chain of states founded after the First Crusade: the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the County of Tripoli, the Principality of Antioch, and the County of Edessa, though Edessa had already fallen decades earlier. Their rulers and settlers were often called Franks in Muslim sources, a broad label for Latin Christian Europeans, whether they came from France, England, Italy, or beyond. They were a minority ruling over a mixed population of Arabic-speaking Christians and Muslims, Greeks, Armenians, and others, tied together by ports, castles, and the constant movement of merchants and pilgrims. Power in these states depended on alliances and on institutions built for permanent war. The military orders, most famously the Templars and the Hospitallers, were religious brotherhoods that also functioned as disciplined, professional fighting forces. They garrisoned fortresses, escorted travellers, and provided a kind of military continuity when kings died, nobles quarrelled, or reinforcements from Europe failed to arrive. Across the frontier, the balance of power shifted as one figure rose to dominance: Saladin, Yusuf ibn Ayyub. First prominent in Egypt, he became vizier in the 1160s, then ended the Fatimid Caliphate there in 1171, and steadily expanded his authority. Over the following years he brought much of Syria under his leadership as well, establishing the Ayyubid dynasty. That mattered because the Crusader states had long survived amid Muslim political fragmentation. A more unified Egypt and Syria could coordinate armies, money, and supplies, turning local raids into sustained campaigns. That new weight fell hardest in 1187. At the Battle of Hattin, near the Sea of Galilee, Saladin's forces trapped and shattered the main Crusader field army. Medieval sources give numbers that vary wildly, and modern estimates remain cautious. But the essential fact is clear. The kingdom lost the bulk of its fighting strength in a single catastrophe, along with key leaders and precious relics. Before we continue, tell me in the comments where in the world you are listening from tonight. Your country, your city, or even the time where you are. You're very welcome here. And now, back to the story. With the army gone, cities and castles fell in sequence. In October 1187, Jerusalem surrendered to Saladin. For Latin Christians, Jerusalem was not just a capital, it was the destination of pilgrimage, the place of Christ's death and resurrection, a spiritual centre that anchored their presence in the East. News of its loss raced across Europe, and it landed like a shock, one that would summon kings, princes, and armies into what we now call the Third Crusade. The reports that reached Europe after October 1187 did not describe a single defeated army, but a whole world suddenly in danger. Jerusalem, so central to medieval Christian imagination, was in Muslim hands again, and the Latin Christian presence in the East looked fragile and exposed. For many, this was read not only as a military reversal, but as a spiritual crisis, a sign that something had gone wrong in Christendom, demanding repentance as well as action. The reaction moved through several channels at once. Churchmen preached, chroniclers wrote, rulers received envoys and letters, and merchants and pilgrims carried stories from port to port. In an age without newspapers, the message still travelled quickly because the routes already existed. The roads of pilgrimage, trade and diplomacy that tied the Mediterranean to northern Europe. What arrived with the news was not just grief or anger, but a practical question. If Jerusalem had fallen, who would go? And how could they get there with enough men, money, and supplies to matter? In the months that followed, the papacy attempted to turn shock into an organised response. Pope Gregory VIII, elected in October 1187, issued a call for a new crusade almost immediately. His papacy was brief. He died that December, but the direction he set endured. He framed the loss of Jerusalem as a summons to collective penance, calling on Christians to reform their lives and to support an expedition to the Holy Land. The idea was old, but the scale now had to be larger than any private pilgrimage or local campaign. This would require kings. To understand how medieval people heard that call, it helps to remember what a crusade meant to them. It was not simply a war with religious language attached. For many participants, it was treated as a form of armed pilgrimage. A crusader took a vow, public, binding, and often expensive to keep, promising to travel to the Holy Land and serve there. The vow carried spiritual privileges, including the promise of remission of sins as the Church defined it. But it also carried real obligations, to raise funds, to arrange care for family and lands, and to accept that the journey might end in disease, captivity, or death. Not everyone who took the cross would reach the East. Some would pay for substitutes, some would be diverted by politics, and some would simply fail. Yet the vow mattered because it created social pressure and a sense of communal investment. Nobles sold or mortgaged property. Towns raised contingents. Church institutions organized collections. The crusade, in other words, was preached as a sacred mission, but it had to be built as an enormous logistical project. Money was the first problem. Transport by sea was costly, horses were costly, and in the Levant everything was costly, because armies consumed supplies faster than local markets could replace them. One response was crusading taxation, special levies collected explicitly to fund the expedition. The most famous was the Saladin Tithe of 1188, imposed in England and in large parts of the French king's domains. It was in theory a tenth of income and movable goods for those not going on crusade, with exemptions and local variations that made the reality complicated. Still, the principle was clear. Fighting for the Holy Land would not be financed only by knightly generosity. It would be underwritten by systems of government. And then came the question of movement. The eastern Mediterranean was separated from most of Europe by thousands of kilometres of land and sea, and army could march overland through the Balkans and Anatolia, or it could sail. Sailing was often faster, but it required ships, contracts, ports, and a coastal network. This is where maritime powers, especially the Italian city-states, and also the seafaring communities of the western Mediterranean, became essential. Venice, Genoa, Pisa, and others had the ships and experience to carry large numbers of men, and they had their own interests to protect: trade privileges, harbour access, and influence in the Crusader ports. Even a crusade led by kings would depend on sailors, merchants, and the hard mathematics of cargo space and food. Out of this mobilization emerged three major rulers, each powerful enough to bring a true field army, and each constrained by his own politics. The first was Frederick of Barbarossa, Holy Roman Emperor. The Holy Roman Empire was not a single nation-state in the modern sense. It was a vast, loose collection of German and Italian territories linked by oaths, law, and the emperor's prestige. Frederick had spent decades asserting imperial authority, negotiating with princes, and fighting in Italy. By 1189 he was an aging ruler, but still formidable, and his decision to go was momentous. He had the ability to gather a very large host from across the empire and to attempt the overland route, marching through southeastern Europe toward Asia Minor. His motives were multiple: religious obligation, imperial reputation, and the chance to lead the greatest Christian enterprise of his generation. But an overland march also meant dependence on diplomacy with the Byzantine Empire, passage rights, and the cooperation, or at least restraint, of powers along the route. It would be a crusade of marching, foraging, bargaining, and surviving. The second was Philip II of France, often called Philip Augustus. He was a young king compared with Frederick, but already deeply engaged in the long struggle to strengthen royal power against great lords, including, most importantly, the Angevin dynasty that ruled England and held vast lands in France. Philip took the cross in 1188, publicly binding himself to the crusade. Piety played its part, but so did politics. Joining the crusade placed him among the leading defenders of the faith, and it offered a stage where prestige could be won. Yet leaving France also carried risks. A king on crusade was a king absent from his own court, and rivals could exploit the gap. The third leader, and the one who will loom largest as the campaign unfolds, was Richard I of England, Richard the Lionheart. Richard was not yet king when he first took the cross. He was the heir of Henry II, Duke of Normandy and Aquitaine, and he had already spent years in the brutal family politics of the Angevin world, rebellions against his father, shifting alliances, and the constant question of who would control the wealthy lands stretching from the Scottish border to the Pyrenees. Richard's reputation as a fighter was real, and he embraced the crusade as a cause worthy of a warrior king. But his position came with sharp constraints. He would need immense funds. He would have to secure his realm before departure, and he would have to manage the dangerous relationship with Philip, who was at once his fellow crusader and his rival. That rivalry shaped the crusade before the fleets were even built. Richard and Philip had a history of alliance and mistrust, sometimes partners against Henry II, sometimes opponents over territory and succession. When Henry died in 1189 and Richard became king, the balance shifted again. The crusade offered a public language of unity, Christian princes on a sacred mission, but beneath it lay hard calculation. Each ruler knew that the other's absence could create openings at home. Each worried about what might happen to disputed lands in France while armies were far away. They made agreements, took oaths, and tried to set terms for cooperation. But the tone was uneasy from the start. Even practical planning became political. Who would sail first? Who would command when both were present? How would costs be shared, and how would decisions be made in the field? Medieval armies were coalitions, not unified national forces. Kings brought their own followers, and great nobles expected influence proportional to their contribution. The Crusades' leadership then was never a simple chain of command. It was negotiation, reputation, and the constant risk that personal quarrels would become strategic disasters. Still, by 1189, the momentum was unmistakable. Vows had been taken, taxes collected, ships contracted, supplies gathered. Across Europe, ordinary people felt the pull in different ways. Some gave money because they could not go, some went because they could not imagine staying behind, and many simply endured the consequences, higher taxes, absent lords, and the uncertainty that came when tens of thousands of men committed themselves to a journey that might last years. The stage was set, but the crusade would not begin as a single coordinated strike. The first great movement came from the east of Europe, where Frederick Barbarossa prepared to lead his huge army overland toward the Levant, an undertaking so large that its march alone became an event, and its risks became visible long before any crusader saw the walls of Jerusalem. Frederick Barbarossa chose the hardest route first, overland, by road and river, across the Balkans and Anatolia towards Syria. For an emperor who could summon contingents from many princes and cities, marching meant he did not have to beg for fleets or pay the immense cost of sea transport for thousands of men and horses. But it also meant that the crusade would live or die on planning, discipline, and diplomacy, because every day's progress depended on food, fodder, and permission to pass. Medieval sources describe Frederick's host as enormous, and they offer numbers that range wildly, sometimes so high they are not credible. Modern estimates tend to be far lower than the grandest chronicles suggest, but even a smaller imperial army was still massive by the standards of the age. Think not just of knights in mail, but of infantry, crossbowmen, servants, wagon drivers, smiths, priests, and camp followers, of spare weapons, tents, cooking gear, and coin for markets, and above all of animals. War horses, pack animals, and draft animals turned movement into a constant search for grass, grain, and water. If fodder ran out, horses weakened. If horses weakened, cavalry lost its shock power, and wagons stopped. And if wagons stopped, food and equipment did not arrive. A crusade marched on its stomach and on its hooves. In the spring of 1189, the German forces moved southeast, aiming for Byzantine territory. That immediately introduced the most delicate political problem of the overland route. The Byzantine Empire was Christian, but it was not part of Latin Christendom's chain of command, and its emperors had their own strategic fears. The memory of earlier crusades still mattered. Byzantine officials worried that a huge Western army might seize towns, disrupt tax revenues, or even turn on Constantinople. Frederick, for his part, distrusted Byzantine intentions, and worried about being starved or delayed until the crusade lost momentum. So the march became a rolling negotiation. Passage rights had to be confirmed, markets had to be opened, hostages and oaths were discussed, and each side accused the other of bad faith. When supplies were short, or when local officials refused to sell at acceptable prices, crusaders foraged, and foraging looked like looting to the people on the receiving end. Each incident widened mistrust. Even when agreements were made, they had to be enforced across long distances by men who did not share language, loyalties, or patience. The result was friction that drained time and energy before the crusade ever reached Muslim-held lands. By late 1189 and into 1190, the imperial host crossed into Asia Minor, into the lands of the Seljuk Turks of Rum, based around Konya, Iconium to many Latin writers. Here the dangers changed shape. There were no friendly imperial markets to rely on, and the countryside could not easily feed a huge moving population. Crusaders needed to keep marching, because stopping concentrated hunger in one place. But marching meant stretching supply lines and exposing stragglers. Seljuk forces and allied raiders could avoid set-piece battle, and instead strike at the edges, harassing scouts, cutting off foragers, and ambushing small groups searching for water. This was not just a test of courage, it was a test of organisation. An army that loses its cohesion loses its supplies, and an army that loses its supplies begins to dissolve. Infantrymen trudged in heat and dust, thirsty and sick, while mounts suffered from lack of fodder and long days on poor roads. Every lost horse reduced the army's ability to protect itself and to carry what it needed. In such conditions, even victories came with costs that were hard to replace. Frederick's forces fought their way forward, and in May 1190 they took Konya, an achievement that offered much-needed food and a psychological lift. But it did not solve the central problem. The Crusades still had to cross rough terrain to reach the Armenian regions of Cilicia and then the Levantine coast, where the main struggle against Saladin's empire was unfolding. Time mattered. Every month lost overland was a month in which the Crusader states remained under pressure, and in which the wider coalition, soon to include Richard and Philip by sea, could not yet bring its full weight to bear. Then, in June 1190, catastrophe arrived in a form no one could properly plan for. Frederick Barbarossa drowned while crossing the Salif River, often identified with the Guksu in the region of Cilicia. The details differ in the sources, whether he was thrown from a horse, whether the water was cold and swift, whether exhaustion and heat played a role. But the consequence was unmistakable. The emperor was dead. In a modern army, a single death does not usually collapse the institution. In a medieval crusading host it could. Frederick was not merely a commander, he was the bond that held together many separate contingents. Men who had taken the cross under his prestige, expected his protection, and trusted his authority to settle disputes. His presence also carried diplomatic weight with foreign powers and local rulers. When he died, unity became negotiation again, only now under shock, grief, and fear. The practical effects were immediate. Morale broke. Disease spread in a weary, overcrowded army. Some men decided that their vow had effectively ended with the emperor's death, or that survival required turning back. Others simply could not continue. Lacking supplies, lacking mounts, and lacking the organizational core that had kept the march moving, leadership passed to his son, Frederick of Swabia. But inheriting a crusade in motion was not like inheriting a throne at home. Authority had to be accepted, not just claimed, and the army's material condition had already been strained to the limit. The great host that had left the empire was reduced and dispersed. Many survivors sought the coast and tried to continue by sea in smaller groups. Others drifted toward nearby Christian territories to recover. Some likely never made it out of Anatolia at all. A limited contingent did press on toward the Levant, carrying with them the grim proof of what the journey had cost. When they eventually reached the Crusader positions, they would add experienced fighters, but nothing like the decisive imperial mass that Europe had imagined. And so, before Richard the Lionheart or Philip Augustus had even arrived in the eastern Mediterranean, the Third Crusade's first grand movement had already been blunted. Barbarossa's overland expedition showed what enormous truly meant in medieval logistics, and how quickly an army could collapse when politics, supply, terrain, and the loss of a single irreplaceable leader all converged on one moment in the current of a river. While Barbarossa's survivors struggled to reach the coast in fragments, the other great crusading leaders chose the Mediterranean. For Richard I of England and Philip II of France, sailing was not the easy option, just a different set of hazards. Overland, an army could live by markets and foraging, at least in theory. At sea, everything depended on timber hulls, wind, pilots who knew the routes, and crews who could keep men and animals alive in cramped rolling space for weeks. Transporting a crusade meant transporting horses, and that was the hardest part. War horses had to be loaded through narrow gangways, packed into holds or temporary stalls, and kept fed and watered on a ship that was itself consuming supplies. A horse could not graze. It needed fodder carried from Europe and fresh water carefully rationed. In storms, animals panicked, injured themselves, and sometimes had to be thrown overboard. For ordinary soldiers, the voyage meant salt food, sickness, and the constant labour of pumping and cleaning, because a filthy ship became a floating disease pit. Even before battle, sailors and ship crews were fighting rot, weather, and time. Richard and Philip did not travel as a single unified fleet. They moved in stages with ships hired, borrowed, or requisitioned from maritime cities and lords, and with different contingents arriving on different days. That mattered because medieval fleets were not just transport, they were supply lines. If the crusade was to operate on the Levantine coast, it would need ports to unload grain, weapons, timber, and replacement horses. And it would need a steady flow of ships able to outrun or outmaneuver enemy raiders. In September 1190, both kings reached Sicily, the large island at the toe of Italy, a natural stop on the sea road east. They wintered mainly around Messina, the island's northeastern corner, facing the strait that separates Sicily from the mainland. And there the crusade became entangled in Mediterranean politics. Sicily's throne was held by Tancred of Lecce, a ruler contested by rivals and viewed with suspicion by some foreign powers. Richard arrived with his own grievance. His sister Joan, widow of Sicily's previous king, had been held in restricted conditions and her property disputed. There were also broader tensions about money, rights, and prestige, questions that always sharpened when two powerful kings arrived with hungry armies. Messina became crowded, expensive, and tense. Supplies had to be bought in a market that could raise prices the moment a fleet appeared, and discipline had to be enforced among men who had been promised holy war, and found themselves stalled in a foreign city. The wintering in Sicily delayed operations at the very moment time mattered. Saladin's empire still pressed the remaining Crusader strongholds, and the most important active campaign in the Holy Land was already underway without Richard and Philip. Yet the delay was not entirely wasted. Ships could be repaired, horses rested, and arrangements made for the next leg. Negotiations with Tancred produced a settlement, imperfect, and filtered through hostile sources, but enough to allow the crusade to move on. The episode also exposed a fault line. Richard and Philip were allies by vow, but they were rival kings, and every dispute over money, precedence, and command was a rehearsal for later conflict. In the spring of 1191, the fleets sailed east from Sicily, aiming for the Levant. Then weather intervened. Storms scattered ships across the eastern Mediterranean. Some vessels were driven towards Cyprus, the large island south of Anatolia and west of the Syrian coast. Cyprus at this time was controlled by Isaac Komnenos, a Byzantine Greek ruler who had broken away and ruled as a local strongman. To Latin crusaders, he was not a trusted partner. He was an uncertain gatekeeper sitting astride their sea road. Events escalated quickly, and the sources are uneven in their details, but the broad shape is clear. Richard arrived, clashed with Isaac, and chose to take the island by force. In May 1191, Richard's men seized key coastal points, defeated Isaac's forces in the field, and pushed toward control of the island's towns and ports. Isaac was captured and removed from power. What looked at first like a storm-driven detour became one of the most consequential moves of the crusade. Cyprus mattered because it solved problems that no battlefield charge could fix. It offered safe harbours for ships that needed repair and resupply. It offered a staging area where troops could regroup after being scattered at sea. It offered food and water, and a place to store supplies away from Saladin's reach. And it offered a base close enough to the Levantine coast to support operations at Acre and beyond. In the logic of crusading logistics, Cyprus was not a romantic prize. It was a warehouse with anchorages, a stepping stone that made the entire coastal war more sustainable. It was also on Cyprus that Richard married Berengaria of Navarre. The marriage was political, reinforcing alliances and securing support through family ties. And it was practical as well. Travel and war were rearranging plans in real time, and the Crusades' leaders made decisions where the fleet happened to be able to stop safely. In a campaign defined by distance and uncertainty, even a royal wedding was shaped by the needs of ships, ports and timing. By early summer 1191, Richard was ready to rejoin the central struggle. That struggle centred on Acre, a port city on the Levantine coast, roughly midway between Tyre to the north and Caesarea to the south, guarding an excellent harbour and commanding the roads inland. Whoever held Acre could receive supplies by sea and project power along the shoreline. That is why the Crusaders had begun besieging it back in 1189, long before Richard arrived, and why Saladin committed himself to contesting it from the outside. When Richard finally sailed from Cyprus toward the Syrian coast, he was not going to begin the war. He was entering a siege that had already consumed 2 years and countless lives. Acre had become a war within walls and a war outside them, locked together on a narrow strip of coast. The Crusaders ringed the city on the landward side, while Acre's defenders held the towers and gates, and Saladin's field army hovered beyond, trying to break the siege from without. It was not a single battlefield, but a crowded, grinding system of camps, trenches, patrols, sudden attacks, and long, anxious stretches of waiting. For the people trapped inside Acre, overcrowding was as dangerous as any enemy. The city had its normal population, plus soldiers, plus refugees from the surrounding countryside. Food stores shrank, wells and cisterns were strained. Disease spread where bodies were packed close together and waste could not be carried away safely. The defenders still had a working harbour, but the sea was contested. When Muslim ships slipped in, they brought grain and men. When blockade tightened, hunger returned with new force. Even when supplies arrived, they rarely arrived evenly. Some ate, others did not, and resentment could become as sharp as fear. Outside the walls, the besiegers lived in a makeshift city of their own tents, lean-tos and rough shelters built from timber hauled in by ship or scavenged from the land. The army was not only knights and armed men, it included priests, merchants, sailors, craftsmen, servants, laundresses, and families who had followed the host for work and survival. Ordinary soldiers stood watches at night and laboured by day, digging earthworks, hauling stones, and dragging siege equipment into position. Camp followers cooked what they could find, tended the wounded, and tried to keep a little order in a place that bred disorder naturally. Siege warfare was slow because a fortified city was designed to resist quick conquest. Walls and towers forced attackers into narrow approaches where defenders could concentrate missile fire. A blockade aimed to starve the city, but a blockade was only as strong as the besieging army's ability to feed itself. The Crusaders built wooden towers, rams, and stone-throwing machines, mangonels and trebuchets, then watched them splinter under counterfire, burn in sorties, or sink into mud when the ground gave way. Each new engine required timber, rope, skilled hands, and time, and all of it had to be protected while it was built. The sea offered a lifeline, and that was why Acre mattered so much. Crusader ships could bring grain, wine, salted meat, arrows, spare mail links, and most precious fresh horses. Naval support also allowed siege engines to be delivered in pieces and assembled on shore. Yet the shoreline was crowded, and unloading was dangerous under threat of raids. Sailors who had survived the voyage found themselves pulled into siege work, carrying water, repairing ships battered by summer storms, and ferrying messages and wounded men to safer ports like Tyre. In a long siege, the boundary between soldier and worker blurred. Disease was constant on both sides. Heat, flies, and contaminated water turned small wounds into serious ones. Fevers and stomach illness, spread through camps that could not be properly cleaned. Chroniclers describe periods when the sick outnumbered the healthy, and when commanders struggled to keep men in the lines. Even so, fighting did not stop. There were assaults on sections of wall, counterattacks from the gates, and sudden clashes as Saladin's forces pressed the outer ring. No side could relax. A moment of weakness might mean a breach or a massacre. By the time Richard and Philip finally arrived in the summer of 1191, Acre had already consumed an enormous share of the Crusades' strength. Philip II reached the siege first, in April, bringing fresh troops and renewed pressure. Richard arrived in June after Cyprus, and his entry changed the tempo again. He brought money, engineers, ships, and the authority of a king who expected results. The Crusader camp, long divided by rival lords and exhaustion, now had two crowned leaders able to impose at least temporary direction. Their resources mattered in practical ways. Better funded armies could pay for timber and labour, could keep siege machines operating, and could reward men for dangerous work at the front. The kings also intensified bombardment, pushing engines closer and maintaining a rhythm of fire that wore down morale and masonry. Sources sometimes credit particular machines with dramatic names and dramatic effects, but the deeper truth is simpler. Sustained pressure day after day made the situation inside Acre harder to endure. Saladin did what he could from the outside, attacking to disrupt construction and hoping to force the besiegers to lift the siege. He could wound the camp, but breaking the ring was difficult, while Crusader ships continued to supply the army. Meanwhile, inside Acre, defenders faced their own limits. By early July, with walls battered, supplies uncertain, and relief not forthcoming in decisive form, negotiation became possible. On 12 July 1191, Acre surrendered. The terms, as reported in different sources, centred on a familiar medieval exchange. The garrison would give up the city and hand over prisoners and money. The Crusaders would spare lives and arrange the release of Christian captives held by Saladin, along with the return of prized relics said to have been taken in earlier defeats. Such agreements were always fragile, because they depended on time, trust, and the ability of each side to deliver what it had promised. The victory brought relief, but not peace. A conquered port meant immediate questions. Who controlled Acre's spoils, who held authority in the city, and who had the right to speak for the crusade? Thousands of prisoners had to be guarded and fed, payments and ransoms had to be counted. Claims of leadership, between kings and local barons, rose to the surface again. Acre had been hard won, and the Crusaders' unity, strained by hunger and rivalry, would be tested most severely now that the siege was over and the consequences had begun. Acre's gates had barely opened before the arguments began. Victory did not end the Crusaders' problems, it rearranged them. A fortified port was now in Crusader hands, but it was also a crowded storehouse of treasure, a hospital for the sick, a prison for thousands, and a symbol of who had the right to command. In medieval politics, symbols were not decoration. A banner on a wall was a public claim of authority, and authority was what kept an army together, who judged disputes, who distributed pay, who promised land, and whose orders had to be obeyed. So when rival flags went up or came down, it mattered as much as any shipment of grain. Richard's men, Philip's men, the followers of Austrian Duke Leopold, and the local barons of the Kingdom of Jerusalem all read the city's ramparts like a legal document. Chroniclers describe disputes over which banners had precedence, and whether one leader had been slighted. The details differ, but the pattern is clear. After a long siege, exhausted men looked for recognition and reward, and leaders guarded their standing fiercely. Money and prisoners made the tension worse. The surrender terms, reported with variations, promised a large payment, the handover of the True Cross relic said to have been lost in 1187, and the release of Christian captives. In return, the Crusaders held the garrison and other Muslim prisoners who now had to be guarded, fed, and controlled in a city already strained by disease and shortages. It was not simply a humanitarian burden, it was leverage. Each day the prisoners remained alive. They were bargaining chips. Each day they remained in Acre. They were also a risk of escape, of riot, of being killed in retaliation if talks failed. At the same time, the question of leadership over the crusade sharpened. Richard was newly arrived, but had brought major resources and expected to direct operations. Philip had been at Acre longer and could claim a share of credit and influence. Local lords had their own interests, the Kingdom of Jerusalem had competing claimants, and the crusade could not easily separate military decisions from the problem of who would rule if Jerusalem were ever recovered. Even practical choices, where to station troops, who controlled the harbour tolls, who managed the distribution of captured supplies, became political tests. In late July 1191, Philip II decided to return to France. Chroniclers give multiple reasons: illness, the need to protect his lands, and the pressure of rivalry with Richard, whose Angevin territories in France were a constant concern. Whatever Philip's private calculations, the effect was immediate. The crusade lost the king's household troops and much of the French royal contingent, and it lost the stabilizing fiction that two monarchs could keep each other in check. Philip did not abandon the enterprise entirely. Some French nobles stayed and he left forces and funds, but coalition politics shifted. Richard now stood as the dominant commander, and that dominance brought both clearer direction and deeper resentment among those who feared English control. While the Crusaders sorted banners and command, negotiations with Saladin became a race against time. The surrender terms required Saladin to produce captives and payment, but gathering those people and resources was not like opening a treasury chest. Prisoners were scattered across strongholds and households. Money had to be assembled, and any relic, if it could be produced at all, was in the hands of men who might not surrender it willingly. Richard, responsible for security in a newly taken city, also faced the immediate problem of what to do with a large captive population. Sources disagree on exact numbers and exact deadlines, but they agree on the central fact. By August, the timetable for exchange had broken down, and trust was collapsing. On 20 August 1191, Richard ordered the execution of Muslim prisoners outside Acre. Contemporary accounts vary in tone and detail, and later writers debated motives, but the event itself is not seriously in doubt. It appears to have included many soldiers from the surrendered garrison, and it occurred after negotiation had stalled and after Richard concluded that the agreed terms were not being met. Saladin responded by killing some of his Christian captives in retaliation, though again the scale is reported differently. What can be said with confidence is that this was not a spontaneous battlefield frenzy. It was a decision taken within the logic of medieval war and bargaining, in which captives were both human beings and strategic assets, and in which cruelty could be used as a message when words failed. For Saladin, the consequences were political as well as military. He had to manage outrage among his supporters and the expectations of allies who wanted firm retaliation, while also preserving the larger strategy. He could not afford to abandon the field in anger. Acre was lost, but the war was not. Saladin maintained pressure, shadowing crusader movements and looking for moments of weakness. Yet he also kept open channels for negotiation. Patience was part of his strength. Time, distance, and logistics often favoured the defender in Palestine, especially against an army that had to be fed and supplied along a hostile coastline. By late August, the Crusades' next goal had taken shape. Acre was a base, not an endpoint. To move on Jerusalem, the Crusaders would need secure ports for ships and a chain of coastal strongpoints to keep food, equipment, and reinforcements flowing. That meant marching south, keeping the sea on their right and Saladin's army on their left toward the vital port of Jaffa, and, beyond it, the road inland to the Holy City. In early September 1191, Richard began the march south from Acre with a clear, practical purpose. Jerusalem lay inland, but the Crusaders could not simply strike across the hills and hope for the best. They needed ports. Ports meant food, spare weapons, arrows and bolts, medical supplies, and the steady arrival of men and horses by sea. So Richard kept the army close to the Mediterranean, moving along the coastal road where ships could shadow the column, land stores at beaches or small harbours, and coordinate with messengers. It was slower than a straight inland march, but it reduced the risk of starvation and kept a battered army connected to its lifeline. That lifeline mattered because Saladin's strategy now was not to offer a single dramatic battle on the Crusaders' terms. Instead, he aimed to wear them down day after day. His mounted archers and lighter cavalry, men on fast horses, carrying bows and javelins, could ride in, loose volleys, and pull away before a heavy charge could catch them. The goal was harassment and attrition. Kill horses, wound men, disrupt order, and force the Crusaders to waste strength in fruitless pursuits. In the heat and dust of September, even a small wound could become dangerous, and every lost horse reduced the Crusaders' ability to fight and to move. Richard answered this with discipline rather than speed. The march was organised like a moving fortification. Infantry formed a tight screen on the landward side, absorbing arrows and preventing sudden breakthroughs. Crossbowmen, slower to reload than bows but powerful at close range, were used to punish attackers who came too near, their bolts capable of punching through armour that might turn an arrow. The heavy cavalry, the mailed knights on large horses, did not ride out loosely. They were held in reserve and kept under control, because a reckless charge could turn into a trap. A few knights galloping after retreating horsemen might be pulled away from the main body and surrounded. The formation also reflected the Crusaders' geography. The sea was kept on the right, offering space for supply and, in emergencies, evacuation of the worst wounded. The land to the left was hostile, and that was where Saladin's men gathered and surged. Marching in this way was exhausting. It meant hours of steady movement in armour, the press of bodies, the constant thrum of arrows, and the strain of maintaining order while friends fell and tempers rose. For ordinary foot soldiers, it was a test of nerves as much as muscle. Hold the line, do not break formation, do not chase. Saladin increased the pressure as the Crusaders approached Arsuf, north of Jaffa, and on 7 September 1191 the harassment became a full-scale attack. His cavalry struck repeatedly, trying to crack the marching order at its most vulnerable moments, when the column had to shift, when units grew separated, when tired men could no longer keep shields raised. Richard continued to restrain his knights, looking for the moment when a counterattack would land cleanly rather than dissolve into chaos. That moment was forced, in part, by events on the Crusaders' own side. The rearguard included the Knights Hospitaller, a military order responsible for both fighting and care of the sick, and they bore the brunt of the attacks. Under intense pressure, with men and horses dropping and the line threatened, the Hospitallers finally charged. Chroniclers differ on exactly how permission was given, whether Richard ordered it or whether the charge began despite his plans. But the result is clearer than the command process. Once that heavy cavalry surged forward, the battle could not be put back into the careful shape of the march. Richard reacted quickly. Rather than letting the Hospitallers be swallowed up alone, he committed more cavalry in a broader attack. The Crusader knights drove into Saladin's forces with the shock that heavy lances and armoured horses could deliver when they hit at speed. Muslim units withdrew and reformed as they were trained to do. But the pressure of the charge disrupted the rhythm of harassment and gave the Crusaders space to breathe and reorganize. Control, however, remained difficult. A cavalry attack was hard to stop once it began, and pursuit could scatter units and expose them to counterattacks. Richard had to balance aggression with restraint, rallying his men and preventing a victory from becoming a disordered chase. At Arsuf, the Crusaders held the field, and Saladin withdrew, and that made it an important tactical victory. It protected the march, raised Crusader confidence, and helped open the way to Jaffa, the port they needed for the next stage of the campaign. But it was not the decisive destruction of Saladin's army. His core forces survived, his command structure remained intact, and he could still choose when and where to fight. Arsuf proved that Richard could meet Saladin in battle and win under pressure. But it did not end the war, and it did not deliver Jerusalem. It simply made the next step possible, securing the coast port by port, while both leaders recalculated what victory could realistically mean. With Arsuf behind them, the Crusaders moved into the damaged port of Jaffa, about 35 miles south of Arsuf, and roughly the same distance west of Jerusalem as the crow flies. Jaffa mattered not because it was glorious, but because it was a hinge between sea and the inland hills. If Richard could hold it, he could feed an army, bring in replacement horses, and keep open the one supply route. Saladin could not easily sever the Mediterranean. Jaffa had suffered in the years before, its defences broken and its buildings battered. Richard set men to work almost immediately, clearing rubble, repairing walls, strengthening gates, and making the harbour usable again. This kind of labour was slow and unromantic, but it was the basis of everything that followed. A Crusader army that moved inland without a working port behind it risked becoming a hungry column in enemy country, living off whatever it could seize, and collapsing when the weather or the enemy made foraging impossible. The wider coastal chain mattered just as much. Tyre, far to the north, remained a crucial anchor, a major port that had resisted Saladin in 1187 and had become the safest base for ships and reinforcements arriving from the west. Acre was newly taken, but it was wrecked and crowded with sickness. It could not instantly serve as a clean, efficient supply depot. Jaffa, then, was the forward port, closer to the road to Jerusalem, while Tyre and Acre formed the deeper lifeline. Holding these strong points was not about winning one big battle. It was about maintaining a corridor along the sea where men, grain, timber, iron, and replacements could keep coming, month after month. By late 1191, the question returned, as it always did, when to turn inland. The route from the coast up to Jerusalem ran through rougher country, lowlands rising into the Judean hills, with fewer easy water sources and fewer places where a fleet could help. Richard began a first advance toward Jerusalem, moving from the coastal plain toward Ramla, and then on toward the higher ground. The distance was not enormous, but the conditions turned it into a test of endurance. Winter arrived in earnest. Rain transformed roads into mud, slowed carts, and punished the feet of infantry already worn down by months of campaigning. Wet clothing and damp bedding meant cold nights and persistent sickness. Men who had survived arrows and battle now coughed through fevers, or watched small wounds become infected. Supply convoys struggled to keep pace. Animals slipped, loads were lost, and repairs became constant. Horses, so central to Crusader tactics, suffered particularly. In cold mud they tired quickly, and fodder was harder to find and harder to transport. A knight without a sound horse was not just a man on foot, he was the loss of the army's striking arm. As the Crusaders pushed closer, they also argued more fiercely about what should come next. The coalition that had crossed seas was never a single, simple command. Richard of England was the dominant leader in the field, but French elements still mattered, and the absence of King Philip II, who had returned home after Acre, did not remove French interests or French voices. The military orders, the Templars and the Hospitallers, were disciplined and experienced, but they were also institutions with their own priorities, their own networks of castles, and their own understanding of risk. Local Crusader leaders with long memories of the region worried about what could be held after it was taken. To capture Jerusalem was one thing. To keep it year-round under pressure was another. These disagreements were not only personal rivalries, though rivalry existed. They were practical disputes about geography. Some argued that Jerusalem must be the immediate target, because it was the spiritual prize and the symbol that justified the crusade. Others pressed a harder calculation. Without first controlling more of the surrounding countryside and key fortresses, a siege could succeed and still end in disaster. An army might take the city and then be cut off from the coast, surrounded in the hills. Its supplies dwindling while Saladin's forces gathered strength outside. Richard's decision, when it came, was shaped by siege reality. Jerusalem's defences had been repaired after 1187, and even a battered garrison behind walls could be dangerous if the besiegers lacked reliable food, water, timber for engines, and the time to build and protect them. A siege was not a single assault. It was weeks, sometimes months, of digging, hauling, constructing and enduring counterattacks. In winter, those tasks became harder, not easier. Mud swallowed wheels, soaked bowstrings, and slowed the movement of stones, beams and iron fittings. If Saladin struck the Crusaders' supply lines at the wrong moment, if he burned crops, blocked wells and harassed foragers, the besieging army could find itself trapped inland, too far from Jaffa to be safely fed, too weak to fight its way out in good order. So the first approach faltered. The Crusaders had come close enough to feel the pressure of the decision, close enough for rumours and expectations to surge through the camp, and close enough for the weather to make every mile cost more than it seemed on a map. In early 1192, Richard chose to pull back rather than force a siege that might end with the army starving in the hills and the coast exposed behind it. It was a retreat not from courage, but from a set of risks that even victory at Jerusalem might not solve. The crusade, for the moment, returned to what could be held: the coastline, the ports, the supply chain, and the ongoing struggle to turn battlefield success into something that could survive the season. With the army drawn back toward the coast, the campaign slid into a familiar rhythm: fortify what you have, raid what you can, and keep the enemy from concentrating against you. But the great question did not go away. If Jerusalem could not be taken in the winter mud, could it be taken in better weather? And if it were taken, could it be held? In the spring and early summer of 1192, Richard prepared for a second advance inland. The logic was clear enough. The Crusaders still needed to show progress beyond the coastline, and Richard could not remain forever behind walls while Saladin's forces hovered nearby, burning fields and snapping at scouts. Yet the same operational conditions still favoured defence and harassment over a decisive siege. Saladin did not need to win a set-piece battle. He needed to keep the Crusaders marching, thirsty and short of fodder, always conscious that their ships and their survival were tied to the ports behind them. Inland, the land rose and narrowed into the Judean hills. Water sources were limited and easily watched. Supplies had to move by pack animals and wagons over roads that could be cut by raids. A siege train, timber, iron fittings, ropes, and the skilled labour to build engines had to be assembled and protected in hostile country. Even if Richard brought the army up toward Jerusalem again, Saladin could refuse battle, strike foragers, and threaten the line back to Jaffa. Under those conditions, the defender could often choose the tempo, and the attacker carried the heavy burden of feeding men and horses every day. That burden shaped Richard's central worry, not merely whether Jerusalem could be stormed or forced to surrender, but what would happen afterward. A captured city in the hills would be a prize, but also a trap, if the Crusaders could not keep open a reliable corridor to the sea. The garrison would need steady resupply, pilgrims and wounded would need escort, and any field army stationed to defend Jerusalem would be an army pulled away from the ports that made the whole enterprise possible. Saladin, still commanding deeper manpower and operating closer to his own bases, could simply wait for shortages to do what walls and arrows might not. In that calculation, a short-lived occupation of Jerusalem, followed by encirclement and forced withdrawal, would be a strategic failure dressed up as a moment of triumph. As the military situation stalled between advance and caution, diplomacy became more than a formality. Negotiations between Richard and Saladin had been running in one form or another since the aftermath of Acre, but in 1192 they grew more sustained. They did not meet face to face. The work was done through messengers and envoys moving between camps, carrying offers, counteroffers, and assurances. The key intermediary on Saladin's side was his brother, Al-Adil, known in many Latin sources as Safaddin, who had a reputation for steadiness and who could speak with the authority of someone close to the Sultan. These exchanges mixed practical bargaining with gestures meant to test the other side's intentions. Some proposals were grounded in what armies could actually hold, the status of key coastal towns, the security of the road network that linked them, and the terms under which Latin pilgrims might visit Jerusalem without a permanent Crusader occupation. Other ideas, repeated by chroniclers with varying detail, belonged more to the symbolic language of medieval diplomacy than to workable policy. The most famous of these involved a marriage alliance, linking Richard's family to Al-Adil, and the notion of shared rule over parts of the Holy Land. It is important to separate what was likely explored as a serious framework from what was rhetorical, aspirational, or simply impractical. A marriage alliance across confessional lines faced immense religious and political barriers, and chroniclers may have amplified it because it sounded dramatic and novel. Yet the fact that such a proposal could be discussed at all, whether as a sincere attempt or as a diplomatic probe, shows how both sides were searching for a settlement that would preserve honour without demanding the impossible. The more realistic core, again and again, was territory and access, which castles and ports would remain in Latin hands, and whether Christian pilgrims could reach the holy sites under Muslim control without harassment or extortion. While envoys travelled back and forth, pressure tightened on Richard from the west. England could not be put on pause indefinitely. His absence had created opportunities for rivals and complications at court, and his relationship with Philip II of France was steadily deteriorating. Philip had left the crusade early, and was now positioned to move against Angevin lands in France, while Richard was tied down overseas. Every month in Palestine carried an invisible cost in Normandy, Anjou, and the politics that held Richard's wider realm together. So the second push toward Jerusalem unfolded under strategic limits that no battlefield victory could erase. Richard could march inland, rebuild morale, and threaten the Holy City again. But he also had to think in terms of what could be supplied, what could be defended, and how long he could remain before events in Europe forced his hand. By mid-1192, the Third Crusade was increasingly a contest between what was desired and what could be sustained, with diplomacy and logistics pulling as hard as any sword. That tension between desire and what could be sustained shaped Saladin's next move. In late July 1192 he struck at Jaffa, the crucial coastal gateway the Crusaders had rebuilt as both a harbour and a hinge point between the army inland and the ships offshore. Jaffa was not just another town on the map, it was the place where supplies arrived, where sick and wounded could be evacuated, and where a retreat from the Judean hills could be turned into survival instead of disaster. If Saladin could take it, he would not only damage Richard's ability to operate against Jerusalem, he could force the Crusaders back into a narrow strip of coast, or scatter them entirely. The attack came hard and fast. Saladin's forces pressed the defences and, according to several accounts, broke into parts of the town. The exact sequence varies between chroniclers, and numbers are often inflated, but the pattern is clear. A sudden concentration of Muslim forces against a vulnerable point timed for maximum disruption. Jaffa's garrison, Franks and other Latin troops, with local Christians caught in the fear and confusion, faced the classic coastal problem. Behind them was the sea, a possible lifeline, but also a barrier. In front of them, a stronger enemy with room to manoeuvre and no need to risk everything in one charge. When word reached Richard, he reacted with the kind of speed that had made him so dangerous along the coast. He went by sea, using the fleet as a moving reserve, an advantage Saladin could not easily match. Richard's arrival was not a neat, heroic landing in an empty bay. It was a desperate kind of coordination between ships, men, and surf. Boats had to come in close enough to unload without being smashed on the shoreline. Troops had to form up quickly on sand and shingle, and commanders had to read a battlefield where the tide, the wind, and the narrow strip of firm ground mattered as much as arrows. Richard's counterattack helped break the momentum of the assault. The Crusaders pushed back into Jaffa, fighting through tight spaces and uncertain lines, where discipline mattered more than spectacle. At the water's edge, naval support could keep men fed and supplied, and it could threaten the attacker's flank. Yet it also meant the Crusaders were constantly operating with one shoulder to the sea, aware that a setback could turn into a rout toward the boats. The fighting did not end with the immediate recapture of parts of the town. In the days that followed, Saladin's army remained nearby, probing and pressing, trying to isolate Richard's small force and undo what the fleet had rescued. Richard, for his part, could not simply chase Saladin inland. His strength in 1192 was real, but limited, an army worn down by months of campaigning, disease, and the steady drain of garrison duty along the coast. Horses were precious, fodder was never guaranteed, and every mile away from the ports made the Crusaders more vulnerable. Saladin faced his own constraints. He could assemble large forces, but keeping them together was expensive and politically delicate. His coalition depended on commanders and contingents drawn from different regions, men who needed pay, supplies, and reasons to stay in the field. The longer an operation dragged on without a decisive payoff, the more difficult it became to maintain unity. And even when Saladin's troops gained ground, assaulting well-defended coastal positions was costly, especially when the enemy could be reinforced by sea. So Jaffa became a clear example of how the war had narrowed by 1192. Richard could still strike quickly, improvise with naval support, and impose order in a crisis, qualities that fed his reputation as a warrior commander. But that reputation should not be mistaken for unlimited power. He was not winning by sheer personal force. He was leveraging ships, timing, and the discipline of professionals who could hold a line under pressure. Saladin's strengths were different and just as important. He was an organizer and coalition leader who could bring pressure to bear again and again, choosing when to risk a direct blow and when to let distance and scarcity do the work. He did not need to win every clash. He needed to prevent the Crusaders from turning coastal success into a permanent conquest of the interior. By early August 1192, after the clashes around Jaffa, both sides had reasons to step back. Richard could point to a dramatic recovery of a vital port, yet he still faced the same strategic wall. Jerusalem remained inland, strongly held, and a siege would demand time, water, wood, and a secure supply corridor he could not guarantee. Saladin had failed to hold Jaffa, but he had demonstrated that any Crusader move toward Jerusalem could be punished by a strike against their lifeline. In that balance, neither side able to sustain a long offensive without unacceptable risk, compromise began to look less like weakness and more like the only rational ending. The negotiations that had been running for months now had the force of recent bloodshed behind them. The war was not settling into peace because the stakes had shrunk, but because the costs of forcing Jerusalem by siege and starvation were becoming too uncertain for both Richard and Saladin to accept. And from that hard arithmetic, the Treaty of Jaffa was about to take shape. In September 1192, the bargaining hardened into terms. The Treaty of Jaffa did not return Jerusalem to Latin rule, but it did draw a line the Crusaders could actually hold. The Franks kept a coastal strip from Tyre in the north down to Jaffa in the south, anchoring ports that could be supplied by sea and defended with garrisons. Jerusalem remained in Saladin's hands, yet Christian pilgrims were permitted access to the holy places, an arrangement that mattered to thousands who had come for devotion rather than conquest, and that also acknowledged a basic reality. Control of the city was one thing, but managing its visitors was another. For Richard, the treaty was also an exit. He had marched toward Jerusalem twice and turned back twice, and in 1192 the reasons were no longer abstract. Without secure water, steady fodder, and a protected corridor from the ports, taking the city could easily have turned into being trapped before it. Richard chose not to visit Jerusalem on the way out. Chroniclers argue over tone and motive, but the outcome is clear. He left the Holy Land with Jerusalem unrecovered and with the coast preserved. The return was no triumphal voyage. Late in 1192, Richard was captured in Central Europe, eventually held by Duke Leopold of Austria, and then handed to Emperor Henry VI, an imprisonment that dragged crusading politics back into European rivalries and forced a ransom that reshaped power at home. Saladin did not long outlive the settlement. He died in March 1193, and the unity he had held together by authority and prestige loosened into competing Ayyubid interests, even as the strategic map he created endured. The Third Crusade failed to retake Jerusalem because logistics and geography favoured the defender, and because neither side could afford the kind of prolonged siege the city required. Yet it avoided total defeat by securing a viable coastal presence, keeping the Crusader states alive in a reduced form. The image of Richard and Saladin warriors who could fight hard and still negotiate lasted for centuries, even while the underlying conflict remained unsettled, setting the stage for later crusades that would return to the same hard problem: how to hold an inland holy city from a narrow, vulnerable shore. In the years after the Third Crusade, the map of the Eastern Mediterranean still felt unfinished to Latin Christians. Jerusalem remained under Muslim control, even after the great expeditions of the 1180s and 1190s, and the Crusader states survived mostly as a thin chain of coastal holdings, ports and fortified towns that depended on the sea for reinforcements, money, and food. Inland power belonged to the Ayyubid dynasty built by Saladin, and after his death in 1193 it was divided among relatives who ruled different regions, sometimes cooperating, sometimes competing. To Western observers, it could look like both a setback and an opening. The holy city was lost, but the enemy did not always seem politically unified. In January of 1198, a new pope, Innocent III, took office in Rome, young, highly trained in law, and convinced that the papacy should guide Christian society. Innocent called for a new crusade that same year. He framed it as both spiritual and practical, a penitential expedition with clear papal authority, meant to secure the Holy Land not by a single heroic raid, but by sustained pressure and planning. He also tried to put the Pope, rather than kings, at the centre of coordination through preaching, legates and rules meant to restrain private warfare in Europe so that resources could be redirected east. One strategic idea stood out: Egypt, to many Latin planners. Egypt was the economic heart of Ayyubid power, wealthy and densely populated, with the Nile feeding armies and treasuries. Control of ports like Alexandria or leverage over Cairo seemed more decisive than attacking well-defended Syria directly. If Egypt could be taken, or even seriously threatened, it might force concessions, perhaps even the return of Jerusalem, through negotiation as much as battle. Before we continue, tell me in the comments where in the world you are listening from tonight, your country, your city, or even the time where you are. You're very welcome here. And now, back to the story. Yet when the call went out, many of Europe's greatest kings did not personally lead it. Richard the Lionheart was dead by 1199. Philip II of France had other priorities. The German throne was contested after Emperor Henry VI died in 1197. With monarchs absent or constrained, the task of taking the cross fell largely to high nobles, men with ambition, resources and networks, who would soon have to turn Innocent's broad plan into a workable expedition toward Egypt. With the kings largely on the sidelines, recruitment for the new crusade took on a different character. A crusader, in the medieval sense, was not simply a traveller to the east, but someone who publicly took the cross, a vow marked by wearing a cloth cross, to go on an armed pilgrimage under church sanction. That vow carried spiritual privileges and serious obligations, but it did not automatically provide the one thing an expedition needed most: a central government to pay for it, supply it, and enforce unity. Innocent III tried to compensate for the absence of monarchs by using the tools the papacy did have: preachers, letters, appointed legates, and rules about who could go and how funds should be gathered. But a crusade without a king at its head could struggle with legitimacy and coordination from the very beginning. Kings brought treasuries, fleets, and a chain of command. They could compel participation, settle disputes, and keep barons moving in one direction. Great lords could be just as brave and often very capable, but they had to build agreement among equals, and they had to raise extraordinary sums from their own lands and households. The shape of the Fourth Crusade would be marked by that reality. It would be a crusade led by aristocratic coalitions rather than royal bureaucracy. In northern France and the Low Countries, the movement gathered strength among nobles tied together by family connections, feudal obligations, and the shared culture of chivalric courts. One of the most important early figures was Thibaut, or Theobald, Count of Champagne, young, wealthy, and well-positioned among the French aristocracy. His county was a political crossroads, with close ties to the Capetian monarchy and to other powerful houses. If Theobald took the cross, others would follow, and they did. Among those drawn into this network was Baldwin of Flanders, who also held the title Count of Hainault. Baldwin was not a king, but he ruled an exceptionally rich region of towns, trade, and farmland, and he had experience balancing the competing pressures of France and the Empire along a contested border. His participation mattered because it brought not only knights and resources, but also a kind of credibility. Baldwin was a major prince in everything but name, and he could attract followers who might not respond to a lesser lord. Other leaders soon appear alongside him. There was Louis, Count of Blois and Chartres, from a line closely connected to earlier crusades. There was Hugh of St. Pol, and a range of lesser lords whose households, knights, squires, servants, and camp followers would form the human body of the expedition. The Fourth Crusade, like others before it, was not an army of anonymous individuals, it was a collection of retinues. Each great lord travelled with his own men, his own baggage, his own expectations, and often his own debts. A key moment in this early phase came in late 1199 at a tournament held at Écrit, near the Ardennes. Medieval tournaments were not merely sporting events. They were social and political gatherings where nobles displayed status, negotiated marriages, formed alliances, and settled rivalries, sometimes violently, often with a ritualized veneer. Such gatherings also offered crusade preachers a concentrated audience of precisely the people whose participation mattered most. At Écrit, the crusade message was preached, and several major nobles took the cross. Theobald of Champagne is often placed at the centre of this moment, with others, Louis of Blois among them, joining the vow in a wave that gave the movement momentum. The atmosphere of a tournament, with its public honour culture, could intensify decisions that might otherwise have remained private. Taking the cross in front of peers made the vow visible, binding, and socially reinforced. It also created a sense of shared undertaking. Not just I will go, but we will go together. This was valuable for recruitment, but it also created a new problem. Once a group of peers had publicly committed themselves together, they would need mechanisms to make collective decisions. Where would they assemble? Who would speak for them in negotiations? How would they handle disagreements, or the death of a leader, or the temptation to pursue separate interests? A crusade without a king had to invent its own leadership structure as it went along. In these years another name enters the story, one that matters not because he commanded armies, but because he tells us what happened. Geoffrey of Villehardouin was a French knight and the Marshal of Champagne, a high officer responsible for military and administrative duties in his lord's household. He took the cross and became an active participant in the Crusades' planning. Later he wrote a narrative account that is one of the most important sources for the expedition. Villehardouin's chronicle is invaluable for its detail and its immediacy. He was close to the centre of decision-making, and he could describe meetings, negotiations, and the movement of nobles with a specificity that many medieval sources lack. But it also has limits. He wrote as a committed crusader, loyal to his associates, and his account tends to justify the choices the leaders made, even when those choices became controversial. He emphasizes unity and necessity. He downplays dissent, and he rarely lingers on perspectives outside his circle. Reading Villehardouin is like listening to a thoughtful insider explaining why events unfolded as they did, useful, but not neutral. As recruitment continued, the crusade began to resemble an organized enterprise rather than a simple wave of individual vows. Leaders communicated across regions, planning to gather forces and aim them toward the papal strategy, Egypt. But planning immediately ran into the most stubborn, practical reality of crusading, the sea. A mounted force was not just men with swords. It meant war horses, pack animals, armour, lances, food, fodder, and the craftsmen and servants needed to keep an army functioning. Horses could not simply be marched to the eastern Mediterranean from northern France. The route overland was long, politically complicated, and expensive, requiring passage through multiple territories, and often through or near the lands of powers that did not always welcome large armed groups. Sea transport, if it could be arranged, offered speed and some predictability, but it demanded ships, trained crews, ports, and a great deal of money. This logistical question began to press on leadership choices as well. Not long after Acre, Theobald of Champagne died in 1201, a serious blow to cohesion. A crusade built around elite networks could grow quickly, but it could also be fragile if the central node disappeared. The leaders needed someone who could command respect across different regions, manage complex negotiations, and provide a sense of continuity. They chose Boniface of Montferrat. Boniface was an Italian noble from Piedmont in northern Italy, the head of the House of Montferrat, a family with a deep history in crusading. His brothers had been prominent in the eastern Mediterranean. One became king of Jerusalem by marriage. Another had been involved in the politics of the Crusader states. That lineage mattered, because it connected Boniface to the East, not as an abstract idea, but as a real, lived political world of ports, dynasties, and alliances. He also had the right kind of profile for a leader of peers. Boniface was a great magnate, experienced in war and diplomacy, and positioned between the Latin West and the Mediterranean sphere where the expedition would operate. To French nobles who needed a commander but did not want to submit to a king, he could appear as a compromise, prestigious enough to lead, not so dominant that he turned the crusade into his personal monarchy. He also had connections that could help solve the transport puzzle, because in the Mediterranean, politics and logistics were inseparable. Still, choosing a leader did not solve the main problem that was now becoming impossible to ignore. The crusade had men taking vows, lords promising contingents, and a strategic vision aimed at Egypt. But it did not yet have a way to get there as a coherent force. An expedition could drift east in small groups on whatever ships could be found, arriving at different times and places, vulnerable to storms, pirates, and disorganization. Or it could attempt something more ambitious, a contracted fleet assembled to order, capable of carrying not just pilgrims but cavalry, and delivering the army where it intended to fight. That second option required a partner with shipbuilding capacity, maritime skill, and the ability to coordinate large-scale transport on schedule. Few powers in Europe could offer that. One of them stood out above all others, the Republic of Venice, a commercial and naval powerhouse whose wealth and political structure were built around the sea. And so, even at this early stage, before a single battle, before the Crusaders had left Europe, the Fourth Crusade began to tilt toward a decision that would shape everything that followed. If the army was to reach Egypt in strength, it would need ships in vast numbers, and it would need a deal that only a maritime republic could plausibly fulfill. The leaders began to look toward Venice. Venice, at the opening of the 13th century, was not a feudal kingdom with inland fields and castles. It was a republic whose power rose from salt water, timber, and careful accounting. Its leaders thought in terms of sea lanes, ports, tolls, and privileged access to markets, from the Adriatic down the coasts of Greece and across to the eastern Mediterranean. Venetian merchants had long operated in Byzantine territory, sometimes by treaty and sometimes by pressure, and the city's prosperity depended on keeping ships moving and competitors contained. That made Venice uniquely important to any crusade aimed at Egypt. A large mounted force needed more than passenger transport. It needed ships designed to carry horses, ships able to run regular supply, and crews who knew how to navigate and fight at sea. Even a bold crusader coalition could not simply improvise this at the scale required. Whoever controlled the ships would shape the expedition's pace, its destination, and even its choices when plans began to strain. So in 1201, crusade envoys, among them Geoffrey of Villehardouin, came to Venice to negotiate. They entered a city built to receive such requests, a maritime government with experience contracting fleets, and a political class that understood how to turn naval service into advantage. At the centre of that government stood the Doge, Enrico Dandolo. The title Doge comes from the Latin word for leader, dux. But in Venice, the Doge was not a king. He was the Republic's chief magistrate, elected and constrained by councils and by a political culture that distrusted personal monarchy. In practice, a forceful Doge could still guide policy, especially in foreign affairs, but he did so as the head of a state whose identity was collective, nobles, councils, and commercial interests bound tightly to the sea. Dandolo was already elderly by 1201, and later sources emphasize his age and sometimes his impaired sight. Medieval writers are not always consistent on such details, and they can turn personal features into symbols. What is clear is that he was experienced, politically tough, and fully capable of committing Venice to a project of enormous scale and of ensuring that Venice would be paid. The agreement the Crusaders sought was ambitious. Venice would build and supply a fleet to carry the army to the eastern Mediterranean. Not just knights, but infantry, servants, provisions, and, most difficult of all, horses. This was not a matter of hiring a few merchant ships. It meant dedicated horse transports, space for fodder and water, and a timetable strict enough that a coalition of lords might actually arrive and depart together. Venice agreed, and in doing so made a promise that required the city to reorganize its economic life for months. The contract, as it comes down to us through Crusader accounts, described transport for a very large force. Numbers vary in retelling, and medieval estimates tend to be rounded and optimistic, but we are clearly talking about many thousands of men and several thousand horses. Venice also promised to provide provisions for a set period, and to contribute a war fleet of its own as a partner in the enterprise. To make this possible, Venetian shipbuilders and sailors went to work at speed. Timber had to be gathered and shaped, hulls laid down, masts cut, rope and sailcloth prepared. The labour was skilled and relentless. Carpenters fitting planks, caulkers sealing seams, men hauling heavy beams into place with simple machines and practised teamwork. Rowers and sailors had to be recruited or reassigned, and experienced officers placed where they could keep order on crowded decks. For a republic like Venice, this was not only a military contract, it was a national mobilization that temporarily crowded out normal commerce. It also meant risk. If Venice devoted so much shipbuilding capacity to the crusade and the crusaders failed to arrive or failed to pay, the loss would not fall on one lord's treasury. It would spread through the city's economy, wages, supplies, and opportunity costs. That reality helps explain why Venice insisted on clear terms, and why, later, it would treat any shortfall as a problem to be solved, not a misfortune to be politely endured. On the Crusaders' side, the agreement rested on another fragile assumption, that far more Crusaders would appear at Venice than ultimately did. Some leaders overestimated the response to the preaching of the cross. Some assumed that those who had taken vows would naturally fall in with the main host. But crusading was never perfectly centralized. Many participants made their own arrangements. Some departed from other ports, Marseille, Genoa, and other coastal cities offered routes east. Some went in smaller groups when it suited their finances or their schedules. Others delayed, fell ill, or found their local obligations impossible to abandon. This mattered because the contract with Venice was not priced per person in a modern sense. It was an agreement for a fleet built to meet an expected total. If the numbers arriving were smaller, the total cost did not shrink in proportion. The ships had still been built, the crews had still been assembled, the provisions had been stockpiled. For the Crusader leaders, the financial weight was crushing. Knights and nobles had already spent heavily, simply to prepare. Many had sold land rights, pawned valuables, borrowed from churches or moneylenders, or leaned on their tenants for extraordinary dues. Taking the cross was spiritually powerful, but economically it could be ruinous, especially for those who were not among the richest princes. By the time the host began to gather near Venice in 1202, plenty of crusaders arrived not with a chest of silver, but with hopes that their lord or the collective leadership would manage the rest. When the time came to pay Venice, the money was not there. The gap between what was owed and what could be raised created an immediate crisis. The crusade could not sail without Venetian cooperation, but Venice had no reason to release a massive, expensive fleet without payment or security. The leaders scrambled. They pressed their followers for contributions, tried to consolidate funds, and looked for ways to close the deficit. Those with resources gave more. Those without watched with growing anxiety, aware that the vow they had taken now depended on financial negotiations far above their station. Meanwhile, the human reality of waiting settled in. The Crusaders were camped in and around the Venetian lagoon in crowded conditions that strained supplies. Food had to be purchased and transported. Clean water was a constant concern. Animals needed fodder. Illness was always a threat when large groups gathered with imperfect sanitation. The longer the delay, the more expensive it became, and the more tensions rose between lords and followers, between different regional contingents, and between the Crusaders and the Venetians whose city and hinterland were absorbing the burden. Venetian sailors and craftsmen, too, felt the pressure. A fleet ready to sail but held in port meant wages and provisions continuing to drain away. It meant time lost from trade voyages that normally would have brought profit. And it meant that the Republic's patience, like its calculations, had limits. This was the moment when debt became leverage. Venice did not need to accuse the Crusaders of bad faith to recognize a hard fact. The crusade was, for the moment, trapped. The army needed ships. The ships belonged to Venice, and the contract had turned a spiritual enterprise into an obligation recorded in silver. The Doge and the Venetian councils could now propose solutions that served Venetian interests while keeping the crusade alive. The basic shape of the solution began to form with a simple principle. If the Crusaders could not pay immediately in coin, they might pay in service. It was not yet the later, more famous turn toward Constantinople. At this stage, it was a more practical bargain, born from the unromantic realities of medieval logistics. An unpaid bill, a fleet that could not simply be dismissed, and an armed host growing restless in the shallows of the Adriatic. Venice had built the road to the east out of wood and canvas and labour. Now, with the Crusaders unable to afford passage on that road, Venice would ask them to help settle the account, the only way an army easily could. by fighting. Venice's offer came with a destination that was close, familiar to Venetian sailors, and unsettling to many crusaders. If the army could not meet the full price of the transport contract, the Republic proposed to delay part of the debt, essentially extending credit if the Crusaders would first help Venice recover the Adriatic port of Zara. Zara, on the Dalmatian coast, mattered because it sat on the sea road Venice used to move goods and warships through the Adriatic. It was a place to take on water and supplies, to shelter fleets, and to project authority along a coastline where rival powers watched for weakness. For Venice, Zara was not a distant prize in the Holy Land. It was a strategic hinge close to home. The city had also become a symbol of defiance. Zara had been under Venetian influence for periods, but it repeatedly resisted, and by this time it had placed itself under the protection of the King of Hungary. That protection carried extra weight, because the Hungarian king Emmerich had taken the cross as well. Even if he was not present with the crusading host, his status as a crusader and Zara's status as a Christian city made any attack on it feel like a fundamental violation of what the expedition was supposed to be. Yet for Venice, the logic was plain. A republic that had paused much of its normal commerce to build a crusade fleet needed its money and its security. Recovering Zara would restore control and revenue, and it would demonstrate that Venice could still punish rebellion even after months of costly mobilization. The proposal turned an unpaid debt into a military task, and it kept the crusade from dissolving on the Venetian waterfront. Among the crusaders, the debate cut deep. They had taken vows to fight the enemies of the faith, and now their path to the east was being rerouted toward fellow Christians. Some leaders argued from necessity. Without Venetian ships there would be no crusade at all, and service at Zara was the price of survival. Others insisted that the vow had limits, and that no financial crisis could justify attacking a Christian city that posed no religious threat. Not everyone's objections were abstract or theological. Many ordinary crusaders were already anxious about money, hunger, and the long delay in camp. They had been living for weeks in crowded conditions, reliant on purchased food and uncertain supply. Some had sold or pledged what they owned to take the cross. For them, the idea of turning aside to besiege Zara looked less like a holy enterprise and more like being hired out as muscle to settle someone else's account. The unity of the host began to crack in visible ways. A portion of the Crusaders refused to take part in an attack on Christians and left the main army, seeking other routes east or returning home. Medieval sources disagree about exact numbers, and writers had reasons to present defections as either shameful or unavoidable. But the fact of division is hard to miss. The army that had assembled with great hopes at Venice was already shedding men before it had even left the Adriatic. Pope Innocent III had tried to prevent precisely this kind of drift. He had warned against attacks on Christians, and he understood how quickly crusading could become indistinguishable from ordinary war if discipline failed. His letters urged the Crusaders to remember their purpose and to avoid actions that would scandalize the faithful and undermine the spiritual legitimacy of the expedition. The Crusades' leadership chose to proceed anyway, with Venice as the indispensable partner. Boniface of Montferrat remained the overall lay leader, but the Doge, Enrico Dandolo, and the Venetian councils had enormous practical control because they held the fleet. To halt the plan would have meant facing the original crisis again, unpaid passage, an army stranded, and a crusade collapsing before it began. By early autumn 1202, the fleet and army moved out into the Adriatic. The journey itself, across familiar waters rather than the open sea to Egypt, carried a quiet change of mood. Zara was not an exotic enemy stronghold. It was a fortified Christian town that expected and feared a Christian army. When the Crusaders arrived, Zara's defences were real. The city had walls, towers, and the advantage of prepared positions. Its residents, men, women, clergy, merchants, and labourers, faced the blunt reality of siege. Anxiety over food stores, the need to repair defences under threat, the dread of what might happen if the walls failed. Some accounts emphasize negotiations and attempts to signal their Christian identity to the besiegers, including appeals that this was a city of believers. Medieval writers do not always agree on the details or timing of these exchanges, but they consistently convey a striking fact. Zara tried to make the Crusaders see the moral line they were crossing. The Crusader host, for its part, was not a single mind. There were men ready to assault, men uneasy but obedient, and men who continued to argue that the siege must not happen at all. The leadership held the coalition together by force of circumstance, by the need to keep the army fed, paid, and moving, and by the pressure of Venetian expectations. In November 1202, the siege began in earnest. The Crusaders established positions around the city and prepared for an attack designed to break fortified walls the medieval way, through sustained pressure, battering, and the threat of storming. The Venetians, experienced in coastal warfare, played a central role in operations along the waterfront, where ships could support an assault and help control access and supply. The defenders resisted, but they were facing a large organized force with naval support and ample motivation to finish the job quickly. After days of fighting and pressure, accounts differ on the precise sequence of assaults. Zara capitulated. The Crusaders entered the city, and the practical consequences followed. The army needed shelter and provisions. Winter was coming, and the captured town became a place to quarter troops and regroup. For Zara's residents, the fall of the walls meant fear and disruption more than clean political change. Even when a surrender limited immediate destruction, occupation brought demands, requisitions, and uncertainty about property and safety. For the Crusaders, too, the capture carried a bitter aftertaste. Many had expected to be moving toward Egypt and Jerusalem, not settling into winter quarters in a Christian port taken by force. Then came the Pope's response. Innocent III excommunicated those involved in the attack, Venice and the crusading army. Excommunication was a spiritual penalty, exclusion from the sacraments, and from full participation in the Church's life. In a world where salvation, confession, and communion were not private symbols, but central to the rhythm of existence, this was not a minor reprimand. It struck at the Crusades' meaning. A crusading expedition that stood outside the Church's sacramental life faced a crisis of legitimacy, and for individual crusaders it raised an urgent question. How could they claim to fight for the faith while being cut off from it? The practical effects were complicated. Enforcement depended on communication and on whether clergy with the army felt bound to obey or tried to interpret the Pope's will more leniently. Some leaders, unwilling to see the expedition dissolve, moved to soften the impact. Medieval sources indicate that the news was not always presented in full force to the rank and file, and that distinctions were drawn, especially to separate Venetian responsibility from that of non-Venetian crusaders, or to suggest that reconciliation might be possible if the expedition continued toward its sacred goal. Over time, the Pope did show a willingness to restore many non-Venetian crusaders to communion, while remaining harsher toward Venice. But even when absolution was granted or hoped for, the episode left damage behind. Zara had turned a financial bargain into a moral fracture, and it had taught the army a dangerous lesson. When survival depended on bargaining, the destination could change. As the Crusaders settled uneasily into Zara for the winter, the coalition was no longer whole. Some had left rather than fight Christians. Others remained but doubted their leaders. Venetians and non-Venetians eyed one another with suspicion. The crusade had been forced off its original plan, and it was now entangled in politics along the Adriatic that made it vulnerable. An army in debt, dependent on a fleet it did not own, divided by conscience and authority, and wintering far from its proclaimed objective, was an army open to new offers, offers that promised money, ships, or a way forward. After Zara, the Fourth Crusade was still alive, but it was no longer firmly pointed toward Egypt. It was waiting, unsettled, for the next bargain that could keep it moving. In the winter after Zara, with the army still burdened by debt and uncertainty, new messengers began to circulate through the Crusader camp with a proposal that sounded like rescue. It did not point them toward Egypt or Jerusalem. It pointed them toward Constantinople. The Byzantine Empire was, in simple terms, the Eastern Roman Empire, rich, old, and strategically placed between Europe and Asia. Its capital, Constantinople, controlled the sea lanes between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, and it sat beside the narrow waterways that funneled trade and armies through the region. For Latin Christians travelling east, Byzantium could be a bridge or a barrier, a powerful Christian state with its own interests, its own diplomacy, and its own church traditions. Those church traditions mattered. By 1202, the Christian world had long been divided between the Latin Church in the west, centred on Rome, and the Greek Church in the east, centred on Constantinople's patriarch and shaped by imperial power. The split was not just theology, it was language, ritual, and years of mutual suspicion. Westerners often complained that Byzantines were slippery or untrustworthy. Byzantines often saw Westerners as violent outsiders with crude manners and dangerous ambitions. The Fourth Crusade would step into these tensions whether it wanted to or not. At the centre of the new proposal was a Byzantine dynastic crisis, one that had already damaged the empire's legitimacy. In 1195, the reigning emperor Isaac II Angelos was overthrown by his own brother Alexios III Angelos. Isaac was deposed, and in a brutal and symbolic act meant to make return impossible, he was blinded. Blinding was a familiar method in Byzantine politics. It removed a rival's claim without necessarily killing him, and it signalled to elites and crowds alike that the old ruler's authority had been physically and ritually broken. Alexios XXX then took the throne, but his rule carried a stain from the beginning. He had seized power through betrayal, and he faced the practical challenge that always follows a coup, keeping the loyalty of officials, soldiers, and the capital's factions while managing the empire's enemies and finances. In later Western accounts, Alexios III is often painted as weak or corrupt, but those writers had reasons to simplify the story. What matters for the Crusade is that the seizure of power left Byzantium divided, and it created a living symbol around which opposition could gather. The deposed Emperor Isaac, still alive, still royal and still a problem. Isaac's son, Prince Alexios Angelos, often called Alexios Thwor once he claimed the throne, escaped this political trap and made his way into the Latin world. By 1202 he was looking for military support to reclaim his father's position and to remove Alexios III. His path brought him to the leaders of the Crusade and, crucially, to Venice, where ships and leverage were concentrated. The prince's request was direct in its ambition. Help me reach Constantinople, help restore my blinded father, and help place me on the throne alongside him. In exchange, he offered the Crusaders something they desperately lacked: money and a clear path forward. His promises were dramatic. He pledged a huge cash payment. Figures vary in the sources, and medieval numbers are often rounded or inflated. But the message was unmistakable: enough silver to settle the Crusaders' debt to Venice and to fund continued operations. He promised supplies for the army, food, transport, and maintenance that would keep a large host moving. He promised military support as well. Byzantine troops to join the expedition, and ships or logistical assistance that could make the original plan against Egypt or the Levant possible again. And then he offered something even more explosive than money. He promised, at least in Western reporting, that Byzantium would submit the Greek Church to Rome bringing the Eastern Christians under papal authority and ending, on paper, the long division between Latin and Greek. For the Pope's representatives and for Crusaders, who still wanted to believe they were serving a sacred purpose, this sounded like a spiritual victory equal to any captured city. For an army stuck in the aftermath of Zara, these offers had obvious appeal. The leaders were trying to keep thousands of men together through winter, paying for food and stability, while owing Venice a crushing sum. A promise of payment was not just a temptation. It looked like a solution to a problem that otherwise had no honourable end. If Constantinople could provide money, ships, and men, then the crusade could still reach its proclaimed target. It could be, in the most optimistic telling, a detour that saved the expedition. But the promises were also deeply controversial. Even if Constantinople was Christian, this was now a plan to intervene by force in the politics of a Christian empire again. Many crusaders had already been shaken by the attack on Zara, and by the threat of spiritual penalties. To them, a second diversion toward a Christian city and toward the heart of Eastern Christianity looked like a repeated betrayal of their vows. There were practical doubts too. Some asked the simplest question: could a young exile really deliver what he promised? Byzantium's treasury was not a bottomless chest, and emperors were not magicians. A ruler restored by foreign arms might face riots, court resistance, and empty coffers. Even if Prince Alexios meant what he said, he might not be able to make the city pay. And the church promise raised its own alarms. Greek Orthodox Christians did not generally see themselves as needing to submit to Rome, and any attempt to impose that settlement could provoke a backlash. For crusaders who understood little of Byzantine religious life, the pledge sounded clean and decisive. For others it sounded like a recipe for conflict. So the host argued, lords and knights weighing necessity against conscience, priests weighing obedience against survival, Venetians weighing profit and strategy against the dangers of overreach. This was not a single hidden plot unfolding. It was decision-making under pressure, with incomplete information and with leaders trying to prevent the army from simply dissolving. Some refused to go along. Just as after Zara, a portion of the Crusaders chose separation over compromise. They left the main force to find other passages east, or to continue their pilgrimage by routes that did not require attacking or threatening Constantinople. Chroniclers describe these departures with different tones. Some condemn them as desertion, others present them as the only moral option. What is clear is the effect. Each group that left meant fewer hands to row, fewer swords in line, fewer men to endure siege work. It also meant a quieter but sharper loss, the sense of unity that a crusade needed to survive. Those who stayed now committed themselves to a new destination, one that many still tried to frame as temporary. The plan was often presented as a political restoration, not a conquest. Arrive, display force, put the rightful rulers back on the throne, receive payment, and then continue to the Holy Land. It sounded, in the language of crusading necessity, like a way to repair the expedition without abandoning it. And so as winter loosened its hold and the fleet prepared to sail again, the route of the Fourth Crusade bent decisively east, not toward Egypt, but toward the great walls and harbours of Constantinople. Many aboard expected negotiation, not a long war. They were going to install a prince, collect a promised treasure, and move on. They were also sailing toward a city that would not experience their arrival as a simple correction of politics, but as the approach of a foreign army, Latin knights and Venetian sailors demanding entry, obedience, and change. In the early summer of 1203, the fleet finally reached the waters of the Byzantine capital, and the first sight of Constantinople was enough to unsettle any easy confidence. This was not a typical medieval port or a walled town on a hill. Constantinople spread across a peninsula with sea on two sides and massive fortifications on the landward approach. Its population was among the largest in the Christian world, and visitors routinely described its wealth in language that mixed awe with disbelief. Churches heavy with gold and silver, markets filled with silk and spices, and palaces and public monuments that still carried the memory of Rome. The walls were part of that reputation. On the landward side stood the Theodosian walls, multiple lines of stone and brick, punctuated by towers, fronted by ditches, and refined through centuries of repair. They were designed to absorb siege after siege, and for a crusader army used to smaller targets, they made quick pressure feel like a fantasy. By sea, the city was also defended by walls along the shoreline, and by a powerful geographic advantage, the Golden Horn, a long, narrow inlet that cut into the city's northern side and formed a sheltered harbour. It was, in simple terms, a natural moat filled with seawater, an anchorage, and a barrier at the same time. Even before fighting began, the relationship between the visitors and the city was strained. Byzantines and Western Crusaders had a long record of political mistrust. Byzantine emperors had negotiated with crusading armies before, sometimes assisting them, sometimes guiding them away from sensitive areas, and sometimes treating them as dangerous guests who had to be managed. Westerners, in turn, often suspected Byzantine diplomacy of double-dealing. On top of that sat religious tension. Latins and Greeks were both Christian, but they did not worship in the same language, follow the same customs, or accept the same church authority, and both sides had learned to interpret the other's practices as proof of error or arrogance. So when the Crusaders arrived insisting they were restoring rightful rulers, many in the city heard something else, a foreign coalition, already notorious for attacking Christian Zara, now anchored outside the greatest city in the Eastern Christian world. Prince Alexios expected that his presence would open gates. From outside, legitimacy looked simple. Isaac II had been overthrown, his son had come back with help, and the usurper should fall. Inside the city, legitimacy was not only a matter of bloodline, it was also the hard reality of who could keep order, pay soldiers, secure food, and protect the capital. Isaac was blinded and had been absent from public life for years. His son was returning at the head of an armed Western host, along with Venetians whose commercial privileges in the city were remembered with resentment. Even Byzantines who disliked Alexios III could still fear what restoration by Latin force would mean, especially when it came wrapped in rumours about money demands and church submission. The Crusaders first sought a foothold where land and sea could work together. They moved toward the suburb of Galata, on the northern side of the Golden Horn, opposite the main city. Galata mattered because it guarded access to the inlet. The Golden Horn was protected by a great chain, an enormous barrier stretched across the water to prevent enemy ships from entering the harbour. One end was secured near the city side, and the other was anchored near Galata. As long as the chain held, the Venetian fleet could not simply sail into the protected waters and bring the siege directly against the sea walls facing the harbour. Fighting around Galata was sharp and decisive. The Crusaders landed, pressed into the area, and engaged defenders who included Byzantine troops and, in some accounts, foreign mercenaries. Chroniclers differ on details, and each side had reasons to portray the other as either cowardly or monstrous. But the basic outcome is clear. The Crusaders and Venetians gained control of the positions that mattered. With Galata taken, the defenders could no longer effectively protect the chain's anchoring point. Breaking the chain changed the entire geometry of the siege. Once it was removed or disabled, Venetian ships could enter the Golden Horn. That meant the fleet could anchor in calmer water, resupply more safely, and most importantly, bring ships right up against sections of the city's sea walls that were now exposed to sustained assault. Constantinople had been designed to keep attackers outside its defences. Control of the Golden Horn pulled the attackers inside the city's maritime shield. With the harbour opened, the siege became a coordinated effort, Venetians at sea, Crusaders on land. The Venetians, experienced in naval combat and boarding actions, pressed against the sea walls. Their leaders, including the aging Doge Enrico Dandolo, appear prominently in Western narratives, which often highlight Venetian courage and discipline. These accounts can be self-serving, but they also reflect Venice's real expertise in ship handling and amphibious attacks. On land, the French and other Crusaders tested approaches and sought weak points, trying to stretch defenders across multiple fronts. The defenders faced the classic siege dilemma. They could not be strong everywhere at once, and the presence of enemy ships inside the Golden Horn forced them to defend walls that would otherwise have been relatively secure. During these assaults, fires broke out within the city. Here the sources become especially difficult. Western chroniclers sometimes present the fires as accidental results of fighting, or as consequences of defenders and attackers setting buildings alight near contested zones. Byzantine accounts, written in the trauma that followed, could emphasize destruction as proof of Latin savagery. What is safest to say is that large fires did occur, that dense urban neighborhoods made them hard to control, and that they added panic and displacement to an already volatile situation. Even without deliberate intent, siege warfare in a packed wooden city could ignite catastrophe. Emperor Alexios III now faced a choice that rulers in Constantinople had faced before: fight a decisive battle outside the walls, or trust the fortifications and the city's endurance. He attempted resistance, but the pressure mounted quickly: military strain, political uncertainty, and the terrifying realization that the attackers had penetrated the Golden Horn. In mid-July 1203, as confidence in the palace faltered and factions began to calculate their survival, Alexios III fled the city, taking what treasure he could. It was a familiar Byzantine ending to a shaky reign, but it left behind a city still under threat and a coalition outside the walls that had come for a restoration and had already begun to look like a conqueror. With Alexios III gone, the city's immediate problem was not only who should rule, but how order could be restored quickly enough to keep Constantinople from tearing itself apart. In the confusion of July 1203, Isaac II Angelos, blinded and long imprisoned, was brought back into public view and proclaimed emperor again. Almost at once, his son was elevated alongside him as Alexios IV. The arrangement was meant to satisfy both audiences: Byzantines who could accept Isaac as the legitimate, older ruler, and the Crusaders and Venetians who had come in support of the prince who had hired them. But joint rule was politically awkward from the start. Isaac II's authority was symbolic and fragile. Blindness and years of captivity limited his ability to command, and many officials had built careers under the regime that had overthrown him. Alexios IV, for his part, was young and dependent on the armed foreigners camped outside the walls. In Constantinople, that dependence looked less like restoration and more like occupation by proxy. Even Byzantines who wanted the Angeloi back could still fear that an emperor made by Latin force would have to pay Latin prices. Those prices had been promised in extravagant numbers. Alexios IV had pledged vast sums to the crusading leaders and to Venice, along with supplies for the army and support for their onward campaign. He had also made commitments touching the sensitive question of church unity, words that Westerners could interpret as submission to Rome, while many Greek clergy and laypeople heard a threat to their traditions and their autonomy. Now, inside the palace, the new regime ran into the hard limits of Byzantine finance. The treasury had been drained by years of crisis and court spending, and Alexios III had fled with portable wealth. Tax systems could extract revenue over time, but not at the speed a foreign army expected, and not without provoking backlash in a city already frightened by siege and fire. court politics made it worse. To raise money, Alexios IV needed cooperation from officials, landholders, and administrators who had every incentive to slow-walk his orders or protect their own interests. He also had to manage the reality that his supporters were, in effect, two groups with different expectations: the Greek elite who wanted stability and a return to normal governance, and the Crusaders and Venetians who wanted immediate payment and clear fulfillment of promises. Meeting one side tended to alienate the other, so the government tried to squeeze funds out of a system not built for emergency ransom. Taxes were pressed more aggressively. Seizures and forced loans were demanded from wealthy households and institutions. Chroniclers, especially those writing from a Greek perspective, describe valuable objects taken from churches and monasteries and precious metal being melted down for coin. Some Western writers acknowledge the measures but frame them as necessary to honour a bargain. Either way, the effect on the city was corrosive. For clergy, the sight of sacred treasures treated as fiscal reserves felt like sacrilege layered on humiliation. For merchants, uncertainty and interruptions to trade meant scarcity and rising prices. For families already displaced by earlier fires, new levies and seizures looked like punishment for a war they had not invited. Outside the walls, the Crusaders waited in their camps and ships, expecting a steady flow of payment and supplies. They had their own pressures, debts to Venetians, obligations to knights and followers, and the simple problem of feeding a large force through months of delay. The longer they remained, the more the arrangement began to feel like a siege in slow motion, an army stationed at the edge of the city, neither fully welcomed nor fully opposed, while negotiations turned into arguments over arrears and excuses. Hostility between Greeks and Latins grew in the spaces where daily life met armed presence. At markets along the waterfront, near gates, and around the Latin quarters where Western merchants had long lived under special privileges. Cultural and religious insults hardened into routine suspicion. Latin clergy and soldiers often treated Greek practices as strange or suspect. Greeks often viewed Latin worship as arrogant innovation. The labels each side used, barbarian, heretic, schismatic, were not just theological terms. They were social weapons, spoken in streets and taverns as much as in sermons, and they made compromise harder each week the foreigners remained. Violence followed the pattern that strained cities often show: incidents, retaliation, and then a story each side told itself about what the other always did. There were further outbreaks of fire in this period, again with conflicting accounts about responsibility. In a dense city, one blaze could erase whole neighbourhoods, creating refugees who slept in churches, porticos and open spaces, nursing anger at anyone associated with the foreigners outside or the emperor inside. Trust collapsed not in a single moment, but through repetition. Another payment demanded, another rumour of church submission, another street clash, another night lit by flames. By late 1203 and into the winter, Alexios V's position weakened visibly. He had been restored to satisfy an army he could not pay, and a capital he could not reassure. It is in this atmosphere that Alexios Doukas, nicknamed Mortzouflos in the sources, rises into view. He was a member of the Byzantine elite with a reputation, at least in hostile Western accounts, for cunning and ambition. Greek narratives, written under trauma and political pressure, also have their own reasons to shape his image. What is clear is that he positioned himself as a defender of the city against foreign demands at the moment when the reigning emperor seemed unable to defend anyone. Constantinople, meanwhile, was trapped between two fears: the fear of the Crusaders if promises were not met, and the fear of what fulfilling those promises would do to the empire's dignity, wealth, and faith. As the months passed and the money did not appear, patience thinned on both sides, and the range of acceptable choices began to narrow toward more extreme solutions. In the early months of 1204, The crisis inside Constantinople finally broke into open regime change. Alexios Doukas, called Mortzouphlos, moved against the young co-emperor Alexios IV. In the turmoil, Alexios IV was overthrown and imprisoned. His father, Isaac II, already frail after years of captivity, died soon after, though medieval sources do not speak with one clear voice about exactly how and when. Alexios V did not survive long in custody. He was killed, and many accounts, both Greek and Western, connect his death to the new strongman's seizure of power. Alexios Doukas was proclaimed emperor as Alexios V, presenting himself as the man who would defend the city and end the humiliation of rule under foreign pressure. Alexios V's first problem was simple. The Crusader host and the Venetian fleet were still there, still armed, and still expecting payment. He acted quickly to harden the city's defences. The sea walls along the Golden Horn were strengthened. Ships and floating barriers were used to complicate Venetian approaches. Repairs were made where the earlier fighting had exposed weakness, and watches were tightened. He also tried to restore confidence by showing himself on the walls and by organising countermeasures against another assault. For the Crusaders and Venetians, Alexios V's coup changed the legal story they told themselves. Their agreement, they argued, had been made with Alexios IV. If that emperor had been deposed and murdered, then the bargain was broken by the Byzantines, not by them. From that point, remaining outside the walls became even more dangerous. It meant waiting for a stronger enemy to organise while their own provisions and patience ran down. So, in late March and early April 1204, the leaders made a decision that went beyond enforcing a contract. They chose to conquer Constantinople. They drew up terms in advance for how victory would be used, how the empire would be divided, and how loot would be apportioned between Crusaders and Venetians. In outline, the plan treated the Byzantine Empire as something to be partitioned. Venetians would claim valuable ports and commercial privileges, while the Crusader barons would receive lands and titles. The city's movable wealth, once taken, was to be collected and then divided in agreed shares, rather than being left entirely to uncontrolled plunder, though in practice, controlling an army in a great city would prove far harder than writing rules on parchment. The second siege began in earnest in April. Weather mattered. Strong winds on the Golden Horn could either help or ruin a naval assault, and chroniclers remembered gusts and shifting conditions because they seemed to decide life and death in minutes. The first major assault attempt failed. The defenders held the walls, and the attackers found that ladders and boarding bridges did not easily reach or hold against determined resistance. Alexios V's preparations had made a difference, and for a moment the city looked as if it might endure. But the Crusaders and Venetians tried again. On 12 April 1204, conditions favoured the fleet. Venetian ships were brought close to the sea walls, using masts, platforms, ladders, and improvised bridges to reach the battlements. Siege equipment and coordinated attacks pressed the defenders at multiple points. Eventually, attackers gained footholds on the wall and then pushed inward. Once a section was taken, the tactical advantage shifted quickly. A defended wall is strongest before the first breach, and much weaker after the enemy is inside and can attack along the line. Entry into the city did not mean immediate, orderly conquest of every district, but organised resistance began to collapse. Alexios V fled. Some sources emphasise the speed of his departure as proof of cowardice, though such portraits often serve polemical purposes. What is certain is that without an emperor able to rally troops, and without a stable chain of command, the defence unravelled. Fires broke out again, adding confusion and driving civilians from their homes. By the end of the day, the attackers held enough ground that the outcome was no longer in doubt. Then came the sack, conventionally described as lasting 3 days. It was an event remembered with horror in Byzantine writing, and with an uneasy mixture of justification, pride, and embarrassment in Western accounts. Looting spread through palaces, warehouses, and private homes. Churches were not spared. Hagia Sophia, Constantinople's great cathedral, the Holy Wisdom, the central sanctuary of the imperial capital, was entered and stripped of portable wealth. Chroniclers speak of sacred vessels, metalwork, and treasures taken or broken. They also describe desecrations and humiliations that shocked even some Western observers. Violence against civilians occurred, as it commonly did when a fortified city fell to assault. The exact totals of deaths, assaults, and losses are impossible to state with confidence. Medieval figures are often rhetorical, and the most dramatic anecdotes need reliable support that the sources do not always provide. But the scale of violation, material loss, and cultural damage is not in doubt. Some of what was taken can still be named. The bronze horses that once stood near the Hippodrome, the city's great chariot racing arena and ceremonial public space, were removed and eventually placed at St. Mark's in Venice, where they became symbols of victory carried across the sea. Relics and artworks travelled not only to Venice, but to churches and treasuries across Western Europe, redistributed through gifts, sales, and private hoards. And beyond gold and silver there were losses that could not be easily measured. Manuscripts dispersed, libraries broken up, and ancient works that survived only as single copies exposed to fire, water, and careless handling. Even when books were not deliberately destroyed, the conditions of a sack were enough to erase texts forever. By the time the 3 days ended, the conquerors had won a city. But they had also created a wound that would shape how Greeks and Latins spoke about each other for centuries, and a political problem that victory alone could not solve. What, exactly, to do with an empire taken by force from within Christendom itself? In the aftermath, the victors tried to turn conquest into government. An emperor was elected, Baldwin of Flanders, crowned in May 1204. Boniface of Montferrat, despite leading much of the host, was passed over, partly from Venetian distrust of his family's Byzantine ties, and partly because Baldwin seemed a less threatening, more workable choice for the coalition. A new map followed. Boniface took the kingdom of Thessalonica. Venice claimed a web of ports, islands, and trading quarters, commercial stepping stones meant to control sea lanes and profit. On paper, Byzantine lands were divided. In reality, much remained unconquered. Greek resistance reorganized fast in successor states. The Empire of Nicaea in western Anatolia, the Despotate of Epirus in the west, and the Empire of Trebizond on the Black Sea. Latin rule proved thin, contested, and expensive. In Wet 1261, Nicaea's forces recovered Constantinople, but the restored Byzantine Empire was smaller, poorer, and permanently weakened. The Crusade never reached Egypt or Jerusalem because debt and logistics pulled it to Venetian targets, and intervention in Byzantine dynastic politics spiraled through broken promises, fear, and hardening hostility. Pope Innocent III condemned the attack, and then the sack, though Crusaders defended it as owed payment and a punished betrayal. That is why it stayed controversial. Not a single conspiracy, but a chain of misjudgments, contracts, ambition, and pressure, ending in lasting Catholic Orthodox damage and deep demographic, economic, and cultural loss. In the early 1340s, far from Europe's stone cathedrals and crowded marketplaces, something small and lethal began to move across Central and East Asia. Historians and scientists most often place the pandemic's beginnings in these inland regions, on the great grasslands and mountain basins where people, animals, and trade routes met, and then trace its first westward momentum along the connected arteries of Eurasian commerce. It did not travel as a marching army or a visible storm. It travelled as a hitchhiker, in the fur of rodents, in the bellies of fleas, and in the sacks and saddlebags that crossed the steppe and the desert. By the time many communities sensed it, it was already ahead of them, quietly multiplying at the edges of camps, market towns, and caravan stops. Europe, meanwhile, stood on the eve of catastrophe in a state of strained abundance. The population had grown steadily for centuries, pressing hard against available farmland. Cities had expanded behind their walls, packed tight with workshops, animals and people living close enough to share air, water and disease. Waste disposal was uneven at best. In many towns, refuse and offal collected in streets or ditches. Wells and rivers served as both drinking water and drainage. Nutrition for the poor could be thin even in good years, and the early 14th century had not been kind. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1317, and the hard years that followed left a legacy of weakened bodies and fewer reserves. When illness finally arrived, it would find crowds, closeness, and vulnerability waiting. The culprit, as modern science names it, is Yersinia pestis, a bacterium that lives in complex cycles among rodents and their parasites. In many ecosystems, plague persists in wild rodent reservoirs for long periods, sometimes flaring into explosive outbreaks when conditions favour it. Fleas become the crucial vector. When a flea feeds on an infected animal, the bacteria can multiply in its digestive tract. In certain flea species, this can lead to blockage that makes the flea bite repeatedly, regurgitating bacteria into new hosts. The result is a disease that can leap from rodent to rodent, and then into humans, especially where commensal rodents thrive around grain stores, stables, and crowded housing. Trade networks amplified all of this. Grain and textiles drew rodents, animals and people moved constantly, sleeping quarters were shared, supplies were stored and restored. A caravan did not need to carry a visibly sick passenger to carry plague. A few infected fleas in a bundle of cloth, or a rat nesting in cargo, could be enough to deliver the bacterium into a new settlement. And across Eurasia, movement had rarely been so steady or so far-reaching. The Silk Road was not one road but many corridors, paths threading through oases, mountain passes, river valleys and open steppe. Along these routes were caravanserais, fortified inns spaced a day's travel apart, where merchants could water animals, repair gear, trade news, and sleep within protective walls. They were, in a practical sense, the infrastructure of long-distance commerce. They were also ideal junctions for disease, warm stables, stored food, close quarters, and a steady turnover of travellers who carried their bedding and bundles onward. In the 13th and early 14th centuries, the Mongol Empire and its successor Khanates had helped bind these routes together. Political unification and military dominance made vast distances more navigable. Security improved in many regions. Standardized systems of relay stations, passports and taxation supported movement. The period is sometimes described as a kind of Eurasian commercial acceleration. More goods, more people, more frequent contact across regions that had once been more isolated. The same stability that helped silk, spices, furs and silver circulate also allowed infections to ride farther and faster than before. As the 1340s advanced, plague signals appear in scattered reports across the wider Mongol world, sudden mortality, terrifying swellings, and communities struck hard enough to disrupt trade and governance. The sources are uneven, and medieval writers often describe sickness in broad moral language. Yet a pattern emerges, outbreaks moving westward, following the contours of contact. By 1346, the story sharpens at the Black Sea, at the Genoese trading city of Kaffa, today's Feodosia in Crimea, an outpost of Mediterranean commerce planted on the edge of steppe politics. Kaffa sat at a hinge point between worlds, Italian merchants and ships on one side, the Khanates and caravan routes of the interior on the other. It was a place where cargoes changed hands, where languages overlapped, where the shoreline and the steppe exchanged wealth. That year, Kaffa was besieged by forces associated with the Mongol Golden Horde. One later source, the notary Gabriele de Mussi, claims that the besiegers, stricken by plague, hurled infected corpses over the walls in an early form of biological warfare. It is one of the most famous and most debated episodes in the plague's history. Some historians caution that de Mussi was not an eyewitness at Kaffa, and that his account may carry rhetorical flourish or second-hand rumour. Others note that even without catapulted bodies, a siege itself creates perfect conditions for disease. Crowded defenders, strained sanitation, disrupted food supplies, and constant contact with the outside environment. Plague could have entered in many ordinary ways, through fleas, through rats, through trade that never fully stops even in wartime. What matters is the outcome. Kaffa became a gateway. From the Black Sea ports, ships routinely sailed west to Constantinople, to the Aegean, and onward to the great trading cities of Italy. In the holds were grain, cloth, and spices, and in the hidden margins of that commerce, the small mechanisms of transmission. A few infected fleas, a few rats sheltering in darkness, and the disease had access to the sea lanes of the Mediterranean. Even before Europe fully understood what was coming, the first shockwaves were felt in words and whispers. News travelled along the same routes as silk and salt. Rumours of a strange mortality to the east. Stories of towns emptied, of people dying too fast for priests to keep pace. Chroniclers reached for familiar explanations, bad air, celestial omens, divine judgment, because the true cause was invisible. To many contemporaries, the plague was not a bacterium moving through ecosystems and networks. It was a terror that arrived without warning, carried by wind, by fate, by sin. And yet, step by step, port by port, the map was already being redrawn. The Black Sea had opened the door, and the Mediterranean was next. From the Black Sea, the sailing season carried merchants outward as reliably as a tide. Galleys and round ships slipped from ports like Kaffa and Tanna, from Constantinople and the eastern Mediterranean, loaded low with the necessities and luxuries of a connected world. Grain sacks were stacked in cramped holds. Bales of cloth and bundles of fur were wedged into corners. Barrels of water and wine sweated in the dark. In those packed spaces, warmth, food, and shelter created a small ecology that travelled with the ship. Rats thrived where grain was plentiful and where planks and rope offered hiding places. Fleas thrived where rats nested, where sailors slept close together, and where garments were seldom washed at sea. A ship did not need a visibly ill passenger to carry plague. A few infected fleas in bedding, in a fold of cloth, or on a rat slipping between cargo, could bridge hundreds of miles of open water. On deck, the sea air felt clean, even bracing. Below, in the press of cargo and bodies, an invisible chain could already be forming. In October of 1347, those chains reached Sicily. The port of Messina, busy with Mediterranean traffic, received a small group of ships arriving from the east, often described as Genoese vessels, though medieval accounts vary in details. What witnesses agreed on was the condition of the crews. Men staggered ashore, feverish and confused. Some had dark swellings in the groin or armpit, painful lumps that seemed to rise from nowhere. Others were already dying, and the dying did not take long. The response in Messina was swift and frightened. Chroniclers describe attempts to drive the ships away, to force them back to sea. But expelling a vessel did not expel what had already stepped onto the docks. Sailors had been carried to homes and hospitals. Porters had handled ropes and cargo. Local boats moved between ships and shore. Rats could disembark unnoticed along mooring lines or slip from one storehouse to another. Even if every foreign ship had been pushed away in time, which it was not, the first sparks were already in the city's crowded quarters. Once kindled, the outbreak moved with a terrible rhythm. The first day might look like a common illness, a sudden fever, chills, a pounding head, a heavy weariness that made a strong person want to lie down in the middle of the day. By the second day, the body ached and the stomach turned. Many reported a deep malaise, a sense that something was profoundly wrong. By the third day, in many cases, the swellings appeared buboes, most often in the groin, under the arm, or at the neck, where lymph nodes fought and failed. They could grow to the size of an egg or larger, hot and agonizing, sometimes hard, sometimes softening as the illness advanced. After that, witness descriptions often tighten into a few grim phrases: delirium, sleeplessness, and a fever that would not break. Some accounts mention black or purple spots on the skin, signs of bleeding under the surface. Others describe vomiting or coughing, and a stench that clung to the sick room. By the fourth or fifth day, many were dead. Some died sooner, within 2 or 3 days of the first fever. Those who survived past a week had better odds, but survival was never assured, and in 1347 and 1348, few households had the means to isolate or to rest. These patterns reflected not one single disease presentation, but several. The most common was bubonic plague, the form tied to flea bites and the lymphatic system. It could be lethal, but it was not always immediately contagious from person to person. Yet in the crowded reality of medieval ports, bubonic plague still spread efficiently, because rats and fleas spread efficiently, especially around grain stores, docks, and the dense housing of labourers. More deadly still was septicemic plague, when the infection flooded the bloodstream. It could kill so fast that buboes barely had time to form. Victims could collapse with fever, weakness, and signs of internal bleeding, darkened skin, cold extremities, a swift slide toward shock. The survival odds here were slim to almost none, especially without modern antibiotics. And then there was pneumonic plague, the form that attacked the lungs. When plague entered this form, it changed the rules. A person could cough and breathe out infection, and in close quarters, families, monasteries, cramped rooms near the docks, others could fall ill without any flea bite at all. Pneumonic plague often progressed with frightening speed: fever, chest pain, a wet cough, bloody sputum, suffocation. It was the form most readily passed directly between people, and it helped explain why some outbreaks seemed to leap through households as if carried on breath. From Messina, Sicily became a launch point. Ships fled the island seeking safer harbours, but in doing so they carried the same hidden passengers: rats, fleas, infected goods, and in some cases infectious coughs. The plague appeared in other Sicilian towns, and then crossed to the Italian mainland. It reached the great commercial ports that formed the beating heart of Mediterranean trade, Genoa and Venice among them, where maritime traffic was constant, and where warehouses brimmed with grain and textiles. From port to port the pattern repeated. A vessel arrived. A few sailors were ill or fell ill soon after. Dock workers and innkeepers were exposed first, then neighbours, then entire parishes. In many places fear gathered at the waterfront. People watched ships as if they were floating tombs. Some cities tried to bar entry, to turn vessels away, to limit contact. But commerce was stubborn and enforcement was imperfect. Even when officials acted, the timing was often too late. Plague had already seeded itself among rats in storehouses, or among the poor in the crowded quarters nearest the harbour. Across the northern Mediterranean, Marseille became another critical hinge. From there, the disease moved into southern France and along well-travelled corridors inland. Rivers turned the outbreak into a moving front. The Rhône and other waterways linked ports to market towns, and market towns to cities. Roads carried it as well on pack animals, on carts, on the clothing of travellers who felt well one day and were feverish the next. By early 1348, the plague was not a single outbreak in one harbour. It was a chain of outbreaks, overlapping and accelerating. Not every place was struck at the same moment, and not every place suffered equally. The heaviest blows tended to fall where trade was thickest, and where people lived most tightly packed: large ports, commercial hubs and towns, with constant movement through their gates. Season mattered too. Fleas and rats do not behave the same way in cold weather as in warm, and shipping itself followed seasonal patterns. Local responses shaped outcomes at the margins. Some communities limited gatherings, some closed gates, some restricted entry from affected areas, and some simply had fewer connections to the main arteries of trade. But even where measures slowed the pace, they rarely stopped the arrival altogether. Eyewitnesses left small, sharp images that survived the centuries. They wrote of how quickly the strong became helpless, and how quickly a household could collapse. One person sick on Monday, a second by Wednesday, a whole family gone before the week was out. They wrote of priests who could not keep up with confessions, of neighbours who avoided one another in the street, of doors marked by absence. At the docks, fear became a practical problem. Who would unload a ship if touching a rope might mean death? Yet hunger and obligation pushed people forward. Goods still had to be moved. The city still had to eat. By the time the Mediterranean understood what Messina had received, the sea lanes were already compromised. The plague had learned the geography of Europe the way merchants had, by harbours, by warehouses, by river mouths and by roads leading inward. The water that connected the medieval world now carried a sickness that could outrun rumour, and behind the busy facades of trade, Europe's great dying was beginning to take shape. In the first months, people tried to understand the plague using the tools they already had: inherited authorities, familiar categories, and a medicine that explained illness as imbalance rather than infection. University-trained physicians spoke of the four humours: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile, and of how health depended on their harmony. A sudden fever and swelling could be read as heat and corruption in the blood, or as a poisonous excess that had to be drawn out. Another powerful idea was miasma, the belief that bad air carried disease. Many thought the atmosphere itself had been spoiled by rotting matter, by marshes, by unusual weather, or by a great corruption that drifted on the wind. Medical writings advised people to avoid foul-smelling places, to keep their homes sweet with herbs, and to breathe through cloths soaked in aromatic mixtures. Alongside this ran astrology. In 1348, some physicians blamed a rare conjunction of planets that they believed had disturbed the air and waters of the earth. When the cause is placed in the heavens, human control feels very small. These frameworks were not foolish within their own logic, but they misread the true roots of transmission. If plague is carried by invisible air, then the answer is perfume and smoke. If it is a poisoned humour, then the answer is bleeding and purging. And if it is a divine correction, then the answer is penance. Before we continue, I'd love to know where you're listening from tonight. Leave your country or city in the comments. It's always amazing seeing how many different parts of the world gather here to explore history together. Treatments followed the logic of the time, and many were brutal. Bloodletting was common, meant to reduce dangerous heat or draw corruption away from the heart. Some physicians lanced buboes, hoping to release poison, though this could weaken the patient and invite other infections. Purging and emetics were used to expel what was imagined to be toxic matter inside the body. And then there was theriac, a famous compound medicine, often containing dozens of ingredients that promised protection against poisons of every kind. Wealthy patients might pay dearly for it, trusting in its ancient reputation. People burned juniper and rosemary, carried posies of herbs, and fumigated rooms with sulphur or vinegar. Advice manuals suggested washing with strong wine, eating certain foods, avoiding others, and keeping the emotions steady, because fear itself was believed to disturb the humours. Some remedies now read like desperation made into ritual: crushed precious stones, powdered metals, mixtures of animal parts, or charms written on parchment. In a world without antibiotics, even the best-intentioned care was mostly a way of feeling less helpless. The figure we now call the plague doctor sits in the imagination like a mask from a nightmare, but it belongs partly to later centuries. In the 1340s, cities did hire physicians and surgeons to serve during outbreaks, sometimes paying hazard wages, sometimes compelling service, sometimes relying on whoever was available. Protective clothing existed: heavy gowns, gloves and cloths soaked in vinegar. But the iconic beaked mask becomes common in visual sources much later, especially in the 17th century. Still, the practical limits of medieval care were real in any era. A physician could advise, lance, bleed and prescribe, but he could not stop a household's bedding from harbouring danger, or a crowded street from becoming a corridor of exposure. Many doctors fled if they could. Some stayed and died. Others survived, and their survival itself looked like proof that their methods worked, even when it was simply chance and timing. As medicine faltered, faith filled the space. Churches rang more often. People crowded toward shrines, relics, and images believed to protect. Processions moved through streets with candles and prayers, entire neighbourhoods walking together to ask mercy from heaven. Towns made vows, promising to build chapels, to hold annual feasts, to fund masses, if only the sickness would lift. Priests were called again and again to hear confessions, to anoint the dying, and to bury the dead until there were too many bodies and too few hands. Out of this religious intensity rose mass movements, most famously the flagellants. Groups of penitents travelled from town to town, singing hymns and whipping their backs until they bled, believing that shared suffering could turn away divine wrath. In some places they were welcomed at first, because they seemed to offer a plan when no one else did. But authorities, both church and civic, often turned against them. The movement could slide into disorder, into public frenzy, into preaching that challenged local clergy. And in the simplest unintended way, these pilgrim-like crowds also helped sickness travel. People sleeping close together, sharing food, moving daily along roads that linked one community to another. Fear demanded explanations, and explanations demanded culprits. Across parts of Europe, Jewish communities were accused of poisoning wells or conspiring to spread the plague. Under torture, some confessions were extracted and then used as justification for massacres and expulsions. The violence could be organized or spontaneous, but it shared a grim logic. When the enemy is invisible, a human target becomes a substitute. Outsiders of many kinds were vulnerable. Foreigners, beggars, travellers, the poor, anyone who could be named as the reason catastrophe had arrived. These persecutions did nothing to stop the plague. They only added another layer of death. Survival, meanwhile, followed the lines of class. The wealthy had options: a country estate, a walled villa, a hunting lodge away from crowded lanes and busy docks. They could leave early, taking servants and supplies, turning travel itself into a kind of shield. Some cities saw an exodus of elites that changed politics overnight, leaving officials, craftsmen and labourers to face the worst months with fewer resources and fewer patrons. Peasants and the urban poor were trapped by duty and necessity. They could not abandon fields that fed their families, or workshops that paid rent, or crowded neighbourhoods where every room held multiple sleepers. They lived closer to grain stores and stables in tighter quarters, with fewer changes of clothing and fewer ways to separate the sick from the well. When plague entered a household like this, it did not arrive as an isolated tragedy. It arrived as a collapse of work, care, and food all at once. And so, inside the great dying Europe, endured not only a disease, but a crisis of meaning and order, medicine that could not cure, prayers that did not always save, fear that searched for targets, and a society where the distance between life and death was often measured in who could afford to leave. When the wealthy fled and the poor stayed, the map of death began to look different from place to place. Yet everywhere it pressed on the same weak points: crowded rooms, shared wells, busy markets, and the daily obligations that kept people moving even when fear told them to stop. In the countryside, the plague did not always arrive first, but when it did, it could erase a village with terrifying completeness. Farms were left half-worked, seed rotted in barns, and fields went unploughed because the hands that knew the land were gone. Dead livestock lay where they fell, not from the plague itself so much as from neglect. No one left to bring water, cut fodder, or drive them to pasture. Local obligations that had held rural life together, rent days, labour services, the communal repair of roads and ditches, collapsed under simple arithmetic. When a third or half of the households vanished, there was no longer a working community to enforce the old rhythms. Some hamlets emptied and never recovered, their names surviving only in memory, in boundaries on later maps, or in a church ruin standing alone. From there the wave rolls into the great cities, where each street corner multiplies contact. Florence, in 1348, became one of the most carefully remembered disasters, partly because writers were close enough to see daily life break apart. Contemporary accounts speak of a city where sickness moved through households like a fire through dry cloth. Estimates vary, but in Florence it was commonly believed that perhaps half the population died in that single year. The social fabric tore in predictable ways. Servants abandoned masters, and masters abandoned servants. Friends stopped visiting, even close kin sometimes kept their distance, choosing fear over duty. Wealth did not guarantee safety, but it bought options, space, food, the ability to withdraw behind doors, while the poor were crowded into the very conditions that fleas and infection liked best. The city's usual noise of trade thinned into something stranger: shuttered workshops, interrupted courts, and an economy that could not function because the living were too busy surviving and the dead were too numerous to mourn properly. Northward, Paris and the towns of northern Europe faced a different kind of pressure, the strain placed on institutions that were supposed to explain and manage calamity. The University of Paris produced medical opinions that blended miasma, astrology, and classical authority into advice that sounded confident but could not stop the deaths. Urban density made every recommendation difficult. Avoid foul air, they said, but the poor lived above drains and beside animal stalls. Avoid crowds, yet bread still had to be bought, water still drawn, rents still demanded. As panic rose, so did the basic problem of a medieval city: narrow streets, close rooms, shared walls, and constant movement through gates and markets that could not easily close without starving the inhabitants. In England, the plague's arrival is usually placed in 1348. likely entering through southern ports and then climbing the roads toward London. By 1349 it was tearing through the capital. Chroniclers and parish records, where they survive, preserve the bluntness of the timeline: a sudden climb in burials, then an overwhelming peak, then the slow return of ordinary entries, baptisms, marriages, as if a book had been forced through a storm and finally set down again. Governance did not end, but it staggered. Officials died, courts paused, and city administration had to operate with empty seats. Even when leaders remained alive, their authority depended on people willing to enforce orders, collect dues, and keep watch, work made dangerous by proximity to the sick. Everywhere, the hardest labour became the last labour, burial. In normal times, death was managed with ritual, procession, and a careful place in consecrated ground. During the worst months, the scale changed everything. Gravediggers were too few, and some refused the work unless paid more, while others took the wages and died anyway. Churches could not keep up with masses. Coffins became scarce. Bodies were carried in groups, sometimes wrapped only in cloth, sometimes stacked into trenches dug quickly at the edge of town. The air itself seemed altered, contemporaries wrote of a heavy stench, of streets that felt tainted, of the sickly sweetness of decay that clung to clothing and hair. Logistics replaced ceremony. Where to put the dead? How to move them? How to stop them from lying in houses long enough to endanger the living? Out of this grim practicality came some of the earliest public health measures in European cities. Port towns experimented with controls on ships and cargo, especially as people noticed that plague often followed trade routes. Some places tried cordons restricting movement along roads, guarding gates, turning travellers away. Plague houses and improvised isolation spaces appeared, meant to separate the sick from the well, though the separation was often imperfect, and sometimes cruel. Enforcement varied because enforcement depended on trust and manpower. A city could declare a quarantine, but hungry people still slipped out for food, merchants still tried to save their fortunes, and officials were reluctant to punish neighbours when everyone feared becoming the next victim. And yet, not all communities suffered equally. Geography mattered. A remote valley, a sparsely connected village, an island with fewer landings could delay the plague or reduce its opportunities. Rapid isolation sometimes worked, especially when a town recognised danger early and accepted the hardship of cutting ties. Reduced trade contact meant fewer introductions of infected fleas and people. And then there was luck, timing, weather, the chance that the chain of transmission simply failed. In the midst of the great dying, survival could depend on choices. But it could also depend on accidents no one could see, in a world still learning what the disease truly was. When the great wave finally loosened its grip, people stepped into streets that felt wider, quieter, and wrong. The loss was not only personal, it was numerical, written into empty houses and abandoned plots. Modern estimates vary with the patchwork of records, but many historians place Europe's death toll somewhere around a third to a half of the population between 1347 and 1353. In some towns and regions it was less. In others, especially dense cities and heavily connected trade corridors, the losses could be far higher. Survival followed patterns that now seem familiar. Isolation helped, distance and lower density helped, and the young and healthy often fared better than the old or already ill. Yet the plague was never fair, and many households lost the strong and spared the frail, as if chance still had a vote. The economy that remained was an economy with missing hands. Fields stood ready, but labour was scarce. Workshops needed apprentices and journeymen, who were no longer there. Demand for food and goods shrank with the population, but wages in many places began to rise because the living discovered their value. A farm worker could ask for more. A servant could refuse a poor household and seek a better one. In England, the Crown tried to force wages back down with the Ordinance of Labourers in 1349, and later the Statute of Labourers, demanding that people work at pre-plague rates. Similar pressures appeared elsewhere. Laws, fines, and moral arguments meant to return society to its old balance. They did not fully succeed. Bargaining power had shifted, and the attempt to shove it back into place created resentment that simmered for decades. Out of that simmering came slow changes to feudal life. When lords could not compel as many labour services, they often commuted obligations into rent or leased land on easier terms just to keep it productive. Marginal fields were abandoned. Pastures expanded. In some regions, sheep and wool grew more profitable than grain because they needed fewer workers. Serfdom weakened unevenly, more quickly in parts of Western Europe than in the East, but the direction was clear. Peasants who had survived felt the weight of their importance. And when rulers tried to tax and control them as before, some pushed back openly. The Jacquerie in France in 1358 and the English peasants' revolt in 1381 did not spring from the plague alone, but the plague helped create the conditions: fewer people, heavier demands on survivors, and a growing sense that the old order had failed to protect them. In the mind and the arts, the Black Death left a deep shadow. Churches filled with prayers of gratitude and prayers of fear, but piety changed shape. Some people clung more tightly to ritual, others grew disillusioned with clergy who could not stop the dying. Death became a dominant motif. Dances of death painted on walls, skeletons and hourglasses, the reminder that rank and wealth ended in the same soil. Wills multiplied, charities were founded, and people spoke more plainly about mortality, as if the future had become a shorter room. The plague also did not truly end. It returned in later waves, local outbreaks, regional resurgences, sometimes every decade or two, flaring when conditions aligned. Cities began to build memory into law. Quarantine periods lengthened and formalized. Dedicated pest houses appeared. Health boards were created to track cases, regulate burials, and control movement and trade. In places like the Italian city-states, these measures slowly hardened into early public health institutions, imperfect, often harsh, but born from hard repetition. Centuries later, modern science finally illuminated what medieval people could only guess. Genetics extracted from teeth in plague cemeteries has confirmed Yersinia pestis as the culprit, and has traced lineages that match the movement of trade and empire. Archaeology has mapped mass graves to specific outbreaks, and DNA has shown that the bacterium itself evolved, branching and persisting rather than vanishing cleanly. Even human genomes carry echoes. Some immune-related genes appear to have been shaped by the brutal selection of those years. In the end, the Black Death did not simply kill, it rearranged. It shifted labour and law, faith and art, city governance and medical thinking. It narrowed lives to essentials, and then, slowly, it widened them again into a changed world, one built by survivors who remembered, for generations, how quickly normal life can break. If you'd like more calm, sleepy history like this, please subscribe. May your night be peaceful, and your rest come easily. Good night. In the year 711, a Berber commander named Tariq ibn Ziyad crossed from North Africa into Iberia, landing at the rocky point that would later take his name, Jabal Tariq, the Mountain of Tariq. Over time, that became Gibraltar. The landing was small enough to feel like a raid at first, but it opened into something far larger, because the kingdom on the other shore was already strained. Iberia before 711 was ruled by the Visigoths, a warrior aristocracy governing a mixed population through a fragile system of kingship. Visigothic kings were not always succeeded smoothly. Rivals competed, nobles shifted allegiance, and regions could act as semi-independent power bases. The court struggled to enforce unity across long distances, and the church, the nobility, and local elites did not always pull in the same direction. When a crisis came, coordination could fail fast. Tariq's advance met King Roderick, the Visigothic ruler, in a battle traditionally placed at or near Guadalete. The exact location is uncertain, and later sources disagree on the details, but the result is clear enough. Roderick was defeated, and then he vanishes from the record, likely killed, though even that is not described with complete certainty. In early medieval politics, a missing king could be as devastating as a dead one. The collapse that followed was sudden, because so much depended on personal authority. With Roderick gone, there was no uncontested centre to rally around, and rival factions had little reason to trust each other. Some local leaders resisted, others negotiated, and some may have chosen cooperation against their domestic enemies. Garrison towns and regional magnates could cut their own deals, pay tribute, or simply wait to see who would win. The invaders moved quickly into key cities and corridors, and what looked like a single kingdom began to act like disconnected territories. A later story says Tariq burned his ships to prevent retreat. It is dramatic, but it appears in sources written long after the event, and is widely treated as disputed rather than firm fact. Before we continue, tell me in the comments where in the world you're listening from tonight, and whether you're settling in for sleep, working late, or simply enjoying a quiet moment with history. And now, back to the story. In the months after Guadalete, the speed of conquest was not only about military strength, it was about a political system breaking apart at the moment it needed unity most, leaving Iberia open to a new order that would soon be known as Al-Andalus. In the wake of Guadalete, Tariq ibn Ziyad did not face a single organized kingdom. He faced a landscape of cities, bishops, nobles, and local strongmen deciding, often separately, whether to fight, to flee, or to bargain. That fragmentation helps explain why the new power advanced so quickly, but it also helps explain what the conquest actually looked like on the ground. Not one continuous campaign of battles, but a chain of seizures, treaties, hostages, and tax agreements that turned collapse into a new provincial order. Iberia was within reach because North Africa had already been drawn into the expanding Umayyad world. Over the previous decades, Muslim armies and administrators had moved west across the Maghreb, building garrison towns, appointing governors, and negotiating with or defeating local rulers. By the early 8th century, the Strait of Gibraltar was no longer a hard boundary between worlds. It was a narrow crossing between two connected frontiers. Commanders in North Africa could assemble ships, hire pilots, and move forces across in stages. And the Umayyad Caliphate, centered far to the east, had both the ambition and the administrative habit of turning new conquests into tax-paying provinces. Tariq pushed inland along routes that mattered, roads, river valleys, and city centres that could anchor control. Córdoba became one of the key prizes early on. Later accounts describe a contested entry, resistance in parts of the city, negotiations in others ending with the establishment of a Muslim garrison and the beginning of a new fiscal relationship between rulers and ruled. What mattered was not only the taking of walls, but the taking of the machinery of a city, its storehouses, its gates, its legal authorities, and the people who knew where the land boundaries were and who owed what to whom. As Tariq advanced, another figure arrived to shape events, Musa ibn Nusayr, the governor of Ifriqiya, the Umayyad province covering much of North Africa. Musa did not come as a rival to Tariq so much as an agent of consolidation. In an imperial system, a dramatic breakthrough by a subordinate could be an opportunity but also a risk. Reinforcements meant more troops, more commanders, and more direct oversight. Musa crossed into Iberia with additional forces and began securing the conquest with the steady work of taking major towns, accepting surrenders, and distributing garrisons. Some places resisted. Others calculated that resistance would bring destruction, while negotiation might preserve property and status. This is where many of the most important mechanisms of early Al-Andalus were set, local agreements that preserved a portion of the old elite in exchange for submission and tribute. Surrender could be formalized with terms, sometimes allowing communities to keep their lands, their leaders, and their religious practice, so long as they recognized the new authority and paid what was demanded. In practice, these agreements were as much about administration as ideology. A conqueror who could keep the fields producing and the tax registers functioning could hold territory with fewer troops. A local magnate who could keep his estate, his dependents, and his influence might decide that accommodation was survival. Toledo, the old Visigothic political heartland, illustrates the speed and the peculiar nature of the takeover. It was not always seized by a single dramatic battle in the way later storytelling prefers. Rather, the vacuum after Roderick and the competing claims among the Goths left the city exposed. When Muslim forces entered Toledo, they gained more than a symbolic capital. They gained access to the central networks of governance, archives, elite households, and the idea that authority could be claimed over the peninsula from a recognizable centre. Yet even Toledo did not automatically mean command over all Iberia. The further one moved from the main roads and fertile plains, the more authority thinned into influence, then into mere raiding range. Across these years, the conquest was driven by a combination of force and deal-making. Some Christian leaders fought and lost. Some submitted quickly to avoid siege. Some played for time. And some groups, including factions among the Visigothic aristocracy, may have judged the newcomers to be useful allies against domestic rivals. Early medieval politics was rarely a clean line between invader and defender. Loyalties could be local, personal, and temporary. A city might open its gates to one commander and resist another. A noble might accept new overlords this year and rebel the next if the balance of power shifted. These arrangements were not uniform. Terms could differ from town to town and from countryside to city. Tribute might be assessed in coin, where coin circulated, and in kind where it did not. Grain, oil, livestock. Hostages could secure compliance. Land could be confirmed to a local lord on condition of obedience. In other cases, property changed hands and new settlers were installed, especially in strategic places where garrisons were necessary. The overall pattern was pragmatic, to build a stable flow of revenue and to prevent the emergence of a single rival power that could reunite resistance. It was in this setting that the name Al-Andalus came into use for the new Muslim-ruled territory in Iberia. The exact origin of the word is debated, and later writers gave it different explanations, but by the early Islamic period it had become the standard term for the peninsula's conquered lands, and eventually for the political entity that grew there. Importantly, Al-Andalus at first was not an independent kingdom. It was a province of the Umayyad Caliphate. Governors were appointed in the name of the caliph, and the region was meant to fit into a wider imperial map that stretched from the Atlantic approaches to the Middle East. Initial governance followed patterns used elsewhere in early Islamic expansion. A governor represented the caliphal state, commanding troops, supervising taxation, and maintaining order. Cities with garrisons became nodes of control. Judges and administrators helped translate conquest into routine, settling disputes, registering obligations, and managing the relationship between Muslim authorities and non-Muslim communities. Religious identity mattered, but it did not automatically erase earlier social structures. Many Christians and Jews remained in place, living under new rules and new taxes, sometimes protected by negotiated terms, sometimes squeezed by the demands of garrisons and commanders, who needed to pay soldiers and reward allies. The early decades were also marked by the internal complexity of the conquering forces. Muslim did not mean a single people with a single set of interests. A significant portion of the troops who crossed were Berbers from North Africa, recently incorporated into Umayyad authority and often treated uneasily by Arab elites. Command structures, pay, and prestige could all become sources of friction. These tensions did not prevent conquest, but they shaped settlement patterns and later conflicts. When land, posts, and spoils were distributed, disagreements could harden into rivalries that mattered as much as any frontier war. As Al-Andalus took shape, its borders were not neat lines on a map. Authority was strongest in the south, and in the old Roman and Visigothic urban corridors, places with roads, markets and fields that could support garrisons. To the north, the terrain itself complicated control. The mountains and rugged zones of the Cantabrian Range, the Pyrenees, and other uplands were less inviting to large-scale occupation. They offered fewer immediate rewards and more opportunities for small groups to survive outside direct oversight. In these regions, the new order might be felt as occasional raids, demands for tribute, or the presence of a fort rather than a daily administrative hand. Frontier realities in the early 8th century were therefore a mix of movement and uncertainty. Raiding was a tool of policy, not only predation. A raid could punish refusal to pay, deter rebellion, gather supplies, and remind communities which way power was leaning. Garrisons, meanwhile, served as anchors. A small force in the right place could control a road, protect a tax route, and watch a potentially restless district. But garrisons also depended on the countryside for food and on tax revenues for pay, which could make them a burden and a provocation. In a newly conquered land, a governor's authority could be tested not only by open revolt, but by the simple fact of distance, slow communication, and local opportunism. In the 720s and 730s, Umayyad forces also pushed beyond Iberia into what is now southern France, taking and holding some places for limited periods and raiding others. These ventures were extensions of frontier logic, testing strength, gathering wealth, and seeking strategic advantage rather than a smooth march of permanent occupation. Control beyond the Pyrenees proved difficult to sustain, and the priorities of governors in Al-Andalus often returned to the more urgent task of stabilizing Iberia itself. Stability was never just military. It depended on the everyday politics of collaboration. Many local elites, bishops, landholders, municipal leaders continued to matter because they could deliver compliance. They knew the communities, the boundaries of estates, and the rhythms of harvest. For Muslim authorities, keeping these figures in place under supervision and with incentives could be more effective than attempting to replace them entirely. For those elites, accommodation could mean preserving a degree of local standing, even if it came with humiliation, new taxes, and the loss of independent sovereignty. This is why it is misleading to imagine the early years as a simple clash of faiths where everyone chose sides once and for all. Religious identity was real and powerful, shaping law and social categories. But early Al-Andalus was also built by administrative necessity. People converted for varied reasons over generations, not always immediately, and not always purely out of conviction. Many did not convert at all. Communities adapted to new rulers while trying to protect their property and status. And the Muslim leadership, for its part, was often more focused on order and revenue than on forcing uniformity in a land where they were still establishing control. By the middle of the 8th century, Al-Andalus had become a recognizable province with major urban centers, Córdoba among the most important, Toledo still symbolically heavy, and other cities tied into an emerging network of governance. Yet the province was also a place of sharp edges, a society of garrisons and taxpayers, of negotiated coexistence and sudden violence, of local deals that could last for years and then collapse when a new governor arrived or a faction gained the upper hand. And above it all was the wider Umayyad world, whose politics did not stop at the sea. Decisions made in North Africa and in the caliph's court could reshape Iberia. Governors could be replaced. Policies could change. Rivalries imported from the east could flare up in western towns. The conquest had been rapid, but making it durable required something slower, building routines of rule, managing competing interests among the conquerors, and keeping the conquered productive enough to fund the whole structure. By around the 750s, the first phase of conquest had settled into a new normal Al-Andalus as an Umayyad province, wealthy in parts, restive in others, and never perfectly contained by its own rulers. The mountains in the north remained difficult to command fully, and the agreements that had made the conquest possible also meant that many older local powers were still present, watching, waiting, and adapting. This mixture, battle and bargaining, faith and administration, conquest and compromise, was the foundation on which everything that followed would be built. In the far north, where steep valleys narrowed armies into vulnerable columns, and where poor roads made supply difficult, Muslim authority was often thinner than it looked on a governor's map. The conquerors had little reason to commit large forces to regions that offered fewer taxes and fewer cities, and every reason to prioritize the richer plains and the urban corridors of the south. As a result, local power centers in the mountains persisted. Some were remnants of the old Visigothic order, others were simply families and warbands with deep local roots. Their relationship with Al-Andalus could shift between defiance, negotiated submission, and the kind of wary distance that frontier terrain makes possible. From this northern edge comes one of the most famous names in later Reconquista memory, Pelagius or Pelayo, according to tradition. He gathered a small band of followers in Asturias and resisted Muslim forces at Covadonga, often dated to around 722. The basic idea, a pocket of resistance surviving in the Cantabrian mountains, is plausible in a world where central control was stretched and local leaders could take advantage of difficult terrain. But the scale and details of Covadonga are uncertain. Early medieval sources are sparse, and later chronicles written in Christian courts with strong reasons to craft a founding myth, enlarged the event into a decisive turning point. Historically, Covadonga mattered less as a single battlefield that saved Spain, and more as a sign that the conquest did not reach equally into every valley, and that small victories could be preserved and then retold until they became origin stories. What followed in Asturias was not immediate liberation, but the slow construction of a kingdom. Asturian rulers consolidated authority through personal bonds, gifts, and the control of strongpoints, drawing in refugees, ambitious nobles, and clerical support. They raided when opportunities arose, and they endured counter-raids when Al-Andalus chose to punish or remind them of its reach. In the early centuries, the frontier was not a clean line. It was a wide zone in which intimidation, tribute, and opportunistic warfare coexisted. Even a northern king, who spoke in the language of restoration, might still pay for breathing room when pressured, or exchange hostages as guarantees, because survival mattered more than ideology. Over the 8th and 9th centuries, Asturias gradually pushed southward, especially as moments of instability in Al-Andalus reduced the pressure on the mountains. Expansion was not a steady march. It was a pattern of taking and holding, of probing raids, and of settling empty or contested lands. The movement of a court and the founding or refounding of towns helped turn a warband kingdom into something more durable. One of the major shifts was the rise of Leon as a political centre, as Asturian power extended into the plains. Leon's location made it better suited than the deep mountain heartland for organising a broader realm, collecting resources and projecting authority along the frontier. The very name Kingdom of Leon would come to represent this evolution, even though contemporaries often experienced it as continuity under changing circumstances. The frontier itself was built as much by settlers and scribes as by armies. Lords and kings encouraged repopulation and the creation of fortified places, granting land, privileges, and exemptions to those willing to farm and defend exposed territory. These arrangements could take many forms: rights to pasture, reduced taxes, local self-government, and legal protections meant to draw people into riskier zones. Monasteries played a central role. They were spiritual institutions, but also engines of colonization and record-keeping, anchoring communities with charters, boundaries, and claims to land. A monastery could drain marshes, clear forests, and organize labour, while its documents helped a frontier society remember who owned what and who owed service to whom. This did not create a unified Christian Spain. It created a patchwork of jurisdictions. Local lords gained real autonomy, especially where royal power was distant. Fortresses became the currency of authority, and the men who held them could bargain with kings, resist them, or switch loyalties when it suited survival. On a frontier where raids could destroy a year's harvest, strongmen mattered. So did marriages, which tied families across regions and created claims that could be peaceful one year and violent the next. Diplomacy crossed the religious boundary as well. Truces were made. Tribute was demanded and paid. Hostages moved between courts. The language of faith could be fierce, but the practice of politics remained flexible. Out of these conditions emerged new and distinct polities. Castile began as a frontier region within the Leonese orbit, a land of castles and fortified lines, where commanders responsible for defence gathered influence. Over time, counts in Castile built a local identity and a habit of semi-independence, sometimes loyal to Leon, sometimes rebellious, often pursuing their own advantage along the frontier. The very geography of Castile encouraged it. Broad spaces that needed fortresses, a warrior aristocracy rewarded with land, and a practical culture of defence that could become a political claim. Further east, in the Western Pyrenees, Navarre developed in a landscape shaped by both mountain independence and the pull of larger neighbours. Its rulers navigated pressures from Al-Andalus, from the Frankish world to the north, and from nearby Christian polities competing for influence. Alliances could shift quickly. A Navarrese ruler might fight one year and negotiate the next, accepting marriage ties, trading hostages or taking tribute in exchange for peace. Aragon, initially a smaller county in the central Pyrenees, grew in similar fashion, first as a frontier lordship, then as a more confident principality as it absorbed territory and built institutions. Along the northeastern edge, the Catalan counties formed in a different political orbit. They were shaped by Frankish intervention beyond the Pyrenees and by the creation of a buffer zone, often called the Spanish March, intended to shield the Carolingian realm from raids. Counties like Barcelona developed under counts who were, at first, Frankish appointees, but over time acted with increasing independence, marrying locally, passing authority within families, and pursuing their own policies toward both Frankish kings and the rulers of Al-Andalus. Here, too, the frontier was managed through fortifications, settlement, and negotiated coexistence as much as through open war. In the far west, the roots of what would later become Portugal were also taking shape, not as a planned national project, but as a product of frontier lordship and shifting allegiance. Counties and lordships along the Atlantic side of the Leonese realm gained importance as expansion pushed southward. Their leaders, counts, bishops, and local magnates balanced loyalty to Leon with the desire to control their own lands and revenues. The identity that later crystallized into Portugal was born from this slow accumulation of power and precedent, and from the simple fact that distant frontiers tend to produce leaders who govern as if they are already independent. Across the 8th and 9th centuries, the key point is that the Christians were not one side. Leon and Castile could quarrel. Navarre might compete with its neighbours as readily as it confronted Muslim forces. The Catalan counties followed their own interests, sometimes looking north, sometimes south. Rival claims, disputed successions, and the temptations of border wealth could turn allies into enemies. It was entirely possible for Christian rulers to fight each other while also raiding into Al-Andalus, or to seek a truce with Córdoba in order to gain an advantage over a Christian rival. The peninsula's politics were crowded, and survival depended on flexibility. By the year 900, the northern resistance that began as scattered survival in difficult terrain had produced multiple Christian polities with distinct centres, rival elites, and developing institutions. They were expanding, but not steadily, confident, but not secure, and never fully united. The long struggle that later generations would call the Reconquista was, at this stage, less a single war than a shifting frontier world where small beginnings like Covadonga could be magnified into symbols, while the real work of history unfolded in settlements, charters, fortresses, and the constant calculation of risk. While new Christian polities took shape in the north, the political centre of gravity in most of Iberia lay to the south, where Al-Andalus was not a single settled state, but a province shaken by the larger storms of the Islamic world. In the mid-8th century, the Umayyad dynasty that had ruled from Damascus was overthrown by the Abbasids. The change was violent and sweeping. Umayyad princes were hunted, networks dismantled, loyalties tested. One survivor, Abd al-Rahman ibn Muawiyah, escaped across North Africa, moving through a landscape where tribal alliances, governors, and local power brokers could mean protection one day and betrayal the next. When Abd al-Rahman crossed into Iberia, he entered a land already divided among Arab and Berber elites, old families of the conquest, and governors sent from the east whose authority did not always match their titles. In 756, Abd al-Rahman seized Córdoba and established himself as emir. This was the start of the independent Emirate of Córdoba. Independent not because it rejected Islam, but because it rejected Abbasid political control. The emir did not claim the universal religious title of caliph. He claimed something more immediately practical, sovereignty over Al-Andalus, backed by force, patronage, and the promise of order. The creation of the emirate was not a simple coronation followed by peace. Abd al-Rahman had to build a state out of rivals who had their own armies, their own clients, and their own local interests. He relied on a court and a household, on loyal commanders, and on careful balancing between competing groups. The new emirate needed revenue, and revenue required administration, tax collection, judges, appointed governors and scribes who could turn local obligations into regular income. In practice, this meant negotiation as much as command. A distant district might accept Córdoba's authority in theory while resisting it in detail, paying late, underpaying, or appealing to its own strongmen. The emirate was a centralizing project, but it operated in a world where power remained stubbornly regional. Even so, Córdoba began to rise into one of the major cities of the Western Mediterranean. Its growth was grounded in the ordinary mechanics of state and economy. The emir's court attracted officials, scholars, artisans, and merchants. Markets expanded. Warehouses and workshops served both local demand and long-distance trade. Al-Andalus was well placed, connected by sea routes to North Africa and beyond, and by land routes to the peninsula's interior. Goods moved along these lines: oil, wine, textiles, metals, ceramics, and slaves, shaped by the wealth of elites and the needs of armies. Agriculture mattered as much as trade. Much of Iberia was already cultivated, but the period saw intensified irrigation in many districts, along with the spread of crops and techniques across the Islamic world. Waterwheels, canals, and careful management of river plains helped increase yields where conditions allowed. Estates and villages produced the taxes that fed soldiers and funded building projects. This was not a pastoral idyll. Rural life could be hard, and a bad harvest or an abusive collector could turn quiet endurance into flight or revolt. But the ability to extract and redistribute agricultural surplus was one reason Córdoba could sustain a court and an army and project authority outward. Urban life, too, had its texture. Crowded neighbourhoods, craftsmen organised by trade, mosques and churches, baths, taverns, despite periodic moral crackdowns and constant movement in and out of city gates. A great city concentrates opportunities and pressures at the same time. It draws ambitious people, but it also draws the attention of those who want to control it. When Cordoba flourished, it did so with the benefits and the burdens of power, taxes, policing, factional rivalries, and the ever-present risk that a political dispute would become street violence. Within this emirate lived a mixed society. Muslims were diverse in origin, Arab lineages that claimed prestige, Berbers with their own histories and grievances, and many local converts known as muwallads, whose Islam did not erase older identities or local loyalties. Alongside them lived Christians, often called Mozarabs in later usage, who kept their faith and many communal institutions under Muslim rule. Jews, present in many towns, were also part of the social fabric, working in trade, crafts, medicine and administration, where connections and literacy mattered. Coexistence was real, but it was not equality. Non-Muslims were generally allowed to practice their religion under specific conditions and with specific restrictions, paying special taxes and living with legal disadvantages. In courts, in public office, and in the signals of status, Islam held the upper hand. At times, pressure increased. A stricter official, an anxious ruler, or a local conflict could translate into harassment, confiscations, or violence. Yet daily life was often more practical than polemical. Neighbours traded with neighbours. Farmers shared tools and water systems. Artisans served whoever paid. Languages and styles blended, not because everyone agreed, but because living in the same towns and markets creates habits of exchange. Cultural borrowing could happen even when communities kept clear boundaries. Conversion added another layer. Some converted from conviction, some for marriage, some to ease legal burdens or open careers. Over generations, this changed the balance of society and also its politics. Converts might be seen as fully part of the Muslim community in law, yet treated with suspicion by old elites. Meanwhile, Christian communities developed their own responses, some emphasizing accommodation, others drawing sharp lines, and a few embracing a rhetoric of confrontation that could provoke state repression. The result was a spectrum, shifting by place and decade, periods of quiet cooperation, moments of sharp tension, and occasional eruptions that later chroniclers would remember as emblematic. Governing Al-Andalus meant managing these divisions, while also facing constant challenges from within the ruling class. The 9th century in particular exposed how fragile central authority could be. Powerful families in the provinces rebelled. Frontier commanders acted like semi-independent lords. Berber and Arab factions revived old resentments. In some regions, Muwallad leaders claimed to defend local interests against a Cordoba that seemed distant and predatory. Rebellions were not always framed as religious conflicts. Often they were struggles over taxes, land and patronage, wrapped in whatever language would gather supporters. Cordoba responded with a familiar set of tools: campaigns to punish rebels, negotiations and pardons to peel away allies, hostage-taking to guarantee loyalty, and appointments designed to divide rival power bases. Emirs like Al-Hakam I and Abd al-Rahman II worked to strengthen the court and its institutions, but each assertion of authority could generate new resistance. Repression could restore order, yet it could also deepen the sense that the emirate was an extractor rather than a protector. Stability was an achievement, not a default condition. All of this fed directly into the dynamics of the frontier with the northern rulers. When Cordoba was strong and unified, it could raid deep, burn crops, seize captives, and demand submission or tribute. These expeditions were not a constant, unbroken war. They were seasonal and strategic, meant to remind opponents of the emirate's reach and to reward troops with plunder. Northern rulers answered with their own raids, strikes against outposts, and opportunistic pushes into lightly held territories, especially when Cordoba was distracted by internal revolt. Truces were as important as battles. A northern king might accept payments or offer hostages to buy time, then break the agreement when circumstances changed. A Cordoban emir might prefer a negotiated settlement if he needed troops elsewhere, or if a rebellion at home threatened the tax base. Frontier leverage shifted with the emirate's internal health. When Córdoba struggled with provincial uprisings, the north found room to expand, repopulate, and fortify. When Córdoba recovered, the frontier tightened, and northern courts had to recalibrate, defy, submit, or bargain. By the end of the 800s, the Emirate of Córdoba was both impressive and unsettled, a major urban centre anchored by administration, trade, and agriculture, and a society marked by everyday interaction across religious lines, alongside legal hierarchy and periodic coercion. It was strong enough to dominate much of Iberia, yet often forced to fight its own elites to do so. And in that tension between central ambition and regional resistance, between coexistence and inequality, between raids and treaties, the groundwork was laid for the next transformation, when Córdoba would seek not just independence, but a claim to supreme authority in the West. In the early 10th century, that search for supreme authority took a decisive step. In 929, Abd al-Rahman III, already emir in Córdoba, declared himself caliph. The title mattered. A caliph was not simply a local ruler. He claimed to be the chief political and religious authority for his community, a rival to other caliphs in the Islamic world. In practical terms, the declaration was a statement that Al-Andalus would not be treated as a distant province or a second-tier court. It was also a tool of internal politics by raising his status. Abd al-Rahman III aimed to pull fractious elites, Arab lineages, Berber commanders, provincial strongmen, and powerful families into a clearer hierarchy centered on Córdoba. Centralization meant money and administration, but also symbols that could be seen and felt. Abd al-Rahman III built Madinat al-Zahra, a vast Palatine city outside Córdoba designed to project order and splendor. It was not only a residence, it was an administrative stage where courtiers, petitioners, ambassadors, and generals moved through carefully controlled spaces, receiving the message that the caliphate stood above local quarrels. The court's patronage drew scholars, poets, jurists, and artisans, while the caliph's officials tightened oversight of provinces and revenues. This was the period when Córdoba's power could feel overwhelming, a professionalizing bureaucracy, disciplined guards, and an ability to mobilize resources for fortification, diplomacy, and campaigning. The caliphate's strength pressed outward as well as inward. Northern rulers, kings and counts in Leon, Navarre, Castile, and Barcelona, faced a southern state that could punish defiance and reward cooperation. Diplomatic pressure mattered as much as raids. Hostages, treaties, and the exchange of gifts could set the terms of a frontier relationship. A Christian ruler might receive recognition, trade access, or simply a respite from attack, in return for promises, intelligence, or tribute. In other years, the caliphate's armies demonstrated the price of resistance by burning fields and taking captives. The balance shifted with circumstances, but for much of the 10th century, Córdoba often set the tempo. Yet this centralized power contained its own risks. It depended on a court that could coordinate factions and manage succession without collapsing into violence. As long as Abd al-Rahman III and his son al-Hakam II controlled the system, the caliphate held together, combining intimidation with negotiation and projecting a confidence that reached beyond Iberia into North Africa and the wider Mediterranean. After al-Hakam thickened, the centre of gravity began to move from caliph to court manager. The heir, Hisham II, was young, and real authority fell to powerful officials and military patrons. Out of this environment rose al-Mansur ibn Abi Amir, who became the dominant figure of the state by the late 900s. Al-Mansur did not take the caliphal title, but he controlled the caliphate's machinery, appointments, finances, and crucially, the army. He built his own power base and expanded the use of reliable forces tied to him personally, including Berber troops from North Africa. The result was a state that could still strike hard, but whose cohesion increasingly depended on one man and his networks. Al-Mansur is remembered for relentless campaigning. He led repeated expeditions northward, attacking and pressuring multiple Christian polities, not as a single final conquest, but as a sustained strategy of dominance, punishing rivals, extracting submission, and feeding the military system with plunder and prestige. Barcelona was attacked in 985, a major blow to the Catalan frontier. In 997, Al-Mansur's forces struck Santiago de Compostela, the great pilgrimage centre in the Christian northwest. The raid was dramatic and deliberately symbolic, demonstrating reach and confidence. But it also revealed the limits of the approach. These campaigns did not permanently absorb the northern kingdoms. The geography, the fortifications, the distances, and the resilience of local power meant that many expeditions ended as they began, with burning, looting, captives, and withdrawal. The caliphate could devastate, but holding and integrating the north was another matter. After Almanzor's death in 1002, the system he had dominated began to unravel. His successors struggled to command the same loyalty, and the reliance on factional military support made the state brittle. Court politics became more dangerous. Rival groups competed to control the caliph, the treasury, and the armies. As tensions escalated, civil war broke out in the early 11th century. Years of coups, counter-coups, and contested legitimacy, with different claimants raised up and discarded. Madinat al-Zahra, once a showpiece of caliphal order, was damaged and abandoned amid the violence. Provincial leaders and military commanders learned they could survive without Cordoba, and that sometimes they could profit by resisting it. By 1031, the caliphate was effectively finished, replaced not by a single successor, but by a patchwork of Taifa kingdoms, independent city-states and regional dynasties, centered on places like Seville, Zaragoza, Toledo, Badajoz, Valencia, and Granada. The Taifas could be culturally vibrant, competing in patronage, architecture, poetry, scholarship, and courtly refinement. But politically, their division was a strategic weakness. Each Taifa had rivals close by, and each worried as much about its Muslim neighbours as about the Christian powers to the north. This was not a simple story of two united sides facing each other. Al-Andalus fractured into competing courts, and the Christian north was also divided into kingdoms and counties that fought among themselves as readily as they fought southward. Out of this fragmentation grew a new kind of frontier politics. Instead of one caliphate dictating terms, multiple taifas negotiated, bribed, threatened, and hired in a constant search for advantage. One key mechanism was parias, tribute payments, often in gold and luxury goods, paid by taifas to Christian kings and counts. These payments could buy peace, purchase an alliance against a rival taifa, or secure support in a succession dispute. They also strengthened Christian polities by funding castles, armies, and internal consolidation. The flow of tribute northward helped shift the long-term balance, even when no major battle was fought. The pragmatism ran both ways. Christian rulers exploited Muslim rivalries, playing one taifa against another. Muslim rulers did the same, supporting one Christian claimant against another, or sponsoring raids to distract a neighbour. Mercenaries crossed religious lines as a matter of business and survival. A Christian knight could serve a Muslim lord for pay, and a Muslim commander could coordinate with Christian forces if it served his city's interests. Alliances were not made because of shared faith, but because of immediate needs: money, security, revenge, or legitimacy. In this landscape, Reconquista, as a single continuous war, is a later framing. In the 10th and early 11th centuries, Iberian politics were a shifting web of civil conflicts, opportunistic coalitions, and negotiated dependence, where the fall of a great caliphate did not end power struggles, but multiplied them. The Taifa age made it possible for a Christian king to gain more by bargaining and pressure than by slow frontier raiding. Alfonso VI of Leon and Castile became the clearest example. He was not simply a warrior king advancing a fixed religious line. He was also a skilled collector of parias, using tribute to fund campaigns and to play rivals against each other over the 1070s and early 1080s Toledo. Once the political heart of the old Visigothic kingdom became his great prize. Toledo sat on the Tagus River, guarding routes between the central plateau and the south. It was a strategic hinge. With Toledo, Alfonso could project power deeper into the peninsula, threaten neighbouring taifas, and strengthen Castile's hold over the Meseta. But the city's meaning was also symbolic. As the former Visigothic capital, Toledo offered a language of legitimacy that reached back before the Islamic conquest of 711. Taking it could be framed as restoring an older order, even while the day-to-day reality remained one of negotiation with local elites and the management of a mixed population. In 1085, after years of pressure and shifting agreements, Alfonso VI entered Toledo. The takeover was not simply a sack and replacement. The city had Muslims, Christians, and Jews, and the new rulers needed revenue and stability as much as triumph. Toledo's fall also sent a shock through the Taifa world. If the old central city could be lost, then no Taifa was safe, and if pariahs had once bought time, now they seemed to be paying for the growth of the very power that would eventually absorb them. Faced with Alfonso's momentum, Taifa rulers argued over what to do next. Some hoped to bargain, to pay more tribute, or to form coalitions among themselves. But mistrust ran deep. Many taifas had been built by breaking away from Córdoba. Unity was hard to recreate, and alliances shifted with every succession and border dispute. In this atmosphere, a fateful option gained support: call for outside help from North Africa. Across the strait, a new power had risen among the Berber peoples of the Western Sahara and Morocco, the Almoravids, a movement that combined religious reform with disciplined state-building and military strength. Their leader, Yusuf ibn Tashfin, had forged a strong base in North Africa. To Taifa rulers, Yusuf looked like a necessary counterweight to Alfonso VI's, someone who could bring experienced troops and a reputation for cohesion. The invitation was made because local survival seemed to require it. Yet it carried an obvious danger. The price of rescue might be control. Yusuf ibn Tashfin crossed into Iberia, and in 1086 he met Alfonso's forces at the Battle of Sagrajas, also known as Al-Zalaka. The details of numbers and exact maneuvers are debated, but the outcome mattered more than the arithmetic. Alfonso was defeated, and the sense of unstoppable Christian expansion was checked. The battle did not erase the loss of Toledo, and it did not end the frontier wars. What it did was reset the political calculations. The Taifas had proven they could not reliably defend themselves, and Christian rulers learned that the fragmented south could, under certain conditions, summon a formidable unity. At first, Almoravid presence was presented as assistance, intervention to defend Islam in Iberia and stabilize the front. But Yusuf and his successors did not come merely to fight one battle and go home. Over the following years, the logic of power took over. Taifa kings, who had lived by courtly competition, diplomacy, and tribute, were now judged by Almoravid standards of obedience and military necessity. One by one, major taifas were absorbed. Rulers were deposed or exiled, and their territories brought under a more centralized authority tied to Marrakesh. For a time, Al-Andalus regained a degree of unity it had not seen since the Caliphate's fall. That unity came with costs. Almoravid rule could be more austere and less tolerant of the Taifa style of politics, with its flexible alliances and its cultural display. Taxes and military demands could rise, and local elites who had thrived under Taifa autonomy often resented being sidelined. Opposition simmered not always as open rebellion, but as a sense that the South had exchanged internal rivalry for external domination. Still, in the short term, the Almoravids slowed Christian advances and changed the rhythm of the struggle. It was in this tangled world where Christian kings took Muslim tribute, Muslim rulers hired Christian soldiers, and North African emirs replaced Iberian dynasties, that Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar lived his career. Later literature would turn him into El Cid, a clean symbol of Christian crusading virtue. The historical Rodrigo was more complicated, a political military operator navigating patronage, exile, and opportunity. Rodrigo first served Christian lords, building a reputation as a capable commander. But service depended on favour, and favour could vanish with court politics. When he fell out with Alfonso VI, he was exiled. An event that mattered less as a moral drama than as a practical shift in employment. Rodrigo then fought for the Muslim Taifa of Zaragoza, not as a conversion story, but as the reality of a frontier economy, where skilled captains sold their service, negotiated their own followings, and pursued land and security. Over time, Rodrigo carved out an increasingly independent role on the eastern frontier, where Taifa rivalries, Almoravid pressure, and Christian ambitions collided. His greatest achievement was Valencia. Through a mix of siege, negotiation, and force, he seized the city and ruled it in his own name, balancing communities and extracting resources to sustain his position. Valencia under Rodrigo was not simply a Christian liberation, nor a stable new kingdom. It was a hard-won personal dominion, held together by military strength and careful management in an unstable landscape. After his death, Valencia eventually fell to Almoravid control, a reminder that individual brilliance could not easily resist larger political currents. But Rodrigo's memory did not stay tied to those messy realities. In later centuries, epics and chronicles reshaped him into an idealized champion, smoothing away his service to Muslim rulers and his pragmatic choices. The transformation tells its own story. People wanted clear heroes and clear sides, even when the 11th century offered neither. Toledo's fall, the Almoravid intervention, and the career of Rodrigo Diaz all point to the same broader pattern. In this period, survival came from alliances, tribute, and timing as much as from faith. Borders mattered, but they were crossed constantly by envoys, merchants, mercenaries, and armies, because the engines driving the conflict were power, land, legitimacy, and the fear of being the next Taifa to disappear. As the 12th century progressed, the Almoravid system that had reimposed unity on Al-Andalus began to strain. Holding Iberia from across the strait meant constant expense, constant movement of troops, and constant negotiation with local elites who did not always welcome North African governors. Rebellions and rival claimants multiplied. In that vacuum, a new Western Islamic power rose in the Maghreb. The Almohads, a reform movement that built a state centered on Marrakesh and claimed a stricter religious and political authority than the Almoravids. They defeated their rivals in North Africa, inherited the responsibility of defending Al-Andalus, and renewed large-scale intervention in Iberia. For Christian rulers on the northern plateau and along the Ebro, this mattered because it meant the south could again concentrate resources. Expansion was not a simple one-directional tide. In 1195, the point was made sharply at the Battle of Alarcos. Alfonso the Outh of Castile advanced toward Almohad territory and met the Almohad caliph's forces near the Guadiana. The engagement ended in a Castilian defeat, severe enough to roll back recent gains and shake confidence in the frontier strategy. Fortresses changed hands, tributary arrangements were recalculated, and Christian politics turned inward as kings faced the reality that a strong, organized opponent could still dictate the pace. Out of that setback came a long season of planning and diplomacy, and then the confrontation that later generations would treat as a turning point, Las Navas de Tolosa, fought in 1212. The battle was not simply Christians versus Muslims in a permanent alliance. Christian kings still competed with one another, and Iberian politics remained full of old rivalries. But in this moment a coalition formed with unusual breadth. Alfonso VIII of Castile took the leading role, joined by Peter II of Aragon and Sancho VII of Navarre, along with significant participation from military orders and noble contingents. The campaign was also framed by the papacy in crusading terms, which helped attract support and provide ideological unity, even as practical motives, land, security and prestige, remained close to the surface. The campaign pushed south into territory where the Almohads expected to control the passes and starve the invaders of supplies. Sources differ and later accounts grow dramatic, so it is safer to describe the outline than chase precise figures. The coalition advanced, reached the Almohad field army, and forced a decisive battle. The fighting appears to have moved through phases: initial clashes, pressure on the coalition's centre, and then a successful push that broke the Almohad position and turned retreat into rout. Later storytelling would fix on heroic details and symbolic moments, turning the battle into a clean legend of chains, champions, and providence. Whatever the embellishments, the immediate result was real. The Almohad military presence in Iberia was badly damaged, and the aura of their invincibility, so clear at Alarcos, was gone. Yet 1212 did not end Muslim rule in the peninsula. Al-Andalus did not vanish after a single day of battle, and Christian armies did not instantly occupy the south. What Las Navas changed was the balance of power and the strategic confidence on the Christian side. At the same time that Almohad authority began to weaken, both in Iberia and in North Africa. As Almohad cohesion faltered, local Muslim rulers regained room to maneuver, but now under much greater pressure. The 13th century would be shaped by that combination, a south fragmenting again, and northern kingdoms ready to exploit the opening. In Castile and Leon, the central figure of the new phase was Ferdinand III. His successes were not just battlefield victories, but prolonged campaigns of sieges, negotiations and administration. In 1236, Córdoba fell, an event heavy with memory because Córdoba had once been the capital of the Caliphate. The conquest did not simply mean driving everyone out, it meant deciding who would keep property, how taxes would be collected, and which laws would govern mixed communities. Further east and south, pressure on Jaén tightened. Jaén became both a military target and a political lever, tied to agreements that recognized new frontiers and new dependencies. The largest prize was Seville, taken in 1248 after a major siege that combined land operations with control of the river approaches. With Seville, Castile gained a crucial economic centre and a gateway to Atlantic trade, and the frontier shifted dramatically toward the far south. While Castile expanded down the Guadalquivir, the Crown of Aragon pursued a different set of interests. Under James I, Aragon-Catalonia looked to the Mediterranean as much as to the interior. James conquered Majorca in the late 1220s, extending maritime reach and creating new bases for trade and naval power. He then moved against Valencia, taking the city in 1238 and building a new Christian-ruled kingdom within the wider Crown of Aragon, with its own legal traditions and settlement patterns. Aragon's conquests were not simply auxiliary to Castile's. They reflected a distinct political economy centred on ports, commerce, and the western Mediterranean. Portugal, too, consolidated its identity through expansion. Pushing south beyond the Tagus, Portuguese kings and nobles took advantage of weakening Muslim defences and shifting alliances to extend control into the Algarve. By the later 13th century, Portugal's southern frontier was largely fixed, and the kingdom's separate trajectory, already clear in earlier dynastic struggles, was reinforced by the possession of a continuous territory to the sea and to the far south. Across all these conquests, the social consequences were profound. Land was redistributed to nobles, military orders, towns, and the crown, creating new elites tied to frontier service and royal patronage. Settlers were encouraged to migrate from the north to newly taken cities and countryside, reshaping language, customs, and local power. At the same time, many Muslims remained under Christian rule as mudejars, communities allowed to keep aspects of religion and law in exchange for taxes and submission, though their position was vulnerable and varied sharply by region and decade. Legal systems changed as royal charters, municipal privileges, and ecclesiastical structures spread southward, binding the new territories to expanding Christian monarchies. The map was being redrawn, but it was not a simple story of replacement. It was a long, uneven process of conquest, followed by the harder work of making conquest last. Out of the shattered Almohad order and the new Christian frontier came a final Muslim polity that would outlast expectations. In the 1230s and 1240s, as Castile pressed toward the far south, Muhammad ibn Yusuf ibn Nasser, often called Ibn al-Ahmar, built a kingdom around Granada. By the mid-13th century, the Nasrid Emirate of Granada had emerged as the last major Muslim state in Iberia, holding Granada itself along with ports and mountain towns that linked the interior to the Mediterranean. Granada survived for roughly 2.5 centuries, not because its neighbours stopped expanding, but because it had advantages that were hard to erase quickly. Geography helped. The Sierra Nevada and the rugged hill country made invasions slow and supply difficult, while a chain of fortresses could delay armies long enough for diplomacy to work. Diplomacy mattered as much as stone. The Nasrids made themselves useful as allies, clients, or rivals depending on the moment, and they accepted a dependent relationship to Castile that could be formalized through tribute payments, the parias. Tribute was not just humiliation. It was a strategy, buying time, encouraging truces, and turning the frontier into a managed relationship rather than non-stop war. The Nasrid state also had a political economy that could generate resources in a confined territory. Irrigated agriculture supported dense settlement, orchards, gardens, and intensive cultivation in the Vegas around Granada and along coastal lowlands. Crafts and specialized production fed urban life, while trade connected the emirate to North Africa and to Christian ports as well. Granada's rulers invested in administration, fortification, and display. The Alhambra, expanded over generations, became the clearest symbol of Nasrid authority, a palace fortress that projected stability and refinement, even when politics inside the emirate was tense and contested. And the outside pressure was intermittent. Granada was not under constant attack. Christian rulers negotiated truces, renewed tribute arrangements, and sometimes used Granada as a pawn in their own conflicts. Castile in particular repeatedly turned inward, slowed by minority reigns, succession disputes, and noble rebellions that drained attention and money. Campaigns would flare, then fade into years of frontier raiding, prisoner exchanges, and paperwork. Christian disunity was not a footnote. It was a central condition of Granada's long survival. Castile and the Crown of Aragon pursued different interests. Castile focused on the Guadalquivir and the interior, Aragon on the Mediterranean and its own composite realms. Portugal guarded its independence and borders, and Navarre navigated between stronger neighbours. Within each kingdom, kings bargained with great nobles and towns, and those bargains sometimes broke into civil war. Castile's 14th and 15th centuries were marked by factional struggle and contested successions, including periods when rival claimants gathered armed followings, and royal authority was challenged by magnates who acted almost as independent powers. In such a landscape, the frontier with Granada could become a stage for prestige raids, but also a convenient place to postpone decisive conquest. The balance shifted in the later 15th century with the dynastic union of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castile. Their marriage did not fuse the kingdoms into a single state. Castile and Aragon kept separate institutions, laws, finances, and political traditions. But together they could coordinate strategy and, crucially, strengthen royal authority at home. They worked to curb noble independence, improve revenue collection, and make military mobilization more reliable. Only after that consolidation could a sustained, well-supplied war against Granada become practical. The Granada War began in 1482, and it unfolded alongside a crisis inside the Nasrid house. Emir Abu al-Hasan Ali faced opposition from factions in Granada and from members of his own family. His son, Muhammad XII, known in Spanish tradition as Boabdil, became a rival claimant, and Abu al-Hasan's brother al-Zagal would also seek power. This dynastic fracture was strategically disastrous. The Emirates' energy went into internal struggle at the exact moment Castile could maintain pressure year after year. Early campaigns, mixed raids, fortress sieges and sieges with artillery increasingly important in breaking walls that had once demanded long blockades. Boabdil was at times captured and released under terms that tied him to Castilian aims, deepening division within Granada. Abu al-Hasan's authority weakened. Al-Zagal rose as a war leader, and the Emirates' diplomacy became a tangle of competing promises, each faction trying to use Christian power against its Muslim rivals. A decisive turning point came with the siege and fall of Malaga in 1487. Malaga was not just a city, it was a key port and a gateway for supplies and contact with North Africa. Its loss tightened the noose around Granada's coastline and signalled that the war had moved beyond seasonal raiding into systematic reduction. After Malaga, Castilian Aragonese operations pushed into the eastern and southeastern zones that still linked Granada to the wider Mediterranean world. In 1489, the campaign against Baza became another turning point. Baza was a strong inland fortress and a hinge for control of eastern Granada. Its siege tested logistics and endurance, but once Baza fell, much of the surrounding region followed, and the Emirates' internal rivals lost room to manoeuvre. Al-Zagal's position eroded as towns submitted, and Boabdil's role as a claimant, useful to the conquerors precisely because he divided resistance, became more central. By 1491, Granada itself was increasingly isolated. The Christian monarchs tightened encirclement, pressuring nearby fortresses, cutting routes, and maintaining a presence designed to prevent relief and discourage hope of outside rescue. Negotiations now mattered as much as assault, because the endgame was about terms, property, and the fate of a population, as well as the handing over of keys and towers. The surrender was formalized through the capitulations of Granada, which promised protections for the city's Muslims, security of persons and property, and guarantees concerning religion and local customs, at least on paper and at first. On 2 January 1492, Granada was formally surrendered to Ferdinand and Isabella. Later tradition would attach a poignant scene to the departure of the last emir, the so-called Moor's last sigh, but it is not an eyewitness fact so much as a story shaped by memory. What is certain is that the last Nasrid kingdom, sustained for centuries by geography, diplomacy and tribute, had finally been reduced by a coordinated monarchy, new siege methods, and a war that exploited division from within. From Granada's surrender it is tempting to look backward, and call everything a single struggle, a 700-year war. But from 711 to 1492 is 781 years, and both the slogan and the word Reconquista are later labels useful, but debated, and too smooth for what actually happened. The real pattern was uneven. Bursts of campaigning followed by truces, shifting frontiers, trade across borders, tribute systems like the parias, and alliances that crossed religious lines when dynastic survival demanded it. Iberia was not two permanent camps marching in one direction, but many polities bargaining, fighting, and adapting. After 1492, the promised protections in the capitulations of Granada were not erased in a single day, but they were gradually undermined. In the early 1500s, Cardinal Cisneros pushed aggressive conversion efforts that helped provoke rebellion, and Castile moved toward forced conversion, producing the Moriscos, Muslims legally reclassified as Christians under pressure. That same year, the Alhambra decree ordered practicing Jews to leave or convert. The Inquisition, already developing in a changing political religious climate, intensified its scrutiny as these boundaries hardened over time. Granada's fall ended the last independent Muslim kingdom, but it did not close one continuous war. The peninsula was remade by centuries of conflict and exchange, shaping Castile, Aragon, Portugal, and later Spain, leaving traces in language, agriculture, architecture, and learning, from Toledo's translations to the enduring walls of the Alhambra. In the deep hours before dawn, the walls of Constantinople are still standing, but only just. Men who have not properly slept in weeks lean into the cold stone, eyes burning from smoke and lime dust, hands raw from hauling rubble and arrows. Beyond the ditch, Ottoman campfires stipple the darkness like a second hostile sky. Drums carry in slow, steady pulses, and now and then a shout rides the wind, swallowed by the constant distant thunder of guns. Inside the city, bells answer with a tired insistence. In churches and small chapels, prayers rise and fall, murmured in Greek and Latin, pressed into the air as if sound itself could reinforce crumbling masonry. The smell of burning pitch lingers where fires were smothered on the battlements. Stones are shattered into fresh, pale wounds. Timber braces sag. Every impact in the night has its own character. A dull thud when a cannonball bites the earth. A cracking roar when it strikes a wall already weakened. A rain of chips and grit across helmets and cloaks. Food has thinned to careful portions. Water is carried up in buckets, step by step, and spilled as often as it's drunk. The defenders move like people living in the space between one bombardment and the next, measuring time in repairs, watches, and the dread of what morning will bring. Out in the Ottoman lines, Sultan Mehmed II Young, focused and relentless, prepares to finish what weeks of siege have begun. His commanders gather their men. Ladders are readied. Signals are planned. The last assault is no longer a possibility. It is an appointment with sunrise. Before we continue, where are you listening from tonight? Leave your city or country in the comments. Now a clear map of what's at stake. Constantinople sat on the narrow throat between Europe and Asia on the Bosporus Strait, where ships passed between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. Today this city is Istanbul. Its position made it rich, strategic, and fought over for centuries, and it was protected by some of the most formidable fortifications in the world, especially the great land walls facing west. This was the capital of the Byzantine Empire, the surviving eastern half of the Roman Empire, still calling itself Roman even in the late medieval 15th century. In 1453, that remnant faced a rising power. The Ottoman Turks, expanding across Anatolia and the Balkans. On one side stood Emperor Constantine XI, with a small outnumbered force of Byzantines and foreign allies. On the other stood Mehmed II, commanding an empire on the ascent. And as the night thins toward dawn, the fate of this city begins to narrow to a single irreversible moment. To understand how the fate of one dawn could decide so much, you have to feel the long narrowing that came before it, the way a world-sized empire slowly became a city, and then, almost, a memory. There was a time when ships leaving Constantinople could carry the emperor's authority across the Aegean like a steady wind. The Byzantine Empire, Roman in its own eyes, had once held thick bands of land around the eastern Mediterranean, Greece and the islands, the great cities of Anatolia, rich coasts and valleys, fortresses that watched the mountain passes. Taxes, recruits, grain and timber flowed toward the capital. The imperial court could still imagine itself as the centre of a living world. But centuries of war and pressure wore that world down. In the east, the empire's long struggle with powerful neighbours drained men and money, and after the rise of Turkish states in Anatolia, its old heartland began to slip away piece by piece. In the west, rivals pressed in from the Balkans. Each loss was not only territory on a map, but farmland no longer taxed, villages no longer defended, roads and harbours no longer patrolled. The empire's reach shortened, and with it, its ability to recover. Inside the palace and the church, politics often turned inward at the worst moments. Successions were contested. Regents and generals fought over policy and power. Civil wars erupted more than once, and every civil war did what sieges are meant to do. It consumed supplies, shattered trust, and invited outsiders to take advantage. Even when one side won, the victory could feel like an expensive wound, because the empire had weakened itself to prove who would rule what remained. And then came the shock that never truly healed, the year 1204. During the Fourth Crusade, an expedition that was meant to go elsewhere, Western European crusaders and their Venetian allies turned on Constantinople itself. They broke into the city and sacked it. Churches were looted, palaces stripped, relics carried away, and a capital that had stood for centuries as a symbol of Christian empire was violated by fellow Christians. The details of the sack are well attested, and even allowing for exaggeration in later retellings. The damage was profound, not just in treasure and buildings, but in confidence, population, and the very idea that the city was untouchable. In the aftermath, the empire fractured. A Latin empire was established in Constantinople, while Greek successor states formed in other regions, most importantly at Nicaea in Anatolia and at Epirus in the west, each claiming legitimacy. When Byzantine rule was restored to Constantinople in 1261 by the Empire of Nicaea, the return was real, but the old unity was gone. The restored emperors did not regain the former empire in full. They inherited a realm that was poorer, smaller and more vulnerable, facing new enemies and a changed economy. The capital had been recovered, but the structure around it, financial, military and territorial, was thinner than it looked from a distance. Through the 14th century, the weakening continued. Plague swept through the Mediterranean world, and Constantinople was not spared. Trade patterns shifted, and the empire's resources could no longer support the kind of standing forces that had once filled the walls and staffed the fleets. Worse still, as Ottoman power grew nearby, Byzantium became entangled in the politics of stronger neighbours, sometimes seeking help, sometimes paying for peace, sometimes trading one dependence for another. By the time the 15th century arrived, imperial authority had shrunk to a few disconnected pieces. Constantinople itself, a scattering of nearby towns and fortresses, and distant holdings such as the despotate of the Morea in the Peloponnese, ruled by members of the imperial family, valuable but far away and not easily able to rescue the capital in time. The empire was no longer a broad shield. It was a handful of islands of authority in a sea controlled by others. And the city, the great city, felt the change in quiet physical ways. Constantinople in 1453 was still magnificent in outline, the same long walls, the same harbours, the same commanding skyline of domes and towers. But within those outlines, the population had fallen dramatically from its medieval heights. Historians debate exact numbers, but they agree on the direction. The city held far fewer people than in its prime, perhaps only tens of thousands, where once there had been hundreds of thousands. Whole neighbourhoods were underused. Some quarters were dotted with gardens and fields where dense housing had once stood. Streets could feel too wide for the traffic they carried. Workshops were fewer. The city's great spaces, forums, cisterns and courtyards, lingered like echoes of an older, louder life. This mattered for the defence in the most practical way. Walls require hands. Constantinople's land walls, the Theodosian walls, ran for miles, layered with towers, a ditch, an outer wall and an inner wall, built for an empire that could summon large garrisons and steady supplies of labour. In 1453, the walls were still formidable, but maintenance had been difficult for years. Repairs were often improvised, dependent on emergency efforts, donations, and the labour of whoever could be spared. A thinner population meant fewer men for watch duty, fewer to carry stones and timber, fewer trained soldiers to stand where the enemy would concentrate his force. Money, too, had become a chronic ache. The empire's own revenues were limited, and its economy was increasingly tied to foreign merchants, especially the maritime republics of Venice and Genoa, whose ships and trading networks dominated much of Mediterranean commerce. Their presence brought goods and expertise, but also dependence. Privileges granted in earlier centuries, reduced tariffs, favoured quarters, legal protections had helped keep trade flowing when Byzantium needed friends and ships. Yet those privileges also meant less income for the imperial treasury, and a sense, among many Byzantines, that the city's wealth was passing through foreign hands. Naval power followed the same pattern. Byzantium had once been a sea power, able to project force and protect its coasts. By the 15th century it had little fleet of its own. In a world where the sea could decide whether grain arrived or blockade tightened, the loss of naval strength narrowed Byzantine options. The empire could hope for help from Venice or Genoa, but those powers acted according to their own interests, and their rivalries could complicate as much as they supported. This was what Constantine XI inherited when he became emperor, a proud capital with a crown heavy in memory, but light in resources. He was not the ruler of a broad countryside that could feed and reinforce his armies at will. He was the emperor of a city and its symbols of the palace, the churches, the ancient name Roman, trying to hold the centre together while the edges had already been taken. And yet, that is exactly why the city still mattered so much. Constantinople was more than walls and streets. It was legitimacy made stone. To rule from Constantinople was to claim the mantle of Rome in the east, the continuation of an empire that had shaped law, faith, and politics for over 1,000 years. It was also a key to trade routes. Whoever controlled the Bosporus influenced the movement between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, the flow of grain, timber, slaves, and luxury goods. Even diminished, the city's position gave it weight far beyond its population. And psychologically, it was an anchor. As long as Constantinople stood, a certain world could pretend it still had a centre, a Christian imperial capital facing east, guarding a narrow strait, holding a name that demanded respect. So when Mehmed II looked toward those walls, he was not only aiming at a strategic harbour and a wealthy prize, he was aiming at the last, concentrated symbol of an older order. And when Constantine XI walked the battlements in the cold hours before dawn, he was not only inspecting crumbling stone. He was carrying a title that meant more than the land beneath it, a title that could outlast armies until the moment the city itself was taken. Across the dark water of the Bosporus, beyond the city's lanterns and the faint glimmer of domes, another power had been rising for generations, first as a handful of riders and frontier forts, and then as a state with deep roots, steady revenues, and an expanding sense of destiny. The Ottoman dynasty began in the late 13th century on the edge of a collapsing world. In northwestern Anatolia, the old Byzantine frontier had frayed into a patchwork of small lordships, raiding bands, and rival Turkish principalities. The early Ottomans, led by Osman and then his heirs, grew in that borderland atmosphere where authority was earned by taking and holding ground, where warriors gathered around leaders who could provide plunder, pasture, and protection. What started as a minor beylik, a small principality, became something more durable as Ottoman rulers learned to turn conquest into administration. Step by step, they crossed the straits into Europe and began to build a second base in the Balkans. The capture of Gallipoli in the mid-14th century gave them a foothold on the European side. From there, Ottoman forces pressed inland, taking key towns, roads and fortresses, drawing local rulers into vassalage, and planting garrisons that made their presence permanent. Adrianople, Edirne, fell, and became an Ottoman capital in Europe, a clear sign that this was not merely raiding but settlement and rule. In the decades that followed, Serbia, Bulgaria, and much of Greece were battered, divided, and gradually drawn into an Ottoman sphere that reached right up to the approaches of Constantinople. By the early 15th century, the city was not only isolated, it was being gently but relentlessly encircled. Ottoman territory lay on both sides of it, Anatolia to the east, the Balkans to the west. Roads and sea lanes that once fed and reinforced the capital now ran through lands where Ottoman officials collected tolls, where Ottoman garrisons watched the passes, and where Ottoman armies could assemble with alarming speed. This rise was not perfectly smooth. In 1402, the Ottoman state nearly shattered after a crushing defeat by Timur at Ankara. For a time, Mehmed II's grandfathers and uncles struggled for power in a civil conflict historians call the Ottoman interregnum. Constantinople survived in part because its enemies were briefly distracted, because the tightening ring loosened for a moment, yet the Ottomans recovered. Under Mehmed I, and then Murad II, the dynasty reasserted control, rebuilt institutions, and returned to the Balkans with renewed force. The empire that approached Constantinople in the 1440s and 1450s was not a frontier band anymore. It was a matured state, disciplined by near collapse and made more capable by rebuilding. Then, in 1451, the throne passed to Mehmed III. He was young, still in his teens, but not untested. He had already been placed on the throne once before, briefly, while his father Murad II stepped aside, and he had learned what it meant to command in a world that did not forgive hesitation. Contemporary sources describe him as intense, curious, and determined, with a mind drawn to languages, history, and the technical problems of war. Whatever the mixture of personal ambition and calculated strategy, his central decision was clear. Constantinople would be taken, not someday, but in his reign. For Mehmed, the city was the keystone that would lock two continents into one empire. It stood between his Balkan lands and his Anatolian heartland, like a gate that could be shut by someone else. By a weak emperor today, perhaps, but potentially by a revived coalition tomorrow. As long as Constantinople remained outside Ottoman hands, it could be used as a diplomatic lever, a place where rivals might land supplies, money, or men, and a symbol that invited resistance. To take it was to remove a permanent thorn and to claim a capital worthy of an expanding imperial identity. It was also about legitimacy. In the medieval world, legitimacy was not only inherited, it was displayed. Constantinople was still the most storied city of the region, a centre of faith, law, and memory. Mehmed did not need the Byzantine crown to be powerful, but by possessing the city, he could present himself as the ruler who had accomplished what earlier sultans and countless challengers had not. The achievement would speak across borders. It would ring in courts from Cairo to Venice. And yet, for all its weakness, Constantinople had held for so long. Earlier armies had come against it and failed, sometimes spectacularly. The primary reason was simple, heavy, and visible from miles away: the Theodosian walls. These land walls were not a single barrier, but a system. Ditch, outer wall, inner wall, punctuated by strong towers, built to absorb blows and deny easy access. Even when sections aged or cracked, the design created depth. An attacker might seize the ditch and still face an outer wall. He might breach the outer wall and still be stopped by the taller inner wall behind it. And the defenders could move along the wall line, shift men to threatened points, and fight from height against anyone trying to climb, dig, or batter through. Logistics defeated many would-be conquerors as much as stone did. A siege meant feeding an army in place for weeks or months. It meant keeping animals alive, maintaining morale, preventing disease, and protecting supply lines from raids. The ground around Constantinople could not endlessly sustain a besieging host, and without reliable shipping, supplies had to be hauled overland through hostile or difficult territory. Time favoured the city if the besiegers could not maintain pressure. Naval control, too, had often been incomplete. Constantinople's seaward sides were protected by water and by walls that were harder to assault directly. If defenders could keep at least some access to the sea, especially through the sheltered inlet called the Golden Horn, they could receive grain, reinforcements, and news. Even a trickle of supply could prolong resistance. Many earlier besiegers lacked the sustained naval dominance needed to choke the city fully, and without that, a siege could turn into a waiting game the attackers could not afford. Then there was the stubborn practical skill of the defenders. Constantinople had centuries of experience in being attacked. Its leaders knew how to concentrate forces at threatened gates, how to use reserves, how to improvise repairs under fire. Walls could be patched with rubble, timber, and earth. Breaches could be blocked, towers could be reinforced. A siege was not only a test of attack, but of endurance and engineering on both sides, and the city had learned to survive. Mehmed intended to change the balance that had protected Constantinople for so long. The Ottoman state now had stronger administrative muscles than many earlier besiegers, more regular taxation, more reliable mobilization, and a military system that blended different kinds of troops for different tasks. There were the elite janissaries, infantry tied directly to the Sultan, trained, paid, and disciplined. There were provincial soldiers and vassal contingents. There were engineers, gunners, and specialists whose work could turn planning into pressure. The Ottoman court could gather resources, coordinate commanders, and sustain a long operation in a way that a looser coalition of princes might not. Mehmed's mindset was not merely impulsive conquest. It was patient planning, measuring walls, counting days, gathering craftsmen, securing roads, arranging ships, and preparing to make land and sea act together. He meant to bring the city under a level of force that did not ebb with the first setback. He meant to build a siege that would not be lifted, and as his decision hardened into action, the space around Constantinople began to change. The waterway that had always been the city's lifeline, the Bosporus itself, was about to become the first tightening loop in a carefully made noose. On the Bosporus, the current never truly rests. It presses south from the Black Sea in a steady, cold stream, past headlands and coves, past fishing boats and merchant hulls that have learned to respect the wind and the narrowness of the channel. For Constantinople, this water had long been more than scenery. It was a road, a pantry, a warning system, a thin hope, because as long as ships could pass, the city was not completely alone. Mehmed understood that the siege could not begin at the walls. It had to begin on the water. On the European shore of the strait, at its tightest point opposite an older Ottoman fortress on the Anatolian side, he ordered a new castle built, Rumeli Hisari, the fortress of Rumelia, the European lands. The site was chosen with a surveyor's calm. Here, the Bosporus narrows enough that cannon on one bank can speak to cannon on the other, turning open water into a controlled corridor. A ship that ignored orders could be stopped, sunk, or forced to submit, without the Ottomans needing to chase it across the sea. The construction was swift by the standards of medieval fortification, and that speed was part of its message. Men were summoned from across Mehmed's territories, stonecutters, masons, carpenters, lime burners, haulers, and labourers, whose work was as decisive as any soldier's. Timber was brought down from forests. Stone was quarried and dragged to the shore. Mortar rose in thick, pale heaps. Day by day the silhouette changed, walls thickened, towers climbed, and the angled geometry of defence took shape, built to resist attack and to carry heavy guns. The fortress was not simply a barrier, it was a statement that a new kind of siege was coming, one in which the Ottomans would shape the landscape before they ever struck the city, with Rumeli Hisari and the older Anadolu Hisari facing each other across the water like clenched hands. The Bosporus became a gate with guards. Shipping could be inspected and taxed, diverted or punished. Grain from the Black Sea, timber, and any naval help that might come from Genoese or other Christian ports beyond could no longer be assumed. Constantinople's lifeline was not cut in a single day, but it was placed under constant threat, and that was often enough. Merchants calculate risk. Captains listen to rumours. A fortress does not need to fire to change a route. While the castle rose, stone by stone, Mehmed's larger machine assembled behind it. A siege on this scale required more than courage. It required a state capable of feeding pressure. Troops were gathered in layers, elite janissaries at the centre, provincial soldiers and cavalry around them, vassal contingents and irregulars who could raid, screen the army, and wear down the countryside. Supply lines were organised to bring flour, meat, and fodder forward. Roads were prepared. Bridges were repaired or built where needed. Siege specialists, engineers, miners, carpenters, and gunners were attached to the army not as an afterthought, but as a vital arm. The fleet, too, was part of the plan from the beginning. Ships and crews were collected to threaten the sea walls and to blockade where they could, coordinating with the land army so the city could not shift its attention easily. Even if the Ottoman navy could not instantly match the greatest maritime powers, its purpose here was practical: to add weight, to close gaps, to make every approach uncertain. The siege would be a tightening, not a single blow. And then there was the gun. By the middle of the 15th century, gunpowder artillery was no longer a curiosity. Cannons had been used in European and Near Eastern warfare for decades, sometimes clumsily, sometimes effectively, always with the sense that something fundamental was changing. Mehmed wanted to make that change undeniable. Among the craftsmen drawn into his service was a cannon founder often known in Western sources as Orban, an engineer whose origins and earlier career are described differently depending on the account, and whose name itself appears in several forms. What matters is the role, a specialist in casting large bombards, the kind of weapons that could batter masonry in ways rams and ladders could not. The great cannon built for Mehmed was meant to do one thing with relentless simplicity: break the Theodosian walls. It was enormous, a weapon of prestige as much as function, designed to throw a stone ball of astonishing weight. Such guns were not accurate in the modern sense, and they were slow. They strained their own barrels, demanded careful loading, and risked cracking if pushed too hard. Yet they carried a new logic into siegecraft. Walls that had once been almost permanent could now be treated as targets to be worked on, day after day, until endurance failed. Getting the cannon to Constantinople was itself a campaign. A bombard that size could not be whisked along a smooth road, because smooth roads were rare. It had to be hauled on reinforced wagons, inched along by large teams, oxen, and men with ropes, levers, and wedges. Bridges had to bear the weight. Soft ground had to be packed or bypassed. Hills turned into hours of sweating, shouting labour. Progress was measured not in miles, but in patience. Contemporary descriptions emphasise the time it took, and the effort required, the sense that an entire moving village had been formed around the weapon. Drivers, guards, smiths to mend fittings, carpenters to shore up wheels, and workers to prepare the path ahead. As it passed, it became a spectacle, an announcement that could not be ignored. For Ottoman troops and subjects along the route, it was proof that the Sultan meant what he said, that resources could be gathered and made into something monstrous and real. For those in Constantinople who heard reports of it through merchants, spies, or anxious rumour, it was a different kind of reality. Dread, yes, but also calculation. A wall can be repaired after a storm. A wall can be repaired after a night raid. But what does repair mean when stone is being hit by stone, propelled by fire, again and again? By the time the fortress stood on the Bosporus and the siege machinery was moving toward the city, the confrontation had taken on a new shape. Constantinople was still a fortress of legend, deep walls, experienced defenders, and faith in what had saved them before. But now it faced an enemy that was not improvising. It was organising, it was rehearsing, it was closing the strait, building the roads, gathering the ships, and rolling forward the tools that could turn time itself into a weapon. Inside Constantinople, the news of that moving cannon, of the fortress tightening the Bosporus like a fist, did not arrive as a single message. It came in fragments, merchant talk measured in careful phrases, fishermen's reports, travellers' glances that lingered too long. But the meaning gathered like a shadow at sundown. The siege was no longer a possibility, it was approaching with a timetable. Emperor Constantine, the 11th Palaiologos, prepared the way a man prepares when he knows he cannot conjure an army out of air. He planned for endurance. Food was counted, then guarded. Rationing was tightened, so that stores would not vanish in the first anxious weeks, and so that the poor would not starve before the walls were even tested. Grain, salted fish, oil and wine were inventoried, redistributed, and watched. The city's population was smaller than in its imperial height, and yet it was still too large for comfort, when every road outward was threatened. He organised the defence district by district, assigning sections of wall to commanders and groups who could be held responsible when fatigue and fear made attention drift. Men who had fought in earlier wars were placed where experience mattered most. Weapons were collected from churches and private houses, bows, crossbows, spears, and old armour brought out of storage. Orders went out for labour as well as fighting, to clear fields of fire, to strengthen gates, to repair crumbling stone, to bring up timber for palisades and earthworks, where masonry looked weakest. Because the city's strength was its walls, repair became a kind of prayer, made practical. Weak points were patched with whatever could be found: stone, brick, packed earth, that could absorb shock better than clean-cut blocks. Ditches were cleared. Rubble was moved away from the inner lines so defenders could shift quickly. The emperor could not stop the enemy from arriving. He could only make every hour of resistance as expensive as possible. Beyond the walls, he sent appeals again and again to the Latin West. Popes and princes, kings and city-states all heard versions of the same message. Constantinople was the gate. If it fell, the balance of the eastern Mediterranean would change in ways no treaty could easily reverse. Yet help, when it came at all, came slowly and in pieces. Western Europe was divided by its own wars and rivalries, and the memory of old wounds still lay between Orthodox Byzantium and Catholic powers, especially the bitterness of the Fourth Crusade, when Latin armies had taken the city in 1204. Even in 1453, promises of aid were tangled with demands for church union, and union itself was disputed inside Constantinople. Some accepted it as the price of survival. Others saw it as surrender of the soul before the body had even been struck. Historians still debate how much this religious conflict weakened morale, but there is no doubt it complicated unity at the moment. Unity mattered most. Still, a few did come. Among the most important was Giovanni Giustiniani, a Genoese noble from Chios, a man known for hard, professional experience in war. He did not arrive with a kingdom behind him, but with something almost as valuable in a siege, trained soldiers, and a reputation that made men listen. He brought several hundred fighting men armoured, disciplined, used to holding tight spaces under pressure, and Constantine placed him where the danger was greatest, along the land walls where Mehmed's main weight would fall. Giustiniani's expertise shaped the defence in quiet ways. Where to concentrate crossbowmen, how to manage repairs under fire, how to keep reserves ready for the moments when a breach might open like a wound. The defenders were a mosaic. Byzantines formed the core, citizens, sailors, monks, who carried stones as readily as icons, veterans of small wars and border skirmishes. Alongside them stood Genoese from Galata and other outposts, Venetians with their own commanders and their own priorities, and smaller groups from elsewhere, men drawn by faith, profit, honour, or the simple fact that their ships happened to be in the city when the noose tightened. Their presence strengthened the defence, but it also brought tension. Genoa and Venice were commercial rivals, suspicious of each other even at the edge of catastrophe. Loyalty could be genuine and still be complicated by the arithmetic of trade and the instinct to survive. And then there were the walls themselves, the Theodosian walls, an answer to the question of how a city could endure in a hostile world. On the landward side, they were not a single barrier, but a layered system. A ditch, often described as a moat, lay in front, meant to slow men and machines and expose them to missiles. Behind it rose an outer wall with towers, then a terrace-like space, and then the great inner wall, thick, high, studded with strong towers placed so defenders could fire along the face of the stone. The design forced an attacker to take not one wall but several, while under constant shot from above and from the sides. For centuries, these defences had turned armies away, not because the city could not be attacked, but because it could not be attacked quickly enough before disease, hunger, and politics dissolved the siege. Now Constantine walked those ramparts with the knowledge that the old calculations were changing. The enemy approaching was bringing hunger of its own, but also organisation and guns. As winter eased into spring, the city waited in a tense stillness. Men slept in armour. Priests held services under cracked domes. At the harbours, eyes searched the horizon for sails that might mean help, or might mean the beginning of the blockade. And on the landward plain, beyond the last gardens and the last ruined suburbs, there was only open ground and the sense of listening, as if the earth itself might soon speak with the first deep udar of cannon. The earth did speak first as a distant tremor, then as a steady, approaching weight. In the last days of March and the first days of April, dust began to hang over the western plain, and the horizon filled with movement. Scouts and watchmen on the towers could see it as a slow darkening. Lines of men, wagons, animals, and the glint of metal, where morning light struck spearheads and helmets. Mehmed, the second's host, arrived, not as a wild swarm, but as a machine assembled from many parts. At its centre were the Janissaries, the Sultan's household infantry, trained, paid, and drilled to move together. Around them gathered provincial troops from across the empire, irregular fighters eager for loot, engineers and carpenters, sappers, horsemen, and the long train of labourers who made a siege possible. Men to cut timber, to drag guns, to fill trenches, to carry stone and earth. The army's scale is given differently by different sources. Some Christian chroniclers inflate the numbers in shock and fear, while Ottoman accounts can be more restrained, but even cautious estimates leave no doubt. It was overwhelming compared with the thin line Constantinople could place on its walls. They spread outward and settled into camps with a kind of practised certainty. Tents rose in rows. Fires appeared like new constellations at night. The Sultan's headquarters took shape near the centre of the land walls, and the great guns, massive bronze pieces hauled from afar, were brought forward with teams of oxen and men, their wheels groaning in the ruts. Smaller cannons and bombards followed, placed where they could strike at the weakest stretches of masonry and at the gates. Then came the formal beginning. Mehmed sent demands for surrender, offering terms that were meant to sound reasonable. Submission, payment, the promise, at least in the language of diplomacy, that life and property might be spared. It was the traditional opening of a siege, a last door left open before the violence became absolute. Constantine refused. He understood what surrender meant for an emperor crowned in the city's last cathedral of empire, and he also understood that any promise could be narrowed after the gates were opened. The answer, however it was phrased, was a decision to endure. By early April, the encirclement tightened. Ottoman forces positioned themselves along the landward side from the Sea of Marmara up toward the Blachernae area near the Golden Horn, probing for approaches, measuring distances, cutting off movement. Outside the walls, the last orchards and gardens that had fed the city were trampled and stripped. Inside, the defenders listened to the work of an enemy building its grip, earth being moved, timbers being set, the scrape of tools in the night. And then the cannons began to speak in earnest. Early gunpowder artillery did not produce a constant roar like later ages would know. It worked in a rhythm: load, tamp, aim, fire, then long minutes of smoke and resetting. Each discharge was a blunt impact that could be felt through stone. The shots were not always precise. Barrels overheated and cracked, powder varied in strength, and the recoil could shift a gun's alignment, but accuracy was not the only point. Repeated blows in the same area could loosen facing stones, shake mortar into powder, and open small gaps that grew wider with every day. The walls did not simply crumble at once. Often the damage came as patterns: a tower corner chipped away, a section of parapet shattered, the outer wall battered where it was thinner, the ditch filled with fallen debris. The defenders learned to read the marks of impact, where the stone had turned pale and raw, where cracks ran like veins, where another hit might turn a bruise into a breach. When night fell, the city answered with labour. Under cover of darkness, when Ottoman gunners could not easily aim, teams went out with baskets, ropes and timbers. Rubble from shattered masonry was not wasted. It became fill. Earth was packed behind weakened spots because earth absorbed shock better than naked stone. Barrels, planks, doors torn from abandoned houses, anything that could form a barrier, was pressed into service. Men who had stood on the walls all day carried stone all night, hands bleeding, shoulders stiff, eyes gritty with dust. Priests and monks brought water and encouragement. Soldiers dozed sitting up, waking at the next alarm. Inside Constantinople, daily life narrowed and darkened. Markets thinned. Bread grew smaller, and its taste changed as flour was stretched and mixed. The poor felt the squeeze first, then everyone. Families listened for the next impact and tried to guess where it had landed. Children learned the difference between the heavy, slow thunder of the largest guns and the sharper crack of smaller pieces. People spoke more softly, as if loud voices might tempt fate. The city's streets, already marked by empty houses and old decline, filled with a new strain, the sense that time itself was being spent like coin. As April settled in, another truth pressed in alongside hunger and exhaustion. The land walls were only one front. Constantinople lived by the sea, by supplies, by ships, by the chance that help might still slip through. If the Ottomans could close the water as tightly as the plain, the city would not merely be battered, it would be starved. And so, even as the cannon rhythm became the city's harsh new heartbeat, eyes turned again and again toward the dark water of the Golden Horn, toward the chain that guarded it, and toward the fleet gathering beyond, searching for a way inside. The Golden Horn was not open sea. It was a long sheltered inlet curving into the city's side like a cupped hand, calmer than the Bosporus, protected from sudden storms, and close to the warehouses, docks, and inner neighbourhoods that still pulsed with life. As long as it remained friendly water, it was a place where a ship could arrive with grain and men, where messages could come and go, where hope could still be measured in sails on the horizon. Across its mouth the defenders had stretched their great answer, a heavy chain, drawn from the city side near the sea walls across to the opposite shore at Galata, the Genoese district that watched its own interests carefully. The chain did not need to be delicate. It was meant to be blunt, an iron barrier that would catch a ship's bow and stop it dead, turning speed into splintered wood. It was also a signal, as much as a weapon. The Golden Horn is closed. This harbour is not yours. Mehmed understood what that meant. If his fleet could break into the Horn, the city would be threatened from a direction those ancient land walls had never been built to face in full strength. The sea walls along the inlet were lower, designed more to deter raiding than to resist a concentrated siege. And if the Ottomans could anchor inside the Horn, the defenders would be forced to stretch their already thin line, posting men on yet another front, climbing stairs and ramps day and night to answer new dangers. Ottoman ships probed the chain and the harbour defences early in the siege. Fighting on water so close to the walls was claustrophobic and dangerous. A ship could not manoeuvre freely in the confined space near the chain, and the currents and winds that helped at sea could betray a captain in an instant. From the city's sea walls and from towers along the shore, defenders could throw missiles and stones, and where they had the means, they could bring up small guns. Fireships, boats prepared to burn, were a known threat in medieval naval warfare, and even the rumour of flame on the water forced sailors to keep distance and discipline. The Ottomans had numbers, but numbers did not magically turn into control. Their fleet was a mixed force, built quickly, crewed by men of varying experience. It could menace and harass, but the chain remained, and the Golden Horn stayed, stubbornly out of reach. Then Mehmed chose a solution that sidestepped the problem rather than smashing it. North of the Horn, the land rises and falls in ridges. Between the Bosporus and the inlet lay a route over firm ground, a path that could be prepared if enough hands were set to it. Men cut and levelled, laid timbers and greased the way. Rollers were brought. Teams were organised to pull and guide, to brace and to shout warnings when a hull shifted its weight. In late April, historians placed the operation around the 21st to 22nd. Ottoman ships were hauled out of the water, dragged up and over, and lowered into the Golden Horn behind the chain. At dawn, the city saw what the chain had promised could not happen. Sails appeared inside the harbour. Masts rose where only friendly water should have been. The shock was not merely tactical, it was emotional, like a lock turning in the night. The chain had been certainty. Now certainty felt thinner, more temporary. Some chroniclers describe panic, others emphasize grim disbelief. Whatever the exact mood, the meaning was clear to everyone on the walls. The siege had found a new angle. Ottoman ships inside the Horn could support attacks along the sea walls, land troops on vulnerable stretches, and bring artillery to bear from positions that made repair work harder and rest rarer. The defenders had to redistribute men, pulling some away from battered land sectors to watch the inner shoreline, to guard the docks, to man towers never meant to be a front line. Every shift created a weakness somewhere else, and Mehmed's great advantage was that he could press in more than one place at once. Night work became heavier. The city's exhaustion deepened, and as the waterfront tightened, the struggle began to sink downward as well, into the ground itself, toward another kind of engineering, quieter and more terrifying, where the war would be fought by listening for footsteps in the earth, and by digging in darkness beneath the stones. Beneath the walls, the earth became a second battlefield, one the city could not see, only fear. Ottoman engineers began to dig tunnels toward the land walls, especially where the defences were already strained. The method was old and brutally practical. Reach the foundations, hollow out space beneath a tower, or a section of wall, pack it with timber and combustibles, and then set it alight so the supports would fail. If the ground collapsed, stone would crack, and the breach above could be rushed. Inside Constantinople, the defenders answered with their own kind of vigilance. They listened, Men were posted in cellars, in vaults, and along the inner side of the fortifications where the ground was quietest. They pressed ears to earth and stone. They watched bowls of water for faint ripples. Sometimes they used simple-sounding techniques, anything that might reveal the dull, steady rhythm of picks working in darkness. When they thought they'd found the line of an Ottoman mine, they dug a countermine to meet it. This was warfare without horizon or sky. A tunnel narrowed the world to torchlight and breath. Air grew hot and thin. The soil could be soft one moment, treacherous the next. And the constant danger was collapse, an entire passage burying men in silence before anyone could shout. When tunnels met, there could be sudden violence at arm's length. Chroniclers describe close quarters fighting underground, knives, short swords, the crush of bodies in cramped space, men slipping in mud, struggling for room to swing a weapon. Smoke was used as a weapon too. Defenders might push it into enemy tunnels to choke and blind the miners, or to force them back long enough to collapse the passage. Sometimes fire did the work, licking along supports and eating the oxygen, turning a hidden corridor into a suffocating trap. There were also moments of pure engineering, digging a little deeper, redirecting a tunnel, undermining the underminers. The Byzantines had help from experienced hands, including miners and technicians among their allies, men who understood the language of soil and stone. It did not erase the imbalance in numbers, but it meant the city was not helpless in the dark. Still, each day added weight. Above ground, the cannons kept battering the walls. Below ground, the mines threatened to swallow them. Sleep came in scraps. Injuries accumulated, splintered stone, falling debris, burns, the slow sickness of exhaustion. Even when a mine was found and broken, the relief was brief, because another might already be on its way. The sense grew that Constantinople was being eaten from below while hammered from above, and that nothing in the city was truly solid anymore, not the walls, not the ground, not even time. Under that pressure, the spiritual life of the city intensified. Processions moved through streets with icons and relics. Prayers were offered in churches, whose mosaics watched from shadowy domes. In a siege, faith was not only comfort, it was a way to interpret what could not be controlled. Rumours multiplied as they always do when information is scarce and fear is plentiful. Signs in the sky, unusual weather, strange lights, sudden fogs, each became a message to be read. Different chroniclers describe different omens, and historians do not always agree on what truly happened and what was shaped later by memory. But the effect is clearer than the details. People looked for meaning in everything, because meaning was the last defence against panic. And while the city watched the heavens and listened to the ground, messengers also moved between camps, with words that carried their own kind of threat. Mehmed too offered terms. For him, a surrender without a final assault had obvious rewards. Fewer casualties, less damage to the prize he wanted to rule, and the legitimacy of a conquest that seemed inevitable rather than merely brutal. He could present himself as a ruler capable of mercy, a sovereign whose authority did not require endless blood. For Constantinople, negotiation was a desperate arithmetic. Surrender might spare lives and preserve what could be preserved, churches, homes, families, yet it also meant the end of the empire, in fact, not just in weakness. The defenders were not simply holding a city, they were holding an idea that had lasted more than 1,000 years. Constantine XI, the last Byzantine emperor, refused to abandon that idea. He would not leave the city to save himself, and he would not hand it over as a bargain to postpone the inevitable. Symbolically, it mattered because an emperor fleeing would have turned the siege into a slow collapse of authority. Practically, it mattered because the defence depended on a single will at the centre, someone who could keep the factions together, keep the gates manned, keep the arguments from becoming surrender. So the offers failed, and the war returned to what it had always been: stone, iron, hunger, and time. Mehmed watched the weeks pass, and the walls still stand, and his resolve hardened. If the city would not yield to fear, to hunger, or to the ground opening beneath it, then it would be taken in one final, concentrated blow, an assault that would accept the cost and stake everything on a single day. Mehmed's resolve did not mean recklessness. In the Ottoman camp, the decision for a final assault was made with the measured certainty of a commander who had tested every other lever: cannon, blockade, mines, diplomacy, and now chose the simplest answer left: overwhelming force, applied all at once. Orders moved outward through the lines. The great guns were serviced and sighted again toward the battered stretches of the Theodosian walls, the massive land defences that had protected Constantinople for centuries. Ammunition was brought forward. Scaling ladders were gathered in stacks. Fascines, bundles of brush and wood, were prepared to fill ditches and give footing where the ground fell away. Units were assigned their sectors, and the plan took on a rhythm as old as siegecraft: strike hard at the weakest points, keep pressure everywhere, and when the defenders ran to one breach, open another. The night before the assault, the camp was not loud with celebration. It was busy. Fires burned low. Men ate what they could and checked straps and blades. Imams moved among the soldiers, prayers rising and falling like steady breath. Commanders reviewed the order of attack, irregular troops first, then regular Anatolian forces, and finally the Janissaries, the Sultan's elite infantry, held back for the decisive push. Even the promise made to the first waves. Loot, the traditional reward of a city taken by storm, was part of the machinery, a brutal incentive meant to turn fear into motion. Inside Constantinople, the same hours were spent differently but with equal purpose. Along the land walls, repairs continued almost without pause. Men carried stones in the dark, packed rubble into gaps, hammered planks into makeshift reinforcements, and dragged away shattered masonry that threatened to become an obstacle in their own path. There was no illusion that the walls could be restored to their old strength. The work was to make them hold just a little longer, to delay the moment when a breach could become a flood. The defenders were redistributed again, pulled from quieter stretches and pushed toward the most threatened sectors, especially the battered area near the gate of St. Romanus, where the Ottoman bombardment had been most relentless. The Emperor, Constantine XI, moved through the lines to steady discipline and confirm assignments. The Genoese commander Giovanni Giustiniani, whose professional soldiers formed a core of the defence on the land walls, kept his men close to the critical points. The city's forces were few, and every shift in manpower left some other place thinner, some other tower watched by fewer eyes. Every decision was a trade. As darkness settled, there were farewells that did not need speeches. A man might return once to his house, to a corner of his family, to press a hand to a child's hair, or to leave a small bundle with a neighbour. Some sought a priest, others simply sat with someone they loved, holding the moment quietly because the morning was uncertain. Many stayed where they were assigned, sleeping in brief, broken stretches on stone floors or against the inner side of the walls, waking at each distant thud. And in the heart of the city, that night gathered people toward Hagia Sophia. The great church was more than a building. It was an anchor of memory, built for emperors who believed their city was guarded by God, crowned by a dome that seemed to float above the world. On the last night, clergy and laity came together for a final service, and the accounts agree on the essential shape of it: a solemn liturgy, prayers spoken under lamplight, and a congregation filled with those who still hoped and those who no longer could. There is dignity in what is historically supported here, and also sorrow. Constantinople had been divided for generations by bitter arguments over union with the Latin Church, an attempted reconciliation meant to secure Western help. Yet on this night, in the shadow of the siege, those divisions softened. Not everyone accepted the terms of union, and not everyone attended, but chroniclers describe a rare mingling, Greeks and Latins present together, sharing the same fear, the same exhaustion, the same sense that time was narrowing. Outside, the Ottoman lines drew themselves tight. The irregulars were restless, knowing they would go first. The Janissaries waited with a controlled stillness that came from training and from certainty. Their moment would arrive when others had bled the defenders down. Somewhere in the darkness, Mehmed's headquarters remained awake, the final details checked and rechecked, the will of a young sultan pressing toward sunrise. Within the walls, lamps guttered, prayers ended, men returned to posts. The city held its breath, not in drama, but in the practical quiet of people who had done all they could do. And then the night began to thin. Over the eastern horizon, the first pale light touched the sky. Across the ditch and broken ground before the land walls, shapes stirred, ranks formed, and the long-prepared signal for the final assault approached, bringing 29 May 1453 into being. The first signal did not arrive as a single clean sound, but as a swelling drums, horns, shouted orders carrying over the ditch. Before the sun had fully cleared the horizon, the ground in front of the Theodosian walls began to move with men. The assault came in planned layers. First were the irregular troops, the Akensi and other lightly equipped fighters drawn from across the Ottoman domains. They were not expected to take the city by themselves. Their task was harsher and more mechanical, to spend bodies and energy in order to spend the defenders' strength. They ran forward in surges down into the ditch and up again, trying ladders against slick stone, throwing hooks, filling bad ground with fascines, probing for any place where the wall face had cracked or a parapet had fallen. Many died quickly under arrows, crossbow bolts, and stones tipped from above. But each wave forced the defenders to answer, again and again, lifting shields, drawing bows, thrusting spears downward, hauling ladders away, stamping out small fires, shouting for more missiles, more hands, more breath. Behind them, the Ottoman artillery had already done its quiet work. For days the cannons had pounded the same sectors, especially near the gate of St. Romanus, where the land walls were bruised into a landscape of rubble and hasty repairs. In the half-light, with dust still hanging in the air, the damaged sections looked less like the ancient masterpiece of Constantinople and more like a tired barricade built on the bones of greatness. The irregulars kept coming, and the defenders, Byzantines, Genoese, Venetians, and others, held because holding was all they knew. But fatigue is a kind of siege engine. It makes a shield heavier than it should be, turns a shouted order into a misunderstanding, and makes a gap in a line feel momentarily reasonable. When the first waves began to thin, the second phase followed. Regular Ottoman infantry, better equipped, more coordinated, driving toward the same battered points. This was where pressure became dangerous. Attacks were no longer only frantic climbs and scattered thrusts, but organised attempts to gain the crest of the breach, to plant a foothold, to widen it with disciplined violence. The defenders had been repairing by night. Now they fought on repairs that had never had time to settle. Sections of makeshift walling shuddered under bodies pressing against it, and every time a defender stepped forward to strike, he stepped onto uncertain stone. On the city's side, command was stretched thin. The Emperor Constantine XI was present on the land walls, moving where the danger was most urgent, trying to keep different groups acting as one force. Nearby, Giovanni Giustiniani, the Genoese captain whose soldiers had become the spine of the defence at the critical breach, held his men as a tight core against the point of greatest stress. His professionalism mattered, not just because he fought well, but because others steadied when they saw someone who seemed to know exactly what to do next. And then, in the chaos of the fighting, Giustiniani was wounded. The sources agree on the fact, but not in every detail. Some describe an arrow or bolt, others a shot or splintering impact, and they differ on where and how severe the wound was. What is clear is the consequence. In pain and losing strength, he was taken from the wall. Whether he chose to withdraw or was carried, his movement away from the breach sent a shock through the defence. His men began to pull back with him, and for those around them the sight could only mean one thing: the centre was giving way. Morale is not an abstract word in a siege. It is the decision to stay on a collapsing parapet when the mind is begging the legs to run. Giustiniani's departure created a gap not only in manpower but in certainty. Orders became harder to hear. Small groups fought without knowing what was happening on either side. Some defenders, already exhausted from hours of continuous assault, began to drift backward to catch breath, and in the narrow spaces behind the walls that backward motion spread. This was the moment Mehmed had been saving. The Janissaries advanced elite infantry trained for cohesion and relentless forward motion. The Sultan's household troops. They did not rush in the same way as the irregulars had. They pressed. They replaced the churn of waves with a dense, controlled push aimed at the most vulnerable sector, where artillery had reduced ancient stone to fractured edges and a tired ramp of rubble. As the Janissaries reached the breach, the defence began to break into separate fights. A tower here, a section of wall there. Men resisting with courage, but without the unified line that had made resistance possible. Key positions were lost in minutes that felt like long, slow hours. Once attackers gained the top of the damaged area, they could pour through in increasing numbers, and every defender still in place faced a simple, terrifying math: too few hands, too many enemies, and no time left to rebuild. Around the same time, Another story enters the record, one that historians still debate. Some accounts speak of a small postern gate in the northern land walls, the Kerkerporte, being left open or forced, allowing Ottoman soldiers to slip in and raise a banner inside the walls. The idea has power because it offers a small hinge for a great door, but the evidence is uncertain and the details vary across sources. It may reflect a real local penetration, or a confusion in the fog of battle, or a later attempt to explain how defence collapsed so suddenly. What can be said with confidence is simpler. Once multiple points were threatened, and the breach at St. Romanus gave way under Janissary pressure. The city's ability to contain the assault was ending. Constantine XI did not retreat to safety. The sources agree that he remained near the fighting on the land walls as the breakthrough unfolded. Beyond that, the line between what is known and what is remembered begins to blur. Later tradition tells of the emperor casting aside imperial insignia and charging into the melee. What is historically secure is that he chose to die with his soldiers rather than surrender, and that after the city fell his body was not identified with certainty. In a collapse like this, dust, blood, crushed stone, men pressed together in panic and fury, an individual life could vanish even when it was an emperor's. By mid-morning the struggle on the land walls was no longer about holding the line. It was about holding a moment, about small groups refusing to yield, about defenders trying to slow the flood so that others might escape deeper into the city. The ancient walls that had turned away so many earlier enemies had finally been broken not by a single blow, but by accumulated damage, exhaustion, and a final deliberate weight of force that found the weakest place and did not let go. And as the sounds of fighting began to move inward, away from the ditch and the battered stones, Constantinople, still beautiful, still ancient, entered the next irreversible hour of its history. The fighting spilled into streets that had echoed with empire for 1,000 years. Ottoman troops poured through gaps and gates, and in the first hours there was confusion, flight, pleading, pockets of resistance, and the hard, familiar violence of a city taken by storm, later checked as order was imposed. By afternoon Mehmed II entered, taking in the shattered grandeur. In Hagia Sophia, the great church of Constantinople, prayers were redirected, and the building became an imperial mosque, a signal that rule had changed hands. Mehmed made the city his capital, repairing walls, restoring markets, and forcing and inviting new residents, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, to repopulate emptied quarters. With Constantine XI dead and the court gone, the Byzantine Empire ended, though its learning lived on in diaspora and its orthodox institutions endured under new constraints. Historians often treat 1453 as a hinge, canon and centralized states reshaping warfare, Ottoman power rising, European politics hardening, and trade routes pushed toward new seas, feeding exploration and cultural change. Over time, Constantinople became Istanbul, still the same strait, the same winds, and a new world built on old stones, enduring by becoming different. Winter had closed the roads, but it could not stop people from moving. In the months between late 1240 and early 1241, refugees from the Rus lands drifted west in small, exhausted knots. Merchants without caravans, monks without monasteries, boyars without households. They carried the same story, told with the flat certainty of those who had seen too much. Cities that had simply stopped being cities. Ryazan burned and vanished. Vladimir fell. Kiev, ancient, river-bright, and walled, was taken after siege and storm, its churches broken open, its streets turned quiet, along the frontier markets of Poland and the border fortresses of Hungary. These accounts gathered like frost. The attackers were described as riders who came in winter as easily as in summer, who moved fast without seeming to tire, who appeared, withdrew, and returned from another direction. They fought in a way that confused men trained on feudal battlefields, feigned retreats, sudden encirclements, arrows that arrived before a charge could even be formed. To people who had never faced steppe warfare, it sounded uncanny, less like an army and more like a weather system, sweeping over a landscape and leaving only silence behind. Yet the rulers and churchmen of Latin Europe did not truly know what was coming. They had names, half-heard and inconsistent, Tatars, Mongols, sometimes simply the people from the East. They had letters and rumours, but little reliable intelligence, and less agreement on what it meant. Some assumed this was another raiding wave that would break on forests and fortifications. Others folded it into familiar categories: pagans to be converted, nomads to be bribed, divine punishment to be endured. The road of fear ran from the devastated riverlands of the Rus toward the Vistula in the north, and toward the passes of the Carpathians in the south, opening onto the wide Hungarian plain. Every mile westward turned rumour into policy, too late, or in the wrong direction. Before we continue, tell me in the comments where in the world you are listening from tonight. In the east, the force behind those rumours was not a single warband but a planned campaign, with Batu Khan as its political commander and the veteran strategist Subutai shaping its movements. In the west, Europe faced it as a patchwork: kingdoms, duchies, bishoprics, and rival claims. To understand why the response was so fragmented, we need to pause and look at what Europe was politically, militarily, and spiritually on the eve of 1341. Europe in the early 13th century was not a single body that could tense its muscles and turn toward danger. It was a landscape of overlapping loyalties, legal fictions, family claims and church jurisdictions, strong in local power, weak in collective action. When news arrived from the east, it did not enter one council chamber. It landed in dozens of courts, each with its own enemies, its own calendar, and its own reasons to hesitate. In the centre of the continent, the Holy Roman Empire looked imposing on a map, but its strength was scattered. The emperor's title carried enormous prestige, yet imperial authority depended on negotiation with princes who guarded their rights jealously. Great lords, dukes, margraves, counts, prince-bishops raised armies for their own wars and defended their own borders first. Frontier defence along the empire's eastern edge was not a unified system, but a chain of regional responsibilities: marches and bishoprics, fortified towns and noble estates, each expected to hold its own. This mattered because the empire was also distracted. Power was contested between dynasties, and politics pulled attention south toward Italy and the long struggle between emperors and popes. Even where a ruler understood the eastern danger, calling men to arms across the empire meant bargaining, summoning, persuading, promising, and paying. Feudal levies were time-limited, knights owed service for set periods, and campaigns were planned around seasons, harvests, and obligations at home. An army gathered too early ate its supplies and dissolved. An army gathered too late arrived after the damage was done. North of the Carpathians, Poland offered another kind of fragmentation. The Polish realm had been divided into duchies, ruled by Piast princes, bound together by blood but separated by rivalry. Krakow carried senior status in theory, yet in practice each region guarded its independence. Silesia, Greater Poland, Lesser Poland, Masovia, each with its own duke, its own retinue, and its own grudges. Cooperation was possible but never simple. Princes watched one another as closely as they watched foreign threats, calculating whether a neighbour's misfortune might become an opening. That internal division shaped the way defences were organised. Border warning systems existed: castles, monasteries, market towns, river crossings. But they were local. A duke could call his own knights and militia, reinforce his own strongpoints, and send messengers to cousins and rivals. But there was no single Polish command that could coordinate the whole front, assign responsibilities, and concentrate forces without argument. When danger came, it would meet pockets of resistance rather than a wall. Further south, Hungary was different, more centralised than Poland, and positioned like a gate. The Kingdom of Hungary lay open to the east, where the Carpathian Mountains formed a long arc of passes leading down into the Great Plain. That plain, wide, grassy, and crossed by rivers, could be rich and defensible, but it could also be a highway for steppe armies. Hungarian kings had long experience with frontier threats, and the kingdom maintained border counties and fortresses. Yet Hungary's strength was also its vulnerability. A frontier kingdom had to watch many directions at once, and it had to keep allies close. By 1241, the Hungarian court under King Béla IV, Béla, was wrestling with internal strains: the balance between crown and nobility, the distribution of lands and privileges, the loyalty of powerful magnates. Even before the Mongols arrived, Hungary had to manage the politics of the steppe, because steppe peoples did not vanish when they were pushed west. They arrived at borders asking for refuge, tribute, or passage, and every decision about them created enemies at home. East of all these realms, the lands that had just been shattered, what Latin writers often called the Rus, were themselves divided long before the Mongol campaign began. The Rus principalities were a constellation of cities and territories linked by language, trade, and the prestige of the old Kievan past, but separated by competing branches of a ruling dynasty. Kiev had been a centre, not an unquestioned capital. Its authority faded as other cities grew stronger: Vladimir in the northeast, Halych and Volhynia in the southwest, Novgorod in the north. Princes fought one another for thrones and for revenue from river routes, hiring steppe allies when it suited them, then fighting those same allies when the price changed. The steppe had shaped Rus politics for generations. Pechenegs, then Cumans, also called Kipchaks, had raided, traded, and intermarried along the frontier. Rus's princes learned to build alliances and payoffs into their strategy. They learned that a raid could be survived, that a burned town could be rebuilt, that diplomacy might redirect danger toward a rival. These were hard lessons, but they created habits that made sense against earlier nomad confederations, and failed against an enemy that did not come to bargain. So when the Mongols began their western campaign, Europe did not receive the shock as a single event. It arrived as disjointed reports. A city fallen here, a river crossing forced there, refugees with conflicting details, letters copied and recopied. Communication itself was a constraint. Messages travelled at the speed of a horse and the safety of the road. Winter slowed movement, spring floods reshaped routes. A warning could take days to reach a court, and longer to become action. Meanwhile, rulers had to interpret what they heard. Was this a temporary raid, a punishment expedition, an outburst that would burn itself out? Or was it conquest? Rivalries clogged every decision. A duke asked whether helping a neighbour would strengthen a competitor. A prince-bishop weighed the risk of leaving his diocese unguarded. A king considered whether calling a levy would provoke resistance among nobles who already resented royal demands. Even within the church, unity was imperfect. Bishops might preach resistance, but their resources were local, and Latin Christendom was preoccupied with disputes over authority, and with other fronts that seemed more immediate than a distant calamity across the forests. And what did Europeans actually know of the Mongols? Very little, and not in a form that could guide policy. The name Mongol was not yet stable in the Western imagination. Many called them Tatars, a label that blurred together different peoples and carried an echo of the unfamiliar. Some thought they were a remnant of earlier foes. Others imagined them as monsters from the edge of maps, or as the armies of a mysterious eastern king who might be ally or threat. Reports emphasized what frightened the witnesses most: speed, cruelty, the ability to appear where no one expected them. But reliable intelligence, how many armies there were who commanded them, what they wanted, how they supplied themselves, was scarce. Rumour filled the gap, because rumour is what travels when institutions cannot. A merchant repeated what he had heard in a tavern at a river port. A monk copied a letter from a distant bishop, with additions from his own fears. A noble retainer exaggerated a skirmish into a battle, because it sounded more convincing that way. People reached for familiar explanations. Perhaps these riders were like the Avars of old, or like the Hungarians before they became Christian kings, or like the Cuman raiders who could be chased away after a hard season. In that sense, Europe misread the threat, not out of stupidity, but out of experience. The past provided a template, and the Mongols did not fit it, because what advanced from the east in 1241 was not a typical frontier raid. It was a coordinated operation designed far beyond the horizon of any single European court. Batu Khan directed the campaign as its political commander, and Subutai, the seasoned strategist, shaped its routes and timing. They did not depend on capturing one prize city and going home. They could separate forces, reconverge, and strike across distances that European commanders struggled to imagine. They had already tested the borderlands, mapped river crossings, learned who might resist and who might hesitate, and unlike earlier steppe pressures, this was not a negotiation by arrow and gift. It was an argument made in movement, systematic, relentless, and prepared. Europe, meanwhile, remained a patchwork, its seams visible everywhere. Princes bargaining, courts delaying, messengers riding, councils arguing over priorities. The continent could still fight fiercely, castle by castle and field by field. But it could not easily move as one, and as the snow began to thin on the eastern roads, that difference between a coordinated campaign and a divided defence would decide how the first blows landed and why they landed where they did. That coordination did not appear by accident. It was built deliberately on the far side of the steppe long before any European court heard the name Batu. In the late 12th century, the Mongol world was not an empire at all. It was a field of rival clans and shifting alliances spread across grasslands, river valleys and forest edge, people who could unite for a season and fracture the next. Out of that violence rose Temujin, an exile, and a survivor who learned that power on the steppe depended on more than bravery. It depended on loyalty that could outlast a raid, and on rules that could bind men who were not kin. Temujin's early victories mattered for Europe only because of what he did with them. He broke older aristocracies, promoted commanders for ability, and tied followers to him through a mix of reward and obligation that reached beyond family lines. When he was proclaimed Genghis Khan, Genghis Khang, around 1206, it was not simply a new title. It marked the creation of a state that could demand service, distribute plunder and pasture systematically, and punish disobedience with a consistency that earlier confederations struggled to enforce. That state had a structure that travelled well. Mongol forces were organised in units of 10, 100, 1,000 and 10,000, often called an arbun, zuun, mingun, and tumen in later terminology, though chroniclers in different languages used their own words. The exact sizes could vary in practice, especially after losses and detachments, but the principle held. Each level had a leader. Each leader was responsible for discipline, and groups could be combined or split without losing their chain of command. It meant orders could move down the hierarchy quickly, and accountability could move up just as fast. A commander did not merely lead brave men, he managed an organised instrument. Discipline was not an abstract virtue, it was what allowed the Mongols to fight in ways their opponents found baffling. A Mongol army could ride for days, scatter into separate columns, and still arrive at an appointed crossing or battlefield with a shared plan. They could feign retreat, one of their most famous tactics, not as a spontaneous trick, but as a controlled manoeuvre that required units to break contact without collapsing into panic. They could leave a siege to continue under one detachment, while the main force moved on, confident that the subordinate commander would do what was required without constant supervision. On the battlefield, the core advantage remained the mounted archer. Riders trained to shoot accurately at speed, to turn in the saddle, to release volleys while advancing or withdrawing. But it was not only the bow, it was the way the bow was used inside a wider system of mobility. Mongol horses were tough, and armies moved with spare mounts, letting men rotate animals and maintain a pace that infantry-based forces could rarely match. Movement itself became a weapon, used to choose where to fight, to refuse battle until conditions were favourable, and to strike at the enemy's weak points while avoiding strong ones. Communication held it together. Messages could be carried by fast riders, and across the empire, a relay network, later known as the Yam, supported long-distance travel for officials and couriers. In campaign, signalling was done by flags, horns, and pre-arranged drills over longer distances, by dispatch riders moving between columns. This made coordination across wide fronts possible, and it helped explain how, in 1241, separate Mongol forces could strike Poland and Hungary in the same season without becoming isolated adventures. Just as important was intelligence. Mongol commanders did not ride blindly into unknown lands. Scouts moved ahead and to the flanks, reading terrain, tracing roads and river fords, identifying fortified places and supply zones, and measuring how quickly local forces could gather. They interrogated prisoners, recruited guides, and exploited merchant knowledge. Information was collected, compared, and acted upon. For European defenders used to slower, more localized warfare, this could feel like being watched by an enemy who was always already there. And the armies that would reach Europe were not an ethnically pure horde spilling out of the grasslands. As the Mongol Empire expanded, it absorbed people with specialized skills and then used those skills systematically. Engineers from conquered regions brought siegecraft, traction and counterweight throwing machines, sappers, techniques for undermining walls, and methods for surrounding strongpoints so that flight and relief became difficult. Administrators and translators helped manage tribute and communication. Allied and subordinated troops, Turkic steppe warriors, forest peoples, city fighters from Central Asia, filled out the manpower, often fighting under Mongol command structures. The result was a force that could do more than raid. It could reduce fortifications, manage prisoners, and continue operating far from its base. This institutional capacity mattered when Genghis Khan died in 1227. His death did not break the machine. Succession was managed through the ruling family and a council tradition, and after a period of settlement his son Ogedei, good day, became Great Khan. Under Ogedei, the empire did what it had learned to do, convert conquest into administrative reach, and then use that reach to fund and coordinate further expeditions. Campaigns were no longer only personal ventures of ambitious princes. They became imperial projects, planned across years, supplied through tribute and organized herds, and staffed by commanders whose careers depended on results. Out of that system came the men who matter for 1241. Batu Khan, Ba-Tu, was a grandson of Genghis, and he carried the authority of the ruling house. In the Western campaign, Batu was the political commander, the prince whose presence made the expedition legitimate, who represented the interests of the Jochid line, and who could demand cooperation from other nobles. Alongside him stood Subutai, Su-Bo-Ti, Genghis Khan's veteran general, famed for campaigns fought thousands of kilometers apart, and for an ability to plan like a map-maker and strike like a hunter. Subutai was not merely a battlefield tactician. He was a strategist of routes, seasons, and converging columns, the kind of mind that could turn the distance between the Volga and the Danube into a single theatre. By the time Europe heard winter rumours on its eastern frontier, the Mongols were not improvising. They were deploying a state's capacity for war, disciplined units, reliable communications, practiced intelligence gathering, and a leadership pairing that combined Batu's political authority with Subutai's operational design. The next step, Europe's first real lesson, had already been delivered once, years earlier, on the plains by a river called the Khalkha. The Khalkha was not the beginning of the Mongols' Western War, but it was the first time the borderlands heard the empire's method up close and survived to report it. In the early 1220s, 2 Mongol commanders rode far beyond the settled frontiers most states could imagine as a single campaign. One was Jibei, an aggressive, fast-moving general trusted by Genghis Khan. The other was Subutai, Su-Bo-Ti, already showing the habits that would define him. Wide scouting arcs, careful timing, and an instinct for turning geography into advantage. Their movement west was not a migration and not a formal invasion aimed at holding territory. It was closer to a reconnaissance in force, probing the steppe, measuring enemies, mapping routes, and testing how quickly distant powers could respond. They crossed from the world of Central Asia into the Pontic steppe, the broad grasslands north of the Black Sea, where river systems fan out like veins and the horizon offers few places to hide. Here, alliances were personal, borders were elastic, and mounted warfare was a language many peoples already spoke. The Mongols struck and negotiated as needed, pushing through the networks of steppe politics, drawing out opponents and learning which groups could be threatened, bribed, or turned into guides. Their approach inevitably collided with 2 forces whose fortunes were tied to that landscape. The first was the Cuman Confederation, often called Cumans or Kipchaks, Turkic steppe nomads who dominated the region's pasture routes and served as raiders, mercenaries, and trading partners. The second was the Rus, the loose constellation of East Slavic principalities linked by dynastic ties, commercial rivers, and a shared Christian culture, but divided by rivalry. When the Mongols pushed into the steppe, the Cumans felt the pressure first. They did what steppe peoples often did when faced with a stronger mounted enemy. They looked for allies beyond the grasslands. Cuman leaders appealed to the Rus princes, warning that today's raid on the steppe could become tomorrow's raid on the river towns. Some Rus rulers accepted the logic. Others distrusted the Cumans, old enemies who had burned borders and carried off captives for generations. Even when agreement was reached, coordination was fragile. The Rus did not mobilize as one kingdom. They mobilized as a temporary coalition, several princely retinues and militias with different leaders, different priorities, and no single chain of command that could compel obedience in a crisis. Decisions could be debated, delayed, and ignored. In war, that meant movement without unity, and unity without discipline. Jebei and Subutai read this kind of enemy quickly. They did not need to defeat a single Rus army. They needed to keep a coalition moving, tired and uncertain until it lost the ability to choose when and where to fight. In 1223, the opposing forces finally converged near a river remembered as the Kalka. The details in surviving accounts vary. Medieval chroniclers rarely agree on distances, timings or numbers, but the outline is consistent enough to understand the lesson. The Mongols drew the coalition onward with controlled withdrawals and fast skirmishing, pulling the Allied vanguard farther from its supports. It looked to many pursuers like an enemy in retreat. But it was a retreat executed as a maneuver, part lure, part screening action, buying time and shaping the battlefield. The coalition advanced in a stretched formation, with Cumans and some Rus's elements pressing ahead, and others following more slowly. In that gap lived the Mongols' advantage. When the moment came, Jebei and Subutai turned from flight to attack with forces that had remained coherent, coordinated, and ready. The Allied line, by contrast, met the blow in pieces. Units arriving at different times fought separate fights. Attempts to reinforce became confused by dust, distance, and the speed of mounted archery. Once panic began in the forward elements, especially among the Cumans, whose withdrawal could look like betrayal to their allies, collapse spread backward along the river bank like a cracking plank. Some Rus's forces managed to form a defensive camp, using wagons and terrain to hold out for a time. But isolated and surrounded, without a unified relief effort, their position became a trap. The battle ended not as a clean annihilation in a single moment, but as the disintegration of a coalition that could not recover its order once it had been broken. Captured leaders were dealt with harshly, in a way meant to demonstrate Mongol authority and to discourage future resistance from the region's elites. Chroniclers emphasize that prominent prisoners were executed after the fighting and that their status did not protect them. The purpose was political as much as military, to show that rank alone could not bargain away defeat. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the Mongols did not stay. This is one of the most important parts of the Kolka story. Jebei and Subutai were deep in unfamiliar territory, far from the empire's main centres of supply and reinforcement. Their mission had never been to occupy the Rus lands or rule the steppe permanently in 1223. They had achieved something more valuable for the future, a survey of roads and rivers, an understanding of who could unite against them, and evidence that the Rus princes struggled to coordinate under stress. They learned how the Cumans would react when threatened, which routes could carry fast-moving cavalry, where the river crossings and bottlenecks lay, and how quickly news travelled between principalities. They saw the strengths too, fortified towns, difficult forests, and the endurance of defenders behind fieldworks. But they saw those strengths in a scattered system, not a single wall. After Kolka, the Mongol commanders withdrew eastward, fighting as needed on the return, leaving behind shock, stories, and an unresolved question: was this a raid or the edge of something larger? For the Rus and their neighbours, it was a warning that did not turn into immediate occupation, and warnings that fade are often misunderstood. For the Mongol leadership, it was reconnaissance paid for in sweat and distance. When, years later, the empire chose to come back with a full-scale western campaign, an expedition with Batu Khan's authority and Subutai's design, the path into Europe would not be guessed at. It would be remembered. Years passed after the Kolka, and the steppe's memory settled into rumour. Then, in the 1230s, the decision was made at the centre of the empire. The West would no longer be tested. It would be taken. Under Ogedei, Genghis Khan's successor, a major expedition was authorised, not as a raid, but as a deliberate, multi-year campaign. It gathered not only seasoned commanders, but princes of the ruling family, men whose presence signalled that this was imperial policy. Their participation also carried a second purpose. These young leaders would learn conquest the way the Mongols taught it, through movement, coordination, and hard choices enforced at speed. The political commander chosen for the Western campaign was Batu Khan, Bash II grandson of Genghis, and a figure with the rank to speak for the dynasty. Batu did not need to be the most brilliant tactician to be indispensable. He was the one who could hold a coalition of princes together, distribute plunder, settle disputes, and represent the campaign's results to the great Khan. Beside him, shaping the campaign's logic, was the strategist already known from the Khalkha, Subutai, Su-Bo-Ti, older now, experienced and trusted to coordinate movements across distances that would break most armies. Before the Rus towns and forests, the campaign first turned toward the middle Volga, into the lands of Volga Bulgaria. This was not a detour. Volga Bulgaria controlled river routes, trade arteries, and fertile zones that could feed horses and men. It sat like a gate between the steppe and the forested north, between the empire's eastern approaches and the corridors that led toward the Rus. If the Mongols intended to operate for years in the west, they needed secure crossings, supply regions, and a base that could be taxed, garrisoned, and used as a staging ground. In 1236 the Bulgars were attacked and overcome. Sources disagree on the exact sequence and scale of individual sieges, but they agree on the result. Organised resistance was crushed, towns were taken, and the Volga region was folded into the campaign's logistics. For the next stages that mattered as much as any battlefield success. An army of mounted archers still needed fodder, grain, replacement bows, ironwork, and reliable routes for messengers. Conquest created a system behind the front, one that could keep the front moving. With the Volga secured, the campaign pivoted toward the Rus principalities. Here the terrain changed. The open steppe gave way to river networks, mixed forests and towns fortified with earthworks, timber walls, and in a few places, stone. The Mongols did not mistake these cities for easy targets. They approached them as problems to be solved by isolation, intimidation, and siegecraft. In late 1237, the first great blow fell on Ryazan, on the Oka River frontier. Medieval accounts describe envoys, demands, and refusal. The details are coloured by later memory, but the pattern is consistent with Mongol practice elsewhere. Submission and tribute could mean survival under new authority. Refusal could bring exemplary punishment. Ryazan resisted, and the city was stormed and destroyed. Chroniclers speak of slaughter and fire, and while they often amplify horror, the archaeological and narrative record agree on devastation. The purpose was not mindless killing. It was a political message delivered through violence. Resistance would be expensive, and the campaign would not stall to negotiate with every wall. From Ryazan, the Mongols advanced deeper into the northeast Rus. The winter itself became part of the campaign. Frozen rivers turned into roads, swamps hardened. The season that normally slowed movement could, for a disciplined army, become an advantage. By early 1238, the focus was Vladimir, one of the key centres of the Vladimir Suzdal lands. The Mongols brought siege technology that Eurasian warfare had been sharing for centuries. Traction and counterweight machines capable of hurling stones, heavy arrows and incendiaries. Sappers who could undermine walls, mobile screens and shields to protect approaches. These methods were not uniquely Mongol, but the Mongols were unusually effective at collecting specialists, engineers from conquered peoples, artisans compelled into service, and crews drilled to operate under fire. Vladimir fell. The prince's family, according to the chronicles, died in the catastrophe, and the city's churches and courtyards became scenes of panic and smoke. Other towns followed, some after siege, some after surrender. The point was not merely to take one capital, but to break the ability of separate principalities to support one another. Subutai's influence shows in the way the campaign did not hinge on a single decisive battle. Instead, pressure moved like weather across a map, striking multiple nodes, separating allies, and turning each town into an isolated decision. Submit alone or be destroyed alone. Over the next 2 years, the net tightened through the southern Rus's lands, until the great symbolic target came into view, Kyiv on the Dnieper, ancient, wealthy, and still resonant as a cultural and religious centre even after the Rus's world had fractured politically. In 1240, Kyiv was besieged. What medieval sources agree on is the broad arc. The Mongols invested the city, breached its defences, and captured it after hard fighting. They agree, too, that destruction followed, churches damaged, neighbourhoods burned, survivors reduced to a fraction of the pre-siege population. Where they disagree is in the details that later generations most wanted, the exact length of the siege, the precise numbers killed or enslaved, and whether some accounts exaggerate ruin to frame Kyiv as a martyr city in a cosmic struggle. Medieval writers often write with moral purpose as much as with military accuracy. Still, even allowing for embellishment, the fall of Kiev marked a turning point that was felt far beyond the Dnieper. It was not simply another town taken. It was a signal that no reputation, no saints, and no old prestige would halt the campaign. And now the human consequence began to flow westward. Refugees, merchants with what they could carry, monks with relics and manuscripts, families driving half-starved livestock, moved along the rivers and forest roads towards safer frontiers. They carried stories that travelled faster than armies, of cities that fell in days, of winter marches across ice, of engineers battering walls that had held against steppe raiders for generations. Some tales were accurate, others grew in the retelling, but all had the same effect. Poland and Hungary heard that the Mongols were no longer a distant steppe rumour. They were a system, advancing, fed by conquered lands behind them, and guided by commanders who seemed to plan years ahead. By the time the snows returned after Kiev, fear was no longer abstract. It had names: Ryazan, Vladimir, Kiev, and it had witnesses arriving at Western courts with hollow eyes and broken maps. What had begun as a campaign against the Rus was becoming something larger, pushing toward the plains where Europe's kingdoms would soon have to decide whether to stand apart or fall apart in the West. The frontier that mattered most was the Kingdom of Hungary, spread across the Pannonian Plain like an open invitation to steppe cavalry. Yet when the news from the Rus arrived, Hungary was not a kingdom ready to move as one. It was a kingdom arguing with itself. Its king was Belar IV, Belar, young enough to still be shaping his authority, and determined to reverse what he saw as decades of drift. Before him, royal lands and privileges had been granted away to powerful families, creating magnates who could raise their own forces and resist the crown's demands. Bela tried to pull that power back toward the centre, reclaiming estates, challenging private fortresses, insisting that the realm's defence was the king's business. It was a programme with logic, but it came at a cost. On the eve of invasion, many of the very men whose horses and spears Bela would need were resentful, slow to obey, and quick to question his judgment. Then another pressure arrived from the east, not as an army, but as a people. They were the Cumans, Cumans, Turkic-speaking steppe nomads, organised in clans, famous as horse archers, and long accustomed to moving between the grasslands north of the Black Sea and the edges of settled states. For generations they had fought, traded, and raided across a broad frontier world. But now the Mongol advance had shattered that world. Some Cuman groups were defeated and absorbed, others fled, seeking any border that might hold. In 1239 and 1240, a major Cuman faction approached Hungary asking for refuge. Their leader is usually named Khotan, Kur-10, sometimes rendered Kuthan. He came not only with warriors but with families, herds, and the hard momentum of a migration driven by fear. Bela saw an opportunity where others saw danger. The Cumans were exactly the kind of mobile cavalry Hungary lacked in sufficient numbers, and if settled as royal dependents, they could strengthen the crown against both foreign threats and rebellious lords. Bela accepted them, and Khotan, in a gesture meant to bind the alliance, agreed to baptism. But the kingdom did not receive the Cumans with a single mind. The Cumans' way of life, tents, herds, seasonal movement, did not fit neatly into a land of villages, fields, and legal boundaries. Their arrival strained resources and tempers. Clashes broke out with local communities over grazing and theft, sometimes real, sometimes imagined, often impossible to judge in the panic of rumour. To many Hungarian nobles and townspeople, the Cumans looked less like allies and more like the very kind of steppe raiders the kingdom had fought for centuries. And as stories of Mongol methods spread, suspicion hardened into a simple accusation. The Cumans were Mongol scouts in disguise, or they would betray Hungary when the invasion came. Batu Khan's envoys understood how to press that fear. The Mongols did not treat the Cumans as a separate question. In their view, the Cumans were subjects, defeated people who had fled from rightful authority. If Hungary sheltered them, Hungary was interfering with the empire's order. So demands followed: surrender the Cumans, hand over Khotan, submit and acknowledge Mongol overlordship, or face the consequences. These were not diplomatic requests in the European sense. They were notices of a decision already made. Belar refused. He could not give up the Cumans without admitting weakness to his own nobles, and he could not accept Mongol terms without turning Hungary into a tributary frontier. The pressure did what Mongol pressure so often did. It widened cracks that already existed. While Bela tried to call up the kingdom's host, the political quarrel over the Cumans turned into open violence. In the spring of 1241, as the invasion drew close enough to feel like thunder beyond the mountains, a mob in Hungary seized Khotan and murdered him. The sources differ on the exact setting and the men behind it, whether it was a spontaneous riot or the work of nobles who wanted the alliance broken, but the outcome was unmistakable. Hungary had killed the guest it had promised to protect. What followed was panic, and then blood. The Cumans, convinced they had been betrayed and now trapped between Hungary and the Mongols, struck back as they withdrew. They moved south and west in a tearing flight, raiding and burning as they went, leaving behind a trail of chaos that deepened the kingdom's internal fear. A policy meant to strengthen Hungary's frontier had detonated inside its own borders, and with the Cumans went something Hungary could not easily replace. Thousands of skilled riders used to steppe warfare, men who could scout, screen an army's march, and answer horse archers with horse archers. Their departure also stripped the eastern marches of a human buffer at precisely the moment it was needed. Worse still, it poisoned trust. Bela's summons to arms now met a nobility that blamed him for inviting disaster, and communities that had just seen violence erupt in their own streets. By early 1241, the map narrowed to a few hard corridors. The Carpathians rose like a wall along Hungary's eastern edge, but they were a wall with gates, passes, and river valleys that an army could force, especially an army guided by careful reconnaissance and coordinated timing. Behind those passes, Hungary struggled to mobilize, arguing over who would lead, where to assemble, and whether the kingdom's own allies could be trusted. Beyond the mountains, Batu Khan's authority held the campaign together, and Subutai's planning shaped how the invasion would enter. The collision was no longer a distant possibility carried by refugees. It was an approaching fact, moving toward the Carpathian approaches as Hungary tried too late to turn a divided realm into a single army. While Hungary argued and bled internally, the Mongol plan unfolded on a wider map. Batu Khan, the political commander, and Subutai, the chief strategist, did not send every rider straight at the Hungarian plain. A separate northern force was tasked with striking into Poland, partly for plunder and shock, but more importantly, to screen the main operation, drawing attention and preventing neighbouring rulers from marching south to help Bela. In the winter and early spring of 1241, that northern column crossed into the Polish lands with speed that outpaced rumour. Towns learned the news the old way, by smoke on the horizon, and refugees on the road. Lublin was hit first, then the attack rolled onward toward Sandomierz. The pattern was recognisable from the Rus: sudden arrival, swift assault, and then the force dissolving back into the countryside before slow-moving levies could gather. Sandomierz was ravaged with particular severity, its defences unable to stop a raid that struck like a storm and moved on. By late March, the pressure turned toward Krakow, the great city of Lesser Poland, where the mere approach of the Mongols was enough to cause flight and confusion. Krakow was burned, and the roads west filled with the displaced people carrying what they could, leaving behind granaries, workshops, and churches that had taken generations to build. Poland was not defenceless, but it was not coordinated. The realm was fractured among dukes, bishops, and local lords, each with their own interests and rivalries. When two leading nobles, often identified as the voivode of Krakow and the castellan of Krakow, attempted to block the advance at Śmielnik, the result was a warning written in blood. At the Battle of Śmielnik, Polish forces met Mongol horsemen in the open and were broken. The sources are uneven and sometimes confused, but the signal is clear. Local resistance was brave and immediate, yet improvised, lacking unified command, and facing an enemy that controlled distance, tempo, and information. After Śmielnik, there was no quick second line, no national host already assembled to seal the gap. Farther west, Duke Henry II, the pious Henry, ruler in Silesia, and one of the most capable princes of his generation, understood what was coming. He began gathering a mixed army: Silesian knights, men from other Polish duchies, contingents from towns, and such volunteers as could be persuaded to ride. Messages went to neighbouring rulers, to Bohemia, and to the empire's borderlands. But medieval mobilization was a slow craft. Men had to be summoned, equipped, fed, and brought to a meeting point along roads now choked with refugees and threatened by fast-moving raiders. Even when allies were willing, they were not always close, and they did not always trust one another's leadership. Henry was assembling an army against time itself. The meeting with the Mongols came near Legnica, also known as Liegnitz, on 9 April 1241. The exact size of either force is uncertain. Later chronicles inflate numbers to make the story grander, and different traditions count different kinds of troops. What can be said with confidence is simpler. Henry had a coalition army built from what could arrive quickly. The Mongol detachment was experienced, cohesive, and operating as part of a larger strategic design. Some later accounts mention Teutonic knights among Henry's men, but the evidence is unclear and may reflect later memory more than battlefield reality. If any were present, they were likely few, not the core of the host. At Legnica, the battle opened with the usual medieval problem: a knightly army seeking decisive contact, and a steppe army determined to control when and how that contact occurred. Henry's force advanced in successive elements, trying to bring the enemy to hand-to-hand combat. The Mongols answered with movement and missile fire, horse archers pressing forward, releasing volleys, then slipping away before a heavy charge could land. When portions of the Polish lines surged after them, the Mongols yielded ground in what looked like flight. It was not collapse, it was the feigned retreat, one of the most practiced tools in Mongol warfare. And it worked because it demanded discipline from both sides, discipline to run without breaking, and discipline to resist pursuit. Henry's men, like many European armies, found the second discipline harder. The line stretched, units lost touch, and the battlefield became a series of separate fights, rather than one coordinated push. Then came smoke, whether from prepared materials or fires set at the right moment, thick enough to confuse and to hide movement. In that haze, Mongol signalling mattered: flags, mounted messengers, and pre-arranged cues that allowed scattered groups to act as one. Where Henry's army struggled to hear and see its own command, Mongol subunits could pivot close in and strike at exposed flanks. The retreat became an encirclement. The isolated groups that had chased were cut down first, and then the remaining formations were pressed from multiple sides. Henry himself fought on, but he was killed in the final stages, his death turning resistance into rout. Later stories tell of his head displayed to break the will of defenders. Whether every detail is true, the purpose is believable: psychological warfare aimed at ending organized resistance without a long siege. And yet the Mongols did not ride on into the heart of Germany. This northern campaign was never meant to become a separate conquest. It was a shaping operation, devastating, fast and finite, designed to pin down Polish and neighbouring forces and keep them from marching to Hungary. With Henry dead and the region stunned, the strategic goal was achieved. While Poland reeled from Legnica, no strong relief army moved south in time. The roads that might have carried reinforcements toward Bela instead carried fugitives westward, and the main Mongol blow, carefully timed beyond the Carpathians, was about to land. While Poland reeled from Legnica, the real weight of the campaign was already pressing through the mountain gates into the Kingdom of Hungary. The Carpathians were not a wall so much as a rim, pierced by passes and valleys that could be used by an army that travelled light, split into columns, and lived off speed. In late March and early April of 1241, Mongol detachments spilled down the river routes and along the old roads, appearing where watchers had sworn no large force could pass. Some came through the northeastern approaches by the Vereka Pass, others by different crossings, converging as if drawn by invisible lines across the map. Ahead of them moved fear. Villages emptied into market towns, and the market towns emptied toward Pest, on the flat by the Danube opposite Buda. Pest swelled with refugees, families with carts, monks with relics, nobles' retainers driving livestock, everyone carrying the same story in different words. Horsemen in the distance, smoke behind them, and no time to bargain. Rumour arrived faster than orders. Some said the invaders were a mere raid. Others said the end of the world had ridden in from the steppe. The truth was worse for a kingdom that could not agree on how to fight. This was an invasion plan to break Hungary's ability to resist in one decisive season. King Bela IV, Bela, had called his host, but calling an army was not the same as commanding one. Hungary's magnates distrusted the crown, and the crown distrusted its magnates. The Cumans, recently admitted as allies and settlers, had become a lightning rod for resentment. Many Hungarians suspected them of guiding the Mongols, while the Cumans feared betrayal and vengeance. Messages went out for levies, but they arrived unevenly, each lord with his own men and his own expectations. Bela needed scouting and clear intelligence. Yet the roads were clogged, the frontier was already breached, and local forces that might have screened the advance had been shattered or scattered. He had an army, but its cohesion was fragile, and its eyes were half blind. By early April, Bela moved to meet the Mongols east of the Danube. The Hungarian host encamped near the Saho River, Sharyo, close to the village remembered as Mohi. Here the land mattered as much as courage. The Saho was not a vast river, but in spring it ran cold and stubborn, bordered by marshy ground that could trap men and horses. Crossings were limited. The key point was a bridge, an engineered choke point, where an army could, in theory, hold off a larger force. Bela's camp, protected by wagons and the natural barrier of the river, was set to face the bridge. If the Mongols had to come by that narrow throat, then Hungary's heavy cavalry and packed infantry might finally force a straight fight. Batu Khan, Bar II, was present as political commander, the senior prince whose authority held the coalition together. But it was Subuti, who shaped the battle. He did not accept the bridge as a problem to be solved head-on. He treated it as an anchor to fix the Hungarians in place, while other hands moved around them. On the night of 10 April, into the early hours of 11 April 1241, pressure built at the bridge. The initial struggle was brutal and confused, Hungarian defenders contesting the crossing, Mongol troops probing, pushing, withdrawing, then returning in force. For a moment the bridge fight seemed to validate Bela's position, as if the river had indeed forced the invaders into the narrow combat Hungarian knights preferred. But while attention locked on the bridge, Subuti's manoeuvre unfolded. A separate force worked its way to a different crossing, whether by a ford, a makeshift bridge, or a prepared point selected in advance, getting men and horses over the Saho away from the main fight. Dawn revealed the trap. Mongol riders were not only in front of the Hungarian camp, they were moving into its rear and flanks, turning the river from a shield into a boundary that hemmed Bela's army in. Then the camp itself came under coordinated assault. This was not only arrows and charges. Mongol units brought forward siege engines, compact field catapults and other throwing machines, used here not against stone walls but against the dense, crowded space of an army in its own enclosure. Missiles fell among horses, wagons and men, pressed too close together, spreading panic and breaking the order needed for a controlled sortie. At the same time, attacks converged from multiple directions. Pressure at the bridge, pressure from the new crossing, and strikes aimed at openings in the wagon line, inside the camp. Command failed in the way medieval command so often failed, through noise, dust, conflicting orders and units that could not see the whole field. Knights tried to form for a decisive countercharge, but found no clean front to charge into. Infantry held pockets of resistance, then were enveloped. When a breakout was attempted, it funneled into limited exits, and those exits became killing grounds. By the end of 11 April, the Hungarian host was collapsing into flight. Many were cut down along the riverbanks or in the marshy ground, where armour became a sentence. Bela IV escaped, driven not by choice but by necessity, first toward the Danube and then westward, a king with no field army left between the invader and the heart of his kingdom. What followed was not a single battle's aftermath, but the opening of a plain. With organised resistance shattered at Mohi, devastation spread across central Hungary like a fire in dry grass. The roads out of pest, and the villages of the Great Hungarian Plain, filled with the same people who had crowded in days before, now fleeing again, but with fewer places left to run. In the weeks after Mohi, Hungary did not fall with a single surrender. It emptied. On the flatlands east of the Danube, whole villages were abandoned so quickly that ovens were left cold and tools lay where they had been dropped. Those who could run did not form orderly columns. They scattered into the landscape they knew best, into willow thickets along rivers, into marshlands where a horse could bog down, into forests that offered cover but little food. Night after night, people slept under carts or under branches, measuring survival by what could be carried, and what could be stolen back from their own fields. Hunger became the quiet enemy that followed the loud one. Refugees stripped bark, gathered roots, and fought over stores in half-emptied barns. Shelter was never enough. A monastery might take in the first wave and then bolt its gates against the next, not from cruelty, but from arithmetic. In a medieval kingdom, the margin between normal life and famine was thin, even in peaceful years. Now, with spring planting disrupted, herds driven off, and granaries burned or seized, that margin vanished. The Mongol occupation did not rely on chaos alone. Batu Khan, as the senior prince commanding the campaign, presided over a system designed to see farther and move faster than any enemy. Reconnaissance rode ahead and to the sides, small, hard units reading tracks, questioning prisoners, mapping routes to fords, towns, and storehouses. Requisition followed. Where supplies could be taken, they were taken. Grain, livestock, draft animals, iron, and men compelled to guide or labour. The Mongols were not wandering raiders. They were running a moving state at war, feeding horses and soldiers through organised collection, enforced tribute, and deliberate dispersal of forces so that the land was consumed in wide arcs rather than in one exhausted corridor. Terror was part of that logic, and it was used strategically. Places that surrendered early sometimes bought time and a measure of survival. A town that opened its gates could be spared the worst immediate slaughter, its artisans registered, its stores inventoried, its leading men bound by hostages and promises. But resistance, especially after a demand to submit, often invited exemplary punishment. Earth and timber fortifications, so common on the plain, were vulnerable to fire, to engines, to sustained arrow fire that made the walls impossible to man. When such places were taken by force, the outcome could be catastrophic, not only for those inside but for the next settlement down the road, which now had a lesson delivered in smoke. Medieval chronicles tried to count this suffering, and their numbers often climb into the hundreds of thousands, even the millions. Modern historians treat these totals with caution. Medieval writers rarely had access to reliable population figures, and they were not producing censuses. They were recording trauma, sometimes using numbers as moral language, countless, without measure, translated into the largest figures their readers would understand. Hungary was badly hit, and many died by violence, exposure, hunger, and disease. But the most extreme totals almost certainly exceed what the region's population could sustain. As 1241 turned to winter, the Danube, wide, cold, and normally decisive, became first a shield, then a corridor. For months it had been a barrier between the Mongols and Western Hungary, complicating movement and supply. But the winter of 1241-1242 was harsh. The river froze, and with it a line on the map hardened into a road. Mongol forces crossed onto the western side, pushing into Transdanubia, taking or pressuring towns, probing towards stronger places, and tightening the net around whatever remained of royal authority. King Bela IV was already in flight, moving westward through a kingdom that could no longer protect him. Then beyond it, he sought refuge toward the Adriatic, through Croatia and into Dalmatia, where terrain and stone offered what the plain could not. The Mongols pursued, not as a reckless chase, but as a calculated attempt to prevent regrouping and to capture the king whose survival kept resistance legitimate. Yet here the campaign met different limits. The further they moved into broken country, the more roads narrowed, the more grazing thinned, the more local strongpoints mattered. And those strongpoints were increasingly stone. A wooden palisade could be burned, a stone castle on a height demanded time, engines, and secure supply lines. Some fortresses fell, but others held, their walls resisting arrows and fire, their garrisons able to wait out raiders who could not afford long sieges everywhere at once. In the cold of that winter, Hungary's fate hung between frozen rivers and hard walls, between a conquest that could move quickly and the stubborn mathematics of stone. Stone changed the tempo of the war, and tempo was everything to an army built around speed. In early 1242, the Mongols were still deep inside the Hungarian kingdom, still collecting supplies, still testing crossings and roads, still pressing toward Bela IV along the Adriatic coast. Then, almost as suddenly as they had arrived, they began to pull back from the heart of Europe. Camps thinned, columns turned east. By the spring, The great host was moving out through the Carpathian gateways it had once forced open. Why they withdrew is the central question of the entire invasion, and the answer refuses to sit neatly in a single cause. The most famous explanation begins far from the Danube, in the Mongol heartlands. Ogedei Khan, pronounced Ukgadei, son and successor of Chinggis Khan, died in December 1241. In the political order of the empire, that mattered immediately. The ruling family was not a distant symbol. The Khan's death triggered an obligation for princes of the royal line to return for a Kurultai, the great council where the next Khan would be chosen and alliances renegotiated. Batu Khan, Batu, was not merely a battlefield commander. He was a senior prince with immense prestige and potential claims. His presence or his absence could shape the future of the empire. Even if messengers took weeks to reach the Western army, the news would eventually land like a command. The centre had changed, and the family must assemble. But Ogedei's death, important as it was, does not automatically explain the timing or the scale of the withdrawal. The Mongols were capable of continuing campaigns during successions when unity held, and unity, in early 1242, was not guaranteed. Rivalry ran through the royal house like a fault line. Batu's authority in the west could be resented by other princes, and the long-distance campaign offered many chances for arguments over spoils, over the treatment of subject peoples, and over who could claim victory as their own. Subutai, Su-Boti, was the leading strategist, the mind of the campaign, but he could not vote at a Kurultai. He could not settle dynastic disputes. If a struggle for influence was coming, remaining in Hungary with a tired army, and a long supply chain could turn from boldness into vulnerability. Then there was the simplest constraint of all, grass. The Mongol army was above everything, a cavalry army, and horses do not live on glory. They live on pasture and on movement between pastures, so the land can recover. The Hungarian plain could feed many animals in good seasons, but an occupation is different from a raid. Staying means returning to the same districts again and again, stripping fodder, exhausting herds, and forcing longer and longer foraging circuits. It also means securing routes for grain and livestock, protecting workshops and siege equipment, guarding captives, administering tribute, and garrisoning key points, tasks that pin mobile troops down. The Mongols were experts at extracting resources, but extraction has limits when you're feeding a vast horse herd at the end of a continent. Environmental conditions tighten those limits. Chroniclers describe wet weather in 1242, and much of Hungary's lowland is a landscape that can turn treacherous with thaw and rain, marshes swelling, rivers wandering, roads dissolving into mud. A mounted army can move astonishingly fast on firm ground, yet lose its advantage when hooves sink and wagons bog. Even without a decisive European counterattack, the campaign had already cost lives and animals, losses in battles, attrition in winter pursuit, sickness, accidents, and the slow bleed of constant operations. A force can win every engagement and still grow weaker with each month it remains in the field, and stone continued to impose its own arithmetic. The Mongols could take many fortified places, and they did, through engines, fire, sapping, intimidation, and the use of specialized troops drawn from across the empire. Yet a Europe that had watched towns burn was learning quickly. Survivors crowded into strongholds. Garrisons stocked food. Royal authority, battered as it was, pushed new defences, and even where castles were old, they were now taken seriously. Each stone fortress that refused to fall demanded time, and time was the one resource the invaders could not spend everywhere. A long sequence of sieges is not simply slower, it is dangerous. It disperses forces, invites local resistance to gather, and turns a campaign of movement into a war of positions. All of this leads to a larger question. What was the Western campaign meant to achieve? One interpretation sees it as punishment and enforcement, an overwhelming strike to break the Rus principalities, to neutralize Hungary's sheltering of the Cumans, to terrify rivals, and to map routes, rivers, and political weaknesses for the future. Another interpretation argues that conquest was real and expanding, and that Europe was spared not by intention but by circumstance, succession politics colliding with logistical and operational ceilings. Historians continue to debate how to weigh these factors, because the evidence can point in more than one direction at once. What is clear is that the withdrawal was not a rout. It was a decision shaped by imperial politics, by rivalries among princes, by grass and weather, by the wear of a hard year, and by the growing cost of stone walls. Europe did not find a single lever to stop the Mongols. The Mongols encountered the edge, where even their system, so adaptable, so intelligent, so ruthless in its efficiency, began to pay more for each mile forward than it could justify. And so the great host turned back toward the steppe, leaving behind a continent shaken, and a question that would haunt European memory, not only how they were beaten, but why the beating stopped. In the spring of 1242, as the columns rode back through the passes, Europeans were left to measure a disaster that felt like an ending, and yet was not. Did Europe almost fall? In Poland and Hungary, the answer is uncomfortably close. The best field armies were shattered, rulers fled, and entire districts were emptied by fire, flight, and hunger. But conquest of all Europe was a different problem. Beyond the open plains lay thicker webs of rivers, forests, and fortified regions, and a hard logistical truth: an army of horses could devastate widely. Yet holding the land meant garrisons, supply routes, and time spent under stone walls that multiplied the cost of each advance. Europe's political division had invited catastrophe, and it remained a vulnerability. Still, the Western kingdoms and principalities were not bled white. They retained manpower, dense networks of castles, and the ability to learn. Nowhere was the lesson sharper than in Hungary. Bela IV returned to a kingdom in ruins and rebuilt with a new priority: stone. He encouraged castle building, strengthened royal fortresses, reorganized defense, and reshaped settlements so people could shelter behind walls when the riders came again. And they did come again. Later, Mongol raids into Hungary and Poland struck hard, but met a landscape better prepared, more fortifications, better warning, fewer easy prizes, so they achieved nothing like 1241. To the east, the shadow lasted longer. The Golden Horde remained a dominant power on the steppe frontier, extracting tribute and obedience from the Rus principalities and shaping politics for generations, even as envoys, friars, and merchants travelled to learn what this empire was and what it wanted. The withdrawal spared Central and Western Europe from the immediate continuation of the campaign. It did not undo the ashes. In 1241, Europe learned how fast a world could break, and how uncertain the reasons were when the breaking stopped. In the 1260s, Kublai Khan rose to the top of the Mongol world and set about turning conquest into government. In 1271 he named his dynasty the Yuan, ruling from northern China, and he inherited an expectation that neighbouring states would acknowledge Mongol supremacy. Along the empire's edges, diplomacy and intimidation went together. A letter could be followed by an army, and submission was measured in titles, hostages, and tribute. Japan lay across the sea, beyond the reach of Mongol horsemen, but not beyond Mongol ambition. For Kublai, Japan mattered for prestige, another kingdom brought into the imperial order, and for security. The seas between Korea, China, and Japan were busy corridors for trade, pirates, and rival powers. A Japan that remained outside the Yuan system could become a refuge for enemies, a source of raids, or simply a visible gap in a regional map that Kublai wanted to control. Three main players shaped what came next. First was the Yuan court. Mongol-led China with Chinese administrators, steppe generals, and a ruler who believed the empire's authority should be recognized far beyond its borders. Second was Goryeo Korea, already forced into Mongol domination after decades of war, now bound to provide ships, sailors, and supplies when the Yuan demanded them. Third was Japan under the Kamakura shogunate, a warrior government in the east, ruling in the name of the emperor in Kyoto, but making decisions through the shogun's regents and a network of samurai vassals. The central problem was simple and dangerous. The Yuan sent demands for Japan to enter relations on Yuan terms, submission in practice, even if the wording could be diplomatic. Kamakura did not accept those terms, and prolonged silence could be read as defiance. By the early 1270s, invasion stopped being unthinkable. It became an option on the table, discussed alongside envoys, threats, and preparations in Korea. This story focuses on the first invasion, in 1274, a shorter expedition that tested routes, logistics, and Japanese defences. It was distinct from the much larger attempt in 1281, which later tradition often blends together with it. The record is uneven. Japanese chronicles, Yuan documents, and Korean accounts sometimes disagree on dates, numbers, and motives. Even the famous idea of a heaven-sent divine wind is debated. What storms happened, when, and how decisive they were? What is clear is that by 1274, Kublai Khan's new pressure on Japan was about to become war. Kublai Khan's pressure on Japan did not begin as a sudden whim. It grew out of the way he rose to power, and out of how the Mongol Empire understood order on its frontiers. In 1259, the great Khan Mengke died while campaigning against the southern Song in China. His death opened a succession struggle across the empire. Kublai, based in North China, and his younger brother, Arik Boka, based in the Mongolian heartland. Each claimed the title of Great Khan. For several years, the conflict was political, military, and logistical all at once, about who controlled key cities, grain supplies, and the support of other branches of the imperial family. By 1264, Kublai had defeated Arik Boka and forced his surrender, but the victory did not restore the old unity of the empire. By then, the Mongol world was already becoming a set of related but increasingly independent realms. In Central Asia, the Chagatai Khanate pursued its own interests. In Persia, the Ilkhanate ruled with little need to follow orders from China. In the Western Steppe, the Golden Horde treated diplomacy with Kublai as negotiation between equals, not obedience to a single supreme ruler. Kublai still claimed the universal authority of a great Khan, but he had to prove it in practice, through conquest, administration, and visible displays that the world still revolved around his court. That court was now centered not on the old steppe capital, but on China. Kublai built a new imperial capital at Dadu, near modern Beijing, and drew on Chinese systems of taxation, law, and bureaucracy. In 1271, he announced the name of his dynasty, the Yuan. It was a move aimed at governing a huge settled population, extracting resources reliably, and presenting Mongol rule as a legitimate Chinese-style empire, not only a nomad conquest regime. But the Yuan state was not simply China under the Mongols. It was a multi-ethnic empire held together by a mixture of Mongol elite power and administrative talent from many backgrounds: Mongols, Chinese, Koreans, Central Asians, and others, often grouped in Yuan sources under labels like Simu, meaning people of various Western and Central Asian origins. Kublai needed officials to run tax registers, granaries, and transport networks. He also needed generals and local intermediaries to keep order in regions that had their own languages, religions, and political traditions. Governing was a constant balancing act, rewarding Mongol nobles and commanders using Chinese bureaucratic tools, and preventing local elites from turning imperial institutions into their private power bases. The court's worldview shaped foreign policy. The Mongol Empire had grown by treating neighbouring rulers as potential subordinates in a hierarchy. Diplomacy was rarely between equals. The standard pattern was simple. The Great Khan sent a letter, often demanding that a ruler come to court or acknowledge Yuan authority. The recipient might accept, sending tribute and envoys, perhaps hostages, and asking for titles and seals that confirmed his position under Mongol oversight. This could be framed as friendship in polite language, but the underlying expectation was submission. Refusal, on the other hand, was dangerous. Mongol strategy treated defiance as a test of credibility. If a ruler ignored a letter, insulted envoys, or attacked Mongol allies, the response could be punitive expeditions meant to make an example. Not every threat became a full conquest. Distance and cost mattered, but the empire's reputation for harsh reprisals was a tool of statecraft. In this system, tribute was not only economic, it was symbolic proof that the world recognized the Khan's supremacy. Kublai's court applied these assumptions to East Asia, at a time when the region was still unsettled. On the mainland, the southern Song dynasty remained independent, wealthy, and resilient. The Song controlled the rich river networks and commercial cities of southern China, and they possessed experienced naval forces. For Kublai, finishing the conquest of the Song was both a strategic necessity and a legitimizing achievement. It would bring enormous resources into Yuan hands, and it would demonstrate that the dynasty's authority extended across the heartland of China to Kublai's northeast. Goryeo-Korea had already been forced into Mongol dominance. After long wars beginning in the 1230s, Goryeo's royal house became tied to the Mongols through marriage alliances, and Mongol officials and garrisons had influence on the peninsula. Korea kept its own king and court, but its freedom of action was sharply limited. When the Yuan needed troops, ships, craftsmen, or supplies, the expectation was that Korea would provide them. This relationship mattered for Japan because Korea was the nearest staging area for any expedition across the sea, and that sea mattered. The Mongols were famous for cavalry, but the Yuan state was increasingly aware that control of coastlines and islands affected security and commerce. The waters between the Liaodong Peninsula, Korea, and Japan were not empty borders. They were routes for trade, fishermen, envoys, and also pirates and smugglers. In Japanese sources, later generations would call some of these raiders wako, though the composition and leadership of such groups shifted over time and often included non-Japanese participants. For a ruler trying to impose order, maritime spaces could be sources of instability and also avenues to project power. Japan, in this context, was not ignored simply because it was distant. From Kublai's perspective, Japan was a nearby monarchy that remained outside the Yuan's political orbit. It had no reason to accept Mongol claims voluntarily, and it could, at least in theory, offer refuge to enemies, cooperate with the Song, or become a base for raids in a time of wider war. Even if Japan never intended such actions, the possibility mattered to an empire that thought in terms of threats, buffers, and prestige. Still, early Yuan calculations were cautious. The ocean crossing was short on a map but complicated in reality. Any invasion would require ships, sailors, food stores, and coordination between Mongol commanders, Chinese or Jurchen troops accustomed to northern warfare, and Korean forces with maritime experience. Sea transport magnified problems that steppe armies could often solve by movement and forage. Storms, currents, and the simple difficulty of landing horses and siege equipment onto hostile shores imposed limits on what the Yuan could attempt. There was also a question of priority. In the 1260s and early 1270s, Kublai was still fighting the Southern Song and managing tensions within the broader Mongol world. A full-scale conquest of Japan would be costly and uncertain, but demanding submission by diplomacy was comparatively cheap and consistent with Mongol practice. A letter, properly delivered, could test Japan's intentions. If Japan submitted, the Yuan gained prestige and security at minimal cost. If Japan refused, the Yuan could weigh escalation when conditions were favourable. Symbolic value mattered as much as strategy. The Yuan court used rituals of investiture and tribute to communicate that it was the centre of a world order. Bringing Japan into that order would make a statement to the Song and to other neighbours. The seas, too, fell under Yuan authority. For Kublai, who had to defend his claim to universal rulership even as other Mongol Khanates acted independently, each acknowledgement from abroad reinforced the image of a world empire. So the road to demands began at the centre with a ruler consolidating power after a contested succession, building a new dynasty, and governing a vast, diverse population through institutions that required money, stability, and legitimacy. It extended outward to the region's strategic realities, an unfinished war against the Song, a Korea already bound into the Mongol system, and maritime corridors that could not be left to chance. And it ended at Japan, where silence or refusal would not be treated as neutral. With these assumptions in place, Kublai's court moved from broad calculations to specific actions. The next step was to put the Yuan's expectations into formal words, letters carried by envoys across the sea, so that Japan's response or lack of one could be judged by the standards of Mongol diplomacy. In the mid-1260s, Kublai Khan's court began turning its expectations into letters, formal messages meant to pull Japan into the Yuan's diplomatic order without yet risking an expensive war at sea. The first approach is usually placed in 1266. Yuan records describe a letter sent to Japan, carried through Goryeo, requesting that Japan enter into relations with the Great Khan in the language of hierarchy, friendly phrases, but with the clear implication that acknowledgement and tribute were the proper response. The exact wording varies by later copying, and even the details of delivery are not always consistent across sources. But the direction is clear. Kublai wanted an answer, and he wanted it in the form used across the Mongol world, recognition. In 1268, a more definite mission followed. Envoys were sent again, moving from the Yuan sphere into Goryeo and then toward Japan, with credentials that made the demand hard to ignore. Some accounts treat 1268 as the first message that definitely reached Japanese authorities. Others suggest earlier attempts may have stalled in Korea or been delayed. Either way, by 1268, the pressure was no longer theoretical. Messages were arriving with the expectation of a reply, and of a reply that accepted the Yuan's position at the top. More letters came after that, often dated to 1269, and the early 1270s sometimes delivered by Korean intermediaries, sometimes by envoys claiming Yuan authority more directly. Historians still debate the exact sequence, partly because Japanese and Yuan records do not always match, and because later compilations were influenced by the catastrophe that would come in 1274. But the pattern is steady: repeated demands, growing impatience, and increasing certainty in Dadu that Japan was refusing to take its place. To understand why Japan did not simply answer yes or no, it helps to understand who in Japan could even speak for the country. By the 13th century, Japan still had an emperor in Kyoto, and the emperor remained a sacred and traditional source of legitimacy. But practical military and administrative power had shifted to the shogunate in Kamakura. The shogunate was a warrior government led by a shogun, a military commander whose authority rested on networks of samurai vassals and on control of land rights and appointments. Yet even the shogun was not fully independent. In the Kamakura system, real decision-making increasingly sat with the Hojo clan, who held the office of shikken, usually translated as regent. In practice, the regent acted as the manager of the shogunate, directing policy and commanding the loyalty of key warrior families. Sometimes while the shogun himself was a figurehead, so foreign policy was caught between centres. The imperial court in Kyoto had prestige, ceremony, and a language of diplomacy rooted in older models. Kamakura had soldiers, coastal defence responsibilities, and the ability to mobilize force. And within Kamakura, the Hojo regents had to balance the interests of powerful warrior houses and the expectations of a military elite that was not funded by a centralized tax state in the way the Yuan could be. In that divided environment, a letter from Kublai Khan raised immediate problems. If the imperial court responded as though Japan were a conventional tributary state, it could imply a loss of status and independence, an admission that Japan's ruler stood beneath a foreign emperor. If Kamakura responded, it would be asserting that the warrior government, not Kyoto, spoke for the realm. Even crafting the form of a reply risked internal political consequences. And the content was worse. The Yuan diplomatic script did not offer a neutral friendship between equals. It offered incorporation into an order where titles and recognition flowed from the centre outward. For Kamakura's leaders, submission would undermine legitimacy at home. The Hojo governed through the loyalties of warriors who expected their leaders to defend the land and uphold honour. Accepting a foreign demand could look like weakness, and weakness could fracture coalitions. There were also sober security fears. By the 1260s, news of Mongol expansion was not distant rumour. Korea had been battered into vassalage after decades of war. On the mainland, the southern Song still held out, but the Mongol Yuan advance was relentless. A message from Kublai was not simply a diplomatic invitation. It came from a regime known for using diplomacy as a test, and war as punishment for refusal. To acknowledge Yuan authority might not prevent invasion. It might simply open the door to greater demands, hostages, tribute schedules, and deeper interference. Precedent mattered too. Japan had long interacted with the continent through trade and religious exchange, but it did not have a well-established practice of receiving investiture from foreign emperors as a condition of rule. Earlier eras had seen embassies to Sui and Tang China, but those missions were framed in ways that preserved Japan's dignity and were, in any case, centuries in the past. Kamakura's leaders did not see themselves as provincial kings awaiting confirmation. They were rulers of an island realm with its own sacred centre and its own warrior order. Internal constraints reinforced caution. The Kamakura regime depended on a class of landholding warriors, gokunin, housemen, vassals bound by service, to police provinces, fight when summoned, and support the shogunate's authority. But that system had limits. Mobilization was costly, and warriors expected rewards, land, offices, or rights. Defensive war offered fewer opportunities for plunder and new estates than overseas conquest, and the shogunate's ability to hand out new lands was already strained. Even without a foreign threat, Kamakura faced fiscal pressure and disputes over inheritance and land tenure. Preparing for war would require coordination and expense, in a political structure that was not designed for permanent, centralized military funding. All of this pushed Kamakura toward a choice that was, in a sense, a non-choice: silence. A firm refusal could provoke immediate retaliation. An acceptance could compromise legitimacy and invite further intrusion. Not responding, delaying, deflecting, letting envoys wait was a way to avoid committing the regime to either a humiliating submission or an explicit challenge. From the Yuan perspective, however, silence was not neutral. In the diplomatic language of empire, ignoring a letter from the Great Khan was itself an answer. It suggested contempt, defiance, or at least a failure to recognize proper hierarchy. In Dadu, where many neighboring rulers had responded by sending tribute and envoys, Japan's lack of compliance could only look like a deliberate refusal. As the messages accumulated without a satisfactory reply, the breakdown hardened into a narrative on both sides. In Kamakura, the repeated embassies confirmed that the Yuan were probing for control and that the danger was growing. In the Yuan court, the repeated non-response confirmed that Japan would not be drawn into the system by words. The cost of continued diplomacy began to seem wasted, and the argument for coercion gained strength, especially with Korea already under Yuan dominance and able, at least on paper, to supply ships and manpower. By the early 1270s, then the relationship had reached a dead end. Kublai's court had performed the ritual steps expected of an imperial centre: letters, envoys, and demands framed as orderly relations. Kamakura, constrained by divided authority and determined to avoid submission, offered no answer that the Yuan would accept. Each side interpreted the other through its own political logic. For the Yuan, silence meant resistance. For Japan's warrior government, silence bought time to consult, to prepare, and to avoid a reply that could bring danger either from abroad or from within. And as that time passed, the balance in East Asia was shifting. The Yuan war against the Southern Song was tightening, and Korea's obligations to the Mongols were deepening. The diplomatic road was closing, and the practical road, the one that ran through Korean ports, shipyards, and requisition lists, was beginning to open. That practical road ran straight through Goryeo, the Korean kingdom that had spent most of the 13th century being ground down into the Mongol orbit. The Mongol invasions of Korea began in 1231 and continued in cycles of destruction and negotiation for decades. By 1259, Goryeo's court had accepted a vassal relationship to the Mongols, and the terms were not gentle. Royal hostages were sent to the Mongol court, marriage ties bound the Goryeo royal house to the imperial family, and policy was increasingly shaped by what the Mongol commanders and later the Yuan administration required. By the time Kublai Khan was ruling from Dadu, Goryeo was not simply a neighbour asked to cooperate. It was a subordinate kingdom expected to provide labour, materials, and men when ordered. Korean officials still governed Korea day to day, but their room for refusal was narrow. The invasion of Japan was, in this sense, an extension of the earlier conquest of Korea, a campaign made possible because Korea's coastline, ports, and skilled shipwrights could be compelled into service. In the early 1270s, as diplomacy with Japan stalled, orders turned into requisitions. The Yuan demanded ships, lots of them built quickly. Korean shipbuilding had long served trade and coastal defence, but now it was directed toward an overseas invasion. Timber had to be cut and transported from inland forests to the sea. Iron fittings, rope, and sails had to be gathered. Shipyards needed labour, and not just carpenters, haulers, caulkers, smiths, and the countless hands needed to move heavy wood and supplies. The time pressure mattered as much as the number. An invasion aimed at Japan had to sail across open water, and Kublai's planners focused on a departure in the autumn of 1374. That meant the ships had to be ready by late summer, tested, loaded, and assembled into a fleet on schedule. Delays risked pushing sailing into rougher weather, when winds and storms in the Korea Strait and around northern Kyushu could be dangerous even for experienced mariners. Sources disagree on the exact scale of the shipbuilding program, and later retellings sometimes inflate numbers. Yuan and Korean records point to a very large effort, often summarized in modern histories as hundreds of vessels, sometimes described in categories rather than a single figure, with larger transports and smaller craft together. The broad picture is clear even when the accounting is uncertain. The state demanded an emergency construction program that strained local capacity, and strain in Goryeo meant human cost. Conscription pulled men away from farms and fisheries at a time when harvest schedules mattered. Corvée labour, obligatory service owed to the state, was expanded and intensified. Communities were ordered to deliver timber or provide transport animals. Ports that normally handled coastal traffic became collection points for a military armada, even without battlefield violence on Korean soil in 1274. The invasion pressed down through the countryside in the form of lists, quotas, and deadlines. People were not asked whether they wanted a war with Japan. They were told to make one possible. The ships were only one side of the preparation. The invasion force itself was a composite, reflecting the Yuan Empire's reach and the way Mongol campaigns often relied on many peoples under one command structure. Mongol and Mongol-aligned commanders sat at the top, directing strategy and maintaining the authority of the Great Khan. Under them were Korean troops supplied by Goryeo, men mobilized under obligation, serving in an operation that was not of their choosing. There were also large numbers of Chinese soldiers, many of them from the north, drawn from populations already under Yuan control. By 1274 the southern Song still existed in the south, but the north had been under Mongol rule for generations, and the Yuan state could recruit there for naval and engineering work, as well as infantry duty. Alongside these were specialists, sailors, navigators, shipwrights, engineers, and crews experienced in moving men and horses by sea. An overseas expedition required more than fighters. It required people who could keep a fleet together, repair damage, manage cargo, and land men and animals on a hostile coast. Modern summaries often present approximate totals for the 1274 expedition. Figures like 15,000 Mongol and Chinese soldiers and 8,000 Koreans appear frequently, though exact breakdowns vary by source and by what is counted as combatants versus crew. It is safest to treat the numbers as approximate and the proportions as indicative. A Yuan-led force with a significant Korean component and a large body of Chinese troops and maritime labour. All of these men had to be fed and moved across water. Logistics were the quiet centre of the invasion plan, and logistics begin with grain. Ships had to carry rice, millet, or other staples, along with dried foods that could survive weeks at sea. Water was even more critical. Barrels and jars took up space and weight, and a fleet crossing to islands and then to Kyushu could not assume easy resupply. Fresh water sources on unfamiliar shores might be defended or limited. If the fleet was delayed by weather, thirst could become a crisis faster than hunger. Weapons and equipment added more pressure. Bows, arrows, spearheads, armour, and spare parts had to be loaded in bulk. The Yuan military made use of siege and explosive technology on land, and while the 1274 expedition was not a long continental siege campaign, it still carried specialists and gear beyond what a purely raiding force would need. Transporting that equipment by ship made careful loading essential. A cramped hold could become chaos if heavy items shifted in rough seas. Then there were the horses. The Mongols' reputation was built on mounted warfare, and even in a maritime invasion, horses mattered for mobility after landing. But horses are difficult cargo. They require fodder, water, and space. They panic easily in storms, injure themselves, and can injure handlers. Loading and unloading them requires ramps, organization, and time on the shore, exactly the moments when defenders might attack. Every horse added to the fleet's needs, and every day at sea increased the risk of sickness and loss. Autumn sailing offered a window, but it was a narrow one. The winds could help a crossing, and waiting until after summer heat reduced some risks of disease and spoilage. Yet as autumn deepened, seas could turn quickly. A fleet forced to linger would chew through its stored water and food. A fleet damaged by storms would struggle to keep formation, and a scattered armada could be defeated in parts. Time, weather, and supply were not background details. They shaped what commanders could attempt once they reached Japan. For Goryeo, the invasion meant becoming the launch pad of an imperial project. Korean ports hosted foreign commanders and troops. Local administration had to coordinate with Yuan demands, often under the watchful eye of officials and military overseers. The shipyards and warehouses became military spaces, and ordinary economic activity had to make room for a campaign timetable. This did not mean Koreans were passive in every sense. Goryeo's court manoeuvred to protect its own interests where it could, and Korean mariners brought genuine expertise in coastal waters and ship handling. But the underlying relationship was unequal. Hostages and enforced obligations ensured that cooperation was not optional, and the invasion of Japan in 1224 was a direct product of that coercive system. By the time the fleet began gathering for departure, the empire's diplomacy had already failed, and so the empire turned to the resources it could control, in the shipyards, in the forests cut for timber, in the quotas demanded from villages, and in the mixed ranks of soldiers and sailors. The invasion was already underway long before a single arrow was loosed at Japan, and when the final loading was done and the orders were given, the Armada's first test would not be a battle at all, but the sea crossing itself, west to east, from Korean harbours toward the stepping stone islands that guarded the approach to Kyushu. In the autumn of 1274, the assembled invasion force finally moved from preparation to motion. The launching ports were on Korea's southern coast, with Masan, known in sources as Happo, often named as a main gathering point. From there the intended route was not a straight dash to Kyushu, but a stepped crossing, first to the island of Tsushima, then to Iki, and only then on to the larger target, northern Kyushu. Those islands sat like gates in the strait, close enough to reach in a day or so of sailing, and useful as places to rest, regroup, and test Japanese resistance before risking a major landing. The exact departure day is not perfectly fixed across all records, but many accounts place the sailing in early to mid-November by the Western calendar, corresponding to late autumn in East Asia. The fleet that left Korea was large by the standards of the region, yet the precise scale is one of the most disputed details of the campaign. A common modern reconstruction, drawing on Yuan and Korean materials alongside Japanese records, describes roughly 800 to 900 vessels of varying size, transports, smaller craft and support boats, carrying somewhere around 20,000 to 30,000 men when soldiers and crews are counted together. Some summaries break the combat troops into figures like about 15,000 Mongol and Chinese soldiers and around 8,000 Koreans, but those numbers depend on definitions and later bookkeeping, and they may not include all sailors, labourers and specialists. Japanese chronicles sometimes give higher, more dramatic totals, while administrative records can be more conservative or incomplete. What can be said with confidence is simpler. It was a mixed Yuan-led expedition, with substantial Korean contribution in ships and manpower, and a mass of men and material large enough to make coordination itself a serious problem. The crossing from Korea to Tsushima was short on a map, but difficult in practice. The Korea Strait is busy water even in calmer seasons, and late autumn brought its own hazards, shifting winds, cold rain, and seas that could change quickly. Navigation relied on experience, on coastal knowledge, and on keeping formation. But formation was fragile. Ships did not all sail at the same speed, and an armada made from vessels built under time pressure would include craft with different handling qualities. Even a small storm could stretch the line and scatter groups. And once separated, communication became guesswork. Flags, drums, shouted orders across water, or messengers sent boat to boat when the sea allowed it. Life on board was cramped and uncomfortable. Transports were packed with men, supplies, and animals. Fresh water was rationed, and the mix of salt spray, damp clothing, and close quarters made sickness a constant threat. Horses, if carried, added noise, danger and urgency. An injured animal could panic, and a frightened horse in a moving ship could injure handlers and damage fittings. Even without dramatic weather, the crossing demanded discipline. Men who were used to campaigning on land had to endure motion sickness and sleeplessness, and sailors had to keep the fleet moving as a single instrument rather than a collection of individual boats. Command was also complicated by language and organization. The expedition was an imperial coalition in miniature. Mongol commanders, Chinese troops, Korean soldiers and sailors, all under Yuan authority, but not necessarily sharing a single tongue or a single military tradition. Orders had to move down chains of command, then sideways across vessels, then outward to the far edges of the fleet. In such circumstances, commanders tended to simplify objectives: reach the first island, secure it, move on. The first landfall was meant to do more than provide water and anchorage. It was also meant to demonstrate the reality of Yuan power, and to remove the possibility that these islands could be used as early warning posts and staging points for Japanese defenders. By about November 4th or 5th in many modern chronologies, the fleet reached Tsushima, a mountainous island closer to Korea than to Kyushu. Tsushima's communities lived by fishing, small-scale farming, and the traffic of the strait. It also had a local warrior leadership, tied into the wider world of Japanese provincial defense. In Japanese tradition, the island is associated with the So clan in later centuries, but in 1274 the defenders are often linked in sources to a local governor or military figure, commonly named So Sukekuni. As with many medieval names, details can be confused in later retellings, but the broad picture holds. Tsushima had a small armed force facing an overwhelming landing. The invaders' immediate objectives on Tsushima were practical and psychological. They needed safe anchorage, access to fresh water, and a foothold where ships could be secured while troops reorganized. They also needed to prevent messages from traveling onward to Iki and Kyushu with too much time for preparation. A rapid, violent strike could serve both purposes: disrupt local resistance and signal that refusal would bring punishment. What followed in the first clashes on Tsushima is described with intensity in Japanese chronicles, which emphasize slaughter and terror. Those sources were written within a cultural context that sought to explain calamity and record suffering, and they are invaluable. But they also have their own aims, and their numbers and details are not always verifiable. It is safest to speak in patterns rather than to repeat exact tallies. The pattern described is one of swift attacks, local defenders attempting to contest the landing, and civilians caught in the path of an army that treated resistance, and sometimes mere presence, as hostility. For the defenders, the problem was scale. A small island garrison could skirmish, ambush, and fight, set pieces in narrow terrain, but it could not stop multiple landings along the coast. Once invaders were ashore in strength, the defenders risked being surrounded. Japanese accounts describe fighting near the shore and inland, and the death of the local commander is a consistent element in later narratives, suggesting that leadership was broken early. Even without accepting every dramatic detail, the likely outcome is clear. Tsushima's organized resistance was overwhelmed quickly. The violence did not end with the defeat of armed men. Medieval warfare in East Asia could be harsh, and amphibious raids often targeted supplies, ships, and people. Japanese records speak of killings, burnings, and the taking of captives. Yuan and Korean sources are less interested in describing civilian harm in detail, focusing more on movement and conquest, which is itself a form of silence common to official war records. The imbalance between sources does not mean that nothing happened. It means that the most vivid descriptions come from the side that endured the attack, while the administrative voice of the invaders had other priorities. What can be confirmed with more confidence is the strategic logic. Tsushima was seized as a stepping stone. The fleet could anchor, repair minor damage, redistribute men and equipment, and prepare for the next short crossing. The speed of the operation mattered. Every day spent on Tsushima consumed water and food, and increased the chance that storms would catch the fleet in exposed waters. Every delay also gave Japan's defenders more time to gather forces at Kyushu's likely landing sites. With Tsushima subdued, the expedition's momentum carried forward. The same calculation that had shaped the route now shaped the next move. Take the next island, deny the Japanese an early warning network, and approach Kyushu with the advantage of initiative. And so, after the first hard lesson delivered to Tsushima, the fleet turned its attention onward across the strait, toward Iki, and then the broad curve of Hakata Bay, where a much larger confrontation awaited. The passage from Tsushima to Iki was even shorter than the first crossing from Korea. But the meaning of the islands did not shrink with the distance. Together they were the outer locks on the sea road to northern Kyushu. If they held, even briefly, they could send warnings, delay landings, and force the invaders to fight on unfavourable ground. If they fell quickly, the Yuan-led force gained not just anchorage and water, but confidence and a sense that Japan's borderlands could be cracked open. On both islands, defence rested on local warrior households and small groups of officials with limited manpower. These were not large garrisons kept in constant readiness. They were communities with men who could fight, mounted archers and foot soldiers drawn from a handful of armed lineages, supported by retainers and whatever labour could be pulled from farms and fishing villages. Authority was local and practical. Men who managed estates, enforced order, and in wartime became the core of resistance. When the fleet appeared, there was no time to wait for reinforcements from Kyushu. The island defenders had to act with what they had. On Tsushima, the surviving accounts describe fighting that began near the landing areas and moved quickly inland, shaped by the island's steep ridges and narrow coastal flats. The defenders' best hope was to disrupt the first waves, catch men as they came ashore, strike at small detachments, and retreat into terrain that made the invaders' numbers harder to bring to bear. But the expedition did not arrive as a single shipload. It arrived as a mass of vessels capable of putting large bodies of troops onto multiple beaches. Even if one landing met stiff resistance, another could succeed a few miles away, putting defenders between two threats. Japanese narratives emphasize the death of Tsushima's leading defender early in the fighting, often naming him and portraying a stand that ended with his force destroyed. The details vary by retelling, and later tradition can sharpen events into a single dramatic episode. Still, the basic outcome is not in doubt. Organised resistance on Tsushima collapsed rapidly. After that, the remaining fighters faced a grim choice familiar in medieval warfare: flee into forests and hills with few supplies, hide among civilians and risk betrayal, or attempt scattered attacks that could easily end in capture. What became of the defenders is clearest in its broad outline rather than its numbers. Some were killed in battle. Some were killed afterward, when the fighting had already turned into pursuit. Others may have escaped by boat or by moving through the interior. But an island offers only so many routes, and the presence of ships offshore could cut off the easiest exits. The sources that preserve these moments, especially Japanese chronicles and later compilations, are written with moral urgency, highlighting sacrifice and loss. They do not read like neat military reports, and they cannot always be checked against the invaders' records. Yet they preserve the human reality of a small society hit by an expeditionary army. Civilians, too, appear in these accounts, not as background, but as victims. Japanese records describe killings and the taking of captives, along with homes and storehouses being burned. It is difficult to separate what happened on Tsushima alone from what later memory grouped together across the two islands, and exact totals are not reliable. But the pattern is credible and consistent with the logic of the operation. The invaders needed food, water, and control, and they also wanted speed. Seizing supplies and eliminating resistance quickly could mean treating whole settlements as hostile territory. Captives could be taken for labour, for intelligence, or as the human spoils of a raid. They could also become bargaining tools in a world where submission was expected to follow a demonstration of force. Displacement followed naturally. Families fled into rough terrain, or took to small boats if they had them, carrying what they could, and leaving the rest. With Tsushima subdued, the fleet did not linger. The next objective lay almost straight ahead. Iki, closer to Kyushu and even more directly on the route toward Hakata Bay. Iki, like Tsushima, had local officials and warrior households rather than a large standing force. Its defenders could respond to warnings if any messages got through in time, but the window was small. A fast-moving fleet could land before any organized help arrived from the mainland. The second landing unfolded with the same brutal arithmetic. Resistance is recorded, but it is described as quickly overwhelmed. Whatever the defenders' initial plan, meeting the landing at the shore, holding a fortified point, or falling back to fight from the interior, the invaders could bring concentrated force against a limited number of strongpoints. Unlike a protracted siege on the mainland, these were short island operations. The expedition's leadership needed Iki secured as a staging place and a shielded anchorage, and they needed it now before weather or supply constraints tightened. Here again, the fate of civilians looms in the surviving accounts. The records that speak most openly are those written in Japan, and they present scenes of massacre alongside capture. As always, caution is necessary. Medieval writers could magnify horrors to convey the scale of calamity, and later copying could embellish. But it would be equally misleading to treat the silence of Yuan and Korean materials as evidence that civilians were spared. Official histories often pass quickly over what did not serve the purpose of administration or imperial legitimacy. In this case, the logic of an amphibious assault, seizing food, preventing alarms, punishing resistance, fits the grim reports of deaths and captives, and it explains why the island experiences were remembered with such fear. Strategically, Tsushima and Iki mattered because they were not just stepping stones, they were communication nodes. If the islands remained in Japanese hands, they could send warning fires, dispatch boats to Kyushu, and threaten the fleet's rear. Once they were neutralized, the expedition gained freedom of movement in the strait and reduced the chance of being harassed by small local forces. The islands also offered what any fleet needed in hostile waters: places to gather scattered ships, treat the wounded, dry equipment, and redistribute supplies. Even a short pause could be the difference between arriving at Kyushu in order or arriving as a strung-out procession of tired men. Psychologically, the island battles cut both ways. For the invaders, quick success could reinforce a belief that Japan would fracture under pressure, that the first blows were enough to unbalance resistance, and that submission might follow once the main landing occurred. For the Japanese, the attacks carried a different message. News, whether precise or distorted by panic, would reach Kyushu with stories of islands overrun, defenders wiped out, and civilians taken. It was a warning delivered in blood. The threat was real, and it was already at Japan's door. With Tsushima and Iki behind them, the Yuan-led commanders now faced the larger challenge. Small islands could be crushed by numbers and speed. Kyushu would be different: broader beaches, more defenders, and a political centre of gravity that could not be seized in a day. The fleet, having battered open the outer gates, turned toward the north coast of Kyushu, toward Hakata Bay, where two ways of war were about to collide. Hakata Bay lay on the north coast of Kyushu like a wide, usable doorway into Japan. Its shoreline offered beaches and shallows where landing boats could be pushed in, and behind it sat the region's key roads, estates, and administrative centres. Just as important, it was a place where an expedition could anchor a large number of ships close to land, keep its units supplied by boat, and threaten multiple directions at once. For the Yuan-led commanders, Mongol, Chinese, and Korean officers working within a single plan, Hakata was a logical next step after Tsushima and Iki, a strike at a populous coast, close enough to Korea for a return, but deep enough to shock the Kamakura government and force a decision. By the time the fleet approached Hakata in mid-November 1274, Kyushu was already moving. The Kamakura shogunate had a network for emergency mobilization, and the defenders were not a single army so much as a rush of local forces responding to urgent messages. Warrior families from northern Kyushu, men tied to the Hojo regency through landholding and obligation, gathered with retainers and foot soldiers. Local officials and estate managers helped pull together provisions, horses, and whatever organized manpower could be spared. The speed varied by distance and readiness, and sources are not precise about exact totals, but the essential point is clear. Hakata did not greet the invaders empty. Men were arriving quickly, some with combat experience from domestic conflicts, most with the expectations of samurai warfare shaped by decades of fighting within Japan. When the armies met along the Hakata coastline, the contrast in equipment and battlefield habits became immediately visible. Japanese mounted warriors relied heavily on the yumi, the long asymmetrical bow suited to horseback use, and they carried the tachi, a slung sword optimized for mounted combat alongside spears and other sidearms. Their armor was typically lamella, small scales or plates laced together, designed to balance protection with mobility, and often built around the needs of the mounted archer. Across the waterline came a force with broader variety. Mongol units were famous for composite bows, shorter, powerful, and efficient from horseback. But this expedition was not only Mongol cavalry, it included Chinese and Korean troops as well, and with them came weapons that made sense for an amphibious landing. Spears and polearms for tight fighting at the shore, shields in some formations, and missile troops that could throw dense fire quickly. Japanese accounts and later interpretations often emphasize crossbows among the invaders. And while the exact distribution is hard to confirm for a single day's action, crossbows were certainly used in Yuan military practice and could be supplied through the Chinese and Korean contingents. The result was a mixed army, cavalry, infantry, and missile units, arranged to support one another rather than to fight as isolated champions. The tactical clash was even sharper than the differences in armor. Japanese warriors were accustomed to combat, in which individuals or small groups sought out opponents, announced themselves, and turned battle into a series of personal contests, an ideal that did not always match messy reality, but still shaped expectations. At Hakata, they faced an opponent that fought by coordinated groups. Yuan-led units advanced and shot in volleys, covering movement with missile fire, and used signals, drums, gongs, and banners are often mentioned in descriptions of Mongol-style command, to keep formations aligned in the confusion of landing and close combat. Instead of a battlefield breaking into separate duels, the defenders encountered pressure that came in organized surges. This mattered because the shoreline compressed the fight. On a beach or narrow flat, it was hard to create the space needed for mounted archery and individual maneuver. Japanese fighters, pushing forward to meet the landing, could be met by thick clouds of arrows. Some of those arrows were different from what the defenders were used to: heavier shafts, powerful composite bow shots, and perhaps poisoned or barbed heads, though claims about poison in particular are difficult to verify. What is much more solid is that the volume and coordination of missile fire was shocking. Japanese sources describe being struck down in clusters, suggesting volleys and concentrated shooting rather than scattered arrow exchanges. Then there were the explosions. Japanese narratives, most famously later illustrated traditions associated with the Mongol invasions, described the use of explosive projectiles often called thunder crash bombs. These were not mythic magic weapons but early gunpowder devices, known in Song and Yuan China, thrown or launched to burst with a flash, noise, and fragments. The evidence for their use at Hakata rests on a combination of written Japanese descriptions and the broader, well-attested presence of gunpowder weapons in the Yuan military world, because no single surviving document functions like a modern after-action report. Historians speak carefully here, but it is entirely plausible that Chinese specialists in the expedition employed such bombs to disrupt defenders clustered near the landing points. Even if casualties from the blasts were limited compared with arrows and blades, the psychological effect smoke, sudden noise, unfamiliar concussion, could break the rhythm of a charge and add to the sense that this enemy brought a different kind of war. Under that pressure, Japanese fighters began to adapt as the day wore on. The first instinct to ride forward, identify oneself, and engage in direct challenge was difficult to sustain when opponents refused the script and answered with massed missiles. Some defenders shifted to fighting in tighter groups, using terrain and movement to reduce exposure, and striking at the edges of enemy formations rather than plunging into the densest fire. Foot soldiers and retainers became more important in close quarters, along dunes and fields, where a coordinated push could reach an invader line before another volley landed. Mounted warriors, too, could adjust by using short advances and withdrawals, timing their approach to moments when the enemy was reorganizing after a landing wave. The fighting along Hakata was not one clean clash, but a series of hard contacts, advances, checks, and renewed pressure, set against the invaders' need to secure space ashore without becoming trapped. By late in the day, both sides had learned something. The Yuan-led force had demonstrated that it could land and fight effectively on Japanese soil, using coordination and technology to offset unfamiliar ground. The Japanese defenders, meanwhile, discovered that bravery and individual skill were not enough on their own. Survival required changing methods in real time, absorbing shock, and finding ways to disrupt a disciplined enemy before the next wave could build into an overwhelming foothold. As evening approached over Hakata Bay, the battle's next phase would be shaped not just by courage or tactics, but by the practical limits of an expedition, ships, anchors, supplies, and the question of whether to press inland or pull back to the fleet for the night. As dusk gathered over Hakata Bay, the struggle on the shore narrowed into a problem of endurance. The defenders had bent under volleys and unfamiliar weapons, but they had not broken. Instead, Japanese forces pulled back in a controlled way, giving ground where the landing pressure was strongest and regrouping where they could. This was not a rout. It was a defensive withdrawal shaped by local knowledge, falling back toward firmer positions, drawing scattered fighters into clusters, and preparing to return once the enemy's momentum slowed. For the Yuan-led commanders, the day's fighting had proved that a landing was possible, but it had also exposed the risk of staying ashore after dark. The invaders were operating at the end of a long supply line, dependent on ships for food, arrows, replacements, and a safe place to reorganize. Holding a beachhead overnight would mean keeping cohesion in unfamiliar terrain, with units drawn from different regions and languages, while Japanese fighters, who were now arriving in greater numbers, could harass the perimeter, strike at isolated groups, and make it difficult to rest or resupply. Night fighting also carried a particular danger for an expeditionary force that had landed in waves. If the line on the shore loosened, men could become separated from their boats. Worse, if Japanese attacks pushed into the landing area, they might reach the boats themselves, small craft, stores, and the fragile link between army and fleet. Even without losing ships, simply losing order could mean losing the campaign. In that sense, returning to the ships was not necessarily a sign of panic. It could be read as a cautious decision. Do not gamble the whole expedition on an uncertain night on hostile ground. Japanese sources and later retellings sometimes describe the invaders withdrawing to their vessels at evening, while the defenders regrouped on land and prepared to fight again. The tactical picture is hazy in detail, but the broad logic is consistent with amphibious warfare. The invaders had not taken a fortified city, nor secured a deep inland base. Hakata was contested ground, and the Japanese response was strengthening hour by hour. This is the point where tradition and weather enter the story. In Japanese memory, the 1274 invasion is often linked to a storm, an early echo of what later generations would call a divine wind, a kamikaze. The idea is powerful and enduring, the sea itself rising to defend the islands. But when historians look closely at contemporary and near-contemporary sources, they tend to be cautious. Some accounts suggest rough weather and losses at sea, but the dramatic image of a single decisive typhoon-like catastrophe is clearer in later narratives than in the earliest records. November in the waters between Kyushu and Korea can bring sudden storms and dangerous winds, and ships crowded with men and horses are vulnerable even without a legendary tempest. So what actually drove the retreat? One explanation is casualties and tactical stalemate. The Yuan-led force had inflicted serious losses and fought effectively, but it had not crushed the defenders or secured a stable position for an inland advance. If commanders judged the Japanese resistance to be rising faster than their own ability to build a foothold, pulling back could be a rational choice, especially if the plan had assumed a quicker shock and submission than what they were seeing on the beach. Another explanation centers on supplies. An invasion force of many thousands consumes food, water, fodder, arrows, and replacement equipment at a staggering pace. After Tsushima and Iki, after days at sea, and after a heavy day of fighting, stocks could run low. Resupplying across a contested shoreline is slow and dangerous, and in 1274 the expedition did not have a secure port city captured and functioning as a warehouse. Even a temporary shortage of arrows, for example, could change commanders' willingness to fight a second full day. Then there is the question of ships and crowding. The fleet assembled under Mongol direction, but built and crewed largely through Korea, was substantial, yet the logistics were strained from the beginning. Packing soldiers, sailors, horses and supplies into transport ships leaves little margin for weather or disorder. If units withdrew to the ships at night, the anchorage itself could become chaotic. Vessels close together, anchors dragging, collisions in wind and tide, men trying to re-embark in darkness. In that environment, a storm, whether moderate or severe, could turn a withdrawal into a disaster. Command decisions matter as well. The invasion was a coalition operation under the authority of Kublai Khan, but practical leadership in the field involved multiple commanders with different backgrounds. A cautious choice by senior officers, perhaps prompted by reports of Japanese reinforcements, fears of being cut off, or uncertainty about the next day's prospects, could have tipped the balance toward retreat. Some later interpretations suggest that the expedition's goals in 1274 may have been limited. A forceful demonstration, a raid, or a test of Japan's defences, rather than an immediate full conquest. That view is debated, but it fits the pattern of an operation that lands, fights hard, and then disengages without attempting a prolonged inland campaign. However, the decision was reached. The fleet did disengage. During the night, and into the following day, ships moved away from Hakata and set a course back toward the Korean peninsula. In accounts that mention losses, some vessels are said to have been wrecked, whether by weather, by poor anchorage, or by the hazards of crowded movement in darkness. Exact numbers vary widely in later retellings, and the surviving documentation does not let us give a precise count with confidence. What can be said is that the retreat was not perfectly orderly, and it was costly enough to be remembered. By the time the fleet was heading back across the strait, the immediate crisis on Kyushu had passed. Japan had survived the first shock, but it had also learned painfully that this was not a one-time raid by pirates or a distant threat. It was a state-backed invasion, and it could return in Kamakura. The shogunate moved quickly to shape the meaning of what had happened. Reports from Kyushu became political messaging. The realm had been defended, the regents had done their duty, and vigilance must continue. Yet the aftermath was tense. Warriors expected rewards for service, but there was no conquered land to distribute. Many received thanks, appointments, or modest grants, while others left frustrated. An invasion repelled, but no clear profits to match the cost. On the coast, readiness became permanent. Around Hakata, defences were reorganised and, in the years that followed, a long stone barrier, the Genko Borui, rose along vulnerable stretches, backed by patrols, watch posts, and a more systematic mobilisation of local forces. Across the sea, Yuan leadership drew its own lessons. The 1274 expedition had shown how hard it was to feed and coordinate an army on ships, how quickly time and weather narrowed options, and how much larger a force would be needed to hold ground. So 1274 failed for several reasons at once. Stubborn defence adapting under pressure, fragile logistics, contested command decisions, and weather that may have worsened a difficult retreat without fully explaining it. Kublai Khan did not accept the result. In 1281, he would return with a far greater armada, just before sunrise on Friday, 13 October 1307. Royal messengers moved through the towns and roads of France with sealed instructions they had been forbidden to open early, in commanderies, castles, and rented houses. Local officials broke the wax, read the king's orders, and acted at once. Doors were forced. Storehouses were searched. Men who had worn the Red Cross openly for generations were taken from their beds and put in chains, often without time to gather even their papers. The arrests were meant to happen everywhere. All at once, so no warning could travel ahead. It was a calculated strike against an organization that usually answered to no local lord. For ordinary people, the scene was startling. The Knights Templar were not bandits on the road. They were a military order, veterans of Crusades, guardians of property, and familiar figures in the life of many communities. Now they were being handled like common criminals. In Paris, the shock had a name. Jacques de Molay, the Templars' Grand Master, was seized along with other senior brothers. De Molay had been in the king's orbit and had attended public ceremonies. Only days earlier, he had moved freely in the capital. The sudden reversal made the message unmistakable. This was not a dispute to be negotiated. It was an assault designed to break the order's leadership in a single morning. The charges were set out as heresy and corruption, denial of Christ in secret initiation rites, obscene or immoral practices, and other forms of moral decay. These were presented as the official reasons for the arrests. What historians can say with confidence is that such accusations, whatever their truth, were now a weapon because heresy placed the Templars under the reach of church courts and under the harsh methods of interrogation used at the time. Behind the operation stood King Philip IV of France, a ruler who demanded obedience and money from nearly every institution in his realm. His government had fought bitter contests with the papacy, and it watched the Templars' wealth, privileges and independence with growing hostility. Before we continue, tell me in the comments where in the world you're listening from tonight. By daylight, France had been changed. A famous order was imprisoned, its reputation poisoned in a single proclamation, and its fate tied to a king's purpose. To understand why the Templars could be destroyed like this, we have to return to the world that first created them, Jerusalem after the First Crusade, when victory opened the roads but not safety. In July of 1099, after a long siege and desperate fighting, Crusader armies forced their way into Jerusalem. The city mattered for faith, but also for power. Whoever held Jerusalem could claim a kind of authority that reached far beyond its walls, into the politics of Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean. The victory did not end the struggle. It began a new, unstable order. Out of that conquest came a chain of new Latin-ruled territories along the Levantine coast and inland. The Kingdom of Jerusalem was the most famous, joined by the county of Tripoli, the Principality of Antioch, and the county of Edessa. Together, these Crusader states remade maps and loyalties. Frankish lords, men from what is now France and neighbouring regions, held castles and ports in a land where they were a minority, surrounded by older powers and rival faiths. The Byzantine Empire watched from the north. Islamic rulers contested borders and cities, and local Christian communities navigated a new set of masters. For Western pilgrims, Jerusalem was now in theory open. Word of the holy places under Latin control spread quickly, and the desire to visit grew stronger. But the roads to those places ran through a frontier. A pilgrim did not travel from port to shrine in a single safe jurisdiction. He crossed valleys and passes where authority changed from one lord to another, where a treaty made in one season might be broken in the next. The routes became dangerous because they were contested. Small wars and raids were constant, even when no major army marched. Some attacks were driven by politics, local rulers striking at a rival's income or prestige. Others were simply the violence of a thinly governed landscape, bandits, deserters and opportunists, who knew that pilgrims carried money, food and sometimes valuable offerings. A group on foot, or a small party with pack animals, could be swallowed by the hills between Jaffa and Jerusalem, or picked apart on the road north toward Galilee. In the new Crusader states, the promise of access to sacred sites collided with the reality of limited manpower. Jerusalem's kings and nobles had reasons to protect pilgrims. Pilgrimage brought legitimacy, money, and a steady link to Western Europe. But the kingdom was stretched. Garrisons were needed in castles, along the coast, and at border fortresses. Lords had their own private wars and obligations. Even when they wanted to police roads, they often could not. Around 1119 or 1120, a small group of knights offered a direct answer to that problem. Their leader was Hugues de Payens, a knight from Champagne in northern France. The details of the first gathering are not preserved with perfect clarity, but the outline is firm. Hughes and a handful of companions proposed to live in Jerusalem under religious discipline and to dedicate themselves to protecting travellers, especially pilgrims, on the roads of the kingdom. It was an unusual idea, and in those early years it was also an uncertain one. Knights were expected to fight for a lord, seek land, marry, and build a lineage. Monks were expected to pray and withdraw from worldly violence. This little band tried to join two identities that Christian society usually kept separate. They were not yet the famous order that later generations would fear and envy. At first, they were simply men with a purpose, seeking permission to exist. What changed with their founding was not the balance of power on the battlefield. There were too few of them for that, but something quieter and, in time, more important. They offered a model: permanent armed service tied to the sacred geography of Jerusalem itself, not to a single prince's personal household. If it could be made lawful and respectable, it could be repeated and expanded. The king of Jerusalem at the time, Baldwin II, appears to have supported them. He understood the practical value of disciplined fighters who could be trusted to escort and guard without becoming another private army. The church leadership in Jerusalem, too, had reasons to encourage any force that protected pilgrims and strengthened Latin control. Yet approval alone did not solve the problem of survival. A handful of knights could not live on ideals. They needed shelter, food, weapons, horses, and a recognized place within the Christian world. Their headquarters gave them that first foothold, and it also gave them a name. They were lodged near the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, in a building associated with the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which the Crusaders called the Temple of Solomon. In medieval Christian imagination, the site was bound to the memory of the ancient Jewish temple and to the drama of biblical kings. To be stationed there was to stand at a crossroads of faith and history. It shaped how others saw them and how they described themselves. They became, in effect, the Knights of the Temple, Templars. That location carried reputation as well as symbolism. In a city where every street carried religious meaning, being tied to the Temple Mount suggested intimacy with the holiest ground, the Crusaders claimed. It made the group easier to notice, easier to patronize, and later, easier to suspect. In Jerusalem, closeness to sacred space brought honor but also scrutiny. In these early years, Hugues de Payens and his companions began to look beyond the kingdom for support. Jerusalem could offer purpose and local backing, but Europe held the deep reserves: land, rents, gifts, and a flow of new recruits. Winning European trust meant winning legitimacy from the wider church. A pious mission was not enough. It had to be recognized, regulated, and defended against critics, who would call it an armed gang in religious clothing. One of the most important steps was Hugues's journey west. He moved through the networks that mattered, nobles, bishops, and influential abbots, arguing that the Holy Land required a new kind of service. The timing favoured him. The Crusader states were now a generation old, past the first thrill of conquest and deep into the hard work of survival. News of setbacks and constant pressure from neighbouring powers made it easier to ask for practical help rather than grand speeches. That effort culminated in January 1129 at the Council of Troyes in Champagne. Councils were gatherings where church leaders settled questions of doctrine, discipline, and organisation. At Troyes, the new brotherhood received formal recognition. They were approved as an order with a defined purpose, and a rule of life was shaped for them, drawing on monastic discipline while adapting it to men who would ride and fight. What changed with Troyes was immediate and decisive. Recognition made the Templars more than a local experiment in Jerusalem. It turned them into an institution that Christians across Europe could support without fearing they were funding something unofficial or even unlawful. It clarified who they were, what vows they took, and why they could exist. With legitimacy came protection, the ability to appeal to church authority, to receive donations, and to recruit openly. It also made them more visible, and visibility would become a kind of power. A crucial figure in this transformation was Bernard of Clairvaux, the abbot who embodied the moral force of monastic reform in the early 1100s. Bernard did not invent the Templars, and the exact extent of his hand in drafting their rule is debated in the details, but his support is not in doubt. His reputation gave the order credibility among those who might otherwise have doubted the idea of holy warfare performed as a vowed religious life. Bernard offered more than a signature. He helped build a public ideology for a new kind of warrior, one who fought not for personal gain or feudal pride, but under obedience, chastity, and poverty. In a world that feared the violence of knights even while depending on it, this was a powerful promise. Violence restrained by discipline and directed toward a cause presented as sacred. By the end of the 1120s, the Templars were still small, but they were no longer uncertain. They had a recognized place in the church, a base associated with Jerusalem's most charged religious ground, and a message that could travel as fast as sermons and letters could carry it. Men could join without shame. Patrons could give without hesitation. And from that point on, the order could grow beyond anything Hugues de Payens and his first companions could have maintained alone. Growth, though, would pull the Templars into the hardest reality of the Crusader states: constant war on the frontier, the need to hold castles, and the pressure to prove that this new kind of vowed knighthood could survive not just in prayer, but in battle. In 1136, Hugues de Payens died, and the experiment he had carried from Jerusalem to the Council of Troyes had to survive without its founder. The leadership passed to Robert de Craon, a man from Anjou, and the handover mattered. A small brotherhood could be held together by personal authority and shared hardship. A growing order needed something harder to break: rules written down, a chain of command, and a daily routine that made obedience feel normal. The rule approved at Troyes was the backbone. It borrowed the language and strictness of monastic life, but it aimed at a different danger. The problem was not only sin in the cloister, it was violence in the saddle. Medieval Europe had long struggled to restrain knights who could burn villages, start feuds, and treat war as private profit. The Templars promised that a weapon could be placed under discipline. Their rule demanded obedience to superiors, limits on luxury, control of speech and temper, and punishment for disobedience. It treated a knight's pride as something to be managed, because pride on campaign could destroy cohesion as surely as an enemy charge. As the order expanded in the 1130s, it also became clearer who the Templars actually were. Not every member was a knight. At the top were the Knight Brothers, men of fighting status, heavily armed, trained to ride and to hold formation. Beneath them were sergeants, also fighting men, but usually of lower social rank, often equipped more lightly and used for a wide range of duties: scouting, garrison work, and guarding routes and baggage. There were chaplains, ordained priests inside the order, whose presence was not decorative. A military religious order needed confession, communion, and burial under its own authority, especially when a garrison might be weeks from the nearest friendly church. Around these core groups stood the support structure that made holy war possible. Some were serving brothers and workers attached to Templar houses, managing animals, stores, and repairs. Others were hired hands or local labour connected to Templar estates. The order's battlefield reputation would later be shaped by armoured men, but the institution was held up by people who never charged with a lance. The vows were simple to state and difficult to live: poverty, chastity, and obedience. Poverty did not mean the order would own nothing. It meant the individual brother owned nothing. A man who had once measured himself by horses, clothing, and the quality of his gear now surrendered personal property to the community. Chastity demanded a clean break from marriage and lineage. That was a radical change for a warrior class built on inheritance. Obedience was the heaviest vow of all, because it asked a trained fighter to accept decisions that might get him killed, and to do so without argument. The rule tried to build discipline into ordinary hours. Meals were regulated, speech at table restrained, and punishment set for fighting among brothers, for gambling, for leaving the house without permission. Even hunting, so central to noble identity, was limited, because it encouraged the habits of aristocratic pleasure rather than the mindset of service. The ideal was a controlled life that could withstand the chaos of campaigning. The ideal, of course, met reality. In the Crusader states, brothers moved through ports, markets, and fortresses. They handled money on behalf of the order even if they personally vowed poverty. They dealt with secular lords, negotiated supplies, and sometimes lived in cramped garrisons where discipline could fray. Historians can see, in the existence of penalties and repeated warnings, that the leadership expected lapses. The rule was not proof that every brother was perfectly restrained. It was proof that the order feared what would happen if restraint failed. One of the most visible signs of identity was clothing. The white mantle became associated with the Knight brothers as a mark of their status and their professed purity of life. It was also a public claim. This violence was not private and predatory, but vowed and supervised. Later, the Red Cross would be granted to the order, a simple emblem that could be read at a distance on cloak and banner. It worked as identity and as propaganda at the same time. It told allies who was approaching, reminded patrons what they were supporting, and warned enemies that these were not temporary crusaders who would sail home after a season. That distance forced the order to become skilled at logistics, because piety alone did not keep a road open. Horses were central. A mounted fighter was only as effective as the stable behind him. The rule regulated equipment and behaviour around animals, care, restraint, and the avoidance of needless display. The order's reputation for field discipline came partly from this unglamorous focus. Horses had to be fed, rested, replaced, and moved. Weapons had to be maintained. Armour had to fit. A brother could be brave and still useless if his mount failed on the march, or if supplies ran out in a dry season. Training was not a separate institution like a modern academy, but the order created a culture where new men learned by living under experienced ones. They learned to ride as a unit, to respond to signals, to hold formation when fear and noise made individuals want to scatter. The Templars became known for charging together and, just as importantly, for not charging when the command forbade it. In a world where battles were often decided by impulsive courage turning into disorder, that kind of restraint was a weapon. Leadership had to turn these rules into decisions. The master stood at the top, but he was not an absolute monarch. He worked with senior officers and councils, because the order needed accountability to prevent personal ambition from turning into disaster. Beneath the master were commanders responsible for regions and houses, and in the east, officials who managed garrisons, supply routes, and relations with local powers. Orders moved along this hierarchy, from the centre outward, and reports back inward. The point was consistency. A brother in a fortress near the frontier was meant to live by the same expectations as a brother in a house in northern France. This institutional model changed crusading warfare. Earlier crusader armies were often coalitions, princes with their own followers, bound by personal loyalty and temporary vows. The Templars offered something else, a permanent corps of fighters who could be stationed, rotated and reinforced. They could hold a castle year after year, guard a road in winter when seasonal crusaders were gone, and respond quickly to raids without waiting for feudal musters. It also changed European patronage. Donors were not just funding a single expedition. They were buying permanence, prayers for the soul, certainly, but also a standing defence of the holy places. A lord could give land or rents to a Templar house and believe the gift would be managed by an institution that outlived him. That confidence helped the order grow, and growth, in turn, pulled it deeper into the daily survival of the Crusader states. By the early 1140s, the Templars were no longer simply escorting pilgrims. They were becoming a military infrastructure tied to castles, councils, and border strategy. And the frontier was about to demand proof, because the Muslim powers around the Crusader states were reorganizing, and the fragile balance that had allowed Latin Jerusalem to endure was starting to crack. In 1144, the city of Edessa fell. It was the oldest of the Crusader states, a Latin outpost, far to the north and east, exposed and thinly defended. Zengi, the ruler of Mosul and Aleppo, took it by siege and shock, and the news hit the west like a bell. Edessa's loss was not just a military defeat, It was proof that the Muslim powers, long divided by rivalries, could concentrate force, choose a target, and finish it. For the Templars, this was the kind of crisis their founders had feared. The Kingdom of Jerusalem and its neighbours were not solid blocks of territory. They were strings of towns, ports, and castles, connected by roads that could be cut in a single raid. A strong point mattered because it could hold when an army was elsewhere. It could store grain in bad seasons, shelter refugees, and give cavalry a base to strike from. Without castles, the Crusader states were not kingdoms at all. They were camps. So the Templars became more and more garrison soldiers. Their houses in the east were not quiet monasteries. They were fortified compounds where men slept with weapons near at hand, and where the daily routine was set by watch schedules as much as by prayer. When a frontier castle was assigned to them by a king or a prince, it came with obligations and dangers. A fortress could be a shield, but it could also become a trap if relief did not come. The rhythm of war in these decades was often not a single decisive battle, but raids, ambushes, and sudden concentrations of force. Muslim commanders aimed to burn crops, seize animals, and break confidence. Crusader leaders tried to keep roads open and to punish raiders quickly enough that the frontier did not empty. In that world, the Templars' value was their readiness. They could mount and move without waiting for a feudal host to assemble, and they could do it under a chain of command that reduced argument in the moment of danger. Their battlefield reputation grew from this discipline. When a Templar unit charged, it was expected to do so together, not as individuals chasing glory. They fought with heavy cavalry, armoured men, and powerful horses, supported by lighter troops and local allies, and their shock tactics could decide an encounter if the enemy line wavered. But the same discipline that made them dangerous could also make them stubborn. Chroniclers, sometimes admiring and sometimes critical, repeated the idea that Templars did not retreat easily once committed. In practice, that reputation came from their rule and their culture. Retreat could be necessary, but it required explicit order. A brother who broke and ran risked punishment and disgrace. That fear of disorder held formations together until, in some situations, it helped turn a hard fight into a deadly one. The Templars were not fighting alone, and cooperation was never simple. In the Latin East, the King of Jerusalem, the princes of Antioch and Tripoli, bishops and great barons all expected influence. The military orders were sworn to their own leadership and answered directly to the church, yet they needed lands, castles, and political goodwill to function. That created constant friction. A king might want a fortress held on his terms, or troops used in a campaign that suited his strategy. The order might insist on its own priorities, especially when it believed a decision endangered a key road or a vulnerable settlement. Then the Second Crusade arrived, driven by Edessa's fall. In 1147, King Louis VII of France and King Conrad III of Germany set out with large armies, carrying enormous expectation. The strategic aim sounded clear: restore what had been lost and strengthen the Crusader states so the next attack could be stopped. But large crusades had a built-in problem. They were too big to feed easily, too slow to move quietly, and too dependent on allies whose interests did not always align. The march across Anatolia, the heartland of the Seljuk Turks, became a grinding trial. Terrain, supply failure and harassment broke formations and confidence. The Crusaders suffered heavy losses, especially Conrad's force, and what reached the Levant was smaller, worn down, and politically complicated. At this point, the Templars' experience mattered. They knew local routes, they understood the pace, horses could sustain, and they had learned, sometimes painfully, that undisciplined pursuit could become a massacre. In the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the Crusades' leadership faced a crucial decision: where to strike. Edessa was far away and difficult to retake. Some leaders argued for attacking Aleppo, a major power centre. Instead, the Crusaders chose Damascus in 1148, an ancient city close enough to reach, rich enough to tempt, and politically important enough to impress Europe if captured. The problem was that Damascus was not an isolated enemy. It sat in a web of alliances and rivalries, and an attack could drive it into closer cooperation with stronger Muslim rulers. The siege went badly and quickly. The Crusaders quarrelled over which sector to assault as supplies tightened and relief forces threatened. Local lords in the Latin East had their own calculations about who would control Damascus if it fell, and suspicion poisoned coordination. After only a few days, the Crusader army withdrew, and the failure echoed across Christendom. It made the whole expedition look wasteful and poorly led. In the aftermath, the military orders were judged in conflicting ways. Some praised the Templars and the Hospitallers, another military religious order based at the Hospital of St. John, for their steadiness when armies panicked. Others blamed them for hard advice, for political influence, or for acting like a state within a state. What is clear is that the Second Crusade did not deliver what it promised, and its failure made local defence even more important. If Europe could not reliably send a winning expedition, then the frontier would have to hold on its own. That pushed the Templars further into the castle system. Fortresses were expanded, repaired, and provisioned. Garrisons became more professional, with routines for patrols, messages, and rapid response. The orders also competed. The Hospitallers, like the Templars, received donations and castles, and their mission blended care for pilgrims with war. They shared the same basic goal, defending the Latin East, but competed for prestige, recruits, and strategic influence. Sometimes they fought side by side and bled together. Sometimes they argued over rights, boundaries, and who would control a key stronghold. The Crusader states needed both, yet rivalry could make coordination brittle in moments when unity mattered most. Meanwhile, the enemy was changing. After Zengi's assassination, his son Nur ad-Din took up the project of consolidation from Aleppo. He presented himself as a champion of Sunni Islam against the Crusader states and against rival Muslim powers. His campaigns were not a constant tidal wave. They were purposeful pressure, testing fortresses, punishing weak points, and taking opportunities when Latin leaders were divided by succession disputes or personal feuds. Repeated campaigning hardened the Templars. It raised their confidence in their own methods and deepened their expectation that they would be consulted, listened to, and rewarded with authority. It also hardened their opponents, who learned what Templar discipline could do in a fight and began to plan around it, using terrain, feigned retreats, and attacks on supply lines rather than accepting a clean cavalry clash. By the 1170s, the Crusader states were still standing, but the strategic atmosphere had shifted. The Second Crusade's failure had damaged the idea that salvation would arrive from Europe on schedule. Castles and permanent garrisons had become even more central, and so had the military orders that held them. At the same time, Nur ad-Din's model uniting Muslim forces under a single direction was spreading. It did not yet produce a single unstoppable empire, but it laid the groundwork for something more coherent than the Crusaders had faced before. And as the Templars expanded their role as soldiers and fortress holders, they also expanded their presence far from the battlefield into the estates, courts, and treasuries of Europe, building a power base that would one day make them indispensable, and then, in 1307, dangerously convenient to destroy. In the middle decades of the 12th century, the Templars began receiving gifts that were meant to last longer than a single campaign. A lord would ride home from pilgrimage or return from war, call witnesses, and place a charter on an altar, a strip of land, a share of tolls, the rights to a mill, sometimes an entire village's obligations. The language was pious, given for the salvation of the donor's soul, for the defence of Christ's patrimony, but the effect was practical and immediate. The order acquired roots in Europe. Nobles gave for several reasons at once. Some had seen the frontier and believed sincerely that disciplined permanent forces were the only answer to a long war. Others wanted spiritual insurance, association with an order that lived under vows and fought for Jerusalem. And many understood politics. A donation to the Templars could strengthen a family's reputation, settle disputes over inheritance, or place property under the protection of an institution that answered to the Pope rather than to a neighbour's court. Even kings played this game, rewarding service, gaining allies, and sometimes using the order as a counterweight to local magnates. The result was a web of estates spread across France, England, the Iberian kingdoms, Italy, and parts of the empire. The Templars organized these holdings into administrative districts, often called commanderies or preceptories, each run by an officer appointed by the order. A commandery was not just a house with a chapel. It was an economic engine. Fields produced grain and wine, flocks produced wool, mills turned harvest into flour, workshops repaired harness and shoes, rents and dues arrived in coin or in kind. The Templars were not unique in this. Monasteries and bishoprics did similar things, but the order's purpose shaped how the surplus was used. European harvests and European tenants helped pay for horses in Syria, stone in new fortifications, and wages for specialists who were not knights at all, clerks, craftsmen, sailors, and servants. This was how a battle on the edge of the desert could be connected to a quiet valley in Normandy, or a river crossing in Catalonia. Money moved along routes the Templars understood well. A house in the west collected income, kept accounts, stored grain, and prepared shipments. Ports mattered. So did safe roads, guarded warehouses, and the trust of merchants who preferred to deal with a disciplined organization rather than a single baron's unpredictable officials. The Templars did not create European banking from nothing, but they became skilled at financial work that already existed, safekeeping, transfers, and credit, because the needs of crusading demanded it. A pilgrim or a lord travelling east could deposit funds at a Templar house in Paris or London and receive a written acknowledgement that could be honoured elsewhere, reducing the risk of carrying large sums across bandit country. Kings and bishops sometimes used the Templars as custodians of treasure, not because the brothers were saints, but because they had locked rooms, reliable clerks, and a reputation for internal discipline. The order also extended credit. Crusading was expensive, and cash was often needed quickly for ships, ransoms, or sudden campaigns. The Templars could advance funds against future income, using their networks to make a promise in one place mean something in another. Wealth brought attention, and attention brought resentment. The Templars enjoyed exemptions that other landholders envied. Papal privileges could free them from certain local taxes and place their properties under their own clergy, limiting a bishop's authority. In disputes, they could appeal beyond local courts. A town might complain that a Templar mill drew business away from competitors. A bishop might argue that the order was collecting income inside his diocese while refusing his oversight. A lord might bristle at the sight of armed men on his roads who did not answer to him. These frictions became political when rulers discovered how useful the Templars could be and how difficult they were to control. A king might entrust them with royal funds, then find that the brothers cited papal authority when pressed too hard. Monarchs valued them as administrators and financiers, but they also noticed the obvious danger: an international institution with its own chain of command, its own treasuries, and fortified houses, operating inside the kingdom, yet owing obedience elsewhere. And still, most of this European power was built to serve a single goal: in the Holy Land, resources translated into choices. A well-funded order could keep more horses fit for patrols, pay for scouts and messengers, and maintain garrisons that did not vanish when a feudal levy went home. It could repair walls quickly after an earthquake or a siege, and it could stockpile grain to survive a season of raids. It could also act with more independence, and that independence had consequences. When the order believed a fortress or a road was essential, it could push for action even when local lords hesitated. That could save a frontier, or it could deepen rivalries that were already hard to manage. By the late 1170s, the pressure in the Levant was tightening again, and the enemy was no longer just a patchwork of rival commanders. After the death of Nur ad-Din, a new figure emerged from the politics of Egypt and Syria: Saladin, a Kurdish officer who rose to become vizier in Egypt and then ruler in his own right. Step by step, he combined resources that had often been separated, Egypt's wealth and Syria's military strength, until the Crusader states faced a more coherent power than they had known in a generation. For the Templars, this was the moment when their European estates looked like a shield. They could raise money, men, and supplies faster than most. But the same fortunes that kept their castles staffed also made them harder to tolerate, as defeats accumulated and fear sharpened. Wealth would start to look less like proof of service, and more like something tempting, something that could be seized, explained away, and used. And when the crisis finally broke over Jerusalem, the order's power would not save it. It would help decide how, decades later, the arrests of 1307 could be carried out with such confidence and such finality. In 1183, Saladin brought his army right up to the walls of Kerak, the great Crusader castle that watched the routes east of the Dead Sea. The siege was not only an attempt to take stone and mortar. It was a message. He was patient enough to strike where it hurt, and disciplined enough to stop when the timing was wrong. Kerak held. But the pressure did not lift. The Crusader kingdom, already tense with rival factions, was being tested by a leader who preferred to choose the moment of decision rather than be forced into it. Saladin's strength was not just in battle. It was in the years of politics that came before battle. He worked to unify Muslim Syria and Egypt under his command, replacing quarrelling rulers with loyal governors, negotiating where he could and using force where he must. That unity mattered. It meant supplies, pay, and coordination. It meant he could isolate Crusader strongholds, raid the countryside, and deny the kingdom the calm seasons it needed to recover. Inside the kingdom of Jerusalem, the problem was different. King Baldwin IV, the leper king, had held the realm together through skill and sheer will, but his illness made succession a constant crisis. When he died in 1185, a child king, Baldwin Zigmar V, briefly stood between competing nobles. When the boy died the next year, the crown passed to Guy of Lusignan through his wife, Sibylla. Many accepted Guy only reluctantly. Raymond of Tripoli, a powerful lord in the north, distrusted him. So did several leading barons. Authority fractured into camps at the moment when unity mattered most. The military orders were part of this fractured world. The Templars and the Hospitallers had their own command structures and priorities, and their leaders could become political actors as well as battlefield commanders. In the mid-1180s, the Templar Grand Master was Gerard de Rydvert, a man with a reputation for aggressive action and a hard view of compromise. That temperament would matter as the crisis accelerated. Saladin watched these divisions carefully. He did not rush toward Jerusalem and gamble everything on a single assault. Instead, he tightened control over the countryside, probed for weaknesses, and waited for the Crusaders to make costly choices. A truce might be agreed, then broken by raiding. One figure in particular made restraint difficult. Reynald of Châtillon, Lord of Ultra-Jourdain, who attacked caravans and threatened routes that were economically and symbolically important. When Reynald struck again despite agreements, Saladin treated it not as a minor provocation, but as the moment to mobilize a full response. In the summer of 1187, Saladin moved with purpose into Galilee. He targeted Tiberias, a fortified town by the Sea of Galilee held by Raymond of Tripoli's wife, Eschiva. This was a deliberate trap as much as a siege. If the Crusader army stayed put, Tiberias might fall and their prestige would suffer. If they marched, they would be drawn away from reliable water and into terrain Saladin could control. The Crusader host gathered at Sephoria, a strong position with springs water that could keep an army alive in July. A council met. Raymond, whose own lands were being attacked, argued for caution. He understood the ground and the risk. Better, he said, to let Tiberius endure and force Saladin to waste time, then strike when the enemy had overextended. But others pressed for action. The court could not bear the humiliation of abandoning a major town. Gerard de Rydfort urged marching out. King Guy, new to the throne and uncertain of loyalty around him, faced a brutal political logic. To hesitate might look like weakness, and weakness could cost him the kingdom even if the army survived. So the decision was made. The army marched east from Sephoria toward Tiberias, leaving water behind. The heat did its work quickly. Saladin's forces harassed the column, keeping distance, pressuring flanks, and blocking access to springs. The Crusaders tried to push through to the water at Tiberias, but the rhythm of the march broke. Horses tired. Men fell out of formation. By evening on July 3, they stopped near the Horns of Hattin, two rocky rises above the plain, not far from the lake but cut off from it. This was the point of no return. Saladin's army closed in, surrounding the camp. Through the night and into the next day, the Crusaders struggled for water. The enemy controlled the approaches to the lake. Smoke drifted from brush fires, set to worsen the heat and confusion. By July 4, the Crusader host tried to break out, but the field army was already coming apart under thirst, exhaustion, and constant attack. Hattin was not a heroic last stand won or lost by a single charge. It was a defeat built out of decisions made days earlier, then minutes earlier, each narrowing the possible outcomes. The Crusader infantry, essential for holding formation, could not move fast enough to keep order. The mounted knights, the kingdom's striking power, needed cohesion and fresh horses to punch through. They did not have it. Charges went in, were met by missiles and counter-moves, and came back thinner each time. The Templars were at the centre of this disaster. As a disciplined heavy cavalry force, they were used for the hardest fighting, the kind that could either open a path or bleed a unit to death. Orders were given to charge and attempt to break the encirclement. Some brothers reached the enemy lines. Most could not hold the ground they took. When the army finally collapsed, the sacred relic carried with it, the true cross, believed to be the cross of Christ, was captured. King Guy was taken alive. So were many nobles. For the military orders, capture often meant something worse. Saladin was capable of mercy and negotiation with high-ranking prisoners, and ransoms were a normal part of war. But the Templars and Hospitallers were different in his eyes. Permanent soldiers who would return to fight again as soon as they were exchanged. Many captured brothers were executed after the battle. The exact numbers vary in the sources, but the outcome is clear enough. Hattin did not merely defeat the kingdom's army, it cut out a core of experienced fighters who could not be quickly replaced. After Hattin, the map unravelled at speed. Towns and castles that had depended on the field army for relief now stood alone. Saladin moved down the line of strongholds, accepting surrenders, taking others by force, and securing ports and roads. Some fortresses held out, especially where the military orders had deep stores and thick walls, but the kingdom's strategic system had been broken. It was no longer a question of winning the next battle. It was a question of what could still be saved. Jerusalem was the prize, but it was also a problem. The city was more symbol than fortress, crowded with refugees and short-of-season troops. When Saladin approached in September 1187, the defence fell largely to Balian of Ibelin, a noble who had been allowed to travel to the city on the condition he would not take up arms, then released from that oath, according to the chroniclers, when the situation became desperate. He organised what he could. New knights were created from the remaining men of standing, walls were repaired, morale was managed day by day. The siege was serious and costly, but it did not become a massacre. After assaults and counterattacks, negotiations began. Balian argued that if terms were not offered, the defenders might destroy holy sites and kill prisoners rather than surrender. Saladin, balancing piety, politics, and the need to govern what he took, agreed to a surrender with ransoms for many inhabitants. Not everyone could pay, and many were enslaved, but the city was taken with far less bloodshed than in 1099. News raced westward. Jerusalem, held by Latin Christians for nearly 90 years, was gone. What changed after Hattin was military reality. The Crusader states could no longer meet Saladin in open battle on equal terms. What changed after Jerusalem was something harder to measure, but just as powerful, a moral and political shock that shook Europe's rulers and churchmen into action. The call went out for a new crusade, and with it came fresh armies, fresh money, and fresh expectations. For the Templars, the catastrophe carried a double weight. They had lost brothers and commanders, lost positions that had taken decades to build, and now faced angry questions about strategy and leadership. Yet they were also indispensable, because few others could garrison what remained and coordinate reinforcement from overseas. The next fight would be for the coast, for the ports that could keep a foothold alive at all, and it would draw kings themselves into the war. men who would not always respect the independence that the Templars had guarded so fiercely. In 1189, the war returned to the sea, and it returned with a target that mattered more than any shrine. The city of Acre, a fortified port on the northern coast, was the key to holding anything in the Holy Land at all. Guy of Lusignan, released after Hattin, put what strength he could gather in front of its walls. The Templars and Hospitallers came too, because a Crusader kingdom without a major harbour was a kingdom waiting to be strangled. Acre became a siege within a siege. The Crusaders dug in to take the city. Saladin's army encircled them to break the besiegers. Months passed in disease, shortage, and sudden violence. As new contingents arrived from Europe, the Templars did what they had learned to do in hard places: coordinate men who answered to different lords, carry messages between suspicious allies, and hold sections of the line when the fighting became too dangerous for temporary soldiers. They could not replace kings, but they could keep an army functioning when politics threatened to tear it apart. When Richard I of England, Richard the Lionheart, arrived in 191, the Crusade gained a commander who understood siegecraft and coastal warfare. He was not a simple partner for the military orders. Richard bargained, threatened, and demanded obedience, and he could be pragmatic to the point of coldness. Yet his goals and the Templars' needs often aligned: secure ports, keep supply lines open, and avoid being lured inland where a field army could be cut off from water and ships. Acre fell in July 1191. It should have been a turning point, but it exposed the Crusaders' other weakness: leadership that could not agree on what victory meant. Richard quarrelled with the French king, Philip II, and with Duke Leopold of Austria. Noble rivalries hardened into grudges. Here the Templars played a diplomatic role as much as a military one, acting as experienced intermediaries in a narrowing coastal kingdom where every decision had to balance pride against survival. As Richard pushed south, he fought Saladin along the coast and won a major battle at Arsuf, keeping the road and the ports. But Jerusalem remained beyond reach. Marching inland risked the same trap that had destroyed the kingdom at Hattin. Richard negotiated, raided, tested Saladin's defences, and finally accepted a truce in 1192 that allowed Christian pilgrims access to holy sites but did not restore the city. What changed was stark. The Crusader presence was reduced to a thin strip of coast, held together by walls, ships, and constant reinforcement. In that world, the Templars were no longer simply an elite force in a broad kingdom. They became the hard garrison spine of a frontier. About 2 minutes into this story, it's worth asking, if you're listening from Europe, the Americas, North Africa, or the Middle East, what would victory even look like here? Taking Jerusalem, holding a coastline, or breaking an enemy's power at its source? Medieval leaders asked the same question, and many decided the source was Egypt. Again and again, Crusade plans pivoted toward the Nile. The logic was strategic. Egypt's wealth could fund armies, its grain could feed cities, and its ports could control the eastern Mediterranean. If Egypt could be taken or forced into submission, the coastal Crusader towns might breathe again, and Jerusalem might be negotiated back rather than stormed. But these campaigns repeatedly faltered because supply lines were long, unfamiliar terrain punished mistakes, and Crusader coalitions were often divided between spiritual aims and political profit. Even when armies landed successfully, a single failed negotiation, a flooded river, or a change of leadership could unravel months of planning. So Acre grew into more than a city. It was the linchpin of survival, the main gateway for men and money from the west, a market and warehouse system for provisioning castles, and a symbol that the Crusader project still lived. The Templars' headquarters there was not just a residence, it was a command centre tied into their wider network, feeding garrisons, arranging transport, and coordinating with rival powers who were, on paper, allies. In 1291 that linchpin snapped. The Mamluks of Egypt, professional soldier rulers who had replaced earlier dynasties, came in force under Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil. They wanted the last Crusader ports eliminated for good. The defenders wanted time for reinforcements, time for diplomacy, time for the sea to remain open. The siege was methodical. Engines battered walls, sappers dug, assaults tested weak points. Inside, factions argued even as the perimeter shrank. When the Mamluk breakthrough came, fighting turned into desperate close combat in streets and courtyards. Some defenders escaped by ship, many could not. The Templars held out in their compound near the harbour, a final strongpoint as the city collapsed around them. Sources differ on the exact sequence, but the end is clear enough. Acre fell, and with it fell the practical basis for a Crusader state on the mainland. What changed after Acre was immediate and irreversible. Without that port, there was no reliable bridge for large armies, no secure depot system, and no place for the military orders to operate at scale. The Latin presence in the Levant became scattered islands, soon reduced further. The Templars withdrew to Cyprus, an island kingdom that now became their main base in the eastern Mediterranean. There they rebuilt administration and shipping, but also faced recriminations. Were they still a crusading order if they no longer held the frontier? Some wanted merger with the Hospitallers, others insisted on independence. The question was not philosophical, it was political, and it would decide who controlled men, money, and the remaining will to fight. In 1292 Jacques de Molay became Grand Master. He travelled, inspected, and argued for another crusade, pressing the case that the order still had a purpose. He explored alliances, including with powers who were not Latin Christian, because the realities of the region demanded flexibility. Yet he ran into the new wall of European politics. Kings and popes spoke of recovery, but their attention was consumed by wars at home, taxes and rival claims to authority. Without sustained royal commitment, the plans remained plans. And as the Templars' battlefield role shrank, their wealth and independence stood out more sharply, making them easier to envy, easier to blame, and soon easier to strike. On Friday, 13 October 1307, royal officers moved through France with sealed orders from King Philip IV. At dawn they struck commanderies, houses and farms belonging to the Knights Templar, arresting men who had gone to sleep as respected members of a papal military order and woke as prisoners of the crown. In Paris, the most important captive was Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master. He had been in the capital for ceremonies and meetings, close to the king's reach and far from any Templar stronghold. He was seized quickly, along with other senior brothers. Almost at once Philip's agents began inventorying and sealing Templar property, cash boxes, documents, storehouses, and the everyday goods of a large institution. Whatever the final verdict, the machinery of confiscation was already turning. Philip did not act from piety alone. He was a hard, methodical ruler with deep financial pressures from war and governance, and he had a long record of forcing money and obedience out of powerful groups. He had clashed with the papacy before, and he had already expelled France's Jews and attacked the Lombard financiers, measures that also brought assets under royal control. The Templars were different, independent, internationally connected, and protected by the Church. They also held wealth in land and reserves, and they could move resources across borders. In a kingdom where the crown wanted tighter control, an order that answered to Rome looked less like a partner and more like a rival. The charge Philip chose was heresy. Royal lawyers and investigators produced a list of accusations: that new members denied Christ in initiation rites, that they spat on the cross, that they exchanged obscene kisses, that they worshipped an idol, and that the order's leaders permitted secret corruption behind a public mask of holiness. Some claims were vague and grew stranger as the process continued. What can be verified is not the truth of these rituals, but the fact that they were alleged, written down, and used to justify arrests. The same is true of later stories about hidden treasures and sinister gods. Those belong to rumour and legend, not established evidence. Interrogations began immediately, and torture followed. Under medieval law, torture was commonly used in heresy investigations to extract confessions, especially when authorities claimed they faced a secret crime. Men were threatened, isolated, deprived, and physically broken until they said what interrogators demanded. Many confessed, some later retracted. saying they had spoken falsely to stop the pain. The records preserve both the confessions and the recantations, and that is exactly why historians treat the admissions with caution. They reveal what the crown wanted proven, and how fear can manufacture agreement. The Pope, Clement V, was caught between principles and power. As Pope, he was the Templars' ultimate overseer, and any trial of them should have been a church matter. But Philip had already seized the men and the narrative. Clement protested the king's intrusion, then moved to regain control by ordering a broader ecclesiastical inquiry. The result was a tug of war, royal pressure in France, uneven investigations elsewhere in Europe, and a papacy trying to avoid being seen as either powerless or complicit. By 1312, at the Council of Vienne in southeastern France, Clement ended the struggle with a decision that was carefully framed. The order was not formally condemned by a definitive judgment of heresy across the board. Instead, it was suppressed by papal decree, justified as a practical necessity to end scandal and conflict. It was a legal distinction with enormous consequences. The Knights Templar ceased to exist as an institution. Their property was largely assigned to the Hospitallers in principle, though in practice kings and local rulers often kept a share, delayed transfers, or swallowed assets outright. What changed was not just the fate of a few thousand brothers. A military order created to fight on the frontier was erased through paperwork, prisons, and coerced testimony. The balance between crown and church shifted toward the monarchy, showing how a determined king could bend religious authority to political ends. And it mattered because it explains why the Templars were destroyed. The arrests of 1307 were not the aftermath of a battlefield defeat, but a calculated strike driven by royal need, enabled by accusations that could be forced into confessions, and finalized when suppression became the only exit from an escalating confrontation. In March of 1314, the last act unfolded in Paris. Jacques de Molay, Grand Master of the former Templars, was brought out with Geoffrey de Charny, once the order's preceptor of Normandy. They were meant to confirm earlier confessions and accept life imprisonment. Instead, in front of clergy and officials, they reversed themselves. They declared the order innocent, and their prior words false statements made under pressure, not truth. That reversal mattered. It threatened the careful legal settlement reached in 1312, and it embarrassed the authorities who had built their case on admissions. Philip IV moved fast. As relapsed heretics, de Molay and de Charny were condemned and executed by fire that same day. Chroniclers remembered the calm firmness of de Molay's final stance, not because it proved anything about the charges, but because it showed a man choosing public defiance when silence might have saved him. The consequences spread across all of it. Templar lands and buildings were supposed to pass to the Hospitallers, yet transfers were slow, disputed, and often reduced by royal expenses. In practice, kings and local lords were frequent winners. Surviving brothers met different fates. Many were absorbed into other orders, pensioned off or allowed quiet retirement. Some faced further prosecution, especially where rulers copied France's hard line. Later centuries added stories, hidden treasure, an idol called Baphomet, the Holy Grail, escapes to Scotland, even links to Freemasonry. These are later traditions, not confirmed facts. So is the famous Curse of de Molay and the idea that Friday the 13th carried a special doom associations that grew long after 1307. What is certain is simpler. War created the Templars, wealth sustained them, and political fear destroyed them, beginning with those dawn arrests in 1307.